Chapter 001 Return to the Capital. On the night of June 16th, 136 of the southern summer, in Yunsu town, Jiangnan, thunder roared and lightning flashed as torrential rain fell. The downpour descended from the heavens, mercilessly drenching this once fragrant land. Accompanied by the deafening claps of thunder, fear gripped the hearts of the townspeople. It was on this stormy night that Qianrou was reborn. Standing by the bedside, she gazed at her mother, whose eyes were vacant and whose face bore no trace of color. A surge of despair and anger welled up within Qianrou, akin to the relentless rain outside. Why was fate so unjust? Why, despite being given a second chance at life, could she not save her mother? With tear-filled eyes, Qianrou clutched her mother's hand tightly. "Mother, you will recover. Please don't leave me. I will fetch a doctor for you." "No, it's unnecessary," Mu Peilon replied, forcing a faint smile. "Qianrou, I cannot endure any longer. Remember, after I am gone, you may bury me wherever you wish. I would rather be a wandering ghost than return to that filthy place. Qianrou, do not return there either. Let your uncle find you a good family to marry and to do not seek wealth. Only a man who truly cares for you." Mu Peilon strained to speak these words, turning her head to glance at the grief-stricken Lin Muhua beside her. "Mr. Lin, I entrust Qianrou to you." Lin Muhua's eyes were red-rimmed, fighting back tears. "I promise you, I will take good care of Qianrou." And the Yu Peilon's loving gaze returned to Qianrou as she reached out to caress her face. After a moment, her hand fell limply to the side of the bed, and a dark, yellow-tinged blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Overwhelmed with grief, Qianrou's tears cascaded down like the rain outside. "Mother, forgive your unfilial daughter. I must return to seek justice for you." On the second day of July, in the capital of southern summer, a carriage halted before the residence of Jing'an, the minister of rights, that a girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, dressed as a maid, alighted from the carriage and hurried to the door, knocking insistently. The young lady has returned, quickly opened the door. Yet, after a prolonged period of knocking, there was no response from within. "Enough, Cilian, do not knock any longer." A woman in her 40s, Granny Gao, descended from the carriage, first calling to Cilian, then standing beside the carriage with a sorrowful expression. Seeing the crowd gathering, her eyes glistened with unshed tears before she spoke. "Dear neighbors, please lend us your judgment. Our lady has been unwell and has been recuperating in Jiangnan for the past few years. When she fell gravely ill, the young lady sent several letters to the residents. Yet no one came to her aid. 20 days ago, Our Lady passed away due to the sweltering heat. The young lady had no choice but to bury her in Jiangnan. Now that she has returned to the residence, the doors remain barred. It is a pity that Our Lady was the matriarch of the Su family, and the young lady is the legitimate daughter. To see them reduced to such a plight is truly disheartening. Neighbors, do you think the Su family's actions are justifiable towards Our Lady and the young lady? Madam, you have departed this world, leaving your daughter all alone. What will become of her? Madam, the young lady is indeed too pitiful." Granny Gao spoke with tears flowing freely, and the onlookers grew increasingly indignant. Goodness, this Lord Su appears quite respectable. After all this commotion, is this how he treats his own wife and daughter? It is truly a disgrace to wear this human guise. Indeed, the fact that Madame Su is gravely ill and he has not even bothered to visit her is already unacceptable. He did not even attend her burial. Is this the conduct of a human being? If you ask me, the Su household is deeply treacherous. It is likely that Lord Su's heartlessness is not the sole culprit. I suspect his concubine has a hand in this. Absolutely. That concubine is a daughter of a noble family, proud and haughty. To say that Madame Su's tragic fate bears no connection to her is something I cannot believe, even if my life depended on it. Exactly. I share the same sentiment. The crowd buzzed with speculation, pointing at the gates of the Su residence. Finally, the gates swung open, and Butler Gao Jinzhong emerged. Upon seeing the throng gathered at the entrance, his brow furrowed in concern. What is happening? Why is there such a crowd? Granny Gao stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Butler Gao, the eldest young lady has returned." "What? The eldest young lady has returned? How can this be? Why not? Does it not seem possible for me to return home?" As soon as the words left her lips, Qianrou descended from the carriage, taking measured steps toward them. In her arms, she cradled something swathed in white silk. Dressed in mourning attire, with a white flower adorning her hair, she bore no trace of makeup, yet her willow-like brows and captivating eyes rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. However, her expression was one of profound sorrow, her eyes as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. Butler Gao, do you imply that I must remain in Jiangnan for all eternity? After 5 years apart, I never anticipated that you would receive such a cold welcome from Butler Gao. Truly, how fleeting is the warmth of human connections, and how narrow the vision of those who cannot see. It appears that Butler Gao requires a lesson in decorum. Stung by Su Qianrou's mockery, Gao Jinzhong hastily stepped forward, bowing deeply. Young lady, you accuse me unjustly. I simply did not expect your return today. Did not expect? Well, you all have been reveling in the capital. How could you remember us, mother and daughter? I have no time to bicker with you today. Go quickly and summon everyone to welcome the mistress back home. Yes, I shall do so at once. Gao Jinzhong turned and hurried back inside, while Su Qianrou stood silently at the entrance, exuding an icy elegance reminiscent of a plum blossom blooming in the depths of winter. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage approached, flanked by 2 mounted guards. Your Highness, the road ahead is blocked. Sheng Xuanji lifted the curtain to peer outside, only to find a crowd gathered before the Su residence, completely obstructing the path. Further ahead, he spotted a woman clad in mourning attire, adorned with a white flower, standing resolutely at the gate. Though she remained silent, an air of noble yet frigid dignity surrounded her. Sheng Xuanji felt a stir within from this angle. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Shang Xianqi waved his hand. Lingfeng, go and investigate the situation. Yes, Yi Lingfeng replied, dismounting and swiftly merging into the crowd. Before long, he returned. Your Highness, I have inquired and discovered that this young lady is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. She had spent several years in Jiangnan with her mother. Now that her mother has passed away, she has returned to the capital, but she cannot gain entry to the Su residence. It is said that she awaits the family to retrieve her mother's remains. Retrieve her mother's remains? Sheng Xuanji's gaze fell upon the object cradled in Su Qianrou's arms. Without a doubt, the item wrapped in white silk was her mother's memorial tablet. Suddenly, Shang Xianqi was reminded of his own late mother. A wave of emotion surged within him, his nose tingling, and his eyes reddening. We are all wanderers in this vast world. Must we have known each other to share this moment? As Sheng Xuanji's profound gaze lingered, he increasingly perceived a striking resemblance between Su Qianrou and that lively, enchanting young girl. It seemed necessary to remain here today and witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 002. Return to the manor. Suddenly, the grand gates of the Su residence swung open once more, and a procession of individuals emerged. Upon catching sight of the man at the forefront, Su Qianrou felt a sharp pang in her heart, her simmering anger igniting instantly. He appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Clad in a well-tailored blue brocade robe, he appeared even more dashing and graceful. A cold, cynical smile crept upon Su Qianrou's lips as she reflected on her father, whose outward brilliance masked a profoundly sordid nature, a truly repugnant character. In her previous life, while en route to the capital for the imperial examination, he had been beset by robbers, stripped of all his possessions, and brutally beaten. It was only by chance that her mother encountered him and arranged for his return home for treatment. During his recovery, he diligently reviewed his studies and ultimately achieved fame as the third-place scholar in the examination. Subsequently, he knelt before his maternal grandfather, beseeching permission to marry her mother, vowing to remain devoted for life. Yet, mere years later, he abandoned his original intentions, marrying Zheng Linglan as a concubine. He sought to elevate Zheng Linglan to the status of a primary wife, but her mother vehemently opposed this notion. Subsequently, he concocted a letter from her maternal grandfather, alleging treason, and used it as a pretext to send both her mother and himself back to Jiangnan under the guise of recuperation. It was only 2 days before her mother's passing that she revealed the letter was likely fabricated by him. Her father truly was a hypocrite, adorned in fine silk yet filled with corruption. As Su Jing'an approached, he surveyed the onlookers and forced a smile. Qianrou, you have returned? Why did you not send word in advance? I could have dispatched someone to greet you at the city gates. No need, father. Qianrou has her own legs. There is no need for your concern, she retorted. Zheng Linglan, overhearing, frowned disapprovingly. Oh, Qianrou, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Is this how your mother raised you? Gazing at the ostentatiously adorned Zheng Linglan, Su Qianrou felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. In her previous life, Zheng Linglan had swiftly captivated her father at a banquet, resorting to every ploy to force her mother out of the picture. In this life, she would not indulge her any longer. I am conversing with my father. It is not your place as a concubine to interject. Who granted you the audacity to slander my mother? You are the audacious one. How dare you show such disrespect to your elders? Su Qianrou laughed coldly. Elders? What sort of elder are you? A concubine who intrudes upon the affections of others? Zheng Linglan, feeling wronged, turned to Su Jing'an. Master, look at how Qianrou treats me. Seeing his concubine ridiculed by his own daughter filled Su Jing'an with humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses. He felt his dignity slipping away and darkened his expression. Qianrou, Linglan is your stepmother. How could you humiliate her so? Humiliation? Who was it that humiliated us? Mother and daughter? As the mistress of the Su household and its legitimate daughter, am I not permitted to enter my own home? With that, Su Qianrou tore away the white silk shroud covering her mother's memorial tablet and cradled it with care. Her eyes widened with fury, her tone icy. The mistress of the Su household is present. All within the estate shall respectfully welcome her return. Upon seeing the memorial tablet of Mu Peilon, Su Jing'an was momentarily struck dumb. Qianrou, your mother, has she departed? Su Qianrou could not suppress her cold laughter. Father, mother has truly departed. Now, your wish has been fulfilled. Su Jing'an shook his head. No, Qianrou, it is not as you think. If it is not as I think, then what is it? Father, why don't you speak candidly in front of mother and the neighbors? Qianrou, first let us bring your mother back to the house. We can discuss everything else later. Su Jing'an's expression was somber as he turned to look at the crowd that had followed behind. We welcome the madam back to the estate. As those words echoed, a large group knelt down. With bowed heads, they chanted in unison, we welcome the madam back to the estate. Su Qianrou remained indifferent, glancing back at the onlookers. Today's events, I ask all neighbors to bear witness. At this moment, as she turned her head, Sheng Xuanji happened to catch a clear view through the curtains of the sedan chair, and his heart surged with excitement. Heavens, it truly is her. He observed as Su Qianrou turned back, steadfastly not glancing aside, as she entered the estate, cradling her mother's tablet. Kyle Yin and Granny Gao closely followed her on either side. Su Jing'an trailed behind them, followed by Zheng Linglan and others. As the estate gates closed, the crowd dispersed, and Yi Lingfeng approached the carriage. Your Highness, shall we depart? Sheng Xuanji snorted coldly. The performance has only just begun. How could this prince leave now? In a quarter of an hour, I shall personally visit the Su residence to see how Su Jing'an concludes this matter. In the Su residence's reception hall, Su Jing'an sat at the head of the table. Beside him was the matriarch of the Su family. Zheng Linglan had just taken a seat at the first chair on the right when Su Qianrou approached. Aunt Zheng, please yield your seat for my mother. Zheng Linglan was reluctant to comply, but as Su Qianrou pushed the tablet forward, Zheng Linglan immediately stood up. All right. I will not argue with the younger generation. You may take the seat. Su Qianrou sat down with her mother's tablet, and Su Jing'an immediately inquired, Qianrou, please tell your father what happened. How could your mother have suddenly passed away? Su Qianrou responded with a cold smile. Suddenly? Father, have you forgotten that you sent mother to Jiangnan for her health? Jiangnan has beautiful mountains, fine waters, and a favorable climate, perfect for recuperation. Wasn't that your assertion back then? Upon hearing this, the matriarch fumed. Qianrou, how can you speak to your father like that? I am speaking civilly. Father, do you dare to say those words were not yours? Su Jing'an gazed at the tablet of his wife, seemingly still in denial of her death. Qianrou, I understand you're upset, but how could you not have written to the family regarding such a significant matter as your mother's passing? To create such a scene at the estate gate today, it may lead to ridicule. Su Qianrou felt a chill within her heart. Indeed, her father was unworthy of her trust. He had never cared for her mother's life or death. His concern lay solely with his own reputation. Father, who said I did not send letters home. On the 6th day of May, I sent one letter, another on the 18th, and yet another on the 28th. A letter was dispatched on the 9th of June, and one more on the 15th, followed by a letter the day after my mother's passing. In total, there were 6 letters sent. Father, have you ever visited even once? Now, as I return with my mother's memorial tablet, I find myself unable to even enter the gates of the estate. Father, is this truly how you regard my mother and me? It seems that your feelings for her are utterly worthless. Nonsense. My feelings for your mother are genuine. Genuine? To what extent is this sincerity measured? Throughout the years of her illness, you never once came to visit. You did not even see her in her final moments. Despite my 6 letters, you remained indifferent. Now that she has departed, you come to question me. I cannot fathom from where you derive such audacity. Chapter 003. Liquidation. Confronted with the scorn of his own daughter, Jing'an felt a surge of anger, yet found himself unable to express it, opting instead to maintain a stoic demeanor before the assembly. Qianrou, who among you received the 6 letters? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, collectively shaking their heads. Observing this, Qianrou realized, as expected, that none were willing to confess. Father, what purpose does your inquiry serve? If she has withheld the letters, how could she possibly acknowledge their existence? Qianrou, I shall inquire further about this matter later. For now, please tell me, where have you interred your mother? Beside the Jiangnan estate. How outrageous! How could you choose such a location for your mother's south resting place? Where else should she be laid to rest? If not in Jiangnan? The journey from Jiangnan to the capital is long, and there is no one in the household to make the trip. Do you believe it feasible to return mother to the capital? Upon hearing this, Jing'an let out a deep sigh. Very well, it is my fault. It may be suitable to leave your mother in Jiangnan for the time being. I shall arrange to have her coffin transported back later. That will not be necessary. Why not? Because mother stated that she would rather remain a wandering spirit than return to this sordid place. Jing'an's countenance turned ashen upon hearing this. Qianrou, did your mother truly express such sentiments? Otherwise, do you suppose she would wish to be interred alongside a man who betrayed his vows and favored a concubine over his wife? The old matriarch, upon hearing this, became agitated. Qianrou, how can you speak of your father in such a manner? In affluent households, it is common to have numerous wives and concubines. While it may be true that many have multiple spouses, grandmother, have you forgotten who rescued father from despair? Father, it is often said that one should repay a life-saving grace with an overflowing spring. Is this how you repay mother? Who is it that withheld those 6 letters? Do you truly have no inkling in your heart? Jing'an was momentarily rendered speechless, instinctively glancing at Zheng Linglan, noticing a flicker of panic on her face. He comprehended everything in an instant. What a foolish woman. How could she act in such a manner? Qianrou, I will investigate this matter. Now please tell me, what are your intentions upon returning this time? Intentions? Qianrou cast a glance at her half-sister, Qianni, and at Lu Xiuqing, the legitimate second son of the Nguan Marquis, who stood beside her. Witnessing the two exchange flirtatious glances in front of everyone pierced her heart like 1,000 arrows. In her previous life, how foolish she had been to insist on marrying him, only to find herself alone on their wedding night while he dallied with Qianni. She had endured their relentless humiliation, ultimately being pushed into the water to drown. In this lifetime, she would never marry him, no matter what. Qianrou's grip on the memorial tablet tightened. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Taken aback by Qianrou's sudden question, Lu Xiuqing appeared flustered, hastily withdrawing his hand from Qianni's grasp. Today is Mrs. Zheng's birthday. My mother intended to attend. However, she caught a chill a few days ago and feared that the illness might worsen, so she sent me to extend her wishes to Mrs. Zheng. In an instant, the atmosphere around Qianrou turned frigid, her eyes piercing Lu Xiuqing with a sharpness akin to daggers. Ah, Mrs. Zheng? Young Master Lu, has your mind been clouded? In the Su household, my mother is the sole matriarch. How can a mere concubine like Zheng claim the title of madam? Moreover, the intimacy between young Master Lu and Qianni suggests that good fortune may be imminent, does it not? As soon as Qianrou's words left her lips, Jing'an retorted angrily, Qianrou, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xiaoqing wore a scornful expression. Miss Su, it is you with whom I have a betrothal. How dare you slander Qianni in such a manner? In response, Su Qianrou merely smiled, her demeanor unperturbed. Qianni? Oh, young Master Lu, how affectionate you sound. Even more so than I, the fiancé you are pledged to. With each utterance of Qianni and Miss Su, the distinction between nearness and distance became painfully clear, even to a fool. Su Jing'an pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples, a foreboding sensation stirring within him. There was an unsettling feeling that Su Qianrou's return might spell ruin for the Su residents. Qianrou, if young Master Lu and Qianni are truly in love, it would be beneficial for you two sisters to marry him together and care for one another. Is it true, then, that young Master Lu desires to take both wives? Zheng Linglan smirked triumphantly. No, young Master Lu's affections lie solely with Qianni. Should she marry him, she would be a primary wife, and you, the legitimate wife, would not be diminished in status. Su Qianrou's eyes narrowed, her whole being poised like a coiled leopard. Zheng Linglan's words were devoid of reason. A concubine is still a concubine. Even a primary wife is but a concubine in essence. Was Zheng Linglan's intent to elevate her own worth? Rising, Su Qianrou moved to the center of the hall, fixing her gaze upon Su Jing'an. Father, please enlighten me on the nature of Zheng Linglan's status as a wife. Su Jing'an offered an awkward smile. Qianrou, Zheng Linglan has been elevated to the status of primary wife. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou was first taken aback, then erupted into a cold, mocking laughter. Ah, what a fine minister of rights you are, abandoning your devoted first wife without a second thought, yet raising a scheming concubine to the status of primary wife. Have you forgotten your vows? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? If so, let's settle this today. Embracing her mother's memorial tablet, Su Qianrou slowly turned his circle. Mother, behold, these are the people who conspired against you. Since they have shown no humanity, I shall seek justice on your behalf. Turning her gaze back to Su Jing'an, whose anger simmered just beneath the surface, she declared, Father, did you not inquire about my intentions upon my return? Allow me to clarify. I have returned for 3 matters. First, to have my mother's memorial tablet placed in the ancestral hall, with the entire household, including Zheng Linglan, observing mourning for her. Second, to reclaim every piece of my mother's dowry, including the 3 shops she brought with her, which shall be entrusted to me. The profits will belong solely to me, no longer to the family. Third, I wish to annul my engagement with young Master Lu. From this day forth, let our lives be separate, unmarred by each other. The moment Su Qianrou's words were spoken, Zheng Linglan was the first to protest. The wealth of Mu Peilon's dowry made her envious. How could she bear to part with it? Moreover, she had already appropriated a significant amount for herself. As for the 3 shops, they were exceedingly lucrative. She relied on them for the household as finances, and relinquishing them? Absolutely not. You are mistaken in your assertion, Qianrou. Since the dowry and the shop have already entered the Su residence, they belong to the Su family. As a young lady, how can you audaciously demand their return? Su Qianrou scoffed. Is that so? Then what of Aunt Zheng's dowry and shop? Have they been handed over as well? Naturally not, since you refuse to relinquish them. By what right do you monopolize my mother's possessions? You consume what belongs to my mother, adorn yourself with her belongings, and utilize her gifts. It is one thing to lack gratitude, but to shamelessly utter such disgraceful words is beyond comprehension. You are likely unaware of the countless underhanded schemes Aunt Zheng has orchestrated against my mother. You slander. Whether I speak falsely or not is a matter you're all too aware of, Aunt Zheng. Do you not fear my mother seeking you out in your dreams? Su Jing'an could no longer endure the discourse and slammed his palm on the table. Qianrou, have you not caused enough turmoil? Must you turn the household upside down? Su Qianrou cast a cold glance in his direction. This is your father's fault. Who compelled you to wed such a despicable woman? Fueled by rage, Su Jing'an raised his hand to strike Su Qianrou when a chilling voice pierced the air from outside. Stop. Chapter 004. The arrival of the king. Upon hearing the command to halt, Su Jing'an instinctively withdrew his hand, his gaze drawn outward. 3 figures strolled gracefully into the hall. The foremost, a youth barely past his coming of age, possessed a countenance as exquisite as jade. Clad in a dark silk robe, he exuded an air of nobility and grace. This individual was none other than the Qin Sheng Xuanji, the youngest brother of the current emperor. Behind him, 2 guards flanked his sides. As Sheng Xuanji entered, he cast a mocking remark. "Su Darren, what great authority you wield. Who do you intend to strike?" Su Jing'an hurriedly rose from his seat, swiftly approaching. "I was unaware of your highness's arrival and have failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight." Sheng Xuanji waved dismissively. "Is it truly a fault that you were unaware of my visit? However, I have heard that your wife and daughter have returned to the capital, yet cannot even enter your residence. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this, Su Darren?" "Your Highness, you misunderstand. Today is a birthday celebration at our home, and the gate was temporarily unattended." "Are you certain of this, Su Darren?" "I am indeed certain." "Your Highness, please take your seat." To Su Jing'an's surprise, Sheng Xuanji paid no heed to his words and seated himself in the place previously occupied by Su Qianrou. "Su Darren, who is this young lady?" "Your Highness, this is my daughter, Qianrou." "Qianrou, come forth and pay your respects to his Highness." Su Qianrou turned, slightly bending at the waist. "I am unable to perform the full bow. Your Highness, I hope you will pardon my shortcomings." "No matter. Miss Su, do sit down. Standing must be tiresome." "Ah, Miss Su, what is it that you hold?" "It is my mother's memorial tablet." As Su Qianrou took her seat, a sorrowful expression enveloped her face, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes. Observing her plight, Sheng Xuanji felt a pang of empathy in his heart. Such a fine young lady. How could Su Jing'an fail to cherish her? Truly, he was an unworthy father. "Miss Su, when did your mother pass away?" "On the evening of June 16th. "June 16th? Sheng Xuanji glanced at Su Jing'an. "Su Darren, the passing of your esteemed wife is such a significant matter. How is it that you have not mentioned it before?" In that moment, Su Jing'an felt as though he had fallen into a cauldron of hot oil, utterly flustered. "Your Highness, to speak candidly, I only learned of this today." "What? Such a thing occurred?" "Su Darren, you have certainly exceeded my expectations." Sheng Xuanji waved his hand in disdain. "Do not linger before me. Return to your seat. Your presence causes me discomfort." Hearing this, Su Jing'an's face flushed crimson, and he quickly retreated to his seat, thoroughly abashed. Sheng Xuanji regarded Su Qianrou, draped in mourning white and enduring hardship, feeling an indescribable sorrow. "Miss Su, should you have any concerns, do not hesitate to share. Perhaps I may be of assistance." Lowering her gaze, Su Qianrou replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness. I shall manage my affairs independently and do not wish to trouble you." "Very well, then I shall refrain from further inquiry. However, I find myself quite bored today and seek a place bustling with activity. Miss Su, feel free to attend to your matters. I shall remain here to listen." Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou felt a clarity in her heart. It seemed that the king of Qin was evidently determined to take a stand for her. In her previous life, the king had led his troops to victory at the borders, decimating the enemy and earning the title of the god of war of Nansha. Unfortunately, he was relentlessly suppressed by the emperor, leaving him disheartened and ultimately leading to his untimely demise through foul play. She had no prior connection with him. Yet, in this life, it was unexpected that the king would protect her in such a manner. Since her mother's passing, it was the first time Su Qianrou felt the warmth of being safeguarded by another. "Respect is less than obedience," she declared. "Your Highness, I shall begin." "Very well. With me here, you need not fear," said Sheng Xuanji. At his words, Su Qianrou nearly shed tears. The king assured her that fear was unnecessary. Heaven knows how terrified she was when her mother departed, terrified that no one would care for her warmth, that no one would ask if her porridge was warm. Those 4 words, "Do not be afraid," should have been spoken by her father. Yet, he not only refrained from uttering them, but raised his hand high instead. Looking at Sheng Xuanji, Su Qianrou sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness." Sheng Xuanji did not respond verbally, but merely shook his head gently. "Miss Su, if thanks are to be given, it should be I expressing gratitude to you." Su Qianrou composed herself and returned to the 3 issues at hand. "Father, before His Highness, let us settle things clearly. First, my mother's tablet must be placed in the ancestral hall, and the entire household shall observe mourning for her, including Concubine Zheng. Will you agree to this, father?" "I will agree." "Now for the second issue. return my mother's dowry in full, and allow me to manage her 3 dowry shops, with the profits no longer reverting to the public treasury. Will you agree to this, father? Su Jing'an felt a surge of anger within. The audacious girl. The household's significant expenses relied heavily on her mother's 3 shops. If she simply demanded them back, where would the household funds come from? However, if he refused, the king was present. The esteemed Su household relying on the dowry shops for expenses would surely invite ridicule if word got out. It seemed that even if it pained him, he had to acquiesce. Qianrou, your father agrees. No, I do not consent. Upon hearing Su Jing'an's agreement, Zheng Linglong immediately interjected without hesitation. Master, the lady has passed. Her dowry and shops belong to the public treasury. A young lady who has not yet been married demanding them back. What is this? Sheng Xuanji's gaze turned icy at her words, and he was about to speak when he noticed Su Qianrou had already retorted. Thus, he retracted the imposing aura he had just exuded, narrowing his eyes instead. Very well. He would play the role of an invisible man and listen to how Miss Su would respond. Su Qianrou keenly sensed the shift but was too preoccupied to pay it heed, focusing solely on confronting Zheng Linglong. Concubine Zheng, the dowry is private property, and others have no right to interfere. When a woman passes, her dowry belongs to her children, and others similarly have no authority to intervene. My mother has passed away. Her remains still uncooled, yet Aunt Zheng clings tenaciously to my mother's dowry and shop. Do you intend to line your own pockets? Or perhaps utilize the profits from my mother's dowry and shop for expenditures within the household? Or does Aunt Zheng wish to claim these for herself, so that she may provide for your daughter's marriage or your son's wedding in the future? Su Qianrou's words left Zheng Linglong utterly speechless, her face turning a deep shade of liver. Qianrou, at such a tender age, how can you speak with such a lack of refinement? My dear sir, do listen. Are these the words befitting a young lady raised in seclusion? Su Jing'an cast a disapproving glance at Zheng Linglong. What a fool. Could she not see the Prince of Qin seated there? Why provoke such ill fortune? Before Su Jing'an could voice his thoughts, Su Qianrou had already interjected. Father, you cannot side with Aunt Zheng today. This is a matter you must not take upon yourself. Su Qianrou regarded Zheng Linglong with cold disdain, her contempt unmistakable. Aunt Zheng, you are correct. I indeed lack refinement. As the saying goes, if a child is uneducated, the fault lies with the father. I was born of a mother, but without a father to instruct me, my lack of upbringing is to be expected. As for not being a young lady nurtured in seclusion, you are right again. For I was sent to the countryside at the tender age of 11, where was the opportunity to be raised in a sheltered environment. Thus, Aunt Zheng, these words are directed at you, and they bear no flaw. Chapter 005. Annulment of engagement upon hearing Su Qianrou's words. Sheng Xuanji felt as though he had encountered a divine melody, his entire being enveloped in comfort. It must be said that Miss Su possessed an extraordinary gift of persuasion. She could inflict harm, yet leave no room for reproach. Such exhilaration was truly unparalleled. Sheng Xuanji silently commended Su Qianrou, while the others in the room were decidedly displeased. Old Madame Su's anger was palpable, her face contorted and her hands trembling uncontrollably. Qianrou, you unfilial daughter, how can you speak of your father in such a manner before the prince? Are you not afraid of divine retribution or the scorn of the masses? Sheng Xuanji interjected, indignant. Old madam, your words are quite misplaced. What do you mean by divine retribution? In my opinion, as a grandmother, your lack of affection is what truly deserves condemnation. Though I am reluctant to involve myself in your family matters, fate has conspired to place me here today. How could I possibly remain aloof? I am benevolent at heart, and shall take it upon myself to assist in resolving this domestic strife. Lord Su, do you acquiesce? Su Jing's frustration simmered within. Your Highness, was this truly by chance? You are clearly here to provoke us, are you not? And as for your supposed benevolence, I hardly covet your assistance. Yet, these words he dared not utter aloud. He kept them confined to his thoughts. Your Highness's goodwill is indeed a treasure that I cannot refuse. Very well, I shall play the role of mediator. Sheng Xuanji's gaze shifted to Zheng Linglong, his expression growing icy. Madame Zheng, as a concubine, you must adhere to the principles befitting your status. Your Highness, The master has elevated me to the rank of primary wife, Zheng replied. Sheng Xuanji's eyes widened in disbelief. A primary wife is still a concubine. Is that understood? Yes, I understand. Good. Madame Zheng, according to the laws of our dynasty, the dowry and properties belonging to Madame Su should rightfully be bestowed upon Miss Su. I fail to comprehend why, despite Lord Su's agreement, you continue to obstruct this rightful transfer. Are you asserting that within the Su residence, you, Madame Zheng, wield authority over Lord Su? Or is it true, as Miss Su has suggested, that you are misappropriating Madame Su's dowry for your own gain? Sheng Xuanji's words not only reaffirmed Su Qianrou's sentiments, but also escalated the situation. Zheng Linglan was left in a state of shock, her countenance paling as she felt the weight of his words. Your Highness, I am being wronged. I merely believe that Qianrou is still too young. It would be inappropriate to place such a burden upon her, which is why I intervened. Yes, you. I harbor no ulterior motives. Is that so? If there are no ulterior motives, Lord Su, can we not resolve this matter? Su Jing nodded. Indeed, this matter can be resolved. Sheng Xuanji turned to Su Qianrou. Miss Su, the second issue has been acquiesced to by Lord Su. Please present your third issue. Certainly. For my third issue, I shall annul my engagement to young Master Lu today. Henceforth, we shall have no further connections. Unacceptable. I do not consent. Lu Xiuqing exclaimed. Frustration etched upon his brow as he stood abruptly. Miss Su, we were betrothed as children. You returned from Jiangnan only to demand an annulment? You possess no sense of shame, yet I still cling to mine. This marriage cannot be rescinded. Rescinded? Lu Gongzi, have you not reflected upon your own character? How foolish I must be to consider marrying a heartless and scrupulous rogue such as yourself. Su Qianrou remained seated, yet her aura radiated an icy chill. Lu Gongzi, how could you claim that we were betrothed since childhood? Yet when I returned from Jiangnan, clutching my mother's tablet, you were preoccupied with celebrating Su Qian's mother's birthday. Have you ever uttered a single word of comfort to me? You have not, for your affections lie solely with Su Qian. Despite our engagement, you chose to sit beside her, even covertly holding her hand. Lu Gongzi, you address her as Qian while referring to me as Miss Su. Is it not glaringly obvious where your heart truly belongs? If that is the case, why must we persist in maintaining this hollow betrothal? Annulment would benefit Yumi, and your beloved Su Qian would not? No, this marriage cannot be annulled. Lu Xiuqing's cheeks flushed with indignation. Su Qianrou, as a woman, do you not feel a sense of shame uttering the words annul the marriage? If it is to be annulled, it must be I who does so. It is I who finds you unworthy, and it is I who shall not marry you. Why should it be you who decides to withdraw? Today, whether you like it or not, this marriage shall be annulled. Regardless, I, Su Qianrou, shall never set foot into the Lu residence. Su Qianrou, you are being excessively unreasonable. It is you who oversteps, Lu Xiuqing. Su Qianrou and Lu Xiuqing remained steadfast, while Su Jing'an felt his heart nearly leap from his chest in frustration. Qianrou, can you not temper your words? This marriage was established many years prior. How can it simply be annulled? Upon hearing this, Sheng Xuanji grew displeased. Lu Xiuqing is clearly not a virtuous man. The annulment of this engagement would be most advantageous for Miss Su. Su Darren, how can this marriage not be annulled? In my view, it should be annulled post-haste to spare Miss Su from the disgrace of such clandestine dealings. At this juncture, Su Jing'an could no longer contain himself. Your Highness, it is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. Why, then, do you support Qianrou's annulment? If not to assist her, would you rather aid a dandy who harbors feelings for another? Su Darren, marriage is a significant commitment. Can you truly bear to witness Miss Su leap into the flames? Lu Xiuqing's neck stiffened, clearly unwilling to accept this. Your Highness, my Guohou residence is a reputable family, and Xiuqing is a cultured and respectful individual. Although you hold the esteemed title of prince, it is unjust to malign an honorable man. Malign an honorable man? Is Lu Gongzi truly an honorable man? Sheng Xuanji scrutinized Lu Xiuqing thoroughly. It is peculiar. Despite having encountered countless individuals, I find myself unable to discern a single redeeming quality in Lu Gongzi. Instead, I observe a trifling of anger, a trifling of resentment, a trifling of disloyalty, and a hint of hollow bravado. Lu Gongzi, perhaps you might explain the situation? Lu Xiuqing's face flushed with anger, his chest heaving with indignation. Yet he dared not act out. Your Highness, annulling the engagement is a grave matter. Xiuqing cannot decide alone and must inform his parents. Indeed, you're not in a position to decide, the prince replied. Minister Su, where is the marriage contract between them? Allow me to examine it. Su Jing'an hesitated slightly. Your Highness, what do you mean? It is nothing. I merely wish to take a glance. Yes, I shall retrieve it at once. Before long, Su Jing'an returned with a marriage contract between Su Qianrou and Lu Xiuqing. Your Highness, here it is. Sheng Xuanji took the document, scrutinizing it thoroughly before turning to Su Qianrou. Miss Su, do you truly wish to dissolve your engagement with young Master Lu? Indeed. You have no regrets? None. Very well. Since Miss Su is resolute in her decision, I shall take it upon myself to act on your behalf today. With that, Sheng Xuanji tore the marriage contract in half with a decisive rip. Young Master Lu has shown neither affection nor devotion towards Miss Su. Today, I shall personally annul this engagement on her behalf. Do you have any objections, young Master Lu? Lu Xiuqing was left utterly astonished. He had witnessed audacious maneuvers before, but nothing quite like this. It was simply unprecedented. Your Highness, I refuse to accept this. Refuse? Endure it. Chapter 006. Entering the ancestral hall, Sheng Xuanji cast a cold, disdainful glance at Lu Xiuqing, his eyes brimming with contempt. Do you think, Lu Xiuqing, that this prince is merely a decorative presence here? Xiuqing dared not respond. Dare not? I see you're quite bold. Sheng Xuanji continued. Miss Su has traveled a great distance, carrying her mother's memorial tablet back to the capital. As her future husband, you have offered not a single word of comfort, but instead chose to sit with that Su Qianni. Just moments ago, I observed the two of you exchanging glances and even discreetly clasping hands. Do you think I am blind to your clandestine actions? You exhibit neither affection nor intent towards Miss Su. Why then, do you refuse to agree to the annulment of your engagement? Is it for the sake of so-called face? Or was there some ulterior motive? I would not mind addressing this matter before the Duke and even the Emperor. Sheng Xuanji's words left Lu Xiuqing drenched in cold sweat. Your Highness, I assure you, I have no intention of annulling the engagement. There are no other reasons. Occupying another's nest. What is there to be so unwilling about? Today, I shall assist you in dissolving this marriage. Should you trouble Miss Su in the future, know that I will not let you off lightly. Lu Xiuqing, filled with shame and anger, found himself powerless, suffering a bitter defeat. I understand. That is good to hear. Sheng Xuanji then turned to Su Jing'an. Minister Su, do you have any objections? Su Jing'an seethed inwardly. Having already torn up the marriage contract and reached this juncture, how could he dare voice any dissent? Your Highness, I have no objections. Very well. Miss Su, do you have any further matters to attend to? Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. With the engagement annulled, there is no need for you to trouble yourself further. Upon hearing this, Sheng Xuanji turned to his aide, Yi Lingfeng. Do I have any other engagements today? As astute as he was, Yi Lingfeng immediately grasped his lord's intentions. Without hesitation, he replied, Your Highness, there are no other arrangements. Excellent. Since there are no plans, I shall personally witness Miss Su complete the remaining matters, to ensure she is not left vulnerable to bullying. Sheng with his declaration momentarily stand Su Qianrou. She could not fathom why the prince would go to such lengths to assist her. Your Highness, you are a person of high status. I truly cannot impose upon you. Gazing at the sorrowful yet resolute expression of Su Qianrou, Sheng Xuanji felt an unexpected softness in his heart. Even his previously icy demeanor softened into warmth. Miss Su, there is no need for such formality. As a prince, it is my duty to care for the hardships of the people. Since I have encountered this situation, how could I abandon it midway? Su Jing'an felt a bitter pang in his heart, akin to consuming a bitter herb. Your Highness, you have personally torn up the marriage contract, yet are unwilling to relent. Do you wish to create chaos in the Su household? At that moment, the elderly lady, Su, could no longer bear to watch. Your Highness, it is time to bring Mu's memorial tablet to the morning hall. This is a matter for our family, and we do not wish to trouble you. Su Qianrou understood that her family did not desire the prince's presence here. He has already rendered himself a significant service, and there is truly no reason to allow others to interfere. The prince's kindness is etched deeply in Qianrou's heart. However, the road ahead is long, and Qianrou must progress step by step. Your Highness, please take your leave. Observing Thuis Frizalud Gaze. Sheng Xuanji silently applauded her in his heart. This young lady of the Su family is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also poised and dignified. Decisive in her actions and unafraid of adversity. She is indeed an admirable woman. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. However, Miss Su, I have left Yi Lingfeng in your care. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command him. Yes, Qianrou expresses her gratitude to the prince. There is no need for Miss Su to be overly courteous. Lingfeng, serve Miss Su diligently and expedite the completion of the remaining tasks. Should you encounter any difficulties, report to me immediately. Yes, your subordinate will comply. Sheng Xuanji departed with his guard, Chunze, leaving everyone to exchange glances with Yi Lingfeng, who remained by Su Qianrou's side. My word, the prince's intentions are blatantly clear in leaving him behind. With him by Su Qianrou's side, how can anyone else act freely? Understanding their gazes, Su Qianrou was fully aware. Yet, the pressing matters at hand demanded her attention, leaving no room for other concerns. Father, it is time to invite my mother's tablet into the ancestral hall. Very well. Everyone proceed to the ancestral hall. With a command from Su Jing'an, all except for the elderly matriarch hurried to the hall, Yi Lingfeng included. However, upon reaching the ancestral hall, he respectfully stationed himself outside. Inside the hall, Su Qianrou reverently placed her mother's tablet in position, then knelt on the ground as tears streamed down her face. Behind her, Zheng Linglan, along with her son Su Chengyuan, daughter Su Qianyi, as well as Aunt Zhou and her two children, all knelt in unison. Su Jing'an stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the tablet of his deceased wife, his eyes involuntarily reddening. Although he had devoted his affections to Zheng Linglan over the years, a fragment of genuine sentiment for Mu Pei Lan remained. All bowed their heads in silence, listening to Su Qianrou's quiet lamentations. Mother, today marks the 17th day since your departure from Qianrou. At last, I have brought your tablet back to the ancestral hall. Mother, we spent 5 years together in Jiangnan. During those years, no one from the household visited you, nor did you return home. Because, Mother, no one cared for you, and neither did I. Mother, I know these years have broken your heart. Thus, before you left, you expressed a preference to be a wandering spirit rather than return to this filthy place. Yet, Mother, this is Su Manor. You are the matriarch of Su Manor, and I am the legitimate eldest daughter. How can we not come back? Therefore, I have brought you home. Mother, as I return to the manor today, I finally comprehend the meaning of the filth you spoke of. Yet here, there are remnants of you. These possessions belong to you, and they're also mine. I was unable to protect you, so I shall fight fiercely to safeguard your belongings. Mother, if you are aware in the afterlife, please do not blame Qianrou. For I am a piece of you, and if I do not raise my voice for you, there will truly be no one left to care for you in Su Manor. Mother, Qianrou shall forever remember that stormy night of June 16th. The tempest raged, with thunder crashing and lightning flashing, as the heavens mercilessly took you away. From that moment on, there was no place in this world where Qianrou could find warmth. Mother, in these days, are you feeling lonely and wronged? Fear not, for the ancestors of the Su family are here. When you have the time, share the grievances of these years with them. Qianrou believes that the ancestors of the Su family are wise and just, and would never indulge the wicked and ungrateful. Mother, do not be afraid. In my youth, I was naive, but now I have grown and learned how to protect myself. Rest assured, everything that belongs to you, Mother, Qianrou will surely reclaim without fail. Listening to Qianrou's lament, Su Jing'an initially felt a wave of sadness. Yet, as he continued to listen, an increasing unease settled within him. This girl truly has a bold spirit. Chapter 007. It's you upon exiting the ancestral hall, the group returned to the reception room. Su Qianrou, straightforward as ever, posed her final inquiry. Father, regarding my mother's dowry and the shops, I must insist that you hand them over to me now. Su Jing'an's countenance darkened, and he felt an internal turmoil brewing. Qianrou, must you cling to this matter upon your return? What do you mean by that, father? You clearly agreed in front of the prince before. Why the reluctance now? Are you suggesting your word holds no weight, that you wish to retract it? Casting a glance at Yi Lingfeng standing behind Su Qianrou, Su Jing'an pondered how reckless it was to play one role before the Qin Wang and another behind his back. In Nansha, who was unaware of the Qin Wang's formidable reputation, even the current emperor tread carefully around him. What good could come to me if I provoke him? Qianrou, I certainly stand by my word. It's merely that after your arduous journey, I wish for you to rest before we discuss further. No need for that. The prince awaits a response from Guardian Yi. I cannot keep him waiting. Turning to her father and Zheng Yinyang, she insisted, let us begin. Seeing Su Qianrou's determination, Zheng Linglan's demeanor turned icy. Qianrou, you return and immediately demand your mother's dowry and the shops. After all these years, who even recalls the details of your mother's dowry? And what the 3 shops? Surely, they require some deliberation. A cold smile graced Su Qianrou's lips. Zheng Yinyang, your concern is unwarranted. The list of my mother's dowry has been meticulously preserved. Grandma Gao, please retrieve the dowry list. Understood. Grandma Gao reached into her bosom, producing a brocade pouch. Upon opening it, she extracted a thickly folded list and handed it to Su Qianrou. Father, Zheng Yinyang, this is my mother's dowry list. With it, I can reclaim my mother's belongings from the storeroom. As for the 3 shops, there is no need for Zheng Yinyang's worries. All I require is for you to summon the shopkeepers with their ledgers. Everything else will fall into place. Father, with Guardian Yi as witness, let us proceed to the storeroom to retrieve my mother's dowry. Su Jing'an felt an oppressive weight in his chest, a suffocating sensation that nearly brought him to the brink of despair. Qianrou, there is no need for haste. In this Su residence, no one would dare to pilfer your mother's dowry. However, tell me, where do you intend to store these items once retrieved? Of course, in the orchid courtyard where my mother and I previously resided. Have you given the orchid courtyard to someone else? At a loss for words, Su Jing'an lowered his gaze, unsure of how to respond. Zheng Linglan, witnessing this, felt a pang of frustration. My lord, why hesitate to speak? Indeed, Su Qianrou, the orchid courtyard is currently occupied. After your mother departed for several years, it would be a waste for the courtyard to remain unused, so I arranged for someone to reside there. Who? Why? It is Qianni. Very well. Su Qianrou seethed, uttering the words with fervor, then swung her arm, delivering a resounding slap across Zheng Linglan's face. Instantly, a vivid red imprint blossomed upon Zheng Linglan's cheek. Zheng Linglan was utterly bewildered, clutching her swollen face in a fit of rage. You struck me? How dare you lay a hand on me? Indeed, it was you who was struck. The Lan Yuan was the domain of the matriarch of the Su family, where both my mother and I resided. You silently allowed your daughter to inhabit this space. Does that not imply that you have resigned yourself to the notion that my mother will never return? Or perhaps you believe that my mother met her demise at your hands. Zheng Ani, I now possess ample reason to suspect that all 6 letters I sent home were intercepted by you without exception. You speak nonsense. How can you so vilely slander my mother? Su Qianni and Su Qingyuan advanced towards Su Qianrou, their demeanor brimming with hostility, as though a physical confrontation were imminent. Observing this, Yi Lingfeng swiftly drew his sword, positioning himself protectively beside Su Qianrou. The gleaming blade glinted ominously before them, causing Su Qianni and Su Qingyuan to halt in their tracks, albeit their tongues remained unyielding, incessantly berating Su Qianrou. Even Su Jing'an displayed evident irritation upon his countenance. Su Qianrou let out a cold, derisive laugh, her eyes filled with disdain. Ah, what a collective of shameless brigands. You all present a fade of propriety while indulging in the most sordid of deeds behind closed doors. You pilfer from others, and yet have the audacity to feign righteousness. A mere concubine dares to covet the position of the matriarch, allowing Su Qianni, a daughter born of a concubine, to reside in my mother's quarters. Let's not forget, a crow remains a crow. regardless of its perch upon a branch. It shall never transform into a phoenix. And you, Su Qianni and Su Qingyuan, as offspring of a concubine, aspire to ascend above me. The legitimate daughter? Previously, my mother treated you with kindness, which led to your overstepping your bounds. Today I declare, as long as I, Su Qianrou, remain within the Su residence, you shall forever be regarded as mere illegitimate children. Su Qianni, you have half an hour to vacate Lanyuan. Otherwise, I shall have your belongings unceremoniously cast out. Su Qianni seethed with indignation. You wouldn't dare. Oh, but I would. Su Qianni cast a pleading glance towards Su Jing'an. Father, Qianni does not wish to leave. Su Qianrou's gaze was icy as she retorted. Su Qianni, you must depart. Su Jing'an shifted his gaze between Su Qianni and Su Qianrou, finally resting upon Yi Lingfeng, who stood ready with sword drawn. Lanyuan belongs to the mistress and Qianrou. Qianni, you must vacate. But father, no buts. Depart at once. Su Qianni bit her lip. Very well, I shall leave. As Su Qianni exited, Zheng Linglan, still nursing her bruised face, glared at Su Jing'an in indignation. Master, shall I simply endure this slap without consequence? Su Jing'an, brimming with pent-up frustration, shot back. Well should be done. That is Peilon and Qianrou's domain. I initially forbade your presence there, yet you would not heed my words. Now, having stirred up trouble, can you truly place the blame elsewhere? Yet she had no right to strike me. She struck you, and what of it? Can the pain be excised? Witnessing Zheng Linglan's humiliation, Su Qianrou silently reveled in the moment. Now you comprehend the sting of pain. Alas, it is too late. The manner in which you initially seized the courtyard shall now dictate how it is returned to you. Merely inflicting pain upon the face is insufficient. You must also endure the torment of your heart, liver, and eyes. Father, Aunt Zheng, please proceed to the storeroom to retrieve my mother's dowry. Upon hearing the mention of the dowry, Zheng Linglan's heart immediately twisted in anguish. Compared to Su Qianni's departure from Lanyuan, receiving a slap to the face pales in significance. This is truly the gravest concern. However, observing the cold demeanor of Su Qianrou and Yi Lingfeng, who had just sheathed the sword, Zheng Linglan found herself compelled to acquiesce. Very well, I shall go to the storeroom. Wait, father. Please send someone to notify the managers of those 3 shops, instructing them to bring their ledgers to meet with me. As soon as Su Qianrou uttered these words, Su Jing'an felt a surge of fury rising to his head. Qianrou, oh Qianrou, do you truly wish to bring about your father's demise? Chapter 008. Moving the dowry upon arriving at the storeroom, Su Qianrou instructed old Madame Gao to hold the dowry list and methodically compare it with the items, just as Steward Gao had done, directing the servants to bring them out one by one. Soon, the floor was covered with a vast array of items. As they continued their verification, Steward Gao discovered discrepancies. Not only were some pieces of jewelry missing, but several precious gems and jade artifacts had also vanished. Old Madame Gao approached Su Qianrou. Miss, the remaining jewelry and jade artifacts are all missing. We have searched the storeroom thoroughly, yet they are nowhere to be found. Missing? These items did not grow legs. Could they have flown away on their own? Su Qianrou's gaze swept across Zheng Linglan, observing the fleeting panic that crossed her face. Her heart filled with clarity. Father, who typically holds the key to the storeroom, in the hands of your Aunt Zheng. I suspected as much. Aunt Zheng, pray tell, where have the missing jewelry and jade artifacts gone? Zheng Linglan rolled her eyes. I know nothing of it. When I took charge, those items were already gone. Su Qianrou was nearly laughing in frustration. Aunt Zheng, must you play the thief who cries out stop thief? The dowry list is not in your possession. So how could you possibly know what is missing? Are you, perhaps, endowed with foresight? You, do not slander me unjustly. In any case, I did not take them. Did not take them? Very well. We must adhere to the principle of evidence. Then I implore you, Aunt Zheng, to open your private storehouse and allow everyone to see if those items have clandestinely found their way into your possession. Investigate my private storehouse? Not a chance. Not a chance? Then we shall find another way, be it through the window or by breaking down the door. In any case, I am determined to inspect your private storehouse today. Zheng Linglan, in a fit of desperation, turned to Su Jing'an. Master, I am, after all, Qianrou's aunt. Will you stand by idly while she humiliates me in this manner? Su Jing'an sighed deeply. I would intervene if I could, but in the current situation, even my intervention would be powerless. Besides, you have pilfered Peilon's dowry once or twice. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Now that the matter is exposed. Given Qianrou's temperament, it would be strange if she did not uncover the entire truth. This is wholly of your own making. You deserve it. Linglan, since Qianrou wishes to investigate, let her proceed. Open your private storehouse, and no one shall impede her. At this, Zheng Linglan was genuinely alarmed. Master, Su Jing'an shot her a stern look. What are you shouting for? Steward Gao, take the young lady to Aunt Zheng's private storehouse. Linglan, stop dawdling and go at once. Seeing that the situation was beyond salvage, Zheng Linglan gritted her teeth and proceeded to her private storehouse, her heart pounding erratically, filled with trepidation. Upon reaching the entrance, she trembled as she unlocked the door. Old Madame Gao, holding the dowry list, entered alongside Steward Gao. A quarter of an hour later, the servants began to emerge one by one, carrying various items: jade bracelets, hair ornaments, jade hairpins, and many other precious jewels and artifacts. In total, there were 35 pieces. Su Jing'an was left utterly astonished. All along, he had been aware that Zheng Linglan was secretly taking Mu Peilon's dowry, but he had never imagined she had taken so many. In front of so many witnesses, she felt utterly humiliated. Observing these incidents, Su Qianrou's heart ached with a blend of bitterness and resentment. If Zheng Linglan dared to claim her mother's dowry as her own, what else would she not attempt? The memory of the dark yellow blood that oozed from her mother's lips at the time of her passing sent a chill through Su Qianrou's heart. Instinctively, she sensed that her mother's death was far from simple. It seemed imperative to conduct a discreet investigation. However, for now, she needed to confront Aunt Zheng with firm resolve. Aunt Zheng, please enlighten everyone on how my mother's dowry ended up in your private treasury. Did it sprout legs, or perhaps grow wings? I'm a loss. You are at a loss? Could it be that it arrived of its own accord? How am I to know? Perhaps someone has framed you. Framed me? Zheng Linglan retorted. Is framing someone about gifting them jewelry? Is it about presenting them with precious gems? How is it that such fortune has not come my way? Aunt Zheng, I dare you to frame me. Indeed, I took these items, what of it? Zheng Linglan suddenly exclaimed, as if possessed. Su Qianrou, these treasures are indeed mine. Are you satisfied now? I fail to comprehend why your mother, a mere daughter of a general's household, possesses a dowry greater than mine, the daughter of a duke. Is it solely because she is a legitimate daughter and I an illegitimate one? With your mother gone, I could not bear to see her dowry. Why should she have what I do not? I shall take it. I shall claim it as my own. With a swift motion, Su Qianrou raised her arm and delivered a resounding slap across Zheng Linglan's face. Aunt Zheng, I never anticipated you could be so despicable. Must you forcibly seize what belongs to others? How is that different from being a bandit? Why is your dowry lacking? Beyond the distinction of legitimacy, have you ever considered other reasons? The path beneath our feet is forged step by step. One's character is accumulated day by day. If you have not laid down a proper path for yourself or built a commendable reputation, what grounds do you have to covet such treasures? Your envy and jealousy cannot justify your usurpation of my mother's dowry. Aunt Zheng, this matter cannot end here. Gao Mama, go report this to the authorities. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Gao Mama handed the dowry list to Su Qianrou before turning to leave. Zheng Linglan, alarmed, cried out, Master, stop her. She must not report this to the authorities. Su Jing'an, consumed by a tempest of emotions, positioned himself in front of Gao Mama. You must not go. Su Qianrou scoffed disdainfully. Father, are you blatantly intending to protect Aunt Zheng? Suppressing his ire towards Zheng Linglan, Su Jing'an endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. Of course not. Aunt Zheng's seizing of your mother's dowry is indefensible. However, we should resolve this matter privately. If it escalates to the authorities, it will only serve to bring ridicule upon us. Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the Su family? Father, you are overthinking. Each of you harbors ingratitude, theft of property, usurpation, and clandestine affairs. I pose a simple question. Do you still have the audacity? Su Qianrou's words caused Su Jing'an's face to darken as if ink might drip from it. Qianrou, please stop this nonsense. I beg you, spare everyone. Spare you? Then why did you refuse to spare my mother in the first place? She spent 5 years in Jiangnan, only to die far from home. Father, can you justify your actions towards her? I returned with my mother's tablet, waiting anxiously outside the gate. Yet, you all busied yourselves celebrating Zheng Yingyang's birthday. I truly feel for my mother. Why did she selflessly save you? Had she not, perhaps she would not have suffered so deeply, nor would she have left me so soon. Father, I ask you, who truly possesses a heart of stone, and who is truly causing the chaos? Chapter 009. Losing both the wife and the soldiers upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, Su Jing'an found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond. 14-year-old Su Qingyuan sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly knelt before Su Qianrou, pleading, "Sister, mother has erred. She will not repeat her mistakes. I implore you to show mercy and spare her." He tugged at Zheng Linglan's garment, urging, "Mother, please say something," realizing the futility of stubbornness. Zheng Linglan acknowledged the necessity of submission. "Qianrou, I have been foolish. I was wrong. I beseech you to spare me for the sake of Qianni and Chengyuan. I promise to treat you well from now on. Treat me well? There is no need for such courtesy. I, Su Qianrou, cannot afford it." Seeing Su Qianrou's refusal to relent, Zheng Linglan quickly cast a pleading glance at Su Jing'an. With no other options, he steeled himself once more. "Qianrou, the lost items have been recovered. Shall we consider this matter settled?" He suggested. "If you truly send Aunt Zheng to the authorities, not only will the reputation of the Su family be tarnished, but how will your sisters manage to marry?" Unmoved, Su Qianrou did not even bother to lift her eyelids. "Father, reputation is earned, not bestowed. If someone neglects their own honor, what can I do? However, if you wish for me to spare Aunt Zheng, I could consider it." A flicker of hope ignited in Su Jing'an's heart. "Qianrou, are you genuinely willing to let her off? I can refrain from reporting her to the authorities. However, wrongdoings must be met with consequences, especially in the case of such a serious offense as theft. And what punishment do you propose?" "Quite simple. Aunt Zheng has stolen 35 of my mother's treasures. Hence, she must compensate me for their full value." Zheng Linglan turned pale, nearly collapsing at the weight of the revelation. "I possess no such treasures. I cannot compensate. Cannot compensate? Then let it be converted to silver." "What? Convert to cash? This, miss, since you have recovered your belongings, must you pursue this matter further?" Su Qianrou remained impassive. "If you refuse to convert it to cash, I shall report you. And no, I will pay. I will pay. Is that not sufficient?" Zheng Linglan lamented, tears welling up as she dreaded the thought of silver slipping away from her own purse. After all the turmoil, she was left with nothing but losses. When the head steward arrived with a group of servants to transport Mu Peilon's dowry and the silver Zheng Linglan owed back to Lan Yuan, Su Qianni had nearly finished her own preparations. The two sisters crossed paths at the door. In that fleeting moment, Su Qianni glared at Su Qianrou in anger and humiliation. "Sister, you are quite formidable today. Are you not afraid of encountering ghosts on your way home?" Su Qianrou responded with a cold smile. "Indeed, I am quite formidable today. Qianni, wait and see. You will have your share of trials ahead. As for ghosts, my heart is at peace, and thus no specter can approach me. Yet you, harboring dark thoughts, may find that spirits seek you out. Be cautious when you venture out. Rest assured, sister, I shall be fine. Sister, may your journey be smooth." Accompanied by Kai Lian and the elderly Madame Gao, Su Qianrou traversed the entirety of the orchid courtyard. Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng maintained a respectful distance, following closely beside her. Su Qianrou instructed Madame Gao to oversee the servants as they transported her mother's dowry into the western storeroom, securing it with a lock. Once everything was in order, Steward Gao arrived, leading 3 shopkeepers, each followed by an accountant, each cradling a hefty stack of ledger books. The sight of those ledgers made Yi Lingfeng feel overwhelmed. How long would Miss Su need to examine such a multitude of accounts? He genuinely felt for her plight. Seated calmly, Su Qianrou observed as they placed the ledgers upon the table before her. "Esteemed shopkeepers, you have all been brought here by my mother from the general's estate. I appreciate your hard work over the years. I trust that life has not been easy for you during my mother's absence in Jiangnan. However, I have returned, and the shops are once again under my stewardship. From this moment forth, I hope we can work together in harmony to enhance the prosperity of our establishments. Only in this way can I ensure my mother's peace in the afterlife. I will review these ledgers, but I'm certain I will have many questions. I kindly ask that you be readily available to assist me as needed. Now, please proceed to inform me of the status of each shop. Yes, Mississippi. Thus, Zhou Quan, the shopkeeper of Hongfu Silk Store, Zhang Changgue, the shopkeeper of Dingxiang Tea House, and Lu Han Han, the shopkeeper of Piaoxiang Lu. Each took turns to present the operational conditions of their respective establishments. Subsequently, the accountants briefly outlined the profitability and account situations of the shops. Having listened to their reports, Qianrou felt reassured. Fortunately, although Aunt Zheng had misappropriated the profits over the years, it was gratifying to note that the shops were performing well, especially Piaoxiang Lu, which was thriving splendidly. I now have a general understanding of the shop's conditions. As of today, these establishments no longer belong to the public domain. All matters concerning the shops should be communicated directly to me. Shopkeepers Zhou, Zhang, and Lu, I ask that you provide me with updates on the business status every 10 days. If time permits, I will personally visit to review. Li Accountant, Ding Accountant, Song Accountant. Please place these ledgers here for now. I will examine them one by one. Tomorrow, I will commence with Hongfu Silk Store. Li Accountant, if you are available tomorrow afternoon, please come by. Understood. Just as Li Jinfeng acknowledged, Qianrou suddenly furrowed her brow. No, I must visit the general's estate tomorrow. Li Accountant, perhaps you could come the day after instead. The rest of you may hold for now. Yes, we shall follow the young lady's arrangements. As they withdrew, Qianrou's gaze fell upon Yi Lingfeng standing at the doorway, and she felt a sudden pang of embarrassment. Yi Guardian, my apologies for neglecting you amidst my bustling affairs. Yi Lingfeng offered a gentle smile. At the behest of the prince, I naturally shall do what is required. Miss Su, you need not be overly courteous. While such words may be spoken, Miss Qianrou harbors a certain unease in her heart, having received such immense favor from the prince. Guard ye, there is nothing further for me here. Please return and report to the prince. Very well, I shall take my leave. As Yi Lingfeng departed, Qianrou leaned back in her chair and wearily closed her eyes. Kai Lian, observing her fatigue, promptly approached. Placing her hands upon Qianrou's temples and beginning to massage them gently. As she worked, concern etched across her face, she murmured, Miss, you must be utterly exhausted. How is it that in this entire household, there is not a single soul to ease your burdens? We have scarcely returned to the residence, and troubles present themselves one after another. If it were anyone else, they would surely be overwhelmed. Old Granny Gao approached, shaking her head with a deep sigh. Miss, how is it that the once harmonious Su residence has descended into such chaos? If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the Su household faces decline. Perhaps decline would be preferable. Were it not for seeking justice for my mother, I would desire to leave this Su residence immediately. As the three of them conversed, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 010. The iron tree blossoms. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, old Madame Gao promptly stepped outside. A group of individuals approached, with a woman in her 30s at the center, clad in a pale blue dress. Adorning her hair was a single hairpin, accompanied by a white flower. Beside her stood a young girl of about 13 or 14, also dressed in pale blue, with a white flower pinned in her hair. Following them were several maidservants, each carrying bedding. Recognizing them, old Madame Gao realized that the woman in the center was Lady Zhou Sujin, the concubine of Su Jing'an, and the young girl was her daughter, Su Qianyan. Old Madame Gao approached and offered her respects. After acknowledging her with a nod, Lady Zhou inquired, Is a young lady in? In that moment, it was indeed a relief. As Zhou Sujin stepped inside, her eyes instinctively welled with tears upon seeing Su Qianrou. I have met the young lady, she remarked. Su Qianrou, noticing this, quickly extended her hands to assist her. In her previous life, Aunt Zhou held a profound respect for her mother. When her father and Aunt Zheng conspired against her mother, sending her to Jiangnan, Aunt Zhou repeatedly spoke in her mother's defense. Regrettably, her voice carried little weight, and her efforts bore no fruit. Nevertheless, that gesture of goodwill was one of the few sources of warmth within the Su residence. Moreover, just moments ago in the reception hall, Su Qianrou observed that the attire of Aunt Zhou and her daughter was far more vibrant than before. Now, adorned with white flowers and dressed in plain garments, their appearance conveyed a poignant sense of loss. This transformation was sufficient to warm her heart. Aunt Zhou, have you and Sister Qinyan come for a specific purpose? Su Qianrou inquired as she invited them to take a seat. It is nothing of great importance. I was merely contemplating that, with the young lady just returned, there might not be sufficient time to procure new bedding for the courtyard. Although we have some in storage, they have not been aired out and would be uncomfortable for sleeping. Fortunately, I have a few sets of freshly aired bedding in my own courtyard, so I arranged for them to be delivered. Would the young lady kindly assess their suitability? If it is not suitable, I shall have someone prepare it for me tomorrow. Su Qianrou's gaze flickered momentarily with intrigue. Thank you, Aunt Zhou, for your kind intentions. I shall graciously accept it for now. Excellent, excellent. Knowing that the young lady has graciously accepted brings me a sense of relief. By the way, young lady, these two maids have been assigned to you by the master. This one is named Xia He, and this one is Qiu Ju. From today onward, they shall attend to you in the orchid courtyard. Very well, I understand. Once the matters were settled, Zhou Sujin instructed the maids to set down the bedding in their hands, and then informed Su Qianrou, young lady, it is time for dinner. The old lady has commanded that everyone gather in her dun hall this evening. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou immediately comprehended the situation. The old lady was displeased today, seeking to assert her authority through the dinner invitation. In her previous life, she had wielded power with impunity, making her mother's life difficult. She had watched her father and Concubine Zheng bully her mother, yet remained indifferent. This time around, she would never allow herself to be manipulated again. With provisions in hand, she felt secure. Moreover, she had 3 shops to rely on. If ever she found herself unhappy here, she could simply purchase a courtyard and move out. Then, indulging in leisure outside, observing the chaos within the residence, would surely be more delightful, wouldn't it? Very well, Aunt Zhou, let us proceed together. Indeed, the group exited the orchid courtyard, making their way directly to the Don Hall of the matriarch. Inside, Zheng Linglan and Su Qianyi were lamenting to the matriarch about the bullying and insults they had suffered at the hands of Su Qianrou. The head maid, Ying Chun, entered to report, Matriarch, the eldest young lady, and Aunt Zhou have arrived together. The matriarch's demeanor darkened. Let them in, she commanded. Moments latte. Su Qianrou and Aunt Zhou entered the room. The 3 bowed in unison, greeting the matriarch. We pay our respects, grandmother. We pay our respects, matriarch. The matriarch did not offer them seats, but glared at Su Qianrou with barely contained fury. Qianrou, are you aware of your faults? Grandmother, it is truly astonishing that, after traveling such a long distance to bring back my mother's memorial tablet, no one in the Su residence knew of her passing. Furthermore, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family, I was not even permitted to enter the gates of my own home. Such circumstances are likely unparalleled throughout the entire capital. Therefore, if anyone is to be blamed today, it should be the Su family, for I bear not a trace of fault. If you insist that I acknowledge my wrongdoings, then indeed I do possess a fault. Su Qianrou cast a glance at her silent father, and then at the scheming Zheng Linglan and Su Qianyi, her eyes brimming with derision. My fault lies in having a father who repays kindness with malice and harbors a dark heart. It lies in having a stepmother full of schemes and ill intent, and it lies in having a grandmother who is biased and unjust. If there were to be a next life, I am certain my mother would never wish to encounter my father again, lest she extend a helping hand. As for me, I would rather be reborn into a family of poverty than be born into the Su residence. Impertinent, such a young tongue, so venomous. Su Qianrou, it seems you wish to leave the Su residence. Su Qianrou responded with a cold, mocking laugh. Indeed, I do wish to depart. This Su residence is utterly filthy. Each moment spent here feels like a torment. However, I have no choice, for I have just taken over my mother's shop, and the accounts are yet to be clarified. Once I have settled our accounts, I shall leave this place without delay. Thereafter, I shall be myself, and the Su residence shall remain the Su residence. The wealth and grandeur of the Su family hold no allure for me. Matriarch, I have tasted today's banquet of enmity. From now on, I shall open a small kitchen in the orchid courtyard. I will not return to Den Hall. You may dine at your leisure. I, Su Qianrou, take my leave. Having spoken, Su Qianrou performed a graceful bow and departed with an air of composure. The matriarch clutched her chest in fury, cursing vehemently, rebellious. This ungrateful daughter has truly lost all sense of propriety. Zheng Linglan, in a state of panic, turned to Su Jing'an, asking, Master, what does the eldest young lady mean? What accounts does she wish to settle? Su Jing'an sighed heavily, feeling a chill in his heart. It seemed that this time, his daughter would indeed bring unrest to the Su residence. At the Qin Wangfu, in the Zhonghua Hall, Yi Lingfeng meticulously reported to Shang Xianshu about the circumstances surrounding the Su residence. Upon hearing that Su Qianrou had fiercely confronted Zheng Yinyang and Su Qianyi, a broad smile spread across Sheng Xuanji's face. Indeed, this Miss Su was extraordinary. Not only was she beautiful and kind-hearted, but her eloquence and audacity were also truly admirable. It must be said that Miss Su increasingly aligned with the tastes of this prince. Lingfeng, tomorrow, investigate the postal station. Ascertain whether the 6 letters sent by Miss Su have indeed reached the Su residence, and if so, who received them. Understood. Sheng Xianshu suddenly altered his tone. Wait, let Xinzhe handle this matter. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the general's residence. Yi Lingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Your Highness, I have never seen you show such concern for anyone. Could it be that this millennia-old iron tree is finally about to blossom? Chapter 11. Journey to the general's mansion in the capital of Nansha, at the residence of General Mu. The study of his eldest son, Mu Xiuyu, was filled with a tumultuous atmosphere. General Mu sat behind his desk, his eyes half closed, his heart tumultuously churning. Today, Su Qianrou returned to the capital, creating an uproar at the Su residence. As her uncle, he felt a mixture of emotions, akin to a jar of spices overturned. He longed to rush to the Su residence, to pay his respects to his only sister and to support his niece. However, 5 years ago, his sister had resolutely severed ties with the Mu family, declaring a complete disassociation. He yearned to go, yet hesitated. This internal conflict left him, a man of stature, feeling both sorrowful and guilty. Suddenly, the guard, Xiaonan, entered. General, the old matriarch summons you. Understood, Mu Xiuyu replied, rising to leave. He soon arrived at his mother's courtyard. Stepping inside, he found his mother, in her 60s, seated in a chair, her eyes red and swollen, constantly wiping away tears with a handkerchief. Mother, what troubles you? Xiuyu, do you think Peilon is truly gone? At her words, Mu Xiuyu's heart sank. It was evident that the truth could no longer be concealed. Mother, I do not know. Perhaps I should visit the Su residence tomorrow. Visit the Su residence? Such words are easier spoken than acted upon. Years ago, Peilon caused a scene when she insisted on cutting ties with our family. For 5 years, both she and Qianrou have been unreachable. I fear you may not be welcome there. Listening to his mother, Mu Xiuyu felt tears welling up within him. She was unaware that he had made several attempts to visit Jiangnan, only to be turned away each time by his sister who refused to see him. He could not comprehend what had hardened her heart so. Seeing his mother's sorrow, he could not bear it. Do not grieve, mother. Tomorrow, I shall personally go to the Su residence and find out the truth. The following day, before Mu Xiuyu could visit the Su residence, Su Qianrou arrived with Kai Lian and Granny Gao. Upon hearing the announcement of her arrival, Mu Xiuyu wasted no time and went to the entrance to greet her. Seeing her imposing uncle, yet with eyes reddened, Su Qianrou felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. In her previous life, her grandfather, as the Grand General of Nansha, led an army of 50,000 alongside her uncle to battle against the 100,000 troops of Shiliang at Tongguan. Due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, her grandfather tragically met his demise, while her uncle was gravely injured, saved only by the valor of his men. It took him over half a year to regain his health, but from that point on, his strength was never the same. The emperor conferred upon him the title of Guard General, tasked with the protection of the capital, while her second uncle, Mu Xiuxi, took her grandfather's place at the border. The Mu family had always been known for their loyalty and valor. How could they have been wronged by their own unworthy father? Su Qianrou felt a surge of sympathy. Qianrou has come to see her uncle. Mu Juyu Genti lifted head, his eyes brimming with affection. No need for formality. Qianrou, come with me to see your grandmother. Yes. Su Qianrou followed Mu Xiuyu and arrived at her grandmother's courtyard. Upon entering the room and seeing the elderly matriarch with her hair now gray, Su Qianrou immediately knelt down. I have come to see you, grandmother. Seeing Su Qianrou dressed in white mourning attire with a white flower adorning her hair, the old lady understood everything and couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. She quickly urged someone to assist Su Qianrou to her feet. Qianrou, come sit closer so that your grandmother can see you properly. Yes. Su Qianrou sat beside the elderly woman, who immediately embraced her. Qianrou, please tell your grandmother. Is your mother truly gone? With tears in her eyes, Su Qianrou nodded. Grandmother, uncle, my mother passed away on the night of June 16th. Today marks the 18th day since her departure. Peilong, my dear child, the old lady cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face like pearls falling from a broken string. Mu Xiuyu's eyes turned red, his heart aching as if it could barely breathe. How could my dignified sister be gone just like that? Qianrou, tell uncle how your mother passed. She died of illness. Illness? What kind of illness did she have? Heart palpitations. Upon hearing this, the old lady wept uncontrollably. Peilong had always been in good health. How could she suddenly succumb to heart palpitations? And at such a young age, how could she just vanish? Mu Xiuyu felt a sense of bewilderment as well. Yet he understood that the deceased were gone and that it was paramount to manage the affairs at hand. Qianrou, where did you bury your mother? Next to the village in Yunsu town, Jiangnan. The old lady was nearly overcome with grief. Peilong, my poor child, you endured the torment of Su Jing'an while alive. And even in death, you cannot rest in the Su family grave. Peilong, you have truly suffered. Su Qianrou nestled in her grandmother's embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks. Grandmother, please do not be too sorrowful. Before passing, mother instructed me to bury her in Jiangnan, firmly refusing to return to the Su residence. Moreover, pausing to think of Mr. Lin, Su Qianrou found herself at a loss for words. In her previous life, Mr. Lin had been her tutor for 5 years, treating her mother with utmost respect and never overstepping his bounds. Yet, it was evident to her that his feelings for her mother were laced with something deeper. Particularly, the way he covertly gazed at her mother revealed a clear affection. Later, she learned that Mr. Lin's father had once taught her mother and her 2 uncles at the Mu residence. Though her mother never spoke of it, Su Qianrou had always felt that this Mr. Lin harbored a fondness for her mother. However, he kept this sentiment hidden away, never revealing it. After her mother's passing, he remained by her mother's grave, never marrying until his own death. With Mr. Lin by her side, her mother had not lived in vain. Mu Xiuyu discerned the hidden meaning in Su Qianrou's words. Qianrou, are you implying that it was your mother who wished to be buried there? Indeed, she replied. And what do you mean by moreover? Su Qianrou bit her lip, ultimately deciding to lay everything bare. My maternal grandmother, my uncle, my mother, and I returned to Jiangnan, where we encountered a Mr. Lin. He was exceptionally kind and took great care of us, serving as my tutor for 5 years. Prior to her passing, my mother entrusted me to Mr. Lin, asking him to look after me. The old lady, perplexed, gazed at Su Qianrou. Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin? What is his full name? In reference to my maternal grandmother, Mr. Lin's full name is Lin Muhua. Upon hearing the name Lin Muhua, both the old lady and Mu Xiuyu understood immediately. It must be said that Lin Muhua was indeed a man deeply rooted in affection. The old lady grasped Su Qianrou's hand. Qianrou, Mr. Lin's father was once your mother's teacher. Mr. Lin is of good character and can be entrusted with your care. If only. Chapter 12. The visit of King Qin. As she observed the elderly matriarch on the verge of tears, Su Qianrou swiftly interjected, Grandmother, in this world, how many what-ifs truly exist? Some encounters are simply meant to be missed. Regretting them serves no purpose. Moreover, no one's life is entirely without flaw. Though my mother has departed, the presence of Mr. Lin is indeed a blessing. Indeed, it is Qianrou who possesses such clarity, the grandmother mused, her fading eyesight unable to perceive the truth. Grandmother, it is not that you lack insight, but rather that your concern has clouded your judgment. Noticing that his mother and niece were straying from the topic, Mu Xiaoyu promptly redirected the conversation. Qianrou, have the Su family troubled you upon your return home? Su Qianrou shook her head. Grandmother, uncle, you need not worry. I have grown and will no longer allow the Su family to manipulate me. Besides, with Kai Lian and Granny Gao by my side, I am not truly alone. Mu Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Yes, Granny Gao accompanied your mother when she married, and Kai Lian is a native of the Mu household. Your grandmother specifically requested that you keep Kai Lian close when you were 7. With both of them around, you have reliable support. Exactly. Therefore, grandmother and uncle, you need not fret about me. Upon returning home yesterday, I have already secured my mother's dowry in the 3 shops. Furthermore, no one in the Su household dares to provoke me lightly now. The elderly matriarch, intrigued, inquired, Qianrou, is this truly the case? Grandmother, how could I possibly deceive you? What I have said is undeniably true. Is that so? How wonderful. Qianrou, do share the details with your grandmother. Certainly, I will recount everything to you at once. In the matriarch's chamber, Su Qianrou recounted her experiences from the previous day at the Su residence to both the elderly matriarch and Mu Xiaoyu. They listened with a mixture of sympathy for Su Qianrou and a sense of catharsis. Well done, Qianrou. Those heartless individuals do not merit any consideration. Should any trouble arise, your grandmother will take charge. Indeed, Qianrou, we will not instigate conflict, yet we shall not shy away from it. Should they dare to bully you, feel free to retaliate. With your uncle here, you will be well protected. Hearing the words of her grandmother, an uncle warmed Su Qianrou's heart. In her previous life, her mother had been manipulated by her unscrupulous father, leading her to sever ties with her maternal family out of fear for their safety. Although her maternal family cared for her mother, they refrained from visiting the Su household due to her mother's stern demeanor. Su Qianrou understood that it was not a lack of willingness on their part to protect her and her mother. Rather, they were constrained by circumstances. Now that her mother had passed, they had unhesitatingly assumed the mantle of her protection. This enduring familial bond stirred deep emotions within her. Uncle, the 6th day of the 7th month marks my mother's memorial. Will you be visiting the Su residence to pay your respects on that day? Mu Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with tears once more. Qianrou, your uncle will certainly attend. Very well. I shall await your arrival at the Su residence on the 6th day of the 7th month. Agreed. However, Qianrou, there is one matter that perplexes your uncle. Do you know why your mother chose to sever ties with the Mu family all those years ago? With those words, the old lady's tears began to flow once more. Indeed, this is your mother's ancestral home. The grandmother could not fathom why her daughter would choose to cut off relations with her own family. Su Qianrou, with reddened eyes, gently caressed the old lady's back. Grandmother, uncle, it was actually my father who instigated the rift between my mother and the Mu family. Mother did not wish to break ties with them. She was merely deceived by my father. What? Such a thing occurred? My poor Peilon, how could you be so foolish? The old lady wept bitterly again. This Su Jing'an is truly heartless. Our Mu family treated him well in the past, yet he has turned so ungrateful. Xiaoyu, you must not let Su Jing'an off the hook for how he has treated Peilon. At that moment, Mu Xiaoyu was nearly consumed by rage, contemplating vengeance against Su Jing'an. Mother, rest assured, I will seek justice for the Mu family and for Peilon. Observing her enraged uncle, Su Qianrou grew concerned that he might act recklessly, so she hastily shifted the topic. Uncle, what is your opinion of Prince Qin? Mu Xiaoyu paused for a moment. He is quite admirable. Qianrou, why do you ask? Given that Qianrou had no prior interactions with Prince Qin, she found it perplexing that he had so openly protected her during his recent visit to the Su residence. The old lady gently patted Su Qianrou's hand. Do not worry. Qianrou, Prince Qin is a good man. When your grandfather suffered defeat, many officials sought to take advantage of the situation, yet Prince Qin consistently defended him with sound reasoning. Moreover, in recent years, he has shown great consideration for the Mu family, frequently visiting your uncle to converse. Su Qianrou regarded Mu Xiuyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Uncle, can we truly trust Prince Qin? Mu Xiuyu nodded affirmatively. Certainly, he is the most sincere in his dealings with the Mu family among all the officials. Qianrou, although your uncle does not know why Prince Qin protects you so fervently, it is clear that there must be a compelling reason behind it. Should you meet Prince Qin in the future, remember to treat him with respect. Your uncle's counsel is sound, and Qianrou shall hold it close to her heart. Indeed, it would be absurd not to treat the prince with the utmost courtesy, considering he not only safeguarded her at the Su residence, but also personally tore up her engagement with Lu Gongzi. As the three conversed within the room, a servant suddenly entered to announce, "Old lady, General Mu, and Miss, Prince Qin has arrived." Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou felt a pang of anxiety. Why has Prince Qin come? It seems we have summoned him with our very words. As soon as Mu Xiuyu heard of Prince Qin's arrival, he promptly stood and made his way outside. Prince Qin is here? Quickly, let us welcome him. No sooner had Mu Xiuyu finished speaking than Prince Sheng Xuanji entered, greeting the old lady as he did so. Old lady, how is your health? Thanks to your grace, my health is quite well. That is good to hear. Sheng Xuanji's gaze shifted, landing upon Su Qianrou. Miss Su, you are also present? Indeed. Qianrou approached to pay her respects to her grandmother and uncle. Miss Su is truly a dutiful daughter. General Mu, I have matters to discuss with you. Perhaps we should retire to the study, lest we disturb the old matriarch. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiuyu immediately understood. It was clear that the prince wished to keep this from his mother, so he quickly facilitated the situation. The prince is right. Let us proceed to the study for our conversation. Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu took their leave from the matriarch and made their way outside. After taking a few steps, Sheng Xuanji turned back. Miss Su, why not accompany us? Su Qianrou was perplexed. Your Highness, you have matters to discuss with Uncle. It may not be appropriate for me to join. Sheng Xuanji smiled gently. Whether it is appropriate or not, Miss Su will understand once she joins us. The matriarch, noticing this, quickly seized the opportunity. Qianrou, your grandmother's growing old and her health is waning. I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Qianrou, why not go with them? Seeing her grandmother's insistence, Su Qianrou had no choice but to agree. Yes, Qianrou will heed her grandmother's wishes. Chapter 13. The seal of Prince Shiliang. Su Qianrou followed her uncle and Prince Qin into the study, and they each took their seats. Mushuyao bowed with respect. Felito Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, I wonder what instructions you have for today. There are no instructions. I merely passed by the general's residence out of boredom and thought to drop in for a visit. Mu Xiuyu replied, Your Highness, you seem rather idle. Just a moment ago, you mentioned having something to discuss, yet now it appears to be merely a casual visit. Is it your intention to play the role of the indifferent guest? Your Highness, it is a great honor for me to have you in my humble abode. Sheng Xuanji cast a sidelong glance at Mu Xiuyu, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. General Mu, you have always spoken to me with such familiarity. Why the sudden formality today? This is not your usual demeanor. Mu Xiuyu could not help but rub his forehead. Your Highness, our friendship has always allowed for casual conversation. However, with Qianrou present today, as her uncle, I must maintain a certain decorum. Indeed, General Mu is a straightforward man. I shall not hold that against you. I will converse with Miss Su instead. Sheng Xuanji's gaze shifted to Su Qianrou, and a gentle warmth emanated from his eyes, akin to the soothing flow of a clear stream in the spring. Miss Su, after I departed yesterday, did Su Jing'an and the others cause you any trouble? Su Qianrou shook her head. With your Highness's protection, they do not have the audacity to act against me. That is true. I have heard that Miss Su has indeed given Aunt Zheng a couple of slaps. Yes, I did strike Aunt Zheng. However, those slaps were well-deserved. Ah, Miss Su, your reasoning is impeccable. Endless concession will only embolden the wicked. It is through retaliation that they cease their misdeeds. Should they dare to bully you again, simply retaliate in kind. Sometimes, a straightforward approach can be the most effective. Mu Xiuyu was taken aback by this. Is such advice fitting for a noble prince of Nansha? Though, as her uncle, I too have advised Qianrou to not tolerate the wicked and to act when necessary. Yet, given your esteemed position, how can you impart such counsel to her? Nevertheless, I find your words quite refreshing. As Mu Xiaoyao internally expressed his thoughts, he noticed Su Qianrou nodding vigorously. Indeed, I will heed your highness's teachings. Sheng Xuanji smiled slightly. Miss Su, you're being too modest. To be candid, your courage and decisiveness are commendable. Though positioned in a vulnerable stance, you remain unyielding and resilient. Such wisdom and bravery truly earn my admiration. Qianrou's actions are merely to seek justice for her mother. I implore your highness not to jest at my expense. Such a woman as you, Miss Su, is indeed a paragon among the women of Nansha. My admiration for you is genuine, and there is no jesting in my words. Su Qianrou lowered her gaze, a hint of humility in her demeanor. It is my fault, and I hope your highness will not take offense. Sheng Xuanji, hearing this, looked at Mu Xiaoyao with a smile. General Mu, your niece possesses a remarkable gift for eloquence. You should have witnessed how she rendered the Su family speechless yesterday at the Su residence. In my 25 years of existence, listening to Miss Su's words felt like hearing celestial music, which brought immense satisfaction to my heart. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would genuinely like to seek her wisdom. As Sheng Xuanji spoke, he turned his gaze once more towards Su Qianrou. However, I wonder whether Miss Su would be willing to grant me this opportunity? Su Qianrou lifted her head, her eyes meeting Sheng Xuanji's directly. May I inquire, your highness, do you wish to hear me rebut others, or are you simply interested in my conversation? Oh, how does one define rebuttal, and how does one define conversation? If your highness wishes to hear me challenge others, I fear it may not be feasible, for I only confront those who warrant it. Your highness possesses a keen sense of right and wrong, conducting affairs with transparency. I hold you in the highest esteem and would never dare to show any disrespect. As for mere conversation, your highness is a keen minister in the court, burdened with national matters daily, while I, as a young lady, am preoccupied solely with domestic affairs. Thus, I truly cannot aspire to discuss state affairs with your highness. Sheng Xuanji burst into hearty laughter. Miss Su, as for national affairs, there are indeed others in the court who concern themselves with such matters. I have little inclination to intervene. However, regarding you, I genuinely have something to discuss. Su Qianrou, though somewhat naive, requested your highness to clarify. Very well, Miss Su, I ask you, do you wish to know who intercepted the 6 letters you sent back to the Su residence? Naturally, I wish to know. Then what is your plan? Su Qianrou had yet to devise a response. Is that so? Nevertheless, it matters not that Miss Su has not yet thought of a plan, for I have already dispatched someone to the postal station to investigate, and I believe the answer will soon be revealed. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou was visibly taken aback. She understood that the Qin Wang was assisting her, yet she had not anticipated a sincere concern regarding her affairs. While having assistance is undoubtedly beneficial, Su Qianrou instinctively felt a twinge of unease. After all, the Qin Wang's kindness towards her felt somewhat inexplicable. She appreciated the Wang's goodwill, but found it difficult to accept such significant assistance without having earned it. Perhaps this matter could be entrusted to her uncle instead. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyu agreed, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. Your Highness, you are preoccupied with state affairs. This minor issue should not trouble you. Allow me to investigate it instead. Sheng Xuanji, however, was displeased by this response. What is this? It is acceptable for Miss Su to say so, as she is but a young lady who cannot casually accept the kindness of others. But what of you, Mu Xiaoyu? Are you also attempting to behave inappropriately? I am perplexed. Do your eyes not see the sincerity with which I wish to assist Miss Su? General Mu, allow me to inquire. Whose subordinates are more capable? Yours or mine? Naturally, your Highness's subordinates are more adept. Then it is settled. Miss Su, my people have already commenced their investigation, and I will inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Su Qianrou realized that she could not refuse this offer. It would be better to graciously accept it. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. Qianrou shall remember this. A broad smile spread across Sheng Xuanji's face. Miss Su, there is no need for formality. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing these words, Su Qianrou furrowed her brow. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately unfastened the sachet hanging at her waist. I possess an item that I would like to present to His Highness and my uncle for identification. As she spoke, Su Qianrou retrieved a meticulously folded piece of paper from the sachet and cautiously unfolded it. To her surprise, the paper bore no writing, only a circular image. At the bottom of the image were two cloud patterns, upon which were inscribed 4 characters, Zhu Yu Feng Yin. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident that this was an image of a seal. Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu examined it closely, and the two exchanged a tacit nod. The characters inscribed were not in the Nansha script, but rather in the Shiliang script. The name Zhu Yufeng corresponded to that of the Shiliang crown prince. Mu Xiuyu's expression grew serious. Qianrou, this is an image of a seal, presumably belonging to Crown Prince Zhu Yufeng of Shiliang. Where did you obtain this illustration? Chapter 14. The truth of the past upon hearing her uncle state that the seal on the paper belonged to Prince Shiliang. Su Qianrou felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. She glanced at Sheng Xuanji, then turned her gaze towards her uncle. Mu Xiuyu wore a grave expression and nodded reassuringly at Su Qianrou. Qianrou, you need not worry. Prince Qin is not an outsider. You may speak freely. Sheng Xuanji smiled faintly upon hearing this. Miss Su, if you doubt my trustworthiness, I can take my leave at this moment. No, Qianrou trusts His Highness, Su Qianrou replied, her eyes fixed intently on Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, if someone were to tell you that my maternal grandfather and uncle colluded with Shiliang with the intent to overthrow the Nansha court, would you believe such accusations? Of course not, Mu Laojun responded. Your two uncles have served the country loyally, returning from years of battle. If someone were to claim they conspired to rebel, I would be the first to reject such a notion. Mu Xiuyu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Qianrou, who has made such a slanderous claim? The Mu family is renowned for its loyalty. How could anyone dare to tarnish our name? Sheng Xuanji placed a reassuring hand on Mu Xiuyu's shoulder. General Mu, do not be angered. Let us first listen to what Miss Su has to say. Very well. However, Your Highness, I cannot abide by accusations of treason. Su Qianrou observed her uncle, whose face was reddened with rage, and she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Her so-called father truly was despicable. Your Highness, uncle, the drawing on this paper was created by me 5 years ago. The accusations against my grandfather and uncle are words spoken by my father. What? How could this be? Mu Xiuyu exclaimed. Qianrou, you must explain this to your uncle at once. Uncle, please do not rush. Allow me to recount the details. Su Qianrou cast a glance at Sheng Xuanji, then at Mu Xiuyu, her eyes slowly filling with tears. Your Highness, uncle, 5 years ago, I fell asleep in my mother's chamber. In a daze, I overheard my parents arguing. I heard my father declare that my grandfather and uncle lost the battle solely because they conspired with Shiliang, intending to lose deliberately. My mother did not believe him. So my father produced a letter from his bosom, claiming it was written by Shiliang to my grandfather. When my mother questioned him, asking how the letter could have reached him if my grandfather truly intended to rebel, my father asserted that it was intercepted by someone. He refrained from disclosing the identity of the interceptor or how the letter came into his possession. Instead, he told my mother that, out of gratitude for her past act of saving his life, he would grant her an opportunity. My father threatened her, stating that if she wished to preserve the Mu estate, she must sever ties with the family and move to the Jiangnan estate. Should she refuse, he would present the letter to the emperor, resulting in dire consequences for the Mu family. To protect the Mu estate, my mother returned to the Mu residence the following day, causing a commotion and declaring her intention to cut ties. 2 days later, my mother and I were sent back to Jiangnan by my father's men. During this time, fearing for the Mu family's safety, my mother refrained from any contact and even resolutely refused to meet with uncle when he came to visit. However, as time passed, Mother increasingly felt that something was amiss. It was only a month before her passing that she confided in Qianrou, expressing her belief that the letter was likely forged, a ploy devised by father to compel her departure. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiuyu's eyes turned red with fury, and he struck the table with his fist. Qianrou, your uncle has pondered numerous reasons for your mother severing ties with our family, yet he never imagined it could be this way. Your mother was so foolish. willing to bear all hardships alone for the sake of the Mu household, even going so far as to travel far away to Jiangnan. Yet, all of this was merely a fabrication by that scoundrel Su Jing'an. It is tragic that your mother lost her life over such deceit. Su Jing and I, Mu Xiaoyu, will not let you go unpunished. Mu Xiaoyu seethed, gritting his teeth, while Sheng Xuanji gently patted his shoulder in consolation. General Mu, do not be hasty. As the saying goes, justice lies in the hearts of the people. I believe in you, as do the soldiers of Nanxia and the common folk. Su Jing'an's letter is of no consequence. 8 years ago, when the late General Mu led you into battle against an enemy force of 100,000 with merely 50,000 troops, the odds were already insurmountable. Moreover, with inadequate supplies, how could the soldiers fight on empty stomachs without facing defeat? Furthermore, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Even I cannot claim to have emerged victorious in every battle. The late General Mu led by example, ultimately returning home wrapped in a horse's hide. Even you, General Mu, suffered grave injuries. Having such a father-son duo in Nanxia is a blessing and a source of pride. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure the safety of the Mu household. Deeply moved by these words, Mu Xiaoyu rose and bowed deeply to Sheng Xuanji. He expressed gratitude on behalf of the entire Mu family. It is my duty to protect loyal ministers and valiant generals. General Mu, please take a seat. As Sheng Xuanji spoke, his gaze turned towards Su Qianrou. Miss Su, did you see that letter at the time? Yes, replied Qianrou. Upon hearing my parents arguing, I quietly opened my eyes. They were so engrossed in their quarrel that they failed to notice me. The letter was held by my father before my mother, both hands presenting it for her to see. I did not pay attention to much else, but I did notice the seal at the bottom of the letter, which appeared distinctly unusual. Having an excellent memory since childhood, I never forget matters that intrigue me. That day, I scrutinized the seal closely. After my father departed, I returned to my room and sketched the appearance of the seal, subsequently placing it in a sachet that I wore on my waist. Over the past 5 years, I have replaced the sachet several times. Yet that piece of paper has never left my side. Your Highness, Uncle, the reason I present this paper to you today is that I sense something is amiss. If my grandfather and uncle were truly colluding with Xixia, how could the Mu household remain unscathed? Yet if it is a forgery, then what of this seal? With her words, both Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiaoyu furrowed their brows in unison. It was evident that Su Jing'an's letter was false, yet the seal bore undeniable authenticity. What hidden secrets lay concealed within? Mu Xiaoyu wore a pained expression. Your Highness, what is your perspective on this matter? Sheng Xuanji's expression was grave. General Mu, the pressing priority at present is to obtain that letter. From there, we might be able to uncover some clues. The issue, however, is that 5 years have already passed. The existence of the letter remains uncertain. If Su Jing'an has destroyed it, our investigation may prove futile. Your Highness, do we not need to secure that letter? Indeed. However, with Miss Su just returning, it would be unwise to act too hastily. Otherwise, it may adversely affect her. Then, a covert night exploration? Yes, a night exploration. Observing Sheng Xuanji and her maternal uncle deliberating their strategy, Su Qianrou realized that their intentions were genuinely for her benefit. In stark contrast, her own father, with his callous heart, seemed an entirely different entity. Your Highness, Uncle, please feel free to instruct me on how I can assist. Regardless of the task, I shall do my utmost to cooperate. Sheng Xuanji chuckled softly. Miss Su, your only responsibility is to ensure your own safety. Chapter 15. The Authentic and the Faux Ledger. An hour later, Sheng Xuanji took his leave, leaving Su Qianrou to dine with Mu Xiaoyu. In the study, with only Mu Xiaoyu and Su Qianrou present, their conversation flowed with ease. Qianrou, today was truly unexpected. My dear uncle never imagined that your mother was threatened by Su Jing'an back in the day. Uncle, Su Jing'an is utterly shameless. I've been pondering these past few days that if the opportunity arises, perhaps I should help my mother sever ties with him. Mu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Sever ties? Qianrou, are you jesting? He is no longer alive. How can one sever ties? Why not? Qianrou replied. When my mother passed away, she grasped my hand and said to find a place to bury her anywhere but the filthy Su residence. She would rather be a wandering soul than return to that wretched place. It was my heartfelt desire to seek justice for her that brought her spirit back with me. However, she truly did not wish for this. Now, with that ungrateful father maligning the Mu household, if she were aware, she would surely despise him. Rather than continue this charade, it would be better to cut ties completely, allowing her to rest in peace. Therefore, severing ties is not entirely out of the question. Upon hearing Su Qianrou, Mu Xiuyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was evident that his sister had no desire to be associated with Su Jing'an in death. However, while divorce might be commonplace, severing ties was rare, especially considering her death. Observing her uncle's expression, Su Qianrou wisely shifted the subject. "Uncle, what is this matter about the night raid you discussed with the prince? That is of no concern to you. You need not worry about it. But uncle, I'm also a participant in this matter. Why should I not be informed? Knowing would prepare me for what lies ahead." "Very well, I shall inform you. The Qin Wang, and I believe that since you have just returned to the estate, we should not act too boldly, yet this matter must be investigated. We will send someone to the Su residence tonight to gather information. If the evidence is conclusive, we will act decisively." As the conversation unfolded, Mu Xiuyu suddenly recalled something. "Qianrou, if we procure evidence against Su Jing'an and see him brought to justice, you won't harbor any resentment toward your uncle, will you?" "Why would I resent you, uncle? Regardless of Su Jing'an's faults, he will always be my father." Su Qianrou couldn't suppress a cold chuckle. "That father is of no value to me. Without him, I could still lead a fulfilling life. With him as my father, I feel nothing but shame." Mu Xiuyu exhaled a silent sigh of relief. "Very well, then I shall not hold back. Su Dendi, Su Vianro Furuit Herburoth." "Uncle, why does the Qin Wang protect the Mu household so fiercely?" "Nothing particularly special. Those who have fought valiantly on the battlefield understand the soldiers' dedication to protecting their homeland. 8 years ago, during the battle at Tumun Pass, when your grandfather and I faced defeat, it was the Qin Wang who led a contingent to our rescue, charging into the western Liang army camp, cutting through their ranks with unmatched ferocity. Subsequently, after the defeat of Shiliang, the king of Qin returned with your uncle. Alongside him was the coffin of your maternal grandfather. At that time, your uncle was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Your grandfather's fate was even more tragic, having sustained 21 wounds, his blood staining his battle attire. It was on that day that the king of Qin personally laid your grandfather to rest in his coffin. While he was unafraid in the face of the enemy, on that day, the king's eyes were red with sorrow and his hands trembled slightly, for he understood the unwavering loyalty your grandfather held for the court. Your grandfather's demise struck him deeply. Thus, when faced with ministers who sought to take advantage of the situation, the king ardently defended your grandfather's honor and secured the utmost benefits for your uncle. Once your uncle recovered, under the king's counsel, the emperor appointed him as the general of the guards, entrusted with the defense of the capital. Meanwhile, your second uncle commanded troops stationed at the borders. It is worth mentioning that your uncle is over a decade older than the king, yet they share a bond akin to that of close friends transcending age. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou felt a sudden clarity. So that is the case. It seems the king of Qin is indeed a man of genuine character. Undoubtedly so. Qianrou, the king sincerely protects you now. Whatever matters arise, do not hesitate to confide in him. Yes, Qianrou understood. During lunch, Su Qianrou encountered her elder aunt, Chun, and her 2 cousins from her elder uncle's family, Mu Zian, aged 17, and Mu Zijian, aged 15. She also met her second aunt, Lu, along with her second uncle's son, Mu Zicheng, aged 11, and daughter, Mu Ziyu, aged 8. Together with the matriarch and Mu Xiuyu, they gathered to partake in a reunion meal. However, the mere mention of Mu Peilon cast a shadow over the gathering, and the atmosphere visibly darkened. After lunch, Su Qianrou departed, accompanied by Kai Lian and Grandma Gao. Shortly after returning to Lan Yuan, Li Jinfeng from Hongfu Silk and Satin Shop arrived. At 32 years of age, he was of average height, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence, clearly a shrewd individual. "Greetings, Miss," he acknowledged. "Please, no need for formalities, Mr. Li. Have a seat," Su Qianrou replied as she retrieved an account book. Mr. Li, I have reviewed part of these accounts. It is imperative that the records be clear and precise, with each entry distinctly noted. However, there are certain accounts I still find perplexing. I would appreciate your assistance in clarifying them. Certainly, Mississippi. Please do not hesitate to inquire about any uncertainties, he responded. Very well, Mr. Li, let us begin with this particular issue. From across the table, Li Jinfeng elucidated the aspects of the accounts that Su Qianrou found challenging to comprehend. She nodded frequently in understanding. It must be said, the personnel entrusted to her mother by her grandfather were indeed reliable. Despite her mother's absence over the past 5 years, the accounts were meticulously maintained, and the shop thrived, evidently unscathed by the circumstances. With her presence, she felt at ease. Observing that Su Qianrou had no further questions, Li Jinfeng reached into a box he had brought, producing a stack of account books. Su Qianrou furrowed her brow. Why are there still so many? Li Jinfeng smiled faintly. Miss, these are false ledgers, specifically for the master and Aunt Zheng's perusal. What you have just witnessed is the truth. However, why must we maintain 2 sets of accounts? Young miss, this shop is part of my lady's dowry, and the profits ought to rightfully belong to her. How could I allow Aunt Zheng to meddle? Thus, I fabricated this set of false accounts to placate them. It is not only our silk shop that operates this way. The tea house and the tavern do as well. Consequently, aside from the funds misappropriated by the master and Aunt Zheng and the monthly allowances and circulating capital, all remaining profits are deposited in the bank. I envisioned that when my lady and the young miss return, this money would serve as your safeguard. Little did I expect that while the young miss has returned, the situation is not as I had hoped. Li Jinfu's eyes reddened, and he quickly lowered his head. Su Qianrou's eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Li accountant, your diligent efforts will surely bring comfort to my mother in the afterlife. From this day forth, there is no need for false accounts. Let us all strive together to make the shop flourish. I, Su Qianrou, shall not allow them to overshadow us. Chapter 016. The deadly plague got upon hearing Su Qianrou's words. Li Jinfeng reached into his bosom and retrieved a brocade box. Upon opening it, a cascade of silver notes revealed itself, densely packed within. Miss, these are the silver notes that have been preserved in the bank over the past 5 years. Every transaction has been meticulously recorded in the ledger. During this period, the shop has accrued a total profit of 100,001 taels of silver. The household has appropriated 38,000 taels. After deducting expenses and reserves, the remaining 50,000 taels are all contained within this box. As Li Jinfeng extended his hand to retrieve the silver notes, Su Qianrou halted him. There is no need, Mr. Li. I trust you. Her simple declaration of trust caused Li Jinfeng's eyes to brim with tears, and he swiftly struck himself across the face. Miss, I apologize. When you returned to the estate, we did not bring the silver notes with us. We deliberated, fearing that if you were timid and apprehensive, you would not dare to take out the notes. We decided to keep them for ourselves, intending to present them to you when you needed them. However, after our meeting, it became clear to us that you were a decisive individual, unafraid to take responsibility. Thus, we agreed to bring the silver notes to you on our next visit. Miss, I am sorry. It was not our intention to underestimate you. We were merely concerned for your safety, fearing that you might be too isolated to safeguard the wealth left by the lady. Now that you are here, we are united in purpose, not only to ensure the shop flourishes, but also to safeguard all our profits. Miss, we have always listened to the lady, but now we are devoted to you. At your command, we would brave any peril without hesitation. Li Jinfeng's heartfelt words warmed Su Qianrou's heart. Very well, I shall remember this. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to bully you. The 6th of July marks my mother's Memorial Day. Please convey a message to everyone. If they have the time, I would like them to come and pay their respects. Understood, Mississippi. With Li Jinfeng's departure, Su Qianrou handed the brocade box filled with silver notes to Granny Gao. Granny Gao, please place these with the previous ones and store them carefully. Yes. Seated in her chair, Su Qianrou gazed out the window, her mother's figure materializing in her mind. In her previous life, the profits from these 3 shops had always belonged to her mother. However, as her mother managed the household finances, the Su family was large, and her father's salary alongside the income from 2 shops was insufficient to sustain them. Consequently, her mother had always supplemented their needs. Before departing for Jiangnan, her mother, in her sorrow, took all the silver notes with her. Now, 5 years later, Su Qianrou possessed 50,000 taels in silver notes. With the addition of the notes brought by Li Jinfeng, her total had reached 100,000 taels. In the coming days, the tea house and tavern would also send silver notes. Moreover, the sum owed by Zheng Linglan remained untouched. It appeared that she could indeed purchase a residence outside. As for the Su family, she would let them engage in their own conflicts. While Su Qianrou was deep in contemplation, her maid, Xiaohe, approached to deliver a report. "Miss, the master requests your presence." "Understood." Kyle Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Granny Gao. "Miss, the master's request may not stem from benevolence. You must be cautious. It's nothing to worry about. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall dam it. What more can he do to me?" "Kyle Yin, accompany me." "Yes." The two departed the courtyard, making their way to Su Jing'an's Qingfeng courtyard. Upon arrival, the servants led Su Qianrou directly to the study. Su Qianrou found her stepfather seated with a stern expression, and an immediate surge of anger ignited within her. "Father, after all the wrongs you have committed, I have yet to retaliate, yet you present such a grim visage. Who are you trying to impress? If you remain so discontented, will it bring you solace? Are you perhaps missing my mother?" Her words struck a chord of guilt within Su Jing'an. After all, he had wronged Mu Peilon, and she had not had the chance to see him before her demise. He truly had no one to blame but himself. "Qianrou, every time I think of your mother lying alone in Jiangnan, my heart aches." Su Qianrou furrowed her brows, feeling 100 eyes upon her. "You, who have so ruthlessly plotted against my mother, claim to be in pain? Surely you jest. Even in deception, sincerity must have a semblance. How can I possibly trust your words? It's a farce." Nevertheless, she decided to play along. "Father, since you feel this way, let us honor my mother's memorial in a grand manner on the day of her 3/7 ceremony. It would not be unworthy of your affection for her." "Very well. I agree." "Qianrou, did you visit the Mu residence today? Did they say anything?" In that instant, Su Qianrou comprehended her father's true motive for summoning her. He was apprehensive, his mind likely racing with unease. "Father, my grandmother and uncle are deeply saddened. They cannot fathom how mother, who is in good health, could pass away so young. My uncle mentioned that he and his family would come to pay their respects on the day of the memorial. You must not treat them with indifference. I understand, and I will not be neglectful." "Father, did your brother say anything else?" "Nothing of significance." However, Su Qianrou perceived that her uncle harbored many questions. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed." "Father, how do you plan to arrange the memorial in our residence for Mother's 3/7 day?" "We shall conduct a simple ceremony. It is not a grand funeral, after all." Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou's demeanor turned icy. "Father, your words are misplaced. True, the 3/7 ceremony is not a grand affair. But where were you during Mother's grand funeral? Now that she rests in Jiangnan, do you wish to let it pass silently? Do not forget, she was a legitimate daughter of a general, your lawful wife, and the matriarch of the Su family. Should the matriarch's funeral be so quietly dismissed? Do you truly believe you deserve the title husband?" Qianrou inquired. "How deeply must you detest mother to suppress her in such a manner? Or perhaps, how indifferent must father be towards his devoted wife, that he would disregard her family's honor?" Su Jing'an's complexion turned pale. "Qianrou, father did not mean that. It is not what he intended. If it is not, then what does father mean? Father, I ask you, which household remains silent and unresponsive upon the death of its matriarch? In which family does a father so blatantly favor concubines over his wife? Father, look at the ministers in the court. Is there one who resembles you? Is there one who does not regard the rightful matriarch as a person? Father, do not assume that death extinguishes all. Heaven observes who is right and who is wrong. Father, you at least shared a marital bond with mother." In conclusion, Qianrou asked her father, how does he intend to commemorate mother on her memorial day? Su Jing'an's anger flared, his eyes burning with fury, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. "Qianrou, oh Qianrou, your wings have truly hardened. You hardly resemble a daughter. You are unmistakably a harbinger of doom for your father. Chapter 017. Su Qianrou faces adversity, confronted with the aggressive demeanor of his daughter. Su Jing'an endured a great deal. Yet, despite the unpleasantness of her words, they were undeniably grounded in reason. To dismiss Mu Peilon's funeral without a proper acknowledgement would not only provoke discontent from the Mu family, but would also render him a subject of ridicule among his peers. He recalled the words of King Qin from the previous day, questioning how such a significant event had not been mentioned, and expressing his astonishment at Su Daren's actions. A chill ran down his spine, making him feel as though his hair stood on end. Qianrou, what do you propose we do for your mother's memorial? It is quite simple. We shall adhere to the customary rites. We must notify the appropriate families and follow the established protocols. As the Minister of Rites, you possess far greater knowledge in this matter than I could ever hope to. Qianrou was confident that her father would execute the memorial with great care. Su Qianrou's sharp retorts vexed Su Jing'an to the point of gnashing his teeth, forcing out a few terse words. Very well, I will handle it. Seeing her father nearly seething with anger, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Qianrou's mind. Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. It is fine, you may go. Indeed. As Su Qianrou turned to depart, her countenance was as frigid as ice. Father, do not blame your daughter for her lack of compassion. Had you not first wronged the Mu family and plotted against mother, I would not have acted so. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your cruel heart and unscrupulous methods. The rest is for you to contend with. Once outside Qingfeng courtyard, Su Qianrou and Salian made their way directly to Lanyuan. En route, Su Qianrou approached with her maid in tow, clad in a pink dress adorned with a red flower in her hair. Immediately, Su Qianrou's gaze turned icy. Unfortunately, Su Qianrou remained oblivious to the tension. Ah, sister, have you just come from Qingfeng courtyard? Does my business warrant your concern as a mere, illegitimate daughter? Indeed, as a younger sister, I have no authority in your affairs. However, since you have just come from Qingfeng, I presume you have incurred father's ire? Is your skin itching for a reprimand? Su Qianrou, which of your eyes witnessed my chastisement? Or is this merely your fanciful imagination? I did not fabricate anything. It was father who mentioned to mother that upon your return, you must be properly disciplined. Su Qianrou narrowed her eyes dangerously. Is that so? Su Qianrou, I warn you, as long as I reside in this household, do not even think of employing any shameless tricks. Should you dare to raise your tail in arrogance, believe that I will break it and set it ablaze. You wouldn't dare? Watch me. With that, Su Qianrou summoned her strength and delivered a resounding slap to Su Qianrou's face, followed swiftly by another. Instantly, her cheeks bore the marks of two red, swollen handprints. Cupping her face, Su Qianrou glared furiously at Su Qianrou. You struck me? You actually dare to hit me? Yes, I struck you, and I did so with intent. Su Qianrou's eyes widened in fury as she retorted without restraint. Su Qianrou, are your ears deaf? Are your eyes blind? Or do you simply lack a heart? Upon returning to the manor yesterday, I made myself abundantly clear. My mother has only recently passed, and the entire household is expected to observe mourning in her honor. Today marks the 18th day since her demise. Yet you don a pink dress and adorn your hair with a red flower. Pray tell, what is your true intention? Do not think that merely striking you twice absolves me. Even should I order your punishment, who would dare utter a word of dissent? At this moment, Su Qianrou realized that her inadvertent choice of pink attire and red flower had unwittingly provoked Su Qianrou's ire. However, Mu Peilon is not her mother. She genuinely wishes to avoid mourning. Sister, I acknowledge my oversight in this matter. Yet while you may express your grievances, how can you resort to violence? Su Qianrou glanced at her hands. My hands have always struck only those deserving of punishment. If you err, you must face the consequences. Should you remain unyielding, I would not hesitate to bestow upon you further chastisement. Su Qianrou, you are being unreasonable. Is it worth engaging in reason with one devoid of empathy? Salian, escort Su Qianrou to the admonition hall and administer 5 strokes. Yes. Salian stepped forward and seized Su Qianrou, attempting to lead her away. Terrified, Su Qianrou clung to her maid, refusing to budge. Su Qianrou let out a cold snort. Su Qianrou, Be sensible and go willingly. Do not make me summon others. It would not end well for you. In a state of fright, Su Qianni shook her head repeatedly and suddenly caught sight of Su Jing'an and her mother approaching. Her eyes brightened as if she had grasped a lifeline. Father, mother, come quickly to rescue me. Hearing her daughter's plea, Zheng Linglan was alarmed and hurried towards her. Though Su Jing'an had no desire to intervene, he felt compelled to follow when he saw the commotion between his daughters. Zheng Linglan arrived and, upon noticing the swollen marks on her daughter's face, was reminded of the 2 slaps she had received the previous day. Her anger ignited explosively. Qianrou, do you take advantage of your status as the eldest daughter to strike Qianni? Yes, I have struck your precious daughter. On what grounds? Is it permissible for you to act lawlessly simply because you are the legitimate daughter? Jiangnan, which of your eyes perceive my actions as lawless? Simply based on Qianni's face. Su Qianrou scoffed, remaining composed and silent. Su Jing'an approached, looking at Su Qianrou, and inquired, Qianrou, tell me, what is the cause of this uproar? Su Qianrou glanced at her father, contemplating, I awaited your inquiry. Father, my actions against Su Qianni today are rooted in 2 matters. Firstly, upon returning from Qingfeng courtyard, I encountered Su Qianni, who mocked me, suggesting I had been chastised by you. She claimed you had made an agreement with Zheng Yang that upon my return, you would discipline me appropriately. Father, you are the Minister of Rights, a dignified 3rd-rank official. Is it truly wrong for Qianrou to travel a great distance to visit her long-absent maternal grandmother? If so, it appears the etiquette of Nansha may require revision. Moreover, Father has conspired with Concubine Zheng. Could it be that Father has already fallen under her sway? Or is it that he has become blind and deaf to the distinction between good and evil? The second matter I wish to bring to your attention is the pink attire worn by Su Qianni, along with the red flower adorning her hair. Father, yesterday, Qianrou made her position abundantly clear to you. As the matriarch of the Su family, my mother has just passed, and it is incumbent upon all in the household to observe a period of mourning. Yet observe, Father, Su Qianni dons her pink garments and displays a red flower. What does this signify? It is one thing for her to refuse to mourn for my mother, but why must she go to such lengths to humiliate her? It is essential to understand that by dishonoring my mother, she dishonors the matriarch. To dishonor the matriarch is to bring disgrace upon you, Father, and upon the entire Su family. Father, Qianrou inquires whether someone who is so ignorant of proper etiquette, who disrespects the matriarch, and brings shame upon you and the Su household, ought to be punished. Upon hearing Qianrou's words, Su Jing'an was nearly driven to madness. How could that fool Su Qianni act in such a manner? Is she not, quite blatantly, throwing herself into the line of fire directed at Qianrou? Chapter 018. The punishment of Su Qianni. Behold Su Qianrou, adorned in pure white, her hair embellished with a delicate white flower. Now turn your gaze to Su Qianni, dressed in soft pink with a vibrant red flower in her hair. Su Jing'an was filled with indignation. This foolish girl, Qianni, not only provoked Qianrou, but also dragged herself into the fray. Truly, she had been spoiled to the point of ignorance, unable to discern her own folly. Given her actions today, it was not merely a matter of Qianrou slapping her. Even a reprimand would be a consequence she brought upon herself. Moreover, Qianrou was now ablaze with fury, as if wrapped in firecrackers. Oh, Su Qianni, how foolish can you be to willingly provoke her? This incident, I fear, cannot end amicably. Qianni, why are you so bewildered today? Quickly, go and apologize to your sister. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou chuckled, bemused by her unfortunate father's attempt to mediate. How naive. Father, an apology would suffice? Having been pampered and cherished, how could Qianni ever compare to her? Yet, despite her misfortunes, Qianrou was not one to be trifled with. If Father failed to provide Qianrou with a satisfactory explanation, she would not rest until justice was served. Zheng Linglan could no longer contain herself. Not rest until justice is served? Qianrou, Qianni is your sister. You have already struck her and scolded her. What more do you want? I desire nothing more. Suyanou replied, stepping closer to Zheng Linglan. Aunt Zheng, perhaps you should consider departing this world, and then let Qianrou don a pink gown and wear a red flower as well. At this, Zheng Linglan nearly lost her composure. Master, do you hear this? Listen to what the young lady is saying. Su Jing'an closed his eyes momentarily, then slowly reopened them. He lowered his voice, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Qianrou, I understand you're upset and deeply angered. However, Qianni is your sister, and Linglan is your aunt. Please do not hold this against them. Su Qianrou's eyes brimmed with tears. Father, so you're aware that Qianrou is feeling distressed and furious? Indeed, I am not only upset but exceedingly angry. On the night of June 16th in Jiangnan Yunsu town, amidst thunder and torrential rain, Mother lay on her deathbed, with only Qianrou by her side. Father, do you comprehend the despair Mother felt? Do you know the fear that gripped my heart? No, you do not, for you are far away in the capital, with Aunt Zheng and comforting Su Qianni. You understand nothing of this. They say that after death, one returns to their roots. Yet the oppressive heat and long journey rendered it impossible for Qianrou to bring Mother back to the capital. I have a father, a home, yet I awaited the arrival of no one. Father, do you know the sorrow that enveloped me as I alone laid Mother to rest? That sorrow runs deep within my bones, a memory I shall carry for a lifetime. Upon my long journey back to the capital, I found myself knocking at the gates for an eternity, only to discover that the household was preoccupied with banquets, while you were busy entertaining your beloved. They say that death is of utmost importance, yet Mother, the mistress of the Su family, was eclipsed by a mere concubine. Father, enlighten me, what logic is this? After a long and arduous journey, Qianrou finally returned to Beijing, only to discover that Aunt Zheng had unlawfully seized her mother's dowry. Even Su Qianni, this illegitimate daughter, took every opportunity to mock and deride Qianrou. It was one thing to ridicule her, but to don pink garments and adorn herself with red flowers was an affront beyond measure. Father, you must understand, how can Qianrou not feel enraged by such blatant disdain and humiliation? Thus, today's events are beyond the reach of even the highest authority. Suyani y aim resolute. 5 strokes of the rod shall not be diminished. Listening to his daughter's grievances, Su Jing'an hung his head in shame. Indeed, for Zheng Peilon and her daughter, he had proven inadequate as both husband and father. The only things he had bestowed upon them were disappointment and sorrow, perhaps even loathing. He had no face to plead for Su Qianrou's mercy on Su Qianni. Qianrou, I am truly sorry for you and your mother. If you wish to punish Qianni, I shall not intervene. Su Qianni, upon hearing this, turned pale as a ghost, her face draining of color. Father, I wish to avoid punishment. Father, please save me. With a blank expression, Qianrou uttered 7 strokes. Zheng Linglan grew anxious. My lord, Qianni is delicate and tender. How can she withstand such punishment? If the rod falls, she shall surely be grievously harmed. Qianrou's voice rang out once more. 8 strokes. Zheng Linglan was left utterly befuddled. Qianrou, I beseech you, do not punish Qianni. From now on, I will heed your every command. Yet Qianrou remained unmoved. 9 strokes. Do you still dare to plead for Su Qianni? For every time you do, I shall add another stroke. Zheng Linglan was rendered speechless, no longer daring to utter a word, instead embracing Su Qianni, weeping and shaking her head. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Qianrou commanded, Caiyan, escort Su Qianni to the rectification hall. I shall personally oversee her receiving these 8 strokes. Yes, Caiyan stepped forward to support Su Qianni. Despite her attempts to resist, a single word from Qianrou sent chills down her spine. Su Qianni, feel free to make a fuss. It matters not. I have all the time in the world. But heed this. For every act of defiance, I shall add another stroke. Now, you may proceed as you wish. Instantly, Su Qianni acquiesced, obediently trailing Caiyan toward the rectification hall, wiping her tears as she walked. Upon their arrival, Qianrou observed the stool placed at the center and then turned her gaze to Su Qianni. Will you approach it on your own, or shall someone assist you? With a pallid face and gritted teeth, Su Qianni approached in silence and resignedly laid herself across the stool. Once she was properly positioned, Qianrou commanded, Commence! A young man in his 20s, holding the rod, glanced at Su Jing'an and then at Zheng Linglan. He lifted the rod high and brought it down gently, as if it were landing upon cotton. Halt! Qianrou called out, fixing her gaze upon the man. Tell me, how many meals have you missed? In response to the eldest young lady, I have eaten every meal. Was it the Su residents that treated you harshly, denying you ample sustenance? No, I have eaten my fill. Then why do you raise it high and drop it gently? Who has lent you the audacity to deceive me, miss? I assure you, I would never dare to deceive you, Mississippi. It is merely that I have been unwell these past few days, lacking strength in my hands. Lacking strength in your hands? Get out of my sight. Bring someone else. Su Qianrou glanced at a burly man standing nearby. You shall do. Step forward and deliver these 8 strikes. Zheng Linglan interjected hastily. Qianrou, he has already received 1 strike. There are still 7 remaining. Su Qianrou turned her head, casting a cold glance at her. That previous strike does not count. Should you utter another word, I won't hesitate to add another strike. Zheng Linglan immediately fell silent, though the fury in her eyes threatened to erupt. The robust man accepted the board and approached Su Qingyi. Before striking, he glanced at Su Jing'an. Su Jing'an gestured dismissively. Heed the young lady's command and strike with vigor. Very well. Chapter 19. The letter from the King of Qin upon receiving Su Jing'an's explicit instructions. The burly man swung the board down with tremendous force, striking repeatedly. It must be said that the strength of this man was formidable. With each strike, Su Qingyi felt a surge of pain, her vision filled with stars. After the second blow, her garments were stained crimson, and by the third, her skin was lacerated. Yet, with a cloth clenched between her teeth, she bore the torment in silence, fearful that should Su Qianrou add more strikes, it might very well cost her life. Observing Su Qianyi's grimaces and the tears cascading down her cheeks, Su Jing'an's eyes reddened, and he silently turned away. Zheng Linglan trembled with anguish, her body quaking as if she could scarcely remain standing. Had it not been for the maidservants supporting her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Soon enough, the 8 strikes had concluded, and the fabric on Su Qianyi's backside was drenched in blood. With her head bowed, she lay limply across the stool, motionless. Zheng Linglan pushed aside the maidservants who were aiding her and rushed towards Su Qianyi, only to halt after taking a mere couple of steps. She gazed longingly at Su Qianrou, yet dared not utter a word. Su Qianrou, fully aware of the situation, cast a cold glance in her direction. The punishment had been administered, and Zheng Yang should feel free to observe. Zheng Linglan, upon hearing this, hurried to her daughter's side, crouching down to gently caress Su Qianyi's face. Qianyi, how are you? Do not frighten your mother. Speak to me. Qianyi. Su Qianyi responded weakly. Mother, it hurts terribly. I feel as though I might perish from the pain. Witnessing the deep maternal bond, Su Qianrou turned to leave, holding her head high and her back straight, exuding an air of calm elegance. Though her frame was slender, she carried herself with a dignified grace, embodying an aura of nobility that was impervious to infringement. Su Jing'an, observing Su Qianrou's retreating figure, for the first time recognized that he had underestimated this daughter, perhaps the greatest mistake of his life. In the blink of an eye, Su Qianrou had departed from the Jiangnan hall. Zheng Linglan, seeing this, immediately disregarded all decorum and raised her voice. Master, this is all your fault. How could you be so cruel as to permit that wretched Su Qianrou to strike Qianyi? Qianyi is my beloved child. Look at what they have done to her. Is it not enough to break one's heart? Oh, my Qianyi, if anything were to happen to you, I would not wish to live. Zheng Linglan's outburst of indignation drove Su Jing'an to the brink of exasperation. The compassion he had felt for Su Qianyi dissipated in an instant. Have you made enough noise? Are you not embarrassed to act so shamelessly before everyone? Yes, your bond with Qianyi is profound, but Su Qianrou shares a similar connection with Peilon. Peilon has just departed, and Su Qianrou is in a foul mood. Why must you provoke her? Especially Qianyi. With the matriarch gone, she still flaunts herself in pinks and reds. Is that not an intentional affront to Su Qianrou's feelings? You two, mother and daughter, have done nothing but trouble me. I say, Qianyi's punishment today is not unjust. Upon hearing this, Zheng Linglan became indignant. My esteemed lord, how can you utter such words? Qianyi is your daughter. Do you not feel any sorrow for her? Qianrou is also my daughter, and a legitimate one at that. Should I not be concerned for her well-being? Qianyi has been spoiled by your indulgence. If she possessed even half the virtues of Qianrou, she would not have suffered this punishment today. Suit Jing'an commanded, "Have the second young lady carried back, and apply the finest healing ointment to her wounds." Without a backward glance, he strode away. Zheng Linglan's eyes blazed with fury. "My lord, how can you be so heartless?" "Su Qianrou, just wait. I shall not let you off easily." While Zheng Linglan and Su Jing'an were embroiled in their quarrel, Su Qianrou had already returned to Lanyuan. At the entrance, she encountered Yi Lingfeng, who had been waiting for her. "Yi guard, what brings you here?" "Miss Su, I am here on the orders of the prince to deliver something to you." "Thank you, Yi guard. Please come inside to speak." "Very well." Yi Lingfeng followed Su Qianrou into Lanyuan and then into the main hall. "Yi guard, may I inquire what the prince has sent?" Yi Lingfeng reached into his bosom and produced a bulging letter. "Miss Su, everything is contained within this." Su Qianrou opened it and extracted its contents, discovering indeed the evidence obtained from the post station. Her heart raced with excitement. "How splendid! With this, the 6 letters I sent back will now have a traceable path. Thank you for the prince's assistance. I am at a loss to repay such kindness. When you return, please convey my gratitude to the prince." "Of course, I shall remember." After Yi Lingfeng departed, Su Qianrou sat down to scrutinize the contents, her anger mounting with each passing moment. It appeared that all 6 letters had been returned to the Su residence, with each addressed to the same individual, Steward Gao Jinzhong. "Su Lianro furuit hadbruth." Steward Gao has no grievance with my mother or myself. Why would he take it upon himself to intercept these letters? Is he so audacious as to fear no repercussions? Or is there someone orchestrating these actions behind him? Rubbing her temples, Su Qianrou deduced that if Steward Gao were indeed acting under someone's influence, that person could only be Zheng Linglan. But what connection did Steward Gao have with Zheng Linglan? Why would he obey her commands? Perplexed, Su Qianrou carefully folded the evidence obtained from the post station and placed it into an envelope. To her surprise, she discovered an additional piece of paper within. She extracted it and unfolded it, revealing yet another letter, penned in a graceful and elegant script. "Miss Su, I hope this message finds you well." Enclosed are the items the prince had retrieved from the post station, detailing the dispatch times of the letters and the signatures of the recipients. With this information, I trust you can trace the whereabouts of those 6 letters. The Su residence is treacherous. I urge you to proceed with caution in your endeavors. Do not place yourself in danger. Remember, you have not only the Mu residence behind you, but also my support. As long as Miss Su is willing, I shall ensure your safety and well-being. Miss Su, your mother has passed away, and my own mother has also departed from this world. However, when my mother left this realm, I was merely 5 years of age. It seems we are both wanderers of fate in this vast world. I have calculated the days, and the 6th of July marks the 3rd 7-day memorial for your mother. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I intend to pay my respects on that day. Miss Su, the deceased have departed. No amount of sorrow can be of benefit. Thus, I kindly urge you to find solace in your grief. Life is fleeting, and I sincerely hope that you can soon emerge from the anguish of losing your mother and lead a fulfilling life. Only then can your mother rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Miss Su, do you not agree? Yes, indeed, you are correct. Yet, how could a valiant and formidable prince such as yourself possess such delicate sentiments? Su Qianrou read the letter repeatedly, her heart tumultuous with emotion. "O prince, with such thoughtful assistance, how shall I repay this immense kindness?" Chapter 20. The death of Chui'er. Su Qianrou gazed out of the window, pondering whether the prince's men would venture into the Su residence tonight. She carefully tucked away the letter and sank into thought while seated in her chair. Gai Lian, okay. Holding a teacup. "Miss, please have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. There has been much to contend with today, and your health is of utmost importance. Do take care not to overexert yourself." Su Qianrou lifted the teacup and sipped delicately. "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to neglect my own well-being." "That is reassuring," Kai Lian replied. "Miss, the kitchen is preparing the meal, and you must eat well." "Gai Lian, are you worried I might gain weight? Or would you gain it?" "Miss, you are far too slender as it is. A bit of softness is preferable. You would look even more enchanting with a little added fullness." "Indeed, that is a valid point." At that moment, old Madame Gao entered the room. "Miss, Lady Zhou and the 3rd Miss have arrived." Oh, please invite them in. Before long, Zhou Sujin and Su Qianyun entered, accompanied by a maid carrying a food box. Zhou Sujin and Su Qianyun bowed slightly. We greet the eldest miss. Lady Zhou, please take a seat, and you too, Sister Qianyun. As Zhou Sujin and Su Qianyun settled down, they gestured for the maid to place the food box on the table. She opened it to reveal a delicately carved blue porcelain bowl. Eldest miss, I have heard of the events of today and prepared a bowl of bamboo leaf, white fungus, and lotus seed soup, known for its cooling properties. You might wish to try it. Thank you, Lady Zhou. Su Qianrou accepted the bowl and sampled a spoonful. Delightful. The fragrance of bamboo leaves, the smoothness of the white fungus, and the subtle bitterness of the lotus seeds meld beautifully together. Zhou Sujin's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed? Then do indulge, eldest Mississippi. Certainly. As she spoke, Su Qianrou continued to savor the soup, and in no time, the bowl was empty. Thank you, Lady Zhou. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Su Qianyun bit her lip and spoke shyly. Eldest miss, may I call you sister? Of course, for you are indeed my little sister. How wonderful. Mother has been saying how lonely you must feel. She wishes to assist you, and so do I. That would be lovely. In the future, do come often to keep me company. Certainly. But sister, mother says I can be quite chatty, so I hope I won't be a bother. Su Qianrou reached out and affectionately ruffled Su Qianyun's hair. How could that be? I will be delighted for you to visit. Never would I find you bothersome. Regaining her composure, Su Qianrou turned to Zhou Sujin. Lady Zhou, as I have just returned, I am somewhat unfamiliar with the affairs of the residence. Would you kindly provide me with a brief overview to help me understand? Of course, but I wonder, what would the eldest miss like to know? Su Qianrou pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could start with Steward Gao. Very well. Miss, when it comes to housekeeper Gao, he is indeed a veteran of the Su residence. He was already present when I entered the household, although he tends to be somewhat diplomatic in his dealings. He is generally quite capable. He is meticulous, observant, and diligent in his work. It is precisely due to these qualities that he has ascended to the position of housekeeper, a role he has held for a decade. Aunt Zhou, does housekeeper Gao have a family? Certainly, he does. His wife resides within the estate. She was once a maidservant here, but after giving birth to their son, she fell ill and has since been unable to work. They have a son named Gao Lin, who is now 17 and also serves in the household. Is that so? How does housekeeper Gao generally present himself? With whom does he associate closely in the mansion? Zhou Sujin glanced at Su Qianrou. Miss, do you mean to imply? It's nothing of consequence, merely a casual inquiry. Oh, housekeeper Gao seems to manage well, although he is rather strict with the servants. However, he shows a great deal of respect towards Aunt Zheng. Zhou Sujin leaned closer to Su Qianrou and lowered her voice. Miss, on 2 occasions I noticed housekeeper Gao sneaking off to see Aunt Zheng. However, I dare not speak of it, only sharing it with you today. Moreover, perhaps it's merely my suspicion, but I feel there exists a closer relationship between housekeeper Gao and Aunt Zheng. Is that so? Aunt Zhou, when did you first notice this? Or when did you begin to feel this way? Zhou Sujin furrowed her brow and contemplated. I can't recall the exact details, but it's been around 2 years, I believe. Yes, it started about 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Aunt Zhou, did something significant occur in the residence at that time? Miss, indeed, an unfortunate event transpired 2 years ago, on the day of the old lady's 60th birthday. The entire household was bustling with preparations. However, in the afternoon, a maid named Chui committed suicide by jumping into a well. This matter was quickly suppressed. Yet ever since, housekeeper Gao has shown even greater respect towards Aunt Zheng. Whatever Aunt Zheng commands, housekeeper Gao always complies without question. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou understood that housekeeper Gao must have some leverage over Aunt Zheng. The incident of Chui jumping into the well was likely not straightforward. Aunt Zhou, do you know the reason behind Chui's act? Did the household uncover any motives? It is said that Chui had a betrothal, and on the day of the old lady's birthday, she learned that her fiancé had called off the engagement. Overcome with despair, she took her own life by jumping into the well. Aunt Zhou, what are your thoughts on this matter? How would I know? However, it is truly lamentable to end one's life over a broken engagement. There are plenty of good men in the world. Why should one despair over such a person? Indeed, Aunt Zhou speaks wisely. While marriage is often orchestrated by parental arrangement, it should also consider character and fate. If one's character is lacking and fate is not aligned, why cling to a single tree to the point of despair? Zhou Sujin suddenly recalled the matter of Su Qianrou and Lu Xiuqing's broken engagement, causing her to feel a sudden discomfort. Miss, have I spoken out of turn? I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. Please do not be upset, my lady. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou shook her head. Madame Zhou, this inquiry was originally posed by Qianrou. You are not at fault. Moreover, what you stated was indeed the truth. Qianrou pondered deeply, contemplating what turmoil could have led Chui'er to forsake her parents and take her own life by jumping into a well. Indeed, she mused. However, my lady, I have encountered that girl Chui'er on several occasions. She appeared to be carefree and light-hearted, possessing a forthright temperament. I cannot fathom what could have driven her to such a desperate act. And what do the people in the kitchen say about this matter, Madame Zhou? Do not mention it. Those individuals are always eager to gossip and speak ill of others behind their backs. Yet, in this instance, they have chosen to remain silent, as if they fear invoking some taboo. Su Qianrou's heart comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chui'er's death was undoubtedly shrouded in complexity. The individual capable of silencing the crowd and preventing the matter from escalating was certainly no ordinary person. Who could it be? Is it Steward Gao? Or perhaps Madame Zheng? Or could it be someone entirely different? Chapter 021. The Mystery of the Gourd after Zhou Sujin and her daughter departed. Su Qianrou's mind raced as she replayed Zhou Sujin's words. It seemed that to uncover the true nature of the relationship between the esteemed housekeeper and Zheng Linglan, one could investigate Chui'er. Once their connection was established, the question of whether the 6 letters resided with Zheng Linglan would be readily resolved. Oh, madam, you have spent a considerable amount of time at the Su residence, so you must recognize a few familiar faces. When you find yourself with nothing to do, please take a stroll by the kitchen and observe the situation there. Pay particular attention to the incident from 2 years ago regarding Chui'er's suicide by jumping into the well. However, be cautious and do not alarm the snakes in the grass. Yes, the old servant understands. Su Qianrou turned her gaze towards the window, her eyes sharp as blades. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. But if one dares to provoke me, I will surely bring them to justice. Those who have harmed my mother shall not escape unscathed. Await my meticulous unraveling of the truth, after which I shall deliver each of you to the King of Hell for your due punishment. Meanwhile, in the study of the Qin Wangfu, Yi Lingfeng reported on Su Qianrou's circumstances to Sheng Xuanji, conveying her gratitude. Your Highness, Miss Su has asked me to express her thanks on her behalf. You represent her? Sheng Xuanji's expression was one of reluctance. Yi Lingfeng, do you truly understand your own station? Can a robust man, such as yourself, stand in for the graceful Miss Su? That is nothing short of a delusion. Very well, this prince helps her of his own volition. She did not beseech me for assistance, so what is there to thank? Yi Lingfeng silently scoffed. Your Highness, was it not indeed your own choice? Not only that, but you were eager to do so. In all of Nashia, the one who can capture your attention so thoroughly must surely be Miss Su. Then let us stoke the flames further. Your Highness, today I witnessed a remarkable performance at the Su residence, one that left me in utter admiration of Miss Su. Sheng Xuanji's eyes lit up. Oh, what performance? Speak, I implore you. Indeed, Yi Lingfeng recounted in detail how Su Qianrou had punished Su Qianni, including the striking of the board. Your Highness, I was dispatched to deliver a message to Miss Su. Yet before I could even see her, I found myself captivated by an extraordinary spectacle. Concealed behind a wall and a grand tree, I observed everything with clarity. I must say, Miss Su's handling of Su Qianni was truly remarkable. Especially when she expressed her disdain for Zheng Yinyang's pleas. It was utterly exhilarating. Although I did not witness Su Qianni receiving her punishment firsthand, I distinctly saw Miss Su escalate the strikes from 5 to 8. The sight of Zheng Yinyang, infuriated yet too fearful to speak out, nearly made me burst into laughter. It was delightful, simply delightful. Sheng Xuanji shot him an irate glance. Have you had your fill of amusement? If so, be gone at once. Yi Lingfeng was taken aback. Such a splendid performance. Your Highness, why the ire? Your Highness, I shall take my leave at once. Yi Lingfeng swiftly exited, positioning himself alongside Chunzhe, both standing quietly at the doorway. As the personal guard of the prince, how could he simply leave at a whim? Just as Yi Lingfeng stepped out, he overheard Sheng Xuanji's resentful voice. You little rascal, how can you flaunt something so delightful when I haven't even had the chance to witness it myself? How can you revel in something I have not experienced? Miss Su is a celestial beauty, and you, an unappreciative knave, dare to comment on her? If it weren't for your unwavering loyalty to me, I would have already knocked your teeth out. Oof. Outside, Yi Lingfeng listened to his prince's mutterings, gradually realizing that the prince's ire stemmed from jealousy towards him. Indeed, it was a glaring envy. However, when he heard the last remark, he swiftly covered his mouth in shock. Your Highness, could we not engage in such behavior? As the esteemed Prince of Qin, how can you resort to violence out of jealousy? And you, Chunzhe, suppressing your laughter, it's one thing not to console me after being scolded, but how can you laugh? Such disloyalty. As Yi Lingfeng internally grumbled, he was suddenly met with raucous laughter emanating from the study. Ha ha! Yi Lingfeng is absolutely correct. This performance is splendid. How delightful! Utterly delightful! Ha ha! Yi Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Highness, it seems that you are indeed the type to allow the officials to set fire while forbidding the commoners from lighting lamps. Alas, serving you is akin to serving a tiger. Within the study, Sheng Xuanji finally managed to quell his laughter. Come in. Chunzhe pushed the door open. Your Highness, what is your command? Go, summon Nighthawk and White Fox. Yes. In no time, the prince's dedicated shadow guards, Nighthawk and White Fox, entered. Your Highness, what are your orders? From today onward, you two will take turns visiting Su Jing'an's residence at night to gather intelligence. Be meticulous. Do not overlook any clues. Furthermore, ensure the safety of Miss Su. Understood, we shall obey. That very night, two figures took to the rooftops of Su's residence. One was Nighthawk from the prince's estate, and the other was Ling Yun from General Mu's household. Meanwhile, Su Qianrou finally enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon waking the next day, she felt rejuvenated. After breakfast, she settled at her desk to continue reviewing the account books, growing increasingly confident with each glance. It must be said, Li Jinfeng had been diligent. Not only did he meticulously record the purchase prices and sales figures of the shop's goods, as well as the daily transactions, but he also documented every income and expenditure with equal clarity. When Su Qianrou had Granny Gao retrieve the silver notes brought by Li Jinfeng, she found them to match the records perfectly, without a single discrepancy. At last, Su Qianrou felt a sense of relief wash over her. With such a capable individual managing the accounts, she could rest easy. After 2 consecutive days of auditing, the accounts of Hongfu Silk Store were finally clarified. As for the accounts of Dingxiang Tea House and Piaoxiang Lu, Su Qianrou was not in a rush. Tomorrow marked the 6th day of the 7th month. She would first attend to her mother's memorial before addressing those matters. In recent days, Su Qianrou has been preoccupied with auditing accounts, while Su Jing'an has also been diligently engaged. He meticulously compiled a list of relatives and colleagues to be informed, delegating the task of notifying each individual. It must be said, those who received the notice from the Su residents were utterly astonished. It is customary for the informants to relay news of bereavements. Yet what could be the meaning of attending the 3rd and 7th day memorial for Madame Su? Everyone was acutely aware, having never heard tidings of her passing. The abruptness of this announcement left them bewildered, yet intensely curious. One by one, they resolved to attend, eager to discern what Su Jing'an was truly orchestrating. Before they knew it, the 6th day of the 7th month arrived. Early in the morning, the Su household was bustling with activity. Steward Gao led a team to drape white silk at the entrance and hung 2 lanterns crafted from white paper. Clad in mourning attire, Su Qianrou adorned with a white flower in her hair. Her eyes reflected a chilling resolve. Mother, please hold on a moment longer. Once I uncover the truth, I shall ensure justice is served for you. Chapter 22. The day of the Qi festival within the Su residence, Su Jing'an had arranged a spiritual canopy. Since Mu Peilon was buried in Jiangnan, a table was set within the canopy to place her memorial tablet upon it. On either side of the table knelt all of Su Jing'an's children. Su Qingji and Su Qingyuan knelt on the left side, while Su Qianrou, with a sorrowful expression, knelt alongside Su Qingyuan on the right. Further out, Zheng Linglan and Zhou Suji knelt, as she gazed upon her mother's memorial tablet. Su Qianrou's tears flowed down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. "Mother, please bear with me a little longer. I have yet to uncover the truth. Some matters cannot be rushed. Once I resolve everything, I will take you away from this wretched place." As the hour was early, only a few guests had arrived initially. Unsurprisingly, the Mu family was the first to come to pay their respects. Apart from Mu Xiuyu, the Chun family, the Lu family, and 4 children also attended. As Mu Xiuyu looked at his sister's memorial tablet, his eyes turned red, tears welling up in his eyes before finally spilling over. He never imagined that the last time he saw his sister, 5 years ago when she returned home, would be their final farewell. During that encounter, though his sister appeared unwell, she was flesh and blood, a living presence. Today, however, he faced a cold, lifeless tablet. Regret washed over him. When he had visited Jiangnan, he should not have hesitated. Even if his sister had refused to see him, he should have climbed over the wall just to catch a glimpse of her. But now, it was too late. Mu Xiuyu slowly approached the tablet and softly called out, "Peilon, I'm sorry for my tardiness." He cradled Mu Peilon's memorial tablet in his hands, pressing it tightly against his chest. "Peilon, do you remember when I used to carry you as a child? You were so chubby back then. I was not much older, struggling to hold you. But you adored me, and you loved being in my arms. Each time, I exerted all my strength to hold you, terrified of dropping you. Yet today, Peilon, as I hold you, why do you feel so weightless? Peilon, I am sorry. It was I who lost you. If only you could return. Peilon, I do not wish to hold this cold tablet. I long to see you alive again. Bilan, oh Bilan." In the face of such profound loss, Mu Xiuyu disregarded the dignity of his military title, weeping uncontrollably as he embraced his sister's tablet. Inside the morning hall, Mu Xiuyu's daughter, Mu Ziyue, knelt beside Su Qianrou. The Chun and Lu families sat near Madame Zhou. Mu Zhen, Mu Zhijun, and Mu Ziqing knelt beside Su Qingyuan. As they all gazed at Mu Peilon's tablet, with the exception of Zheng Linglan and her son, they were consumed by grief, especially Su Qianrou, whose eyes had swollen to resemble peaches. Even Su Qingyuan was reduced to tears. At that moment, someone approached, gently taking the tablet from Mu Xiuyu's hands and placing it back on the table, guiding him away. As they walked, soft words of consolation were offered. "General Mu, the dead cannot be brought back to life. No amount of sorrow can change that. Please accept my condolences." Mu Xiuyu sighed deeply and took a seat among the guests outside. His gaze was fixed on the spiritual altar, and his heart ached as if it were being cleaved by a knife. At this moment, he yearned to bind Su Jing'an before his sister's memorial tablet, to cut open his heart for her to see. The man whom his sister had once saved with kindness had turned out to be a villain with a heart as black as coal. Yet, the time was not ripe. He could not afford to lose sight of the larger picture, nor could he bring trouble upon Qianrou. Thus, until he possessed sufficient evidence to bring Su Jing'an down, he had no choice but to endure. Before long, the number of mourners grew. They were led one by one to pay their respects at the altar. Upon discovering that there was no coffin, only a memorial tablet, astonishment swept through the crowd. Several ladies acquainted with Mu Peilon gazed at the tablet, their eyes welling with tears. They looked at Su Qianrou, kneeling at the front, dressed in pure white, with a white flower pinned to her hair. A woman clad in blue could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Are you Qianrou?" "Yes, I am," replied Su Qianrou. "Are you Aunt Lu, a close friend of your mother?" Lu Yurou's tears flowed freely upon hearing this. "Yes, I am Aunt Lu. This is your Aunt Zhou. We were friends with your mother in her youth, and it is hard to believe she is gone. Qianrou, please tell us, when did your mother pass away? Why is there no coffin today, just a memorial tablet?" Zhou Min, dressed in a pale yellow dress, crouched down to gaze intently at Su Qianrou. "Yes, Qianrou, what has happened to your mother? Today, why is it like this? Dear child, do not be afraid. Although your mother is gone, we can take care of you." A warmth surged in Su Qianrou's heart as she lifted her swollen eyes to meet theirs. Meanwhile, Zheng Linglan listened intently, anxious that Su Qianrou might utter something she ought not to. "Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhou, Thank you for your kindness on behalf of my mother. She passed away on the night of June 16th. Due to the sweltering heat and the long journey, I was unable to bring her back to the capital alone. Thus, after careful consideration, I had to bury her in Jiangnan. After the 17th day, I returned to the capital with her memorial tablet on the 17th day since her departure. Initially, our household did not intend to commemorate this third and seventh day of mourning on a grand scale. It was I who implored my father, considering that my mother was the matriarch of the Su family, to notify our relatives and friends to bid her farewell. Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhou, it is my fault for not being able to protect my mother. She had spent 5 years with me in the Jiangnan estate, and when she departed, a storm raged. With only me by her side, surely, she must have felt a sense of regret. Yet, I have done my utmost, sending 6 letters home. Alas, those letters vanished without a trace, and when I returned with my mother's memorial tablet, no one in the household knew of her passing. Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhou, if I could not even care for my mother, do you think I am utterly useless? As Su Qianrou spoke, her tears flowed, and soon she was weeping uncontrollably, nearly fainting. Lu Yuro, quick to act, embraced Su Qianrou tightly. Dear child, do not be too hard on yourself. This is a matter among adults. What can a child like you possibly comprehend? However, Su Jing'an has proven to be quite ungrateful, considering that it was your mother who once saved him. In the end, he hardened his heart and sent both you and your mother to Jiangnan. Zhou Min, tell me, is this the conduct of a decent human being? Zhou Min's face turned a deep shade of anger. Qianrou, dear child, do not blame yourself for not taking care of your mother adequately. Aunt Zhou observes, as if there are those deliberately wishing for your mother to suffer. You are but a young girl, and in such frail health. The fact that you managed to carry your mother's tablet back from Jiangnan is already commendable. Aunt Zhou is concerned that life at the Su residence may not be easy for you moving forward. Nonetheless, there is no need for fear. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply inform us, and we shall assist you in retaliating. Upon hearing this, Zheng Linglan exclaimed, What? Bully Su Qianrou? Surely, you are not being deceived by her? Take a good look. Who is truly the one being bullied? Is it not she who has tormented both me and Qianni? Chapter 023. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Observing Su Qianrou's expression, Lu Yuru and Zhou Min felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. Qianrou, do not be disheartened. Those who have departed cannot return, and the living must continue their journey, mustn't they? Rest assured, you have both me and Aunt Zhou by your side. Speak up if you need anything. I refuse to believe that the wicked can triumph over righteousness. Those malevolent souls cannot possibly turn the world upside down. As Lu Yuru spoke, she instinctively cast a glance at Zheng Linglan. It was no secret that even before their marriages, they had harbored disdain for Zheng Linglan, petty and malicious. She was truly a wretched individual. Now that Mu Peilon had passed, the silence surrounding Su Qianrou's 6 letters was telling. One need not guess. It was evident that Zheng Linglan's scheming hand was at play. What a vile woman she was, devoid of any conscience. If fate allowed her to fall into their grasp, she would not escape unscathed. Seeing the fierce glint in Lu Yuru's eyes, Zheng Linglan's heart sank. They had turned their animosity toward her. Su Qianrou, that cunning minx, was undeniably formidable, yet chose to feign a delicate and pitiful demeanor today. Was this not a perfect performance of playing the pig to eat the tiger? Once the fire had burned down sufficiently, Su Qianrou turned to Lu Yuru and Zhou Min, her voice soft and frail. Thank you, Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhou. Do not worry. Though my mother has departed, I shall strive to endure, while there are those who wish to see me suffer. With you and my maternal family by my side, I believe they will not dare to harm me. Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhou, it is rather inconvenient to converse here. Perhaps you might step outside to rest for a while? As mourners continued to enter the mourning tent, Lu Yuru and Zhou Min reluctantly took their leave. Before departing, they offered a gentle pat on Su Qianrou's shoulder, their hearts heavy with concern. As tears streamed down Su Qianrou's face once more, Lu Yuru and Zhou Min felt utterly helpless. The moment they left, Su Qianrou's demeanor transformed back to one of icy indifference. Zheng Linglan's heart felt as though it had plunged into icy depths. Su Qianrou, you truly possess a talent for theatrics. Look at this performance. It has successfully ignited the wrath of Lu Yuru and Zhou Min. In the circles of the capital's elite, who does not know them to be sharp-tongued and fiery? Even their husbands, one an imperial censor and the other the minister of works, fear their wives. To offend them today is to invite trouble upon myself. Just as Zheng Linglan was stewing in her frustration, she suddenly heard an announcement from outside. The prince has arrived. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Good heavens! Why is he here again? On the second day of the new year, he had not only intervened on Su Qianrou's behalf, but had also personally torn up her marriage contract with Lu Gongzi. Lu Gongzi's anger had yet to subside, and now the prince was back to stir the pot? What a stroke of misfortune! Outside the mourning tent, Su Jing'an bowed respectfully to Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, with your busy schedule, what brings you here today? Everyone soon understood. It seemed that today was a day of remembrance, and Su Jing'an had not informed the prince. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He was a third-rank official, with no familial ties to the Qin king, and indeed had no reason to trouble the royal presence. Sheng Xuanji's eyes sharpened as he cast a cold glance at Su Jing'an. Lord Su, he began, I have come today not only to pay respects to the matriarch of the Su family, but primarily to honor the esteemed young lady of the general's residence. General Mu's loyalty to the nation is unwavering. In the battle at Temenguan, he suffered 21 wounds while sacrificing himself for our country. Even General Wei, Mu Xiuyu, is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Such a general's residence is indeed the backbone of our southern Xia. The esteemed young lady of the general's house equally deserves the respect of our people. Would you not agree, Lord Su? With those words, cold sweat began to bead on Su Jing'an's brow. Even a fool could discern that the Qin king was subtly reminding him of his intentions. The Mu family was a bastion of loyalty that he had devoted himself to protect. He should not entertain any notions against them. Your Highness speaks rightly. I humbly take your words to heart. Sheng Xuanji shot another cold glance at Su Jing'an before stepping into the morning pavilion. As a prince, Sheng Xuanji was not required to bow to Mu Peilon. A mere offering of 3 sticks of incense would suffice. Yet, he chose to stand before the memorial tablet, bowing respectfully in salute. His gesture prompted everyone in the pavilion to return the courtesy with urgency. Sheng Xuanji's gaze fell upon Su Qianrou, clad in white mourning attire, her eyes swollen with tears, which struck his heart with profound force. In that moment, he yearned to envelop her in his embrace, to shield her from fear and suffering, to protect her completely. However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate time. Miss Su, the dead cannot be resurrected. Please take care of yourself. Yes, Qianrou is grateful to His Highness, she replied. Sheng Xuanji cast one last glance at Su Qianrou before hastily departing, fearing that further observation would unhinge him. The girl who had once saved him from peril, who had tenderly cared for him for half a month, who had once radiated such vibrant sunshine, now stood before him, silently enduring her pain. How could this not torment him? Outside, he joined Mu Xiuyu. General Mu, Miss Su is deeply saddened. Indeed, I too am saddened, he replied. Is that so? Mu Xiuyu looked at Sheng Xuanji in astonishment. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? With a sigh, Sheng Xuanji thought it futile to explain to someone so unrefined, deciding to remain silent. Mu Xiuyu felt a pang in his heart. Your Highness, you initiated this conversation, yet now you scold me? He resigned, thinking it better to let the prince's thoughts remain as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Both men sat in silence, their mutual sorrow flowing quietly between them. Suddenly, 2 figures approached. Your Highness, General Mu. Upon recognizing the visitors, Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu saw it was Inspector Zhou Zhengyin and Minister of Works Li Lianliang. Mu Xiuyu gestured for them to take a seat. Gentlemen, please be seated. As soon as they settled, Sheng Xuanji inquired, Gentlemen, do you have matters to discuss? Zhou Zhengyin and Li Lianliang exchanged a meaningful glance. There was indeed a matter at hand, as the lady had explicitly instructed before their departure today. Upon arriving at the Su residence, it was imperative to lend support to Qianrou and to ascertain the significance of the Qi festival. The lady's command was not to be disregarded. Upon encountering Mu Xiuyu, they hastily approached him. Your Highness, I, along with Lord Li, find ourselves puzzled by a certain issue. Hence we have come to seek General Mu's counsel. Oh, what matter perplexes you? It pertains to the Qi festival. Logically, given the passing of Madame Su, such a significant event should have warranted immediate notification from Lord Su at the time. Why has it been delayed until today? Furthermore, why is there no coffin present, with only Madame Su's memorial tablet in the morning pavilion? This matter has left us both utterly bewildered, which is why we sought General Mu's insights. Sheng Xuanji waved his hand dismissively. Why seek his counsel? It is worth noting that I personally witnessed Miss Su returning to the capital with her mother's memorial tablet. Not only that, but I also took it upon myself to advocate on behalf of Miss Su at the Su residence. Therefore, there is no need to consult him. I can provide the answers you seek. Chapter 024. Adding fuel to the fire upon learning of the underlying circumstances. Both Zhou Jing'an and Li Lianliang immediately perked up. Your Highness, what on earth is going on? Amidst the crowd, Xianlong's gaze pierced through like ice as he searched for Su Jing'an. On that day, when the prince's carriage passed by the Su residence, the throng outside had obstructed the way. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Miss Su was returning to the capital with her mother's spirit tablet, but had been unable to gain entry for an extended period. We of Nanxia are a nation of propriety. I never anticipated such an absurdity occurring under the heavens, the prince declared with indignation. Thus, after Miss Su finally managed to enter, I followed suit. Once inside, he learned that Su Madam and her daughter had been sent to the ancestral home in Jiangnan 5 years prior by Su Jing'an. In those 5 years, the esteemed official had not once visited. During the time of Su Madam's grave illness and subsequent passing, Miss Su had dispatched 6 letters back to the residence. Regrettably, the letters had vanished as if cast into the ocean, with no one in the Su household aware of the matriarch's demise. What was even more infuriating was that while Miss Su was held up at the gates with her mother's spirit tablet, the Su residence was hosting a grand banquet in celebration of Concubine Zheng's birthday. Zhou Jing'an's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Your Highness, this is utterly outrageous. Is it not? This is nothing short of overt favoritism towards a concubine at the expense of a wife. Mu Xiaoya slammed his fist on the table. Su Jing'an is, by nature, a scoundrel who indulges in such behavior. Sheng Xuanji placed a calming hand on Mu Xiaoya's. General Mu, please temper your emotions. I shall handle this matter. At the prince's words, Mu Xiaoya gradually regained his composure. He understood that the Qin Wang was using today's events to deliberately shed light on Su Jing'an's ignoble actions and the suffering endured by the mother and daughter. Encountering the Qin Wang in this lifetime was indeed a stroke of fortune. Zhou Jing'an pressed on, Your Highness, may I inquire as to where Su Madam has been laid to rest? In Jiangnan, at Yunsu town. Why there? Sheng Xuanji rolled his eyes. Lord Zhou, given the heat and the distance, how could you expect Miss Su to transport her mother back to the capital alone? If not in Jiangnan, then where else? Zhao Jiangnan nodded in understanding. No wonder there is only a spirit tablet and no coffin. It appears this is the reason. However, Su Jing'an's behavior is utterly intolerable. As the inspector, I must take it upon myself to address this. That is Lord Zhou's duty. I shall refrain from commentary, the prince replied. Li Lianliang furrowed his brow in curiosity. Your Highness, you mentioned earlier that you took a stand for Miss Su. What transpired? Sheng Xuanji gestured as if tearing paper. To be candid, I have torn up the marriage contract between Miss Su and Lu Xiuqing, the legitimate second son of the Duke of Anghua, thereby nullifying their engagement. Li Lianliang's eyes widened in shock. Your Highness, what prompted this? Sheng Xuanji couldn't contain a cold laugh. Because, despite Miss Su enduring the pain of losing her mother and traveling a great distance back to the capital, Lu Xiuqing was occupied with celebrating Concubine Zheng's birthday. Not only did he neglect to inquire about Miss Su, but he also offered her not a single word of consolation. Not only did he offer no comfort, but he also sat with Lady Zheng's daughter, Su Qianni, exchanging glances right before Miss Su and the others. This prince witnessed Lu Xiuqing surreptitiously grasping Su Qianni's hand on several occasions, even daring to squeeze her palm. Lordly, can such a husband be deemed acceptable? Can this marriage endure? Li Lianliang shook his head. Such a union is destined for discontent. It is better to forsake such a husband. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that I tore up their marriage contract and annulled the engagement. Now I understand. "Your Highness, you have performed a commendable deed." Sheng Xuanji waved his hand dismissively. "It cannot be deemed a commendable act. It is merely a matter of acting in accordance with one's conscience." After Zhao Jing'an and Li Yinliang departed, Mu Xiu gazed at Sheng Xuanji with gratitude. This time, the prince even mentioned assisting Qianrou in annulling her engagement. He is truly a paragon of virtue. He understands that a woman's engagement annulment can tarnish her reputation. By intentionally revealing the matter and emphasizing the reasons for the annulment, the Qin prince subtly undermined Lu Xiuqing while simultaneously illuminating Su Qianrou's plight. One cannot help but admire the finesse. "Your Highness, thank you." "Why thank me?" Sheng Xuanji leaned closer to Mu Xiuyu, lowering his voice. "Tonight, during the investigation, pay particular attention to Su Jing'an and Lady Zheng. This subordinate understands." The two resumed their usual demeanor, observing Zhao Zhengyan and Li Yinliang each addressing inquiries regarding Mu Peilon. Mu Xiuyu chuckled coldly within. "Su Jing'an, Zheng Linglan, you shall soon face the consequences." Within the spiritual pavilion, Su Qianrou vigilantly guarded her mother's spirit tablet while attentively listening to the commotion outside. Upon hearing persistent rumors that her mother was buried in Jiangnan and that the Su household remained indifferent, she felt a clarity wash over her. There was no need to inquire further. It was evident that these tidings were deliberately spread by the Qin prince. Reflecting on the prince's actions on her behalf and the concern evident in his gaze, Su Qianrou was filled with gratitude and instinctively glanced outside. At that moment, she fortuitously locked eyes with the Qin prince. The two exchanged a subtle nod, a silent understanding passing between them. By midday, the esteemed Zhou Quan, Zhang Chang'e, and Lu Han, along with accountants Li Jinfeng, Ding Shan, and Song Yizhou, arrived. The six stood in 2 rows, bowing deeply before Mu Peilon. After the formalities, they stood before Su Qianrou. "Miss, please take care of your health. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct us." "Very well, Accountant Ding. Please visit the residence tomorrow afternoon." "Understood." Observing the 6 men's utmost respect towards Su Qianrou, Zheng Linglan seethed with rage, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. "How dare they? In these 5 years, why have they ever regarded me with such esteem? Yet, this insufferable girl, Su Qianrou, commands their unquestioning obedience. Truly infuriating." Once Zhou Quan and the others departed, Su Qianrou remained seated in serene stillness. Though she uttered no words, an aura of formidable yet sacred inviolability emanated from her. Chun and Lu secretly gave a thumbs up to Su Qianrou. This child has truly made a name for herself. Despite possessing a formidable presence, she deliberately feigned weakness in front of Lu Yuru and Zhou Min, seeking their sympathy. It is likely that news of Su Jing'an's preferential treatment of his concubine over his wife will soon spread throughout the circle of noble women in the capital. When that happens, what face will Zheng Linglan have left to show in public? Zhou Sujin also experienced firsthand Su Qianrou's remarkable ability to balance her demeanor. One must admit, the young lady's skill is truly impressive. She manages to evade personal loss while effortlessly vanquishing her adversaries in silence. If one were to consider weapons, this might very well be the most effective. As noon approached, nearly all the guests had arrived, and everyone was seated at their respective tables, partaking in food and conversation. The discussions inevitably circled back to Mu Peilon, who, along with her daughter, had been sent to Jiangnan and perished there after 5 years. The household remained indifferent, and Su Qianrou was left waiting outside the door with her mother's tablet. As the conversation grew increasingly heated and agitated, the gazes directed toward Su Jing'an were filled with disdain. Su Jing'an was nearly overwhelmed with regret. What was I thinking? Willingly subjecting myself to this torment by organizing the Sanchi festival? Chapter 025. What kind of logic is this? Listening to the whispers and jests outside, Su Jing'an felt his face flush and his heart race, as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. Finding an excuse, he stealthily returned to his study. However, no sooner had he settled in than Duke Lu Ziyuan of Anghua arrived, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. "Lord Su," he began, "I came to your residence with good intentions to pay respects to Madame Su. Yet I am met with derision regarding the annulment of the engagement between my son and Miss Su. You owe me an explanation. Su Jing'an felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, rendering him breathless and dismayed. My lord, the dissolution of the engagement was not my decision. It was Miss Qianrou who, upon witnessing her sister's closeness to young Master Lu, in a fit of anger, proposed the annulment. What do you mean? Is there an understanding between Lu Cheng and Su Qianyi? With great difficulty, Su Jing'an nodded. Indeed, young Master Lu harbors affection for Qianyi and has promised to take her as a secondary wife in the future. Lu Ziyuan's face blazed with fury. Absurd. How can a mere concubine like Su Qianyi be worthy of a legitimate heir from the Duke's household? My lord, Linglan has already been designated as a secondary wife by me. And what good is a secondary wife? Lord Su, you are the Minister of Rights. Surely you understand that under our dynasty's laws, apart from the primary wife, all others are but concubines? A child born of a concubine has no claim to my heir. It is out of the question. If Lu Cheng insists on marrying this concubine, we can only accept her as a secondary wife. Beyond that, she should not harbor any illusions. With a furious flourish of his sleeve, Lu Ziyuan stormed off. Su Jing'an, pale as death, collapsed into a chair. Why? Why has everything changed since Qianrou's return? Could it be that Qianrou truly is the harbinger of misfortune for the Su family? In the study, Su Jing'an seethed with indignation, while Su Qianrou, in the spirit hall, had already composed herself. She gazed at her mother's memorial tablet, repeatedly assuring her mother, watch closely. One day, Qianrou will unearth all those who conspired against you, and they shall meet their just deserts. As the banquet concluded and guests departed, Chunshi grasped Su Qianrou's hand, her eyes brimming with compassion. Qianrou, should you encounter any troubles, remember to return to the Mu household and confide in us. Do not bear the burden alone. Keep in mind that everyone in the Mu family is your support. Indeed, my sister-in-law speaks wisely, Lu Shi added, gently patting Su Qianrou's shoulder. Though your second uncle is not present in the household, your second aunt is no pushover. Just a word from you, and she will take action without hesitation. Hearing the words of her two aunts warmed Su Qianrou's heart. Her eldest aunt, a woman of grace and propriety, though delicate and refined, was cherished by her husband. Her second aunt, on the other hand, was a spirited woman, bold and decisive, whose martial prowess complemented her second uncle perfectly. Su Qianrou recognized that, should any situation arise, she would certainly return to the family for support. My dear sister Qianrou, we are here for you. Although our aunt is no longer with us, we remain your family. Indeed, we are here for you. 17-year-old Mu Ziyan and 15-year-old Mu Zijian gazed earnestly at Su Qianrou. Even 11-year-old Mu Zicheng and 8-year-old Mu Ziyue gathered around. Mu Ziyue looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she addressed Su Qianrou. Big sister, if anyone bullies you, Ziyue can help. As she spoke, she produced a small knife made of bamboo from her pocket. This knife was crafted by father for Ziyue, and I will use it to poke at any bad person who dares to bully you until they beg for mercy. Su Qianrou bent down and gently stroked Mu Ziyue's small face. Thank you, Ziyue. Nearby, Zheng Peilon watched with astonishment. Goodness, has the Mu family all gone mad? Even a child displays such audacity? This is simply unreasonable. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Yugu and Zhou Min approached. Qianrou, we've just discovered what transpired. It seems that aside from your mother and you, the entire Su family is devoid of humanity. Fear not, dear child, should you require assistance. You can always turn to me and your Aunt Zhou. Indeed, Qianrou, Zhou Min chimed in. Back in the day, your mother, your Aunt Lu, and I were inseparable allies. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek our help. Grateful, Su Qianrou thanked Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhou. What are you thanking us for? Dear child, with your mother gone, it is only right that we look after you. With that, Lu Yugu and Zhou Min departed, and Su Qianrou stepped out of the spiritual tent with her companions. Outside, the crowd had mostly dispersed, with only a few remaining to prepare for their departure. Su Qianrou approached Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu, bowing gracefully. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. Though the words were few, their meaning was profound. Sheng Xuanji gestured modestly. Miss Su, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall lend my full support. Your Highness, with your many responsibilities, how could I impose upon you? Matters of state and the affairs of the populace are intertwined. If I were to concern myself solely with national issues, neglecting the well-being of my subjects, what kind of ruler would I be? Mu Xiaoyu was taken aback by such reasoning. Your Highness, what kind of logic is this? While you undoubtedly wish to assist Qianrou, must you embellish your intentions so grandiosely? Su Qianrou, having heard enough, ceased her refusals. In that case, I shall accept your kindness without hesitation. After exchanging pleasantries, Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiaoyu prepared to take their leave. Suppressing his anger, Su Jing'an bowed his head submissively as he escorted everyone from the estate. Sheng Xuanji cast a cold glance at him. Lord Su, today's events have made it clear to all who is right and who is wrong. Miss Su is but a fragile young woman, recently bereaved of her mother. I implore you to look after her and ensure no further harm comes to her. Should I witness Miss Su being bullied again or suffering in silence, your position as Minister of Rights may soon be in jeopardy. Su Jing'an felt a jolt of fear in his heart. Yes, I shall heed your Highness's admonition. After bidding farewell to the crowd and returning to the Qingfeng courtyard, Su Jing'an collapsed into a chair, gasping for breath. It seemed that only in this way could he expel the anger that had settled in his heart throughout the day. Zheng Linglan sat beside him, her expression one of distress. My lord, how is it that that wretched girl, Su Qianrou, possesses such remarkable capabilities? It would be one thing if the General's residence protected her, but even Lu Yugu and Zhou Min are ardently shielding her. I fear I may no longer find my place among the noble women of the capital. Su Jing'an, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Lu Yugu and Zhou Min were not the true threats. The real danger lay with their powerful backers, Inspector Zhou and Minister Li. However, the most pressing concern at present was none other than the Prince of Qin. Before his departure, the prince had stated that if Qianrou were to be mistreated or faced hardships within the household, then my position as Minister of Rights would surely be at stake. Zheng Linglan was taken aback by this revelation. What? How could this be? Do you not realize that our previous actions were excessively harsh? Remember, from this moment forward, we must treat Qianrou with utmost care. My official standing, the fate of the Su family, now hinges entirely upon her. Zheng Linglan was nearly beside herself with rage upon hearing this. Treat her well? What a dream! Chapter 26, A Wild Dog in the Su Residence's Orchid Garden. Su Qianrou, after being attended to by Kai Lian, had washed and changed into a light blue dress. She leaned against the imperial concubine couch, appearing somewhat fatigued. To be honest, although she had accomplished nothing that day, she felt far from idle. Kai Lian offered her a cup of tea. Miss, have some tea to cool down. Kai Lian, I'm not heated today. Kai Lian paused, then quickly understood. Indeed, ever since the lady passed away, the young mistress had transformed entirely. Her words seemed to have gained a sharpness that often left others at a loss. Upon reflection, it was true that Miss Su had not suffered any grievances today. It was Zheng Yinyang who bore a countenance dark as storm clouds. As long as the young mistress was not agitated, Kai Lian felt a sense of relief. After finishing her tea, Su Qianrou handed the cup to Kai Lian, who placed it down and then stood behind her, gently massaging her head. Miss, after today's incident, everyone will be aware of the grievances endured by both the lady and yourself. In the future, there may be little kindness shown by the master and Zheng Yinyang. If they receive no kindness, they have only themselves to blame. Remember, Kai Lian, while heaven may inflict calamities, self-inflicted suffering is unforgivable. A person who is excessively wicked, no matter how deeply they conceal their malevolence, shall inevitably face exposure. When that day arrives, their ruin will not be far behind. Understood, Mississippi. As they conversed, a sudden commotion arose from outside. Su Qianrou frowned with displeasure. What is happening? Kai Lian, go and check. Yes. Just as Kai Lian was about to step outside, a maid named Qiu entered. Miss, young Master Lu is making a fuss at the door, demanding to see you. Xiaohe and Granny Gao are trying to stop him. Young Master Lu? Lu Xiuqin? What does he want? Su Qianrou swiftly connected the dots, realizing he must have encountered Su Qiangyi at the manor today and was now seeking retribution for her. Let him come. Who is afraid of whom? Gai Liang. Let us go and see. Yes. Su Qianrou and Kai Lian made their way to the courtyard entrance, discovering Lu Xiuqing in a furious argument with Granny Gao. Call Su Qianrou out. I have questions for her. How could the legitimate daughter of the Su family be so ruthless? Su Qianrou scoffed coldly. Indeed, he had come to defend Su Qiangyi. His fervent protection of her was evident. What a pair of shameless dogs. With a frigid expression, Su Qianrou approached. Granny Gao, where did this wild dog come from, creating such a disturbance? Lu Xiuqing, infuriated, retorted, Su Qianrou, you are bullying too much. Ah, so does young Master Lu. Su Qianrou's eyes are swollen from crying today, so I did not recognize you. However, young Master Lu, you and I are unrelated. Your presence here is rather inappropriate. Granny Gao, close the door and escort him out. Yes. Granny Gao pretended to close the door, but Lu Xiuqing forcefully held it open, glaring fiercely at Su Qianrou. Do not presume that just because you are the legitimate daughter of the Su family, you can act with impunity. I tell you, as long as I am here, I will not permit you to bully Qiangyi. Hee, Master Lu, do you hold yourself in such high regard? Who do you think you are? And what relation do you have with Su Qianyi? This is the residence of the Su family. It is not your place to act recklessly. Here, I am the legitimate daughter. Su Qianyi is merely a concubine's illegitimate child. As long as she does not provoke me, I shall not bother to contend with her. However, should she overstep her bounds, I shall show no mercy. Lu Xiuqing, this time I merely had her receive 8 strikes. If she remains unrepentant, next time it will undoubtedly be far more than mere 8 strikes. Do you dare? Why should I not dare? Lu Xiuqing, infuriated to the point of his eyes nearly bursting, pointed his right hand at Su Qianrou. His face darkened as if it could drip with water. Su Qianrou, Qian implies your sister. How could you be so ruthless towards her? Do you possess any semblance of compassion? Su Qianrou could not help but chuckle coldly upon hearing this. Hiv. Lu Xiuqing, how dare you utter such words? Speaking of which, even a 1-foot-thick city wall would feel inadequate. You dare to utter such repugnant words, claiming that Su Qianyi is my sister? If she were my sister, how could she, knowing full well our engagement, still engage in clandestine and shameless acts with you? If she were my sister, how could she flirt with you so openly, right in front of me? You inquire whether I possess a heart. Lu Xiuqing, I must pose a question to you. How can you neglect your fiancé, while engaging in an affair with Su Qianyi? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Indeed, you and Su Qianyi are cut from the same cloth, both possessing hearts as treacherous as wolves and dogs. My orchid garden extends no welcome to you. Lu Xiuqing, hasten your departure. Do not linger until the crowd gathers, for it will not reflect well upon you. Lu Xiuqing was engulfed in fury, yet he found himself at a loss for words to retort. Su Qianrou's remarks pierced his heart with every syllable. Su Qianrou, a wise man does not quarrel with a woman. Today, I shall not hold you accountable. However, should you dare to torment Qianyi again in the future, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Is that so? You must earnestly advise Su Qianyi to avoid provoking me at all costs. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee her safety. As soon as Lu Xiuqing uttered the word you, Su Qianrou had already turned and departed. Madame Gao, the vulgarity of your words gives me a headache. Please close the door and do not disturb my rest. Yes, Madame Gao replied, bowing towards Lu Xiuqing. Young Master Lu, you have already met the young lady. Please take your leave. I must close the door now. Lu Xiuqing had hoped to find relief by confronting Su Qianyi, but instead, he found himself on the receiving end of Su Qianrou's sharp and mocking words. Infuriated yet compelled to swallow his pride, he huffed and turned to leave. Madame Gao promptly shut the door and hurried back inside. Observing Su Qianrou reclining on the imperial couch, her eyes closed as she indulged in a delightful massage, Madame Gao finally felt her anxious heart settle. It appeared that with the departure of her lady, the once frail young lady had matured and flourished. From this day forth, she could rest assured. Upon hearing the footsteps of the elderly maid, Su Qianrou opened her eyes. Salian, dear maid, she spoke. It is often said that the kind-hearted are easily taken advantage of, just as gentle horses are ridden. With our mother gone, we must learn to govern ourselves. Remember this. If you wish to avoid being bullied, you must first establish your own reputation. We shall not oppress others, yet we must not allow ourselves to be oppressed. If someone insults us, we shall respond in kind. If someone strikes us, we shall retaliate. Should anyone trouble us again, simply remember that retribution is the way forward. If you encounter trouble, I shall stand by your side. Understood, Mississippi Salian shall remember. If they dare to bully you again, I will be the first to object. The elderly maid's eyes glistened with unshed tears. During the time when the lady was gravely ill, her greatest concern had been for her eldest daughter, fearing that she would be unloved and vulnerable to mistreatment. In hindsight, it seems the lady's worries were unfounded. Miss, I shall remember. From now on, anyone who dares to act recklessly in this household shall not be met with leniency. Excellent. This is the spirit we ought to embody. Chapter 27. Fury against the servant in the Sioux residence. In the Don Hall, the old matriarch, after listening to Zheng Linglin's embellished account, abruptly knocked the teacup off the table, shattering it and spilling tea across the floor. Chun, go fetch that wretched girl, Su Qianrou, from the orchid courtyard. I refuse to believe she can defy me. Yes, Chun complied, exiting the room. With a wave of her hand, old Madame Song summoned a young maid to swiftly clean up the mess. Zheng Linglan, wiping her tears, spoke with trepidation. Old Madam, perhaps I should take cover for a while. Otherwise, when the eldest miss arrives, she will surely complain that I have reported her. The old lady glared. What is there to fear? She's merely a servant girl. Can she truly harm you? Stay here quietly, and I shall advocate for you. Moments later, Su Qianrou entered, accompanied by Tsilian. Upon her arrival, she offered a respectful bow to her grandmother. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. Enough of that. Your bow is too much for me to bear. Noticing that the old matriarch had no intention of inviting her to sit, Su Qianrou remained undeterred and took a seat beside her. The old lady's anger flared. Qianrou, who permitted you to sit? No one, it was my own choice. She replied calmly. I possess but a single modest courage, and today, as it is my mother's memorial, I am quite fatigued. Naturally, grandmother would not wish for me to stand. You, never mind, I shall not quibble with you. Yet, on this Memorial Day, why must you tarnish the Sioux family's reputation in front of everyone? Grandmother did not attend the spirit altar, so how could you have heard what Qianrou said? Su Qianrou cast a glance at Zheng Linglan, a hint of derision crossing her face. Ah, it must be that a gossipy woman has come to you, spreading tales. Not only that, but she likely exaggerated, painting me in an unflattering light. However, I speak and act with a clear conscience. I merely stated the facts and had no intention of besmirching the Sioux family. If you allow yourself to be wronged by gossip, I shall not stand idly by. Though grandmother is advanced in years, I trust she understands the character of those within the household. Thus, I believe grandmother owes me a fair resolution. Fairness? We are family. Is there truly such a thing as fairness among us? The old matriarch clearly disapproved of Su Qianrou's dual approach of public praise and private rebuke. Qianrou, it's not that I wish to admonish you. Regardless of our circumstances, we are family. Whatever issues arise, we ought to resolve them privately, without airing our grievances for all to witness. Now, everyone in the Sioux family and your father's colleagues are aware of this. How will your father manage to face the world now? Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou's anger surged. This old lady only cared for her son's future and the family's reputation, never considering the well-being of her daughter or herself. Such a heartless and ungrateful person truly squanders food in vain. Grandmother's words are most unjust. The granddaughter neither lied nor exaggerated, nor did she engage in malicious gossip like a meddlesome woman. Why must grandmother cast such reproach? Moreover, if she is aware that such actions are improper, why does the household continue in this manner? And why has grandmother never urged the household to amend its ways? Is it possible that grandmother harbors a preference for Concubine Zheng and her children over my mother and me? Certainly not. Your mother is your father's legitimate wife, and you are his legitimate daughter. How could grandmother possibly dislike you? Yet the granddaughter fails to comprehend this. Since grandmother acknowledges that mother is the legitimate wife and the granddaughter the legitimate daughter, Why then does she consistently suppress both? Now that mother is gone, instead of showering the granddaughter with affection, grandmother has permitted others to bully her. Grandmother, may I inquire what logic governs this? Upon hearing this, the old lady gasped in exasperation. Qianrou, your eloquence leaves me at a loss, she retorted. However, your failure to uphold the reputation of the Su family, coupled with your efforts to make your mother's affairs widely known, cannot be easily forgiven. Su Qianrou let out a cold laugh. Grandmother, if people's hearts are corrupted, heaven itself shall not remain indifferent. Ever since I returned to the household, you and your kin have banded together to torment me. Grandmother, I hereby declare, from this day forth, no one within the Su family shall dare to bully me. Should they strike me, I shall retaliate in kind. For grandmother knows better than anyone how this Su family came to be. My mother and I owe nothing to the Su family. Rather, it is the Su family that owes us a great deal. Grandmother, if you are so disinclined towards your granddaughter, then I shall take my leave. After speaking, Su Qianrou rose to depart. The old lady, upon seeing this, became alarmed. Impudent, I have yet to give my command, and you presume to leave? If you do not receive a lesson today, you will surely grow even more arrogant. Song Mama, teach the young lady a lesson. Yes, my lady, I shall obey. Song Mama, upon receiving the command, rolled up her sleeves and approached Su Qianrou. As she walked, she apologized. Young lady, I am sorry. However, just as Song Mama raised her hand, Su Qianrou swiftly struck her face with a resounding slap. Instantly, a bright red handprint appeared for all to see. You. Song Mama began, but before she could finish, Su Qianrou delivered another slap, leaving 2 crimson marks on her face. Song Mama, how dare a servant strike her mistress? Have you lost all sense of propriety, eager to pay your respects to the king of hell? A mere maid dares to address me as you? How unfortunate that after so many years of service, you remain ignorant of your place and manners. They say 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Today you look down upon me. Yet who knows if one day you will bow and scrape before me. These 2 slaps are but a minor admonition. Should you dare disrespect me again, believe me when I say I shall flay your skin and feed your bones to the dogs. Song Mama, clutching her swollen face, was left speechless by Su Qianrou's tirade. In her daily life, she relied on her status as an esteemed elder in the household, accustomed to wielding power within the Su residence. When had she ever endured such indignity? The 2 slaps and the scolding sent her into a state of utter shock, causing her to kneel before the matron. Madam, the eldest young lady is utterly unrestrained. I beseech you to take up the cause of this old servant. Su Qianrou let out a cold scoff. Song Mama, is it just and proper for you to strike me, yet I am deemed lawless for retaliating? Are you the true mistress of the Su household? No, I am but a servant, and you are the master. Then how can I possibly be described with the term lawless? The matron trembled with fury. Su Qianrou, you are insufferably audacious. Song Mama is a trusted elder in my chambers, and you dare to strike her? What is there to fear? The more she is an elder, the more she should comprehend the rules. Yet, regardless of her age, she remains a servant. As for me, I am the legitimate young lady of the Su residence. It is only natural for the legitimate young lady to chastise a disobedient servant who knows no decorum. Chapter 28. Like sitting on pins and needles, Su Qianrou spoke with resolute clarity, unleashing her full vigor. Granny Song knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. She had never anticipated that this legitimate young lady, who had spent 5 years in Jiangnan and returned to the Su residence for merely a few days, could exhibit such formidable prowess. Zheng Linglan was equally taken aback. Before Granny Song could strike Su Qianrou, the latter had already retaliated against her. The most startling aspect was that Su Qianrou's arguments were both rational and well-founded, leaving no room for criticism. This version of Su Qianrou was undeniably terrifying. The old matriarch felt her temples throbbing with anger. Today, she had intended to establish rules for Su Qianrou, but unexpectedly, the tables were turned, and she found herself at a disadvantage. It seemed that establishing rules was no longer feasible. However, to concede defeat in such a manner was somewhat humiliating. Qianrou, you are indeed the legitimate young lady of the Su family, but you show disdain for your elders and disrespect for your grandmother. If I do not discipline you, what will others think of us? Someone, take the young lady to the ancestral hall for 3 days of confinement to reflect on her actions." As soon as the words left her lips, 2 servants entered from outside, positioning themselves on either side of Su Qianrou. Seeing this, Cai Lian immediately spread her arms protectively in front of Su Qianrou. "You shall not lay a finger on the young lady." Su Qianrou gently patted Cai Lian's hands. "Fear not, they dare not harm your young lady." She turned to face the 2 servants with an icy glare. "Dare you to touch me? I shall ensure you suffer eternal damnation." Then she turned back to her grandmother. "Grandmother, do you truly intend to send your granddaughter to the ancestral hall for reflection? There, not only will I encounter my mother, but also the ancestors of the Su family. Are you not concerned that I might lodge complaints with them about the injustices I face? I shall reveal to them that within this household resides a father who repays kindness with malice, a stepmother who harbors malevolent intentions against me, and a grandmother devoid of discernment and affection. I will implore the ancestors to unveil who orchestrated the decision that sent my mother and me to Jiangnan. Furthermore, I wish to ascertain who had the audacity to conceal the 6 letters I sent back home. I shall also inform the ancestors that during these 5 years in Jiangnan, Zheng Nyangzi pilfered 35 pieces of my mother's jewelry and monopolized 3 bridal dowry shops. The accounts from Hongfu Silk Store reveal that over 5 years, Zheng Nyangzi misappropriated 38,000 taels of silver from the shop. I have yet to investigate Dingxiang Tea House and Piaoxiang Building, but I am certain they are not without fault. I will question the ancestors as to why Zheng Nyangzi's shops were not surrendered to the public coffers. Why did she solely seize my mother's establishments? Is it sheer greed, or is there someone behind her actions? I cannot fathom how one mere silk shop could result in such a massive embezzlement. Combined with Dingxiang Tea House and Piaoxiang Building, what a staggering sum that must be. Moreover, my father not only receives a salary, but also possesses 2 lucrative shops. I shall ask the ancestors to investigate whether the expenditures of the Su residents are truly so exorbitant, or if these funds have been clandestinely siphoned away. Grandmother, did you not decree that I should spend 3 days in the ancestral hall? Yet with so many matters to attend to, how could 3 days suffice? Silian, prepare more garments for your young lady and accompany her to the ancestral hall for an extended stay. If it proves impossible, we may as well reside there until my mother's ritual on the 5th and 7th days. However, grandmother, there should be no issue with the granddaughter staying at the ancestral hall. The true concern lies in the possibility of the granddaughter being confined by the grandmother, which might lead to a change in my father's position as Minister of Rights. Su Qianrou turned around and regarded the 2 servants beside her. "Let's go. Take me to the ancestral hall." Her words sent the old matriarch and Zheng Linglan into a state of unease, particularly Zheng Linglan, who felt her cold sweat accumulate in layers. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. As Su Qianrou noted, during these 5 years of her stewardship, she had certainly reaped her share of benefits. The 3 shops of Mu Peilon generated a considerable income, aside from what was needed for the household. The remainder had been funneled into her private treasury. The old matriarch had turned a blind eye to such matters, allowing them to pass with a casual shrug. However, upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, the old matriarch could not help but reconsider her stance. The moment she heard Su Qianrou's remark about her father potentially replacing the Minister of Rights, Zheng Linglan felt a jolt of alarm. My heavens! If the king were to learn of Su Qianrou's punishment and, in a fit of rage, revoke her father's position, it would spell disaster. Upon realizing that Su Qianrou was indeed preparing to go to the ancestral hall, Zheng Linglan panicked. She cannot go. Zheng Linglan approached the old matriarch. Grandmother, Qianrou is still a child. Please do not hold her accountable. Alternatively, allow her to return to the orchid courtyard. The old matriarch, having listened, understood the underlying implications. Zheng Linglan. Oh, Zheng Linglan, have you not loathed Su Qianrou to the point of gnashing your teeth? Why are you now advocating on her behalf? It is evident that Su Qianrou's words struck a nerve. You are frightened, unwilling to let her go. Linglan, what is this? Why do you plead for her? Grandmother, the eldest young lady cannot be punished. And why is that? Because Because the king has decreed that should anyone in the household mistreat the eldest young lady, or should she find herself in distress, he would replace my father's position as minister. The old matriarch gasped in shock. What? Such a thing exists? Zheng Linglan nodded vigorously. Indeed, it was stated by the king to my father today. The old matriarch's face drained of color, her strength waning as she waved her hand dismissively. Very well. Considering Qianrou's tender age, let her return to the orchid courtyard. In the orchid courtyard, Su Qianrou lay with her eyes half closed upon the concubine couch. Granny Gao approached her. Miss, are you feeling weary? Indeed, I'm somewhat fatigued. It is not a physical exhaustion, but rather a weariness of the spirit. Alas, who could argue otherwise? In this entire Su household, aside from our orchid courtyard, is there not a single good soul? Salian shook her head in response. That is not quite right. Granny Gao, have you forgotten? Aunt Zhou and her family of 3 are rather decent. Ah yes, I had overlooked Aunt Zhou and her kin in the pear blossom courtyard. Su Qianrou let out a barely perceptible sigh. The orchid courtyard and the pear blossom courtyard. When one thinks of it, there are indeed several striking similarities. Madame Gao, while gathering lotus today, my words at Den Hall resonated with them. Everyone should be vigilant and not allow them to scheme against us. Moreover, Madame Gao, continue to monitor the kitchen and pay attention to the matter concerning Shui'er and the well. Should anything arise, inform me immediately. It is late. In the Su residence, aside from a few scattered lamps, the rest have extinguished. In Qingfeng courtyard, Su Jing'an paced restlessly, hands clasped behind his back, traversing the yard. His attendant, Gao Feng, stood guard nearby, not daring to utter a word. Su Jing'an walked back and forth, eventually lifting his gaze to the darkened night sky, letting out a prolonged sigh. After a considerable time, he slowly returned to his study. Seated at his desk, Su Jing'an opened a book with a sense of ennui. Yet, though his eyes were fixed upon the pages, not a single word registered in his mind. Suddenly, he closed the book and approached the row of crimson shelves against the western wall. After a moment, he reached out to touch the shelves. Chapter 29. The discovery of the forged seal. Su Jing'an was restless in his study, suddenly approaching the shelf. He gazed intently at a brass Buddha statue, then gently turned it 3 times to the left with his right hand. Soon, a hidden cavity of about 1 foot square revealed itself behind the statue. Su Jing'an reached into the cavity and retrieved a brocade box. Opening the box, he extracted a letter and scrutinized it while seated at his desk. Suddenly, he grasped the letter with both hands, as if intending to tear it apart. This action sent the night hawk, who had been lurking on the rooftop, into a state of alarm. At that moment, the night hawk lay on the roof, peering down through a lifted tile. After several days of inactivity, he was overjoyed to finally witness Su Jing'an activating the mechanism. But in the blink of an eye, Su Jing'an appeared poised to destroy the letter. This was utterly unacceptable. Although the contents of the letter remained a mystery, its concealed nature indicated its significance. However, being on the rooftop and unable to reveal himself was a precarious predicament indeed. As the night hawk grew increasingly anxious, he was unexpectedly relieved to see Su Jing'an shake his head and place the letter back on the table. He then stood and paced the room twice, sighed softly, returned the letter to the brocade box, and replaced it in the hidden cavity. The night hawk breathed a quiet sigh of relief. A quarter of an hour later, Su Jing'an exited the study. The night hawk lingered on the rooftop for another half hour, observing as the lights in the courtyard extinguished. He carefully replaced the tile and silently descended from the roof. Stealthily approaching the study, he pushed the door open and, guided by the faint moonlight, made his way to the shelf. The room was too dim, so the night hawk struck a match, shielding the light with his body to avoid detection. He then mimicked Su Jing'an's earlier actions and successfully retrieved the letter from the hidden cavity. As he returned the brocade box to its place, his right hand accidentally brushed against something. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a seal. Without a moment's hesitation, the night hawk tucked both the letter and the seal into his cloak, restored the hidden cavity, and swiftly exited the study. 15 minutes later, the letter and seal appeared within the Qin Wangfu. Sheng Xuanji examined the letter meticulously, reviewing it from start to finish, before scrutinizing the seal. There was no doubt. This was the forged letter accusing General Mu of treason. The seal bore the inscription Zhu Yufeng Yin, identical to that on the letter. Sheng Xuanji furrowed his brow. Yi Lingfeng, accompany me to the general's residence. In the study of the Mu residence, both Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu scrutinized the letter and seal. Your Highness, the letter is undoubtedly forged, but what of the seal? General Mu, I cannot discern its origins either. However, it is certain that Su Jing'an could not possess the genuine seal of the Western Yang Prince. This seal must be counterfeit. The question remains, how could Su Jing'an, a minister of rights, have access to such a fake seal? Unless, Your Highness, unless what? Unless he has encountered the true seal. It is not sufficient to have merely encountered the seal. Rather, it must be acknowledged that he temporarily possessed it before commissioning a replica. The prince's assertion holds merit. However, who might the individual be that possessed this seal? Furthermore, who would be willing to present it to him? Sheng Xuanji, with his eyes gently closed, lightly tapped the table with his right index finger. This question need not be pondered at present. Our immediate task is to discreetly investigate who assisted Su Jing'an in crafting this counterfeit seal. If we can identify this individual, the conundrum may be effortlessly resolved. The prince is indeed correct. Let us proceed accordingly. The following day, Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu dispatched their respective personnel to initiate a covert search for the creator of the counterfeit seal. While they operated in secrecy, Su Qianrou was not idle either. Having thoroughly examined the accounts of Hongfu Silk Store, she commenced an investigation into Dingxiang Tea House's records. In accordance with Su Qianrou's instructions, Ding Xiang, the accountant of Dingxiang Tea House, arrived at the Su residence's Lanyuan on the afternoon of the subsequent day. Upon meeting Su Qianrou, Ding Xiang, much like Li Jinfeng, brought with him not only a stack of falsified account books, but also an ornate box. Upon opening the box, it was filled to the brim with silver notes. Miss, Dingxiang Tea House has amassed a total profit of 95,000 taels of silver over the past 5 years. Aunt Zheng has embezzled 30,000 taels. After deducting the monthly expenses and operational funds, the remaining 45,000 taels have all been deposited into the bank. Herein lies the 45,000 taels in silver notes. Su Qianrou accepted the ornate box, her gaze fixed intently upon Ding Xiang. Ding Accountant, I express my gratitude on behalf of my mother. It is thanks to your efforts that these establishments have been preserved. Thank you, Mississippi. Your trust in us compels us to exert our utmost efforts to ensure the continued prosperity of shops. Once Ding Xiang departed, Su Qianrou compared the silver notes with the account books, discovering them to be entirely accurate with no discrepancies. Furthermore, Ding Xiang's records mirrored those of Li Jinfeng, being straightforward and transparent. Su Qianrou felt her spirits lift considerably. 3 days later, Su Qianrou began her examination of Piaoxiang Lu's accounts. When Song Yizhou, the accountant of Piaoxiang Lu, arrived, he unsurprisingly brought the familiar 2 items, a stack of falsified account books and an ornate box containing silver notes. Miss, Piaoxiang Lu has earned a total of 210,000 taels of silver over the past 5 years. Aunt Zheng has misappropriated 55,000 taels. After accounting for all expenses and operational funds, a total of 100,000 taels has been deposited into the bank. Here are the 100,000 taels in silver notes. Gazing at the overflowing box of silver notes, Su Qianrou felt warmth in her heart. These were the individuals her maternal grandfather had arranged to support her mother. Although her mother was absent, they continued to diligently safeguard the business on her behalf. They were not merely accountants, they were stewards, and, more importantly, they embodied her mother's resilience. Song Accountant, I commend you for your hard work over the years. Not only have you preserved the business for my mother, but you have also safeguarded such a substantial sum of silver. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you all on behalf of my mother. Upon hearing this, Song Yizhou's eyes glistened with emotion. Miss, your words are too kind. We have served in the general's household since before Madame was married. When she arrived at the Su residence, we were commanded by the old general to manage the shops for her. Though Madame has been in Jiangnan for 5 years, we firmly believe that she will ultimately return. Regardless, we shall strive tirelessly to safeguard the shop for Our Lady. Yet, with Aunt Zheng's relentless pressure, compounded by the circumstances surrounding Master Su, we find ourselves compelled to relinquish a portion. My dear lady, you would not hold this against us, would you? How could I possibly blame you? Under such circumstances, It is indeed commendable that you have managed to achieve this much. I am filled with gratitude, not reproach. It is a relief to hear that you do not harbor resentment. Moving forward, let us unite our efforts to elevate the shop to even greater heights. Su Qianrou shook her head. There is no need for such fervor. Money is a resource that can be endlessly pursued, yet human strength and vitality are finite. To me, you all symbolize the legacy bestowed upon me by my grandfather and mother. In a certain light, you hold greater significance than mere wealth. One may accumulate an abundance of money, yet it is impossible to exhaust it all. However, once one's vitality is depleted, there is no recourse. Thus, I do not wish for you to overexert yourselves in the pursuit of riches, only to falter. With business to be conducted, wealth to be earned, and your presence intact, everything is perfectly balanced. Chapter 030 concerns regarding Wang Pozi. Upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, Song Yizhou's eyes reddened further. Throughout history, no master has wished for anything less than diligent service from their subordinates. Yet today, for the first time in his life, he heard the young lady suggest that they need not overexert themselves. With business to attend to, silver to earn, in their presence, everything is just as it should be. This sentiment felt less like a directive from a master to their servants and more akin to the everyday conversation among family. How could such a young lady not touch his heart? My lady, your compassion towards us is overwhelming. Rest assured, as long as we are here, we shall ensure the shop flourishes. Naturally, we will also take care of our health. With your regard for us, we cannot bear to leave your side. As long as you wish for our service, we shall live well and guard the shop diligently. Very well, Song Zhangfeng, I entrust the shop to you. My lady, you can be at ease. However, Song Yizhou hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. Is it truly acceptable for Zheng Yinyang to have embezzled funds over these 5 years without consequence? Allow her to benefit? How could that be? Then what are your plans? My lady? Naturally, we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. However, that cannot happen just yet. We must await the opportune moment. After all, Zheng Linglan will undoubtedly be reluctant to part with such a significant sum. We must wait for the right opportunity to strike at her vulnerabilities to ensure she returns the silver willingly. My lady speaks wisely. We have endured for 5 years. Anticipating this day, should you require our assistance, you need only command us, and we shall exert every effort. Understood. As Song Yizhou departed, Granny Gao approached. My lady, do you believe Zheng Yinyang will surrender the silver? Su Qianrou scoffed lightly. It is not a matter of her willingness. It is a question of my determination. If I wish to reclaim it, Zheng Linglan will have no choice but to comply. However, the time is not yet ripe. I must exercise patience. By the way, Granny Gao, what did you discover regarding the kitchen? My lady, the kitchen staff are tight-lipped and reluctant to divulge any information. However, on 2 occasions, I observed Wang Pozi, who works there, staring vacantly at the well. I suspect she might know something, so I discreetly inquired, but she feigned ignorance, shaking her head vigorously. Fearing I might alert her, I refrained from further questioning. After listening, Su Qianrou nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Wang Pozi is certainly involved in something. Yet, her reluctance to speak suggests there are reasons she cannot disclose. It is clear she fears repercussions, whether it be losing her position or even her life. Granny Gao, do not press Wang Pozi further. We shall investigate from the shadows, uncovering her domestic circumstances and her associations. Yes, I understand. As the two conversed, Kai Lian entered from outside. Miss, Lady Zhou and the 3rd Miss have arrived. Please invite them in. Certainly. Su Qianrou glanced at Granny Gao. Just in time, Aunt Zhou arrived, providing an opportunity to inquire further. Shortly after, Zhou Sujin and Su Qianyun entered. Greetings, Miss, they said. Greetings, elder sister. Su Qianrou responded with a gentle smile. And Zhou, please rise. Qianyun, come sit beside your sister. All right. Su Qianyun settled next to Su Qianrou and eagerly produced a handkerchief from her bosom. Sister, look at this handkerchief I embroidered. Isn't it lovely? Upon seeing her daughter's demeanor, Zhou Sujin, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly intervened. Qianyun, your stitches are rather crooked. How could you possibly present such a thing to the miss? Put it away at once. And Zhou, you're mistaken. Qianyun is still young. It is perfectly normal for her embroidery to be a bit imperfect. After all, whose skills are flawless from the very beginning? I, too, struggled when I first began embroidering. She encouraged Qianrou, do show your sister. All right, mother. You're not as good as sister, and you've disappointed Qianrou. As she spoke, Su Qianrou handed the handkerchief to Su Qianrou. Sister, look, this is the plum blossom I embroidered. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, it is beautiful. As Su Qianrou examined the uneven stitches on the handkerchief, her eyes brimmed with tears. She recalled her first attempt at embroidery, a pouch drawn by her mother, which she had painstakingly replicated. Upon completing it, her mother had smiled and gently pointed at her forehead, saying, "My Qianrou's duck is truly lovely." In that moment, although her mother smiled, Su Qianrou had quietly wept. She understood that the design was not a duck, but two mandarin ducks, symbolizing companionship. She wondered if her mother was longing for her father, hence the drawing of the two ducks. Yet, in her naivety, she had mistakenly stitched them as ducks, with the mandarin ducks absent. How could her father come to visit her mother? Now, though her mandarin ducks were beautifully embroidered, her devoted mother, who once illustrated them, would never return. A profound sorrow enveloped Su Qianrou, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. "Why are you crying? Is it because my embroidery is too ugly?" Su Qianrou inquired, looking up. "No, dear Qianrou, your embroidery is wonderful." Su Qianrou reassured her, patting her shoulder, striving to compose her emotions. Sister was merely reminded of her first pouch. It depicted mandarin ducks, and my stitching was quite poor, yet mother never scolded me. She simply smiled and said, "Sister's duck is truly beautiful." With those words, a heavy silence fell over the room. What a splendid mother she had been. How deeply she must have loved her daughter to smile and declare the embroidery beautiful, despite its flaws. Yet now, such a wonderful mother could never be found again. Granny Gao and Kai Lian simultaneously felt their eyes moisten, with Kai Lian unable to suppress a soft sob. Zhou Sujin, too, felt a pang of sorrow and quickly pulled her daughter closer. "Miss, Qianrou is just a child and has upset you. Please do not be angry. I shall take her home and discipline her properly. And Zhou, you have spoken incorrectly once more. Sister Qianrou was merely acting out of kindness. Where's her fault?" Su Qianrou pulled Su Qianrou back to her side. "Qianrou, do not be afraid. Your embroidery of the plum blossoms is exquisite. I truly admire it. The reason I felt a tinge of sadness is that it reminded me of the first time I embroidered a pouch, and it has nothing to do with you." Su Qianrou lifted her head, gazing earnestly at Su Qianrou. "Sister, is it truly so? You really do not harbor any grievances against Qianrou?" "Of course it is true. Qianrou has done nothing wrong. Why would I blame you?" "That is a relief." Su Qianrou's heart settled, and she quietly sat beside Su Qianrou. Su Qianrou glanced towards the door and then at Silian. Silian, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly moved to the entrance to stand guard. Su Qianrou turned her attention back to Zhou Sujin. "And Zhou, I wish to inquire about a certain individual. Might you be willing to share your knowledge with me?" "Certainly. Pray tell, miss, whom do you wish to ask about?" "The old woman Wang, who works in the kitchen." Chapter 031. Observing with the eyes, listening with the ears, and feeling with the heart. Hearing Su Qianrou inquire about Wang Posey, Zhou Sujin was genuinely taken aback. However, being a shrewd individual, she recognized that the young lady must have her reasons for asking. It was best for her to refrain from meddling and simply provide truthful answers. "My dear lady, Wang Posey is merely a servant, occupying the lowest tier within the household. She seldom speaks, is honest, and performs her duties with efficiency." "Jiangnan, has Wang Posey always resided in the manor? What sort of family does she have?" Servants like Wang Posey were likely to be a couple more in the household. They typically did not live within the manor, coming in the morning and returning at night. As for Wang Posey's family situation, I am not particularly informed, but it seems her circumstances are rather dire. Su Qianrou nodded. It was reasonable to assume that those who worked in another's household often faced challenging situations at home. For Jiangnan to be unaware of Wang Posey's family conditions was entirely understandable. However, given the potential clues, it would be wise to investigate further. "I see, thank you. Jiangnan, my lady, there is no need for thanks. The lotus flowers in the garden are in full bloom these days. Would you care to see them?" It would be rather dreary to remain cooped up indoors all day. Observing the earnest gaze of Zhou Nyang, Su Qianrou found it difficult to decline. She understood that Zhou Nyang was concerned for her well-being, wishing to take her out for some fresh air. In her previous life, after her mother's passing, she had returned to the capital with the ancestral tablet. Yet, she had adhered strictly to propriety, never rebelling against her father or contemplating that her mother had been a victim of persecution. Naively, she played the role of the legitimate daughter of the Su family, obeying her father's wishes to marry Lu Xiuqing, ultimately becoming a lost soul under Lu Xiuqing and Su Qianni. In her past existence, the fate of the mother-daughter duo had been tragically dismal. The few instances of warmth she had experienced came from Zhou Nyang. In Su Qianrou's memories, Zhou Nyang had once taken her and Su Qianyun to admire the lotus flowers. On that occasion, she and Su Qianyun stood beside Zhou Nyang, appreciating the blossoms while engaging in soft conversation. Though their exchanges were mundane, they provided her with a profound sense of comfort. Even until her demise, that imagery remained an indelible warmth in her heart. Su Qianrou felt her eyes welling with tears. Very well, let us go and take a look. Upon hearing that they would visit the garden to appreciate the lotus flowers, Su Qianyun beamed with joy. Mother, elder sister, let us hurry. Zhou Nyang playfully tapped her daughter on the forehead. You child, why are you so impatient? Look at you. Do you still resemble a young lady? Su Qianrou smiled gently. Why not? Qianyun is still young, full of life and vigor. Zhou Nyang, you must not stifle her spirit. Very well. I shall heed the young lady's advice and indulge her. Su Qianyun cast a proud glance at her mother, then joyfully stayed close to Su Qianrou. The group, bustling with energy, made their way toward the garden. Upon entering, they conversed and admired the scenery, their spirits lifted by the vibrant blooms surrounding them. Arriving at the lotus pond, gazing at the layers of verdant leaves and the delicate, translucent blossoms in shades of pink and white, Su Qianrou experienced, for the first time since her rebirth, a profound joy emanating from within. Su Qianyun watched the darting little fish in the water, her radiant face illuminated with delight. Big sister, those little fish swim so quickly. I can't catch them, she exclaimed. That's precisely the point, Qianyan. The vast sea allows fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar. The little fish do not wish to be confined to this pond, and in the future, neither shall we be trapped within the confines of the Su residence, her sister replied. You're right, sister. In the future, not only will Qianyun not be confined here, but neither will you or I. Without needing to turn, Su Qianrou recognized the approach of Su Qianni through the sound of her footsteps. However, she found such a lowly individual utterly unworthy of her attention. She continued her conversation with Su Qianyun, not granting a single glance in Su Qianni's direction. Qianyan, remember this. There exists a certain kind of person in this world who is best ignored. Those who appear benign on the outside but harbor a malicious heart. No matter how well you treat them, they will never feel a shred of gratitude. At any moment, they may turn and bite you. Su Qianyun, though somewhat bewildered, pondered. But, big sister, how can I discern such individuals? Use your eyes to observe, your ears to listen, and your heart to feel. Oh, very well. I shall remember that, she said. The dialogue between Su Qianrou and Su Qianyun nearly exasperated Su Qianni. Was there any need for questioning? Su Qianrou had made her disdain clear. Yet, without explicit mention, Su Qianni had no grounds to take offense. Sister, why did you not respond when Qianni spoke to you just now? Speak to me? Is there anything worth discussing between us? Su Qianrou retorted. Su Qianni's face flushed with embarrassment. Sister, it was wrong of me before. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold a grudge like me. If you are angry, I will apologize right now. Su Qianni feigned a gesture of reconciliation, only to be halted by Su Qianrou. In their previous life, Su Qianni had been haughty, never deigning to acknowledge her. Today, her sudden display of humility was utterly uncharacteristic. Su Qianni, what is it that you wish? Speak plainly or be on your way. I am busy and have no time for idle chatter. Fury boiled within Su Qianni. Su Qianrou, why the arrogance? If it weren't for our father compelling me to appease you, would I be groveling like this? We are both his daughters. You have struck and scolded me, even punished me. Yet, here I am, forced to curry favor with you. It is utterly unjust. Suppressing her anger, Su Qianni managed to force a smile. Sister, I recognize my previous mistakes. I merely wish to extend an apology. In the future, the three of us should remain good friends. Good friends? Spare me that notion. A friend like you is a burden I cannot bear. Will you leave or not? If you do not depart, Qianyun and I shall take our leave. She is still young, and I refuse to let her gaze be tainted by malice. You. Su Qianni could endure no longer. Sister, since you feel that way, I shall not disturb you any further. I will go. Is that not acceptable? Su Qianni spoke as she prepared to leave, deliberately twirling in front of Su Qianrou before departing, her right hand brushing over the new hairpin atop her head. Sister, do you think this hairpin is beautiful? If you like it, I shall gift it to you. Su Qianrou glanced over and beheld a golden hairpin nestled among Su Qianni's hair. The hairpin, crafted with exquisite materials and meticulous artistry, resembled a phoenix soaring high. At its center, a translucent jade stone was embedded, enhancing the hairpin's opulence while maintaining an air of elegance. A cold, mocking smile flickered within Su Qianrou's heart. In her past life, Lu Xiuqing had presented this very hairpin to her. In this life, however, he had given it to Su Qianni instead. It appeared that with her rebirth, certain dynamics had shifted. Observing Su Qianni's triumphant display, a sense of satisfaction surged within Su Qianrou. Su Qianni only saw the hairpin's beauty, yet she remained oblivious to the hidden depths within it, concealing something that rendered a woman unable to conceive. It seemed Lu Xiuqing did not harbor such deep affections for Su Qianni after all. Chapter 032. A murky pool observing Su Qianrou's cold, mocking smile directed at her. Su Qianni felt her sense of triumph intensify. Su Qianrou, are you envious? Jealous, perhaps? You deserve it. This is the consequence of your ignorance regarding the vastness of the world. Sister, Qianni initially thought that wearing this hairpin was somewhat inappropriate. However, Lu Gongzi insisted on gifting it to her, and it would have been impolite to decline, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, if my sister truly admires it, I would not mind gifting it to you. Su Qianrou rolled her eyes in disdain. No, please don't. In my past life, I was oblivious to the secrets of this hairpin until Lu Xiuqing revealed them to me moments before my demise. His sole intention was to plunge me into depths of sorrow and disappointment. Lu Xiuqing is truly a cunning, despicable hypocrite. I never expected that in this lifetime, Lu Xiuqing would bestow the hairpin upon Su Qianni. It seems that Su Qianni is destined never to become Lu Xiuqing's legitimate wife. Furthermore, before the legitimate wife bears any children, it is impossible for her to give birth to any illegitimate offspring. Xuanji, do you think this worthless hairpin is something to flaunt? Go ask your mother. She secretly took 35 pieces of jewelry from my mother. Are any of those not superior to this hairpin? It is evident you have never seen true jewels, treating mere trifles as treasures. Seething with indignation, Su Qianni retorted, Su Qianrou, do you not recognize value? This was gifted to me by Lu Gongzi. How dare you dismiss such a fine item as worthless? Su Qianrou scoffed. I certainly know it was given by Lu Xiuqing. If it weren't from him, I wouldn't speak so derisively. Su Qianni, do not rejoice too soon. Wear it to your heart's content. Eventually, you will discover whether it is indeed a worthless trinket. Upon hearing this, Su Qianni's anger flared further. Sister, are you merely sour grapes? Yes, I shall wear it proudly every day for you to see, and let it gnaw at you. With that, Su Qianni stormed off, accompanied by her maid in a huff. Su Qianyun gazed at Su Qianni's retreating figure, somewhat perplexed. Eldest sister, that hairpin looks quite lovely. Why do you deem it worthless? Qianyun, while the hairpin may appear beautiful, it is a gift from a villain, hence it is deemed worthless. Had it been gifted by a good person, even a wooden hairpin would be considered valuable. Oh, I see now. Qianyun shall remember this. Upon returning to Lanyuan, Su Qianrou reclined comfortably on the imperial concubine couch. Silian, tonight, when Wang Pozi leaves the estate, follow her discreetly and ascertain where she resides. Remember to be exceedingly cautious. Do not alert her. Understood. After dinner, as Wang Pozi exited the Su residence, Xiaolian trailed her closely. They turned through winding paths until Wang Pozi entered a dilapidated courtyard. Xiaolian marked the spot at the entrance before retracing her steps. Little did she know, just as she departed, Steward Gao emerged from a nearby alley not far from Wang Pozi's residence. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he proceeded into Wang Pozi's courtyard. Upon returning to the orchid courtyard, Qianrou reported her observations to Su Qianrou and inquired, "Miss, what shall we do next? Should we pay a visit to inquire further?" Su Qianrou waved her hand dismissively. "No, we cannot reveal ourselves. Wang Po recognizes us." "Ah, then what shall we do?" "It is simple. Tomorrow, I shall visit my maternal grandfather's home and request my uncle to arrange for someone to investigate." "Indeed, that is a splendid plan." The following day, Su Qianrou, accompanied by Granny Gao and Qianrou, once again visited the residence of General Mu. Su Qianrou first paid her respects to her grandmother, who immediately grasped her hand upon seeing her. "Qianrou, they have not troubled you at the Su residence, have they?" "Grandmother, fear not. They dare not bully me. See, I'm quite well, are I not?" "That is good to hear. I have heard from your two aunts that you have grown up and become quite capable. No longer that little girl who could be easily bullied." A wave of emotion washed over Su Qianrou at her grandmother's words. In her previous life, she had indeed caused her loved ones much worry. In this life, she was determined to return the favor, seeking justice for her mother and herself. Indeed, Qianrou has matured and learned to protect herself. Life at the Su residence is quite pleasant for her now. "Ha, then your grandmother can rest easy." After leaving her grandmother's room, Su Qianrou turned to her uncle Mu Xiaoyu's study, only to find that Prince Sheng Xuanji was also present. Qianrou pays her respects to the prince and her uncle. Sheng Xuanji quickly gestured for her to take a seat. "Misu, there is no need for such formalities. Please have a seat." Gratefully, Su Qianrou settled into a chair, and Sheng Xuanji's eager gaze fell upon her. "Misu, how have you been of late?" "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I am quite well." "Have they caused you any trouble?" The old lady did reach out, but she gained no advantage. "Moreover, with Your Highness's assurance, they would not dare to act against me." "Oh, what assurance was that?" "It was what Your Highness stated. Should anyone bully me, or if I were to suffer, my father's Minister of Rights might very well be replaced." "Is that the remark? Then it shall be straightforward. The next time I visit, I will reiterate that statement to Su Jing and without alteration." Mu Xiaoyu nodded approvingly at Sheng Xuanji's words. "Your Highness is indeed formidable. A single remark has instilled fear in the Su family." Sheng Xuanji smiled faintly. "Not entirely. You see, Miss Su is not afraid." The trio exchanged light-hearted banter before the conversation turned serious. "Qianrou, have you come today with matters to discuss with your uncle?" "Indeed. There is a woman named Wang Po at the Su residence, and I wish to request my uncle's assistance in sending someone to investigate her home." "That is certainly feasible. However, Qianrou must inform her uncle. Does this Wang Po harbor a story?" "You are correct, uncle. I believe that perhaps from Wang Po we might unearth the secrets behind Chui Heir's tragic fall into the well. With this knowledge, we could leverage it against Steward Gao and those who stand behind him. As long as these are unearthed, coupled with the information obtained by the prince at the postal station, the identity of the recipient of the 6 letters I sent back becomes exceedingly clear." Sheng Xuanji listened with considerable interest. "It appears I have underestimated the situation. I initially believed that with such evidence, Miss Su would be able to investigate with relative ease. However, the depths of the Su residence are indeed profound." "Miss Su, would you kindly elaborate on these matters?" "Certainly, Your Highness, uncle. I shall recount everything for you now." In the study, Su Qianrou meticulously recounted the events she had observed and heard over the recent period. She began with the tragic suicide of Chui by, 2 years ago, and continued to the incident of Qianrou following the old woman last night. After hearing her account, Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances. It was evident to even the most naive observer that there were significant issues at play here. One must admit, the murky waters of the Su residence are exceptionally deep. Mu Xiaoyu took charge. "Qianrou, rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to your uncle. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch someone to investigate. striving to achieve results swiftly. Very well. However, there's a matter that still weighs on Qianrou's heart, which she wishes to convey to the prince and her uncle. Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu spoke in unison. What is it? Chapter 33. The blood-stained handkerchief. Su Qianrou gazed at her concerned uncle and the Prince of Qin standing before her, a warm current flowing gently through her heart. How fortunate she was to be reborn, with her uncle still cherishing her so deeply. Even more fortunate was her acquaintance with the Prince of Qin, who had shown her considerable care. In this life, she felt her existence was not in vain. Your Highness, Uncle, Su Qianrou harbored a lingering question in her heart. Though the physician asserted that her mother had succumbed to heart palpitations, she suspected that her mother's demise was not as simple as it appeared. Indeed, she feared that foul play was at work behind the scenes. Mu Xiuyu was immediately alarmed. What? Someone dares to harm Peilon? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. While Sheng Xuanji was taken aback, he remained relatively composed. Miss Su, what leads you to such a belief? Have you uncovered any clues? Su Qianrou nodded. Your Highness, although I lack medical knowledge, I recall that my mother's eyes appeared dark before her passing. Furthermore, after she drew her last breath, a strange, yellowish-black blood seeped from her lips. From her bosom, Su Qianrou retrieved a silk pouch, extracting a roll of oiled paper. Unfolding it, she revealed a handkerchief. It was the very cloth she had used to wipe the blood from her mother's mouth, and she had detected a faint, unpleasant odor while doing so. Suspicious. She had preserved the handkerchief with great care, keeping it close to her. Initially, Su Qianrou had intended to trace the origins of the 6 letters before unraveling the mystery surrounding her mother's death. However, she now sensed that these matters were far from straightforward, as though someone were orchestrating a grand scheme behind the scenes. This individual seemed to target not only her mother, but also the general's manor. Yet, Su Qianrou could not fathom why the general's manor remained unscathed in the wake of her mother's passing. Was it due to the prince's protection, or had they simply altered their intentions? Sheng Xuanji's profound gaze fell upon Su Qianrou. Miss Su, do you not fear that your words may incite my suspicion towards the general's manor? Su Qianrou smiled softly. She believed that the prince would not waver in his trust. Oh, what makes you so certain, Miss Su? Because if your Highness harbored doubts about the general's manor, you would not have spoken on behalf of my grandfather after the battle at Tumen Pass, nor would you have openly defended the general's manor at the Su residence in front of everyone. Your Highness and my uncle must be quite close, and thus you would not extend such care towards me. Moreover, Su Qianrou had faith that the prince possessed discerning insight and a depth of understanding. He could easily differentiate between good and evil and would not be easily deceived by the clumsy machinations of the malicious. Upon hearing this, Sheng Xuanji felt a swell of emotion. Miss Su, do you realize that my protection of you is entirely independent of the general's manor? If I were to suspect them, would I not be blind to the truth and become the villain myself? Oh, Miss Su, your eloquence is truly remarkable. How did I not perceive this back in Jiangnan? It appears I must find an opportunity to clarify matters. Rest assured, Miss Su, the general's manor is loyal and devoted to the nation. I shall harbor no doubts. However, the circumstances surrounding your mother's demise are indeed peculiar. Miss Su, might you allow me to examine the handkerchief? Certainly. Su Qianrou handed the handkerchief to Sheng Xuanji. In order to preserve evidence, she had refrained from washing the bloodstains. Please be cautious, my lord, and do not soil your hands. My hands are not so delicate. Nonetheless, you have performed admirably in this regard, Miss Su. Sheng Xuanji unfurled the handkerchief, revealing a conspicuous stain upon the white fabric. Although it had dried, traces of dark blood intermingled with faint yellow could still be discerned. Sheng Xuanji brought the handkerchief to his nose and involuntarily furrowed his brow. Despite nearly a month having passed, the faint odor lingered, thanks to Miss Su's careful preservation. This is indeed suspicious. My lord, allow me to take a look. Mu Xiuyu reached out to take the handkerchief from Sheng Xuanji's hands, scrutinizing it thoroughly before leaning in to smell it. My lord, the bloodstains and odor here are highly suspect. It appears that Peilon's death was not without foul play. Indeed. However, we are presently only speculating. The situation remains unclear. For now, We must investigate discreetly to avoid alarming the culprits. As Sheng Xuanji spoke, his gaze fixated intently on Su Qianrou. Miss Su, do you recall the letter your father presented to your mother 5 years ago? Su Qianrou was taken aback. My lord, have you obtained the letter? Sheng Xuanji nodded. On the evening of your mother's memorial, my men retrieved that letter from your father's study, along with the seal. Sheng Xuanji produced the letter and the seal from his breast pocket, placing them before Su Qianrou. Miss Su, please examine them closely and confirm if this is what you saw that day. Su Qianrou first examined the letter attentively, then picked up the seal. My lord, I can assure you that the seal on this letter is identical to the one I beheld that day. Could it be that this letter was sealed with this very impression? Precisely. However, this seal should be a forgery. A forgery? Su Qianrou was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. Indeed, given her father's position, he could not possibly have come into contact with the seal of the Crown Prince of Shiliang, unless someone deliberately presented it to him, or he happened upon it by chance. Then, which scenario pertains to my father? My lord, uncle, what course of action should we take now? Mu Shiyu handed the handkerchief back to Su Qianrou. Qianrou, you must remain at the Su residence and not concern yourself with these matters. With my lord and your uncle present, everything will be unraveled in due course. Indeed, Miss Su, you need only keep your mind at ease. Should any discoveries arise, we will dispatch someone to inform you. Sheng Xuanji's gaze lingered on the handkerchief in Su Qianrou's possession. Miss Su, might you permit me to take the handkerchief back with me? Su Qianrou hesitated. My lord, do you intend to investigate the bloodstains? Precisely. Although the stains have dried, there may yet be traces to uncover. If that is the case, I entrust this matter to you, my lord. Su Qianrou carefully wrapped the handkerchief in oiled paper, then meticulously rolled it up and placed it in a brocade pouch, extending it with both hands to Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, I am grateful for your assistance. Upon hearing this, Sheng Xuanji's eyes sparkled, and a broad smile illuminated his face. Miss Su, there is no need for such formality. This is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. To the prince, it might be a mere act of convenience. Yet for Qianrou, it represented a profound act of kindness. How does one compare such a significant kindness to the debt of saving a life? While the obligation of life-saving grace demands a repayment as profound as a gushing spring, uncovering the truth behind her mother's demise and seeking justice for her is, for Qianrou, equally deserving of such a debt. Indeed, Miss Su, your loyalty and righteousness are commendable, the prince remarked, with a demeanor as refreshing as a clear sky. Sheng Xuanji's open and forthright nature earned Qianrou's admiration in return. His hearty laughter echoed, Miss Su, you are truly remarkable, as Sheng Xuanji and his niece exchanged lively banter. Mu Shiyu looked on, wide-eyed and unable to interject. Do you two not require a script? How can your words flow so effortlessly? Chapter 034. The disappearance of Wang Pozi in the sweltering heat of July. Su Qianrou returned to the Su residence, where she bathed and changed under the attentive care of Lian. Draped in a delicate blue gown, she languidly reclined upon the imperial couch. Granny Gao approached with a bowl of sour plum soup. Miss, have a sip of sour plum soup to ward off the heat, she suggested. Indeed, the weather is sweltering. Everyone should partake for the sake of their health. Yes, this old servant expresses gratitude on behalf of everyone, Mississippi. As Su Qianrou held the bowl of sour plum soup, she sipped while pondering. Lian, do you think Wang Pozi might have discovered your whereabouts yesterday? Huh? Surely not. I was exceedingly cautious and kept my distance. She should not have noticed. Yes, that is reassuring. Yet I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. Granny Gao, overhearing, volunteered, Miss, shall I find an excuse to check the kitchen? All right, but be discreet. Do not let anyone catch on. Of course. After a brief interval, Granny Gao returned, carrying 2 condiments. Miss, I took the opportunity to scout the kitchen, and it turns out Wang Pozi is indeed absent. Upon inquiry, I learned she has matters at home and may not return for some time. A wave of realization washed over Su Qianrou, her mind buzzing with the implications of her accurate intuition. Wang Pozi had truly vanished. Whether she had fled or been ensnared by others remained uncertain. Lian was aghast. Miss, I was exceptionally careful yesterday, I should not have alerted Wang Posey. Su Qianrou's expression grew grave. Kailian, do not fret. I know your caution was not the cause. Someone else must have noticed. For now, we must remain composed and uncover who was responsible for Wang Posey's disappearance. Granny Gao expressed her concern. Miss, do you think Wang Posey might have met with foul play? While it is a possibility, it is unlikely. After all, Wang Posey has family. It is improbable that they would all be harmed. Who possesses such audacity in this world? The most likely scenario is that Wang Posey and her family have been concealed. But Kailian was with her all day, and now she is gone. Doesn't that seem too coincidental? Su Qianrou gestured for Kailian and Granny Gao to draw closer. Lowering her voice, she confided, You both should keep a close watch on Xia He and Qiu. I suspect one among them has betrayed us. Kailian, filled with indignation, exclaimed them. Once I discover who it is, I shall tear their tongue out. But miss, with Wang Posey missing, doesn't this sever our lead? Not all. My uncle and his associates are not inept. They will not be stymied by this matter. That night, as Xia He and Qiu settled into slumber, a small stone clattered against the window of Su Qianrou's chamber. Kailian promptly rose to investigate and found a fluffy white object resting outside the window. Upon picking it up, she discovered it was a crumpled piece of paper wrapped around a small stone. Kailian glanced around and noticed that the courtyard was devoid of any figures, prompting her to hurriedly return inside with the paper. Su Qianrou unfolded the paper and found 2 lines inscribed upon it. The melon seller has vanished without a trace. I fear a sinister wind has blown. Observing from afar, waiting for dawn, the truth shall eventually reveal itself. As she surveyed the crude handwriting, Su Qianrou couldn't help but chuckle. Her uncle must have exerted considerable thought to craft these lines, resembling riddles. Indeed, the melon seller referred specifically to the old woman selling melons, and the sinister wind alluded to someone leaking information. His advice to observe from a distance implied that she should refrain from intervening and simply watch the unfolding events. The mention of waiting for dawn served as a reminder that, regardless of the circumstances, the truth would inevitably come to light. Her uncle was truly thoughtful. Su Qianrou held the paper over the candle flame, watching it burn gradually to ashes. Kailian, all is well now, go to sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Qianrou instructed Xia He and Qiu. Today, I shall visit the shop and dine at the fragrant pavilion at noon. You both need not concern yourselves with anything. Simply enjoy your leisure. Yes, miss, we obey your command. Accompanied by Kailian and the elderly Madame Gao, Su Qianrou set off in a carriage. Xia He and Qiu tidied the courtyard before sitting under the eaves to embroider pouches. As they worked, Qiu set her pouch aside. Xia He, did the young lady not tell us to relax? Since there is nothing to do, I shall ask Qiu for a sample of embroidery. Without lifting her head, Xia He replied, Very well, go ahead. However, just as Qiu left, Madame Gao returned. Seeing her, Xia He quickly inquired, Madame Gao, did you not accompany the young lady? Oh, do not mention it. Perhaps due to a restless night, I felt a headache shortly after we departed. The young lady, concerned for me, allowed me to return early. Is that so? Should we find a doctor? No need. It's an old ailment. A good rest will suffice. Very well. Madame Gao, please lie down for a while. I will call for you when lunch is ready. All right. Madame Gao lifted her foot to enter, but suddenly paused. Oh, Xia He, why are you alone? Where's Qiu? Qiu just stepped out. She went to ask Qiu for an embroidery sample. Ah, splendid. Qiu is quite skilled. Very well. You continue your work. I shall return to my room for a rest. Madame Gao retreated to her chamber, lying on the bed fully dressed. Although her eyes were closed, her mind remained alert. Qiu, though often quiet and diligent, possessed a pair of eyes that gave an impression of restlessness. After a short while, Qiu returned, beaming, holding a sample of embroidery. Sitting beside Xia He, she presented the sample. Xia He, what do you think of this embroidery design? It's lovely. However, Qiu, why were you gone for so long? Madame Gao returned and inquired about your absence. Oh, seeing that Qiu was not busy today, I engaged her in conversation for a while. Wait a moment. Wasn't Granny Gao accompanying the young lady outside? Indeed, she had gone out. However, due to a headache, the young lady sent her back home. Is that so? How is Granny Gao? Is her condition serious? Should we call for a doctor? There is no need. She merely said that resting for a while would suffice. Very well. Xiaohi, do you think my clumsiness could allow me to embroider something resembling this? Upon hearing this, Xiaohi rolled her eyes. Qiuji, your hands are so deft. If you cannot manage it, then I certainly cannot. Ha ha, Xiaohi, you truly possess a talent for humor. The two young maids were chatting and laughing in the courtyard when suddenly they realized. Qiuji, Granny Gao is sleeping in the room. Let us speak quietly so as not to awaken her. Indeed, we were so engrossed in conversation that we completely forgot about that. How foolish of us. The two lowered their voices and huddled together to continue their embroidery. Granny Gao lay in bed, listening to their light-hearted banter. Qiuji, did you truly seek out Inxiu? Chapter 035. Qi Wenhua and little Shi after the departure of Granny Gao. Su Qianrou and Salian headed straight for the fragrant pavilion. Midway, they encountered a tumultuous crowd, blocking the path ahead. Su Qianrou lifted the curtain of the carriage for a glance. Salian, let us go see what the matter is. Certainly. Salian dismounted from the carriage and navigated through the throng. In the midst of the crowd, she spotted a pale boy of about 8 or 9 years. His eyes tightly shut, cradled in the arms of a young man. The man was in a state of frantic urgency, calling the boy's name and pleading with the onlookers. Dear friends, I implore you, please assist us. My brother has suffered from a heart condition since childhood, and I had brought him here for treatment. But he has suddenly fallen ill, and I dare not move him. Kind-hearted souls, could anyone fetch a doctor for us? He is but a child. He cannot endure any harm. I beseech you. Upon hearing this, Salian turned and walked back to the carriage to inform Su Qianrou of the situation. Su Qianrou promptly instructed the coachman. Did we not pass by Huichuntang earlier? Quickly, drive the carriage there to summon a doctor. Yes, my lady. Su Qianrou alighted, and the coachman swiftly turned the horses around, cracking his whip as he sped toward Huichuntang. Su Qianrou and Salian stood anxiously by the roadside, glancing back repeatedly. Fortunately, the medical hall was not far, and with the urgency of the carriage, the coachman soon returned with Dr. Shun from Huichuntang. As Dr. Shun disembarked, Su Qianrou and Salian hurried to accompany him. The crowd instinctively parted, allowing a clear passage. Dr. Shun has arrived. The child is saved. Indeed, with Dr. Shun's unparalleled skill, the child shall surely be well. Dr. Shun approached briskly, first inquiring briefly before placing his hand on the boy's wrist, checking his pulse on both sides. This child is experiencing obstructed vital energy and emotional distress. I shall administer acupuncture first, followed by a prescription of herbal remedies. I anticipate no significant issues. The young man's face was a mask of gratitude. Thank you, doctor. No need for thanks. Rather, express your gratitude to those who brought me here. As Dr. Shin spoke, he retrieved acupuncture needles from his medical kit and swiftly administered several to the boy. Moments later, the boy opened his eyes. Wenhua, what has happened to me? Qi Wenhua, holding the boy, gently patted his arm. Little Shi, fear not. You simply felt unwell for a moment. But all is well now, and shortly, I shall take you home. Wenhua, did I fall ill again? I hate being a burden to you, though you do not voice it. I feel the weight of it in my heart. Perhaps you should leave me here. I cannot continue to encumber you. Little Shi, how can you say such things? Qi Wenhua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the boy. I declare, such words must never cross your lips again. You are my brother. Who else would care for you if not I? But I do not wish to be a burden. And besides, my sister is no longer with us. What need have you to worry about me? Qi Wenhua, filled with anger, raised his hand but ultimately refrained from striking. Little stone, he said, when your sister was here, I could overlook your actions, but now that she is gone, you must stay close to me. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall not go hungry. With any garment I possess, you shall not suffer from the cold. Little stone burst into tears. Brother Wenhua, I am sorry. I know you mean well, but I truly do not wish to be a burden to you. Qi Wenhua embraced Little Stone, gently stroking his head. Remember, Little Stone, we are all that remains of our family. Do not utter such useless words. Focus solely on following me. Otherwise, your sister below will worry for us. With tears brimming in his eyes, Little Stone replied, Brother Wenhua, I will listen to you. Their conversation moved the onlookers to tears. Despite not fully grasping the depth of their shared experiences, it was evident that Qi Wenhua held a deep affection for Little Stone's sister, who had now passed away. The crowd could not help but admire Qi Wenhua for his loyalty and compassion. Su Qianrou felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, her eyes reddening. "Esteemed sir, Little Stone's health is of utmost importance. Why not allow him to ride in my carriage and accompany Dr. Shun to the clinic for proper treatment?" Dr. Shun readily agreed. "The lady speaks wisely. The child has just begun to recover and requires further nurturing. A carriage ride would conserve his strength." Qi Wenhua, upon hearing this, bowed to Su Yanu. "I am Qi Wenhua, and I thank you for your assistance." "There is no need for thanks, young Master Qi. Little Stone's health is paramount. Please, let us proceed." With that, Qi Wenhua lifted Little Stone and followed Su Qianrou to the carriage. Su Qianrou, Dr. Shun, Little Stone, and Kai Lian took their seats inside, while Qi Wenhua positioned himself at the front. The driver cracked the whip, and the carriage sped towards the clinic. Inside the clinic, Dr. Shun meticulously examined Little Stone's pulse before instructing him to lie down. "The previous injections were merely a stopgap measure. I shall administer another set, and he should feel significantly better afterward." After treating Little Stone, Dr. Shun prescribed 5 additional doses of medicine. However, Qi Wenhua's face turned pale as he felt his waist pouch. It had been stolen, containing the funds essential for Little Stone's treatment. Su Qianrou noticed and reached out to Kai Lian, who immediately understood and produced a silver note from her bosom, handing it to her. Su Qianrou presented the note to Qi Wenhua. "Young Master Qi, here is 100 taels. Please use it to buy medicine for Little Stone. The remainder can be utilized for your daily needs." Qi Wenhua shook his head repeatedly. "No, I cannot accept this. We have only just met, and I have already received your generous assistance. I cannot take this 100 taels. Young Master Qi, one must prioritize matters according to their urgency. Your money has been stolen. How will you procure medicine for Little Stone?" "Miss, might I request a credit for now, and upon my return home to fetch the silver? I shall settle the debt without delay." If Master Qi is permitted to defer payment, then why refuse this 100 taels in silver notes? Though I am no paragon of virtue, I do feel compassion for Little Stone. Your funds have been pilfered, and fortuitously, I possess these silver notes. Therefore, Master Qi, I implore you not to reject my goodwill, for my sole intention is to assist Little Stone." Upon hearing Su Qianrou's heartfelt plea, Qi Wenhua once again bowed respectfully to her. "In that case, I shall graciously accept it." "Thank you, Mississippi Master Qi. There is no need for formalities. Life is often fraught with misfortune. None can guarantee immunity from adversity. Should you or Little Stone ever find yourselves in need in the future, do not hesitate to seek assistance at the Fragrant Pavilion. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, Su Qianrou cast a final glance at Little Stone, who appeared significantly rejuvenated, his demeanor noticeably brighter. She felt a sense of relief and, accompanied by Kai Lian, exited the Huichun Hall. They made their way to the carriage outside and promptly set off towards the Fragrant Pavilion. Chapter 36. An incident at the Fragrant Pavilion. As the Fragrant Pavilion was not far from the Rejuvenation Hall, it did not take long for Su Qianrou and Kai Lian to arrive. Disembarking from the carriage in front of the entrance, Su Qianrou stepped into the Grand Hall. No sooner had she entered than she noticed Song Yizhou and Lu Hanshan engaged in discussion at the counter. "Master Lu, Accountant Song, what are you busy with?" Upon hearing her voice, Lu Hanshan and Song Yizhou looked up and were surprised to see Su Qianrou standing before them. They promptly exited the counter and bowed respectfully. "Miss, it is such a hot day. What brings you here? If you need anything, we can come to your residence." "How can that be? If I were to stay cooped up, I would surely become idle. It is far better to be out and about than to remain indoors all day." "Indeed. As long as you wish, miss, you are always welcome to visit." "That is correct. Miss, do you have any particular matters to discuss today?" "Not particularly. I merely wish to come and take a look. By the way, what were you discussing just now?" Lu Hanshan retrieved a ledger and opened it. "Miss, here are the dishes ordered by customers at the Fragrant Pavilion over the past 7 days. Upon review, we found that lighter dishes are more frequently ordered, while heavier ones are less popular. We were contemplating whether to reduce the heavier dishes and increase the lighter ones, perhaps introducing some new vegetarian options. We were just discussing this when you arrived. Miss, do you think our proposal is feasible? Qianrou nadi thoughtfully. You are adept in business, while I am rather uninformed. However, your reasoning is sound. In hot weather, people's appetites tend to wane. It is indeed difficult to digest rich and greasy foods. Offering more light dishes may better suit everyone's palate. Miss is absolutely correct. Then it shall be decided thus. Qianrou glanced around the hall, noting the sparse number of patrons. Master Liu, how has business been at the Fragrant Pavilion lately? Replying to Miss, business has been consistently good. However, since it is still early, there are not many customers. By noon, the hall will be filled. That is reassuring. Remember, in business, we must uphold integrity. Regardless of the number of patrons, we must ensure fairness and honesty. Lu Hanzhan and Song Yizhou responded in unison. Yes, we will keep that in mind. Qianrou continued to explore the premises, nodding in approval. I must say, the Fragrant Pavilion is impeccably clean and tidy, providing a sense of comfort at first glance. Master Liu, the management here appears commendable, and Accountant Song has maintained the accounts well. With you both overseeing the Fragrant Pavilion, I can rest assured. By the way, there is something I need to inform you. On my way here, I encountered a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, who had fallen ill. There was also a young man, approximately 20 years of age, by his side. The boy's name is Xiao Shitu, and the man's name is Qi Wenhua. I informed them that if they require assistance, they may seek help at the Fragrant Pavilion. Please keep an eye out. Should they arrive in the future, remember to assist them to the best of your abilities. If matters escalate beyond your control, notify me immediately. Very well, we shall keep this in mind. As the three conversed, patrons began to enter the hall in a steady stream. After a quarter of an hour, the hall was filled with people. Lu Hanzhan escorted Qianrou upstairs and entered a room marked landing. Miss, this room was previously reserved for the late mistress, specifically for handling affairs. For the past few years, aside from regular cleaning, it has remained closed. Now that you have returned, it would be fitting to allocate this room to you. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over Qianrou, but she quickly readjusted her mindset. Her mother had dedicated this space for important matters, underscoring her deep regard for the Fragrant Pavilion. With her mother no longer present, it was her responsibility to manage the establishment well. Only in this way could she ensure her mother's peace in the afterlife. Very well, let it be so. Lu, please attend to your duties. I will look around. Certainly. As Lu departed, Qianrou surveyed the room. It was immaculate and orderly, divided by a screen into 2 sections. The outer area was furnished with a table and chairs, while a row of shelves lined the wall. Inside, a neatly made bed awaited. Without question, the outer chamber served as her mother's workspace, while the inner chamber was a place for her mother's repose. Just as Qianrou settled at the table, a knock interrupted her thoughts. Kai Lian opened the door to reveal Lu Hanzhan standing at the threshold, accompanied by a young attendant. Miss, it is time for lunch. I have instructed the attendant to bring you a selection of dishes for your tasting. Very well, set them down. The attendant placed a food box on the table and presented 4 dishes. Lu Hanzhan personally arranged the plates. Miss, these are our signature dishes at the Fragrant Pavilion. Please sample them. Excellent. I'm rather hungry, so I shall indulge. Qianrou sat down and savored each dish in turn. After tasting them, she nodded in approval. Indeed, quite delightful. Not too oily nor greasy, they are refreshingly light. Neither overly seasoned nor bland. They strike the perfect balance. Lu Hanzhan beamed at her praise. Miss, our patrons have expressed similar sentiments about these dishes. Please take your time. I shall take my leave. Very well. Attend to your tasks. Once Lu departed, Qianrou called to Kai Lian. Kai Lian, come, sit with me and share this meal. Kai Lian, startled, quickly shook her head. Miss, how can this be? You are the mistress, and I am but a servant. I cannot dine alongside you. Qianrou remained unfazed by her protest. What is there to fear? This is not the Su residence. We are in my Fragrant Pavilion. It is my domain, and I shall dictate the terms. Hurry, or the food will grow cold. Seeing the situation, Kai Lian could only sit down with trepidation. However, she dared not fully settle, occupying merely a third of the chair. Just as the two were nearing satisfaction from their meal, a sudden commotion erupted from below. Su Qianrou furuit hadbrut. What could be the matter? It was merely a meal. Why such a tumult? Kai Lian, go and see what is happening. Yes, Kai Lian replied, descending, while Su Qianrou rose and stepped toward the window. Outside the fragrant building, a crowd had gathered in the street, their expressions agitated and voices raised in uproar. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Qianrou. This cannot bode well. Something must have occurred at the fragrant building. Just as she was about to turn and head downstairs, she caught sight of two familiar figures. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Lu Xiuqing and Su Qianyi, concealed among the throng, wearing expressions of gloating mischief. Su Qianrou es norte disdanfeli. You wretched pair, each more malicious than the other. With you here today, there will surely be no good fortune. At that moment, Kai Lian hurriedly re-entered. Miss, something has happened at the fragrant building. Chapter 37. Reporting to the authorities upon hearing Kai Lian's alarming words about an incident at the fragrant pavilion, Su Qianrou's heart sank. Kai Lian, what transpired? Miss, two patrons in the main hall consumed our dishes and suddenly clutched their stomachs, claiming severe pain, and they are vomiting uncontrollably. They assert that our food is poisoned and are shouting to report to the authorities. The hall is in chaos. The other guests are terrified of food poisoning and refuse to eat, demanding refunds. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Qianrou quickly deduced that someone was scheming against the fragrant pavilion. The thought of Lu Xiuqing and Su Qianyi, who were reveling in the misfortune outside, ignited a surge of anger within her. Lu Xiuqing, Su Qianyi, if this is indeed your doing, prepare for the consequences. Kai Lian, do not be afraid. Let us descend and investigate. Yes, descending the stairs, they were met with utter disarray in the hall. Voices clamored, arguments erupted, and insults were hurled. Su Qianrou maneuvered through the crowd and found two men at the center of the commotion. One appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a gaunt face that suggested ill intentions. The other was a bit older, perhaps in his 30s, with a more decent appearance. Both men were clutching their stomachs, their faces pale and beaded with sweat, surrounded by a grotesque pile of vomit. Casting a glance, Su Qianrou noticed that Lu Hanzhan and Song Yizhou were present. Lu, what is the situation with these two? Miss, they ordered 2 dishes and 2 bowls of rice. They were eating well until suddenly it turned to this. Have you summoned a doctor? Yes, one is on the way. Have you reported to the authorities? What? Report? Lu Hanzhan was taken aback. Miss, what are you thinking? When others encounter trouble, they seek to settle it privately. You, however, wish to involve the authorities. Is this not akin to striking our own face? Do we not care for the reputation of the fragrant pavilion? Observing Lu Hanzhan's reaction, Su Qianrou felt a sense of clarity. Lu, speak honestly. Do you have confidence in the quality of our meals? Upon hearing this, Lu Hanzhan straightened his posture. Of course, miss, while we may not boast of everything, I assure you that the food at the fragrant pavilion is beyond reproach. Then that settles it. We shall report it. I refuse to believe that such petty tricks can stir any real trouble. Very well, I shall send someone immediately. Lu Hanzhan called over a servant. Liuda, go report to the authorities. Yes. As Luda turned to leave, Su Qianrou called out to him. Remember, upon reaching the officials, state that the fragrant pavilion has been wronged, and someone has deliberately employed underhanded tactics in our food. Ask the authorities to restore justice for the fragrant pavilion. Upon hearing her words, the gaunt-faced man's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of panic. Yes, I shall remember. Luda hurried away, leaving the other diners in stunned silence, bewildered by Su Qianrou's audacious maneuver. Goodness, they haven't even reported yet, and she has already done so. If she is to report, she insists on having the authorities seek justice for her. This operation is truly astonishing, isn't it? Lu Dagong departed, and the waiter brought the doctor over. Su Qianrou recognized him at once. It was Dr. Shun from the Huachuntang Clinic. It was no surprise, considering that the Piaoxiang building was in close proximity to Huachuntang, and Dr. Shun was somewhat renowned in the capital. Inviting him was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Dr. Shun, could you please assist in discerning the condition of these two individuals? Following the voice, Dr. Shun looked over and was taken aback to see the young lady who had previously aided Zayasha. This young lady was not only beautiful, but also possessed a kind heart. He ought to take notice. Very well, I shall examine them. Dr. Shun proceeded to check the pulses of the two men and examine their eyelids. He then crouched down, using a spoon to collect a small sample of the vomit. After scrutinizing it closely, he brought it to his nose for a sniff. These two have been poisoned, specifically by a toxin known as Wenkeo. Su Qianrou was momentarily taken aback. Wenkeo? Is there such a poison? Indeed, Wenkeo grows in the wild and resembles common weeds. If one does not look closely, it is virtually indistinguishable. In the past, when people tended sheep, numerous sheep consumed this grass, resulting in symptoms like abdominal pain and vomiting, leaving them unable to rise, hence the name Wenkeo. Ah, I see. Dr. Shun, do you have a remedy for this? Dr. Shun cast a glance at the gaunt-faced man, finding him rather disagreeable. My dear miss, while Wenkeo can be quite distressing, it is not life-threatening. I possess a remedy that is both simple and effective, administering dung water. Within a short time, they shall be cured. Su Qianrou could not help but smile at this suggestion. Very well, we shall proceed as you recommend, Dr. Shun. Manager Liu, please send someone to fetch the dung water. Accountant Song, arrange for these two to be taken outside. We cannot administer dung water in the restaurant. The two men grew anxious upon hearing this. Dung water? Wouldn't that be utterly revolting? Just the thought of it is unbearable. Dr. Shun, we cannot possibly go through with this. Could you not devise another method? Another method? Dr. Shun chuckled lightly. I regret to inform you that no alternative solutions are presently available. You two should try the dung water first, and perhaps I may devise another remedy afterward. The two men were left in a state of disbelief. But Dr. Shun, you are a physician dedicated to healing. How can you lack a remedy? The dung water truly is unacceptable. Dr. Shun shrugged. I may be a doctor, but I am not a divine healer capable of curing every ailment. If I say there is no other solution, then there is none. Furthermore, from my observation, it seems you do not currently require treatment. As he spoke, Dr. Shun discreetly exchanged glances with Su Qianrou. She quickly grasped his meaning. He implied that the poison within them had ceased to pose a threat. Did this suggest that they had secretly taken an antidote? Su Qianrou scrutinized the gaunt-faced man and noticed that his complexion had significantly improved, and he was no longer sweating profusely. What is your name? I am Sun Chao. What happened to your hand? Sun Chao raised his hand. It's nothing serious. I am referring to the other hand. Upon hearing this, Sun Chao lifted the hand that was previously resting on his abdomen. This hand is fine too, isn't it? Is it? Yet. Why do I perceive that your hands seem different from others? Sun Chao, puzzled, examined his own hands, glancing left and right, but failing to discern any issue. Su Qianrou then turned her attention to another gentleman. What is your name? I am Zhou Mu. Please extend both of your hands and compare them with Sun Chao's. Let everyone see what is going on with your hands. Zhou Mu, bewildered, removed his hand from his abdomen and extended both hands for comparison with Sun Chao's. The two of them grew increasingly perplexed. The hands appear perfectly normal, right? Su Qianrou smiled gently. If you cannot perceive it, perhaps it would be beneficial to let others examine. Sun Chao, Zhou Mu, please raise your hands higher so everyone can get a good look. Heeding her request, Sun Chao and Zhou Mu straightened their backs and lifted their hands high. Observing their bewildered expressions, Dr. Shun suddenly understood. This young lady possesses remarkably clear insight. Chapter 38. Accepting Wealth. Averting calamity upon witnessing Sun Chao and Zhou Mu raising their hands nonchalantly for all to see, Su Qianrou offered a faint smile. Sun Chao, Zhou Mu, are you two still experiencing abdominal pain? At her words, the faces of Sun Chao and Zhou Mu darkened immediately. The audacious girl had deliberately scrutinized their hands to expose any inconsistencies. Act, let us hasten to act, they thought. Without delay, they dropped their hands, both clutching their bellies in unison, and began to wail in feigned agony. Alas, it was too late. The onlookers were astute, and it dawned upon them that the duo was blatantly putting on a fade. What absurdity! How utterly disgraceful! One exclaimed. Indeed, the success of the fragrant pavilion over the years has been built on its reputation for integrity. Who would have thought these two oblivious fools would attempt to tarnish it? If they were to ruin the fragrant pavilion, where would we find such an economical and delightful establishment in the future? Quite right. These unfortunate souls deserve to be reported to the authorities, let the government deal with them. As the crowd exchanged heated opinions, Lu Hanshan and Song Yizhou looked on, their hearts swelling with delight, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Su Qianrou. The young lady was truly remarkable, exhibiting such wisdom at a tender age. It was clear that aligning with her would be a wise decision. Amidst the lively discussion, several individuals entered from outside. Su Qianrou recognized them as Lu De, accompanied by two constables. Lu Hanshan hurried forward. "Gentlemen, I am a manager of the Fragrant Pavilion. These two gentlemen dined at my establishment, and while the rest of our patrons had no issues, they have been feigning severe abdominal pain and nausea. They now appear perfectly well, yet continue to act unwell. It is evident they have been instigated to cause trouble here. Everyone present has witnessed their antics. The Fragrant Pavilion has always operated with integrity. I implore you, gentlemen, to uphold justice for me." The crowd murmured in agreement. "Indeed, we have dined here for years without incident. How is it that upon their arrival, the food suddenly becomes toxic?" "Exactly. We consume the same dishes, and we are perfectly fine. How can they claim to be suffering? I would not believe it, even if I were to be struck dead. Surely, there is something amiss with those two. Gentlemen, perhaps you should search them. It may reveal the truth of the matter." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the constables fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon Sun Chao and Zhou Mu. "Now then, what is your explanation?" Sun Chao, with a pained expression, replied, "Gentlemen, we came to the Fragrant Pavilion to dine, and to our dismay, midway through our meal, we were seized by excruciating abdominal pain and relentless vomiting. Clearly, it appears the food here is tainted. You must advocate for us." The constables glanced at their uneaten food and then at another table where patrons had identical meals but were unharmed. "You claim the food is at fault. Yet why is it that this table, which dined on the same fare, is unaffected?" "Sir, I cannot say. However, Dr. Shen has already examined us and confirmed that we have been poisoned by the plant known as Wangkao. If the esteemed official doubts, he may inquire with Dr. Shen." Dr. Shen, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile. "Indeed, esteemed official, I have recently diagnosed both individuals and confirmed that they have been poisoned by the herb known as the sleeping sheepgrass. However, during my examination of their pulses, I discovered that the toxicity within them is negligible and poses no harm to the human body." Sun Chao, upon hearing this, was infuriated. "If it has been determined that the poison within us is no longer a concern, why then are we being forced to consume excrement? Without administering excrement, how would you expose any flaws?" Dr. Shen bowed respectfully to the two constables. "To be candid, esteemed officials, during my examination, I found that the poison from a sleeping sheepgrass was indeed quite mild. Furthermore, within their bodies, there exists a medicinal substance known as the purple flower dan. This purple flower dan is derived from the dried purple flowers of a plant called the ground stick grass, which serves to counteract the poison of the sleeping sheepgrass." Su Qianrou, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. According to Dr. Shen, it seems that Sun Chao and Zhou Mu themselves had poisoned their meal with the sleeping sheepgrass. After the poison took effect, they stealthily consumed the antidote when no one was watching. "Esteemed officials, I implore you to uphold justice for the Fragrant Pavilion." Sun Chao's face turned a deep crimson upon hearing this. "This is slander. You're clearly fabricating accusations. I bear no grudge against your Fragrant Pavilion. Why would I resort to such actions? Then I must ask you, if the Fragrant Pavilion holds no enmity towards you, why would you poison yourselves? Do you truly think us so foolish as to poison you in public, thereby tarnishing our own reputation? Esteemed officials, please exercise your keen discernment and ensure that such vile individuals are severely punished." "I did not. Whether or not you did can be ascertained through search." The constable, saying this, reached into the clothing of Sun Chao and Zhou Mu. To their astonishment, they indeed uncovered a small pouch. Upon opening it, they found a dark powder within. "Dr. Shen, please come and examine this." Dr. Shen stepped forward, inspected it, then dipped his finger into the powder and tasted it before nodding affirmatively. "Esteemed officials, this is undoubtedly the antidote to the sleeping sheepgrass, the purple flower dan." Upon hearing Dr. Shen's words, the cold sweat poured down Sun Chao and Zhou Mu's faces. Zhou Mu fell to his knees with a thud. Esteemed official, I was in the wrong. I had no intention of doing this. But Sun Chao insisted that since the poison is not lethal and there is an antidote, therefore. Su Qianrou was beside herself with rage. So you staged this entire charade? Zhou Mu, I see you possess a commendable appearance, yet you have committed such disgraceful acts. Do you comprehend the potential damage to the fragrant pavilion if this matter is not resolved? They say a person lives by their face and a tree by its bark. If one loses their integrity, they lose their honor. Living in this world without it is akin to being dead. The reputation of a shop is paramount. If a shop loses its credibility, how can it continue to operate? Zhou Mu, are you intent on destroying the fragrant pavilion? Upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, Zhou Mu's face turned ashen. Hearing the young lady's remarks, Zhou Mu felt undeserving of such a response. Esteemed official, I was in the wrong and am willing to accept my punishment. Sun Chao, upon hearing this, was outraged. Zhou Mu, how could you reveal everything? We did not act with intention. This is merely a case of accepting remuneration to alleviate another's misfortune. If you confess, what becomes of me? Su Qianrou expressed her embarrassment. Unable to bear the sight. She had encountered foolishness before, yet never had she witnessed such unparalleled ignorance. Sun Chao, it appears you indeed accept compensation to mitigate calamities for others. Honorable official, how should we address such a soulless individual? Naturally, he must be apprehended and brought to justice, to be dealt with by your esteemed self. The constable declared, stepping forward to seize both Sun Chao and Zhou Mu. Upon seeing this, Sun Chao was overwhelmed with dread, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Honorable official, we are wronged. We were merely following orders. Please consider our status as first-time offenders and spare us. The constable glared with intensity. Who instructed you to act in this manner? Sun Chao hesitated, then approached the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, pointing accusingly at Lu Xiuqing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xiuqing attempted to flee, only to feel the cold steel of a sword pressed against his neck. Lu Xiuqing, where do you think you're going? Chapter 39. Suing Lu Xiuqing, a sword was pressed against Lu Xiuqing's neck, sending a chill of terror coursing through him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Prince Sheng Xuanji. Lu Xiuqing's heart sank instantly. How is it that I encounter you wherever I go? It appears that misfortune has indeed befallen me, even to the extent of having my teeth jarred by a sip of cold water. Steeling himself, Lu Xiuqing mustered a feeble smile. Your Highness, what is your intention? That sword is rather sharp. Perhaps you might consider lowering it. Sheng Xuanji responded with a frosty smile. What do you think my intentions are? Do I need to explain? However, this sword is indeed sharp, and it fits quite well against your warm neck. Lu Xiuqing rolled his eyes inwardly. Sheng Xuanji, must you be so cruel? Who would find it suitable to have a sword poised at their neck? Your Highness, please refrain from jesting with Xiuqing. Should you happen to slip, the consequences could be dire. What? Do you dare to underestimate me? I am a seasoned warrior. Surely I can manage a mere sword. That is not the point. That was not my intention. Then what do you mean? While Lu Xiuqing was struggling to maintain his composure and speak diplomatically, two constables brought out Sun Chao and Zhou Mu. Upon seeing Sheng Xuanji, they quickly clasped their hands in salute. We pay our respects to your Highness. Sheng Xuanji waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I have arrived at the fragrant pavilion and heard there has been an incident. Have you two uncovered any details? Your Highness, it is Sun Chao and Zhou Mu who have taken money to resolve troubles, orchestrating a fabricated scene. Is that so? And who is behind their actions? Well, the two constables exchanged a furtive glance with Lu Xiuqing, feeling quite conflicted. Your Highness, they are referring to young Master Lu. But young Master Lu is the legitimate second son of the Duke of Anghua. What courage do we possess to apprehend him? Sheng Xuanji's eyes gleamed with clarity. It seems your incompetence has prevented you from discovering the true instigator. The two constables shook their heads. That is not the case. We believe they're simply fabricating accusations. Oh, and why do you say that? Your Highness, those two claim that young Master Lu instructed them. However, how could the second son of the Duke of Anghua possibly engage in such deeds? Is that so? I see that you are clearly harboring ill intentions, deliberately shielding Lu Xiuqing. Your Highness, I would never dare. Dare? I perceive that you are quite bold. Sheng Xuanji glared fiercely at Sun Chao, demanding, speak. Who is truly pulling your strings? If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe I will not be the first to execute you? Under the weight of Sheng Xuanji's gaze, Sun Chao trembled, pointing a finger at Lu Xiuqing. Your Highness, I dare not disobey. It is this gentleman who instructed us, promising 50 taels of silver to each of us once the task is accomplished. Such base greed, devoid of humanity. Sheng Xuanji kicked Sun Chao, turning to the two constables with fury. Do I need to explain how this situation stands? We would not dare, Your Highness. Then let Lu Xiuqing be taken back for interrogation. Two constables approached, clasping their hands in greeting. Young Master Lu, please accompany us to the manor. Lu Xiuqing contemplated a refusal, but a cold remark from Sheng Xuanji swiftly subdued him. Lu Xiuqing, whether you wish to go or not, you shall accompany us today. Since I have no pressing matters, I shall accompany you throughout. Ling Feng, ensure the protection of young Master Lu. Understood, Yi Lingfeng replied, promptly positioning himself beside Lu Xiuqing. Anger swelled within Lu Xiuqing. Yi Lingfeng, is this protection? It is an overt threat. Noticing Lu Xiuqing's predicament, Su Qianni felt a surge of urgency, yet was at a loss for a solution. Lu Xiuqing discreetly signaled her, and she instantly understood, making her way through the crowd. Su Qianni's actions caught the eye of Su Qianrou, who smirked coldly. Su Qianni, are you perhaps seeking reinforcements from the Nguo Marquis's residence? But in the face of reality, what good will your reinforcements do? As Su Qianrou scrutinized Su Qianni, she turned to find Sheng Xuanji approaching. Miss Su, regarding the reputation of the fragrant pavilion, should you not also pay a visit to the magistrate? The prince is correct. The fragrant pavilion was left to me by my mother, and out of both sentiment and reason, I must attend. I shall accompany you. I am grateful, Your Highness. Sheng Xuanji and Su Qianrou ascended their carriages, while Yi Lingfeng and Chunze assisted the two constables in escorting Sun Chao, Zhou Mu, and Lu Xiuqing. Along with Lu Hantan, Song Yizhou, and Dr. Shun, a large entourage made their way to the Shuntian prefecture. Upon arrival, Lu Hantan beat a drum to voice grievances, prompting the magistrate Chao Zhanfeng to enter the hall. Upon seeing Sheng Xuanji, he was startled and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Your servant greets the prince. I was unaware of your arrival and beg your pardon for my lack of proper welcome. You are not informed. What crime is there in that? However, Lord Chao, I have heard reports of disturbances at the Fragrant Pavilion, instigated by none other than this Lu Xiuqing. Lord Chao, you must not be biased. At the mention of Lu Xiuqing being accused, Chao Zhenfeng's mind reeled. Goodness, who is young Master Lu? He is the legitimate second son of the Nguo Marquis, favored beyond measure. Am I to judge him and condemn him? Do I wish to burden myself with the weight of my official hat or jeopardize my comfortable life? Yet, if I do not act justly, the prince shall be watching. I cannot afford to falter. Thus he resolved, while I may fear young Master Lu's influence, I certainly cannot offend the prince. I must first navigate this situation. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall administer justice fairly. Chao Zhenfeng invited Sheng Xuanji to take a seat, but he declined. I shall remain standing. Sitting below is sufficient. Hearing this, Chao Zhenfeng hastened to have a chair brought forth. Your Highness, please take a seat. Sheng Xuanji sat with an air of authority. Lord Chao, you may begin. Yes. Chao Zhenfeng struck the gavel decisively. Who wishes to lodge a complaint? Su Qianrou stepped forward and bowed. I, a humble lady, wish to lodge a complaint. And who might you be? I am Su Qianrou, the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Upon hearing the name Su Qianrou, Chao Zhenfeng's heart skipped a beat. It was said that this young lady was far from ordinary. Not only did she journey back to the capital with her mother's memorial tablet, but on the very day of her return, she also presented 3 conditions and called off her engagement with Lu Xiuqing. Suddenly, Chao Zhenfeng felt a jolt of realization. Su Qianrou's engagement was rescinded first, followed by her lawsuit against Lu Gongzi for orchestrating the slander of Piaoshang Tower. Could it be that Lu Gongzi, harboring resentment after the annulment, had intentionally sought revenge? One cannot dismiss such a possibility. Miss Su, may I inquire against whom you wish to file your complaint? Your Excellency, today I wish to bring charges against the legitimate second son of the Duke of Anghua, Lu Xiuqing. Pray tell, what is the basis of your grievance against Lu Gongzi? Your Excellency, I accuse Lu Xiuqing of bribing Sun Chao and Zhou Mu to stage a performance at my Piaoshan Tower with the intent to tarnish its reputation. Such despicable conduct is intolerable, and I cannot condone such malice. I implore you, Your Excellency, to discern the truth and restore justice to my Piaoshan Tower. Chapter 040. Then upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, Chao Zhenfeng felt overwhelmed. Indeed, Miss Su is formidable. Her words have rendered young Master Lu utterly disgraceful. Young Master Lu, I can no longer defend you. May you seek your own fortune. Young Master Lu, Miss Su has accused you of bribing others to defame the fragrant pavilion. Do you acknowledge or deny this? Lu Xiuqing straightened his neck defiantly. Lord Chao, I do not acknowledge it. Do not acknowledge it? Lu Xiuqing, the evidence is laid bare before us. Do you still intend to quibble? Su Qianrou's piercing gaze bore into Lu Xiuqing, as if she wished to pierce him through. At the time of the incident, I was in the private room on the second floor of the fragrant pavilion. I happened to see you and Su Qianni outside the establishment, reveling in the misfortune. Indeed, I previously broke off our engagement, causing you to lose face. Thus, when misfortune befell the fragrant pavilion, it is only natural you would take delight in the spectacle. However, your association with Su Qianni raises suspicions. After all, the reason for our broken engagement was your flirtation with my half-sister in public, even engaging in secretive antics. To facilitate your happiness, I relinquished my position as your fiancé. Yet, it seems you value your pride more, even if your heart leans towards my half-sister. You refused to annul our engagement and insisted on making my life difficult. Lu Xiuqing, is today's scheme to defame the fragrant pavilion not part of your plan to thwart me? Lu Xiuqing's anger flared at her words. Su Qianrou, what nonsense are you spouting? Yes, your decision to break our engagement displeased me. However, I am a man of honor. How could I stoop to such despicable acts? Lu Xiuqing, though undeniably a man of stature, whether you embody true integrity remains questionable. Though you refuse to admit it, with Sun Chao and Zhou Mu present, I believe Lord Chao will ascertain the truth clearly. Chao Zhenfeng struck the table decisively. Sun Chao, I demand you clarify today's events without delay, lest you suffer for your silence. Lord, just as Sun Chao began to speak, Lu Xiuqing purposefully cleared his throat twice, causing Sun Chao to swallow his words in fear. Lord, I am wronged. I did not defame the fragrant pavilion, nor was I instructed by anyone. Su Qianrou let out a cold laugh. Lu Xiuqing, have you inhaled smoke or accidentally swallowed a fly? Why the sudden throat clearing? Look, you frightened Sun Chao into silence. When the punishment comes, may you not feel any remorse. Remorse for what? Today's events have nothing to do with me. Even if he is beaten to a pulp, I shall feel no pity. Is that so? Lu Xiuqing, your heart is indeed cold. Su Qianrou glanced at Sun Chao, then at Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu, if Sun Chao refuses to speak the truth, do you also choose silence? I see no kinship between you and Sun Chao. If he is a scoundrel, must you also be one? A gentleman, when undertaking tasks, must discern between what is permissible and what is not. Just moments ago, the constables clearly discovered the antidote for the sleeping sheep herb upon your persons, yet you still refuse to admit it. Your obstinate ignorance begs the question, do you truly wish to bring shame upon the lineage of your ancestors? Zhou Mu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Lord Chao, I confess, he said. Sun Chao trembled slightly, but ultimately remained silent, lowering his head even further. Lu Xiuqing's eyes widened in shock, a chill rising from his feet. Meanwhile, Sheng Xuanji gazed at Su Qianrou with a beaming smile, feeling increasingly pleased with her. This girl is becoming ever more to my liking. How delightful it is to hear her berating others. Chao Zhenfeng turned his attention to Zhou Mu and inquired solemnly, Zhou Mu, speak the truth. Yes. Zhou Mu lifted his head. My cousin, Sun Chao, approached me a few days ago with a proposition. He claimed that if the task was executed properly, each of us would receive 50 taels of silver. When I asked him for details, he remained vague, assuring me that I would know in due time. I was initially reluctant to agree, but my mother has been gravely ill, unable to walk these past few days. I have sold everything of value and borrowed from neighbors, yet I still could not gather enough money for her treatment. Thus, Zhou Mu lowered his head, his voice growing faint. I consented to his proposal. Today, Sun Chao suddenly sought me out, claiming we were to perform at the Fragrant Pavilion. After much hesitation, I ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the 50 taels and committed this wrongdoing. I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. Should there be a single lie within, may the heavens strike me down. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinfeng cast a subtle glance at Lu Xiuqing. Ah, Lu Gongzi, though you are the legitimate son of the Duke of Anghua, should your resentment towards Miss Su lead you to commit such a grave error, I cannot let you escape unscathed. Furthermore, it is clear from Miss Su's account that your entanglements with her half-sister compelled her to terminate your engagement. How unfortunate and noble Miss Su is, while you, Lu Gongzi, are utterly disgraceful and malicious. Sun Chao and Zhou Mu have both confessed. Will you do the same? My lord, will you not confess? Seize him and prepare for severe punishment. At this, Sun Chao nearly lost control in fear. My lord, I will confess everything. I shall reveal the complete truth without a single falsehood. Very well. At this juncture, Sun Chao could no longer bear the weight of the situation. Previously, he had pointed out Lu Xiuqing at the Fragrant Pavilion, hoping for assistance from him. To his dismay, Lu Xiuqing had claimed that even if he were to be beaten to a pulp, he would feel no pity. Why should he then shoulder the burden for Lu? My lord, a few days ago, Lu Gongzi approached me, requesting my help with a matter, promising a generous reward upon its completion. Concerned that I could not manage alone, I sought my cousin's assistance. Today, Lu Gongzi unexpectedly visited and provided me with 2 packets of medicine, one containing the sleeping sheep herb and the other the antidote. Zihua Den. He instructed us to dine at the Fragrant Pavilion after consuming the sleeping sheep herb. At the moment of the poisoning incident, an opportunity was seized to create chaos, firmly asserting that the Fragrant restaurant had poisoned the dishes, thereby tarnishing its reputation. Young Master Lu remarked that the toxicity of the herb was minimal and would not prove fatal. Moreover, he suggested that we carry the antidote and take it amidst the ensuing turmoil. Unexpectedly, Dr. Shun, with his remarkable medical skills, not only identified the poison, but also discovered the presence of another toxin within us. In our haste to ingest the antidote, we inadvertently left some behind in the paper package, which now serves as evidence of our deceit. My lord, the facts stand before you. Every word I utter is the unvarnished truth, devoid of any falsehood. I implore you, in light of our status as first-time offenders, to show us mercy. Such a depraved act, and you still wish to evade punishment? That is nothing short of delusional. Upon concluding his statement, Chao Jinfeng cast a piercing glance at Lu Xiuqing. Young Master Lu, at this juncture, do you have anything to say? Lu Xiuqing closed his eyes, resigning himself to the grim reality. It is over. Today, as events may not conclude favorably. Chapter 41. Unyielding injustice. As Chao Jinfeng directed a question towards him, Lu Xiuqing felt an icy chill surge from his feet to the nape of his neck. Hadn't Su Qianrou gone back to inform the family? Why had his father not yet arrived? With Sun Chao and Zhou Mu having already implicated him, there was no way for him to evade culpability. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, he could not afford to lose his composure. Lord Chao, I merely sent the 2 of them to the Fragrant Pavilion. No lives were lost, and the establishment's reputation remains intact. Even if I am at fault, it hardly constitutes a grave matter, does it? Master Lu, this is a case of attempted crime, which warrants a lenient disposition, Chao Jinfeng stated. However, Su Qianrou was quick to voice her dissent. Lord Chao, I must respectfully disagree. Although this incident did not result in fatalities, both Sun Chao and Zhou Mu suffered excruciating abdominal pain after being poisoned, and they expelled a significant quantity of vile matter. Had they not taken the antidote in time, who could guarantee their safety? Moreover, the reputation of my Fragrant Pavilion is at stake. Those who are aware of the truth know that Lu Xiuqing is behind this. Yet those who are unaware may easily misconstrue the situation. With the mess created by Sun Chao and Zhou Mu, patrons are now fearful of poisoning and are unable to consume their meals due to the foulness, clamoring for refunds from my establishment. Lord Chao, my Fragrant Pavilion has endured such an embarrassing ordeal. For Lu Xiuqing to escape lightly with merely a verbal reprimand is utterly unacceptable. We have operated with integrity for many years. And if our reputation suffers due to today's events, I fear my mother will not find peace in the afterlife. It is often said that officials who do not serve the people would be better off selling sweet potatoes at home. As an esteemed official of the court, I trust you are well versed in the laws of the land. I believe you will not pervert justice and will ensure my fragrant pavilion receives a fair resolution. I, for one, shall await the outcome with bated breath. Su Qian's remarks were assertive yet composed, leaving no room for counterargument, causing Qiao Jinfeng to flush with embarrassment. Miss Su, your eloquence is truly formidable, unyielding in the face of reason, Qiao Jinfeng remarked, casting an appeasing glance at Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, what is your opinion? Sheng Xuanji smiled slightly. Today, I shall remain a mere observer and refrain from judgment. Lord Qiao, you need only act in accordance with the law. However, he turned his gaze, beaming at Su Qian. Though Miss Su is a lady of the chamber, she surpasses many a 7-foot man in wit and strength. The disparity is stark, a true distinction between heaven and earth. Lord Qiao, proceed according to the law. I shall simply observe. Qiao Jinfeng felt momentarily stifled. Your Highness, though your words are few, they carry substantial weight. Even a fool can discern that you are subtly urging me to enforce the law without mercy. Moreover, your sentiments towards Miss Su are exceedingly favorable, while you regard Master Lu with disdain. Sun Chao and Zhou Mu, you conspired against the fragrant pavilion for monetary gain. You are hereby sentenced to 20 strokes and 3 months of imprisonment. 2 constables approached, taking Sun Chao and Zhou Mu away. Qiao Jinfeng cast a cold glance at Lu Xiuqing. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Lu Gongzi has transgressed the laws of our dynasty, warranting 30 strokes of the rod and 6 months of imprisonment. This is unacceptable. No sooner had Qiao Jinfeng spoken than several individuals entered from outside. Leading the group was a man of around 50, tall and well-proportioned, clad in a brown brocade robe that exuded an imposing presence. Following closely behind him was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a blue brocade robe, bearing a slight resemblance to Lu Xiuqing. Further behind was Su Qian, her face marked by anxiety. Su Qianrou observed with a cold smirk. This Su Qian had indeed brought the esteemed Marquis Lu Ziyuan and his heir Lu Xiulin into the fray. But what of it? Before the law, she would not find any advantage. Upon the arrival of Lu Ziyuan and Lu Xiulin, Qiao Jinfeng promptly rose to greet them. I pay my respects to the Marquis and the heir. Lu Ziyuan dismissively waved his hand. Qiao Darren, what crime has my son Xiuqing committed to warrant such severe punishment? A chill ran through Qiao Jinfeng's heart. How could he be unaware of his own son's misdeeds? Indeed, the Marquis was protective of his kin. My lord, young Master Lu instigated Sun Chao and Zhou Mu to orchestrate a farce at the fragrant pavilion, intending to tarnish its reputation. The evidence is irrefutable, and young Master Lu has confessed. According to the laws of our dynasty, instigating others to commit a crime is a grave offense. Thus I am compelled to administer 30 strokes and 6 months of imprisonment. Lu Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Qiao Darren, punishment should not extend to those of noble birth, and my son is the heir of this marquis. Even if he has erred, acknowledging his mistakes and seeking redemption should suffice. Why impose such harsh penalties? Su Qianrou scoffed at his words. The marquis speaks without reason. As the saying goes, the emperor is not above the law, and neither are commoners. Is Lu Xiuqing, a son of the marquis, to be regarded as greater than the emperor? Lu Ziyuan glared at Su Qianrou, pressing her with intensity. And who are you? A mere girl dares to speak so insolently to this marquis. The marquis's arrogance was astonishing. Although I possess no power or title, merely a daughter of the Su family, I, Su Qianrou, am well aware of righteousness and integrity. Unlike the marquis, who exploits his status to shield his inept son from justice. Infuriated by Su Qianrou's derision, Lu Ziyuan raised his hand to strike her. Yet as he did so, he felt a shift in the air, and his hand was suddenly seized. Halt! Upon turning, he recognized the figure of Prince Sheng Xuanji. Prince, what brings you here? Sheng Xuanji's eyes glimmered with icy stars as he tightened his grip, causing Lu Ziyuan to grimace in pain. Marquis, you may enter the court of justice. But does that mean I cannot? Let me clarify. I not only arrived, but did so early on. However, your lofty demeanor has blinded you to my presence. Marquis, to indiscriminately strike an innocent woman without discerning the truth in such a public setting would surely lead to your disgrace should it become known. Moreover, I have been present throughout, and I am acutely aware of the rights and wrongs at hand. Sun Chao and Zhou Mu have already faced corporal punishment and been imprisoned. How can Lu Xiuqing, as the mastermind behind this, be allowed to trivialize such grave matters based solely on the words of a noble? In our grand nation of Nansha, if all were to act as the noble does, what purpose would the law serve? Noble sir, I demand an explanation. After Sheng Xuanji finished speaking, he abruptly released Lu Ziyuan's hand. Lu Ziyuan felt an unbearable pain in his wrist, and upon glancing down, discovered that it was red and swollen. Filled with both anger and hatred, a chilling sensation engulfed his heart. It is over. With the Prince Qin present, resolving this matter concerning Xiuqing may prove difficult. Yet, even the fiercest of beasts would not harm its offspring. How could he not save his own son? Your Highness speaks truthfully, and I am indeed ashamed. However, Xiuqing is still young and has not caused irreparable harm. In light of my unwavering loyalty to the nation, I beseech your Highness and Lord Chao to show mercy and extend clemency beyond the law. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou crisply interjected, No. Chapter 042. The Imperial Gold Medal. Upon hearing Su Qianrou's dissent, Lu Ziyuan was filled with indignation. Miss Su, as a woman of the boudoir, how dare you obstruct Lord Chao in his investigation? Su Qianrou responded with a cold laugh. You are mistaken. I shall not be like certain individuals who wield their power to hinder Lord Chao's work. As a victim, I have every right to express my perspective. My lord, although you have rendered service to the court, I must ask, who among us has not contributed in their own way? For the generals, they guard the borders and protect the nation. For the scholars, they offer wisdom and strategies for the state. For the educators, they enlighten the populace and pass on culture. For the healers, they save lives with compassion and skill. For the merchants, they bolster the economy, enriching the nation and its people. For the craftsmen, they create the tools that strengthen our southern Xia. Even the ordinary citizens, do they not also contribute quietly to southern Xia? Without them, from where would the garments on your back come? From where would the food in your belly be sourced? Even the charcoal needed for winter warmth, where does it originate? My lord, may I inquire, which of them has stripped you of your clothing? Who has taken away your sustenance? And who has deprived you of the coal for warmth? Yet, my lord, does your lofty title and wealth grant you the liberty to act with impunity? Is it to be believed that you alone have served the court? My lord, there are boundaries to one's actions, for while man acts, heaven observes. Justice resides in the hearts of the people, and has heaven ever shown mercy? Therefore, if you wish to leverage your accomplishments to lessen Lu Xiuqing's punishment, I, Su Qianrou, shall be the first to oppose it, nor shall I consent. Sheng Xuanji cast an admiring glance at Su Qianrou before addressing Lu Ziyuan and his son. My lord, Miss Su speaks with sound reasoning, and I hold her in high regard. If you do not concur, I could easily drive my sword into the air. Then, I would use my military achievements to ensure you do not pursue any repercussions. My lord, what do you think of this? If you find it acceptable, I shall take it upon myself to wound the air this very moment. If you deem it inappropriate, then I kindly ask you to retract your plea for leniency regarding Lu Xiuqing immediately. Lu Ziyuan, upon hearing this, was infuriated to the point of nearly grinding his teeth. Yet he could find no fault with Su Qianrou or Sheng Xuanji. 30 lashes upon his pampered and delicate son would surely be tantamount to a death sentence for him. And it was not merely the lashes. The added 6 months of imprisonment was even more disconcerting. Truth be told, the notion of imprisonment was far more palatable in theory than in practice. Once word got out, their reputation would be utterly ruined. My lord, it is not that I wish to absolve Xiuqing. It is simply that he is of frail constitution, and I fear he may not withstand 30 lashes. Cannot withstand? That is easily remedied. I am compassionate by nature, and should Lu Xiuqing be unable to endure, it would not be beyond reason to absolve him of punishment. Su Qianrou was momentarily taken aback. "My lord, what role are you playing in this?" Lu Ziyuan, however, was elated by this turn of events and immediately bowed in gratitude to Sheng Xuanji. "I thank you, my lord." Sheng Xuanji smiled slightly. "Ah, but I have not yet finished speaking. There is no need for thanks just yet, my lord. Since Lu Xiuqing is of weak health, in my humble opinion, it would be more prudent to substitute the 30 lashes with 3 months of imprisonment. He need not endure the rod, but merely extend his confinement by an additional 3 months. Lu Ziyuan, upon hearing this, was incensed, his breath coming in sharp gasps. How careless to have lost such an opportunity. He had unwittingly fallen into Sheng Xuanji's trap. "Your Highness, you truly have devised an excellent plan," he remarked. Sheng Xuanji waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you understand, there is no need for thanks." Lu Ziyuan fumed internally, cursing under his breath. "Thank you? For your folly?" He had encountered malice before, but never had he seen such a devious scheme. Lu Ziyuan cast a glance at Lu Xiaolin, who hesitated for a moment before retrieving an item wrapped in yellow cloth from his bosom. Unwrapping the yellow fabric revealed a resplendent golden token. Lu Ziyuan held the token aloft, his pride swelling as he surveyed the room. "Your Highness, Lord Chao, Miss Su, with this imperial token, may I request a pardon for Lu Xiuqing?" The emergence of the imperial token caught Sheng Xuanji, Chao Jinfeng, and Su Qianrou by surprise. Chao Jinfeng remarked, "With this imperial token in hand, young Master Lu cannot be punished." Sheng Xuanji responded, "This token is a gift from my father, granting a single opportunity for clemency. I did not expect Lu Ziyuan to employ it for Lu Xiuqing's sake. It appears Lu Ziyuan harbors genuine affection for his son. However, should Miss Su refuse to relent, I must render assistance to her." Su Qianrou declared, "With the imperial token in hand, Lu Xiuqing certainly cannot be punished as before. Yet, given his vile nature, how can my wrath be assuaged without punishment? May I inquire about the significance of this token, my lord? I confess my ignorance, and I would appreciate your elucidation." Lu Ziyuan beamed with pride. "This is a gift from the late emperor, providing a chance to preserve one's life. Indeed, my lord is willing to squander such a precious opportunity for clemency on Lu Xiuqing. Does that not seem excessive? As long as it can save Xiuqing, waste is of no concern. My lord's paternal devotion is commendable. It appears Lu Xiuqing holds the highest place in your heart." Hearing this, Lu Xiuqing's lips curled into a smile, while Lu Xiaolin's expression darkened noticeably. At home, when her father sought to use the imperial token, he had initially opposed the idea. After all, it was a life-saving token, though he hoped never to employ it. The adage to accompany a sovereign is akin to being with a tiger lingered in his mind. One could never predict when the emperor's wrath might fall upon the Lu family. Only then would the token truly serve its purpose. At that moment, he could not foresee the punishment that his inept brother would endure. Thus, when their father insisted on taking it, he reluctantly concealed it within his garments. Now, hearing Su Qianrou's words, it became clear. This token evidently signified that Xiuqing held a higher standing in their father's affections than he did. As the heir to the marquisate, he had diligently adhered to propriety and devoted himself to the family's interests. Yet, his brother, lacking in talent and virtue, inexplicably garnered their father's favor. How could he reconcile this? No, he must ensure the preservation of this token today. "Father, Miss Su speaks with reason. The bestowed golden medal is of such immense value that father should deliberate with caution, lest he suffer a grave loss for the sake of a trivial gain." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiuqing was filled with urgency. "Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Are you truly reluctant to part with this medal?" Indeed, the elder brother was reluctant, but not for the medal itself. Rather, he was loath to relinquish the solitary opportunity it afforded for survival. Ultimately, it seemed that the elder brother lacked affection for Xiuqing. With reddened eyes, Lu Xiuqing gazed pitifully at his father. "Father, do take a look at elder brother. He is so consumed by his own chance of survival that he is unwilling to consider my plight." Lu Xiaolin was incensed, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Xiuqing, am I truly unwilling to sacrifice my chance for survival? I am considering the welfare of the entire, understand? in comparison to the greater good of your personal safety pales in significance. Besides, what are 36 lashes and 6 months of confinement? A man of valor can endure it with a firm resolve. Chapter 43. Dog bites dog in the courtroom upon hearing that his elder brother not only refused to assist him, but also expected him to grit his teeth and endure the situation. Lu Xiuqing felt utterly despondent. How could such a callous disposition stem from his own brother? Father, do you see how my brother treats me? He not only declines to help, but also adds insult to injury. You're speaking nonsense. I have done no such thing. You clearly have. Xiuqing, cease your unreasonable antics. Elder brother, you simply refuse to admit it. As the Lu brothers glared furiously at each other, Chao Zhenfeng was taken aback. It seemed they had mistaken the courtroom of Shuntian Prefecture for their own home. Sheng Xuanji watched with brightening eyes, secretly admiring Su Qianrou. Such a perceptive young lady. He found himself quite enamored. Consequently, his gaze toward her softened involuntarily. While Sheng Xuanji basked in his pleasant thoughts, Lu Ziyuan was nearing the brink of exasperation, nearly driven to despair by his two sons. Was it not enough to disgrace themselves in public? It was utterly infuriating. Enough. Silence. Lu Ziyuan glared at his sons, sorrow flooding his heart. Xiaolin, usually gentle and obedient, had never raised his voice at him before. How had he lost his decorum in court today? Yet upon reflection, he recognized that Xiaolin was indeed correct. That life-saving golden token was critical, capable of safeguarding not just Xiuqing, but the entire marquisate. To employ it merely to extricate Xiuqing from his predicament seemed an egregious waste. Observing Xiuqing's unrepentant demeanor, Lu Ziyuan felt it wiser to allow him to face some punishment, thereby fostering a sense of caution in him. Xiuqing, your elder brother speaks the truth. This golden token is meant to protect the entire marquisate. I cannot expend it solely for your sake. Xiuqing was taken aback, stunned by his father's words. He had encountered many forms of parental neglect, but this was a new level of betrayal. To offer hope only to snatch it away was akin to playing with his emotions. Father, I am your son. You cannot simply disregard me. Xiuqing, heed your brother. A true man must endure and move forward. With tears welling in his eyes, Xiuqing lamented, Father, that equates to 30 lashes and 6 months in confinement. Can you truly bear to see your son languish in prison for half a year? Lu Ziyuan wavered. To be candid, he found the prospect of 30 lashes far more palatable than 6 months of imprisonment. After all, the Angua marquisate possessed ample medicinal supplies. 30 lashes could be endured with a brief recovery period. Who among them had not faced punishment at some point? Yet, 6 months of confinement was anathema to him. Once one's reputation was tarnished, everything else would follow suit. Lord Chao, if imprisonment can be avoided, is there a more moderate solution? I have one. As the words left his lips, a tall general emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Su Qianrou's eyes brightened as she recognized her uncle, Mu Xiuyu. Uncle, why are you here? If someone dares to bully my niece, how could I possibly remain absent? After the incident at the fragrant pavilion, Mu Xiuyu received the news without delay. He promptly brought Xia Nantian along. Upon arriving at Shun Tian Fu, he discovered that Prince Qin was also present, which alleviated his concerns. With Prince Qin in attendance, he was assured that his niece would not suffer any indignities. Thus, he settled his anxieties and began to observe the unfolding drama amidst the crowd. However, when Lu Ziyuan inquired about a compromise, Mu Xiuyu could no longer restrain himself. Lu Ziyuan, you shameless scoundrel, how can you be so greedy? You seek a solution, do you not? I possess one, and I am willing to share it with you. Lord, your son is quite something. A robust man of stature, yet he shamelessly bullies my niece. Now, you seek a compromise, do you not? I have a suggestion for you. Would you care to hear it? Upon hearing Mu Xiuyu's sharp retorts, Lu Ziyuan felt a surge of anger. Yet, given his current dependence on Mu Xiuyu, he could not afford to be too confrontational. Moreover, Mu Xiuyu was a man of martial background, known for his volatile temperament. Provoking him would be ill-advised. General Mu, do you have a proposal? Please, share it with us. Very well, my lord, listen closely. I have just learned that according to the law, Lu Xiuqing deserves 30 strokes and 6 months of imprisonment. Since you wish to avoid the 6 months of confinement, why not substitute it with a greater number of strokes? Impose 50 strokes on Lu Xiuqing. require him to compensate the fragrant pavilion for its economic losses of 10,000 taels, and demand he write 2 letters of apology to be displayed on either side of the fragrant pavilion's entrance, signed by Lu Xiucheng and stamped with the seal of the Marquis's residence. What do you think, my lord? What do I think? This is outrageous. 30 strokes could be tolerated, but 50 could very well be fatal. It is one thing to endure the punishment and pay the fine, but to have Xiucheng's letters of apology displayed at the entrance, stamped with the Marquis's seal, that is a most humiliating slap in the face. General Mu, your suggestion is excessively harsh. Why not simply take Xiucheng's life instead? Mu Xiuyu frowned, openly displaying his distaste. Why would I desire his life? Am I so idle as to engage in such self-destructive endeavors? Forget it. Since you do not appreciate my counsel, I shall consider my words unspoken. Furthermore, my niece may not even agree with this proposal. Uncle is correct. Qianrou would indeed object. If it were up to me, he should receive at least 60 strokes. Lu Xiucheng felt a shiver run down his spine. He had heard from Su Qian how she had been punished, and he feared that if Su Qianrou continued the conversation, the punishment could escalate to 60, 70, or even 80 strokes. The mere thought was terrifying. Thus, for the first time in his life, Lu Xiucheng bravely faced the prospect of 50 strokes. Father, Xiucheng is willing to accept the 50 strokes. As for the letters of apology, I shall write them. Lu Zhiyuan was utterly astonished. What had prompted such a transformation in his son, who was typically so fearful of pain? Xiucheng, 50 strokes is no trivial matter. Father, I understand. Since I have erred, I must bear the consequences. From this day forth, I shall no longer act foolishly. Lu Ziyuan's eyes suddenly reddened. Xiucheng had grown up in an instant, and the 50 blows he endured were not in vain. However, the letter of apology left much to be desired, though it was certainly preferable to imprisonment. As for compensating for the losses, can matters that can be settled with silver truly be considered issues? At this point, that is the only course of action. King Qin. Master Chao, what are your thoughts on General Mu's proposal? Chao Zhenfeng remained silent, directing his gaze towards Sheng Xuanji, his intentions exceedingly transparent. Your Highness, what is your perspective? Sheng Xuanji shook his head. I'm not a party to this matter. My opinion holds no weight. It should rightfully be left to Miss Su to agree. Miss Su, what do you think? Lu Ziyuan was on the verge of fury. Your Highness, you lack integrity. When I sought leniency for my son, you cited the law repeatedly. Yet now, it seems that a mere girl, Su Qianrou, is to take the lead. Is this how one conducts affairs? I genuinely cannot fathom why that insufferable girl has captured your attention so. Is this not blatant favoritism? I refuse to accept it. Chapter 044. The 50 strikes upon seeing Shang Xianqi seek her opinion. Su Qianrou lowered her gaze, contemplating. If the prince deemed it appropriate, she could accept a measure of humiliation. However, for the sake of fairness and justice, the 50 strikes must be administered publicly in the court. Although 10,000 taels of silver was not a substantial sum, out of respect for the prince, she chose not to dwell on it further. As for the letter of apology, it needed to be penned by Lu Xiucheng in person, stamped with the Marquis's seal, and affixed by the heir himself. Sheng Xianqi readily expressed his agreement. Marquis, do you consent to Miss Su's request? I have no objections, he replied. With both parties in accord, Minister Chao, you may proceed. Yes, I shall obey. To ensure he had the stamina to write, Chao Zhenfeng instructed Lu Xiucheng to draft 2 letters of apology. Once completed, Lu Xiucheng retrieved the seal from his pocket and placed it meticulously on the document, all the while simmering with resentment. Lu Xiucheng, this is your doing. You've created this mess, and now your elder brother must clean it up. Is this how one conducts oneself? After the letters were penned, the officials brought forth a stool. Lu Xiucheng leaned over it, and the punishment commenced. With a resounding crack, the first strike landed squarely on Lu Xiucheng's rear. He clenched his jaw in pain. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Before long, Lu Xiucheng's backside was a canvas of crimson, blood staining his white trousers. Resembling irregular plum blossoms blooming in the snow, visually striking in their own right. With a few more strikes, the blossoms merged into a vivid patch, a sight both alarming and captivating. Su Qianrou felt a surge of satisfaction. Sheng Xuanji too reveled in the moment. Lu Ziyuan, however, was overcome with anguish, tears welling in his eyes. Eventually, Lu Xiuqing could no longer contain himself, crying out in agony. As the punishment neared its end, he fell silent, not from fortitude, but from the overwhelming pain that rendered him unconscious. At that moment, Su Qianrou bit her lip, nearly tearing the handkerchief in her grasp. She yearned to check on Lu Xiuqing, but hesitated, acutely aware that Lu Ziyuan and Lu Xiulin harbored disdain for her. Had she not alerted Lu Xiuqing earlier, she might not have even gained entry to the marquis residence. Now, witnessing Lu Xiuqing's plight, she felt a pang of sympathy mixed with trepidation, pity for his 50 lashes, fear of Su Qianrou's sharp tongue. She could hardly fathom how someone so bereft of parental affection could wield such power. At last, the 50 strikes concluded, and Lu Ziyuan and Lu Xiulin hurried over. Gazing at his son's bloodied form, Lu Ziyuan's heart ached. "Xiuqing, how are you? Speak to father, don't frighten him." Hearing his father's voice, Lu Xiuqing weakly opened his eyes. "Father, I'm all right. I can endure." "Good. Hold on, I will take you home now." As Su Qianrou approached, ready to crouch down and speak with Lu Xiuqing, she was halted by Lu Ziyuan. "Miss Su, as a young lady, what is the meaning of constantly clinging to Lu Xiuqing? Now that Lu Xiuqing is injured, I implore you to keep your distance to avoid causing him further pain." "Indeed, Qianni understands." Su Qianyi rose to her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was aware that Lu Ziyuan harbored no affection for her, yet she was taken aback by his blatant disregard. His comment about her incessantly lingering near Lu Xiuqing implied that she was viewed as a woman of little worth. If she were to marry into the marquis's residence in the future, would her life still be bearable? Suing isite put aside, had son shifting unpredictable. Lu Ziyuan instructed his subordinates to carry his son into the carriage, then produced a stack of silver notes, tossing them to Lu Xiulin. "This is the silver. I will take Xiuqing home, and the rest is in your hands." "Understood." Su Qianyi watched, torn between following and not following, feeling like a headless fly, aimlessly colliding with obstacles. Su Qianrou observed with a cold smirk. "Su Qianyi, how does it feel now? Did you think of yourself as significant, only to realize you are but a mere trifle in their eyes? You truly deserve this." With Lu Xiuqing gone, Su Qianrou glanced at Lu Xiulin. "Young master, your younger brother has left quite the mess for you to clean up. It's getting late. You should attend to it now." "Very well, Miss Su. After you." They exchanged polite glances, yet each harbored their own thoughts. Su Qianrou mused. Today, Lu Xiuqing's 50 lashes owe much to Lu Xiulin's involvement. Without that imperial decree, punishing Lu Xiuqing would have been impossible. One must express gratitude for the brothers' quarrel. Lu Xiulin reflected, "I am grateful to Miss Su for her timely warning. Otherwise, the 30 lashes would have squandered an extremely precious opportunity for survival. That would have been a grave loss. Truly, I owe Miss Su my thanks." Accompanied by Prince Sheng, Mu Xiuyu, and Minister Cao Zhenfeng, they all returned to the fragrant pavilion. A large entourage created an imposing sight. Upon reaching the fragrant pavilion, Lu Xiulin took out 10,000 taels in silver notes. "Your Highness, Minister Cao, General Mu, here are 10,000 taels. I now present them to Miss Su. I ask everyone to bear witness." Lu Xiulin extended the notes, but Su Qianrou did not take them. She merely glanced at Song Yizhou. He understood immediately and accepted the notes. After confirming their validity, he nodded at Su Qianrou. Subsequently, Lu Xiulin had 2 apology letters affixed to the walls on either side of the fragrant pavilion. "Miss Su, the matter is resolved. I shall take my leave. Young master, please feel free." As soon as Lu Xiulin departed, a crowd gathered to scrutinize the apology letters. Lo and behold, the Duke of Anguilla has issued an apology. It turns out that today's incident at the fragrant pavilion was orchestrated by the Duke's second son, Lu Xiuqing. Alas, what is this? A reputable house like the Duke of Anguilla has raised such a scoundrel. Indeed, who would have thought? The neglect of a child's education falls upon the shoulders of the father, and it appears that the Marquis of Anguilla is not a commendable individual. However, the establishment of the fragrant pavilion is quite impressive. Lu Xiulin not only endured 50 strokes of the rod, but also penned an apology letter, Such tactics are truly admirable. As the crowd gathered and engaged in animated discussions, Su Qianrou turned to Lu Han to make some arrangements. Then, with a gentle clap of her hands, she directed everyone's attention towards her. Esteemed guests, I believe many of you have witnessed today's events firsthand. It is not the cuisine of the fragrant pavilion that is at fault. Rather, Lu Xiuqing has deliberately sought to tarnish our esteemed reputation. The fragrant pavilion has been in operation for many years, and I trust you are all aware of its true standing. Previously managed by my mother, it has now been entrusted to my care. Rest assured, the fragrant pavilion will remain as it has always been, operating with integrity and treating all patrons fairly. Today, if you have not enjoyed your meal, I invite you all to dine at my expense. Please, enter and indulge in a splendid feast, as all dishes will be complimentary. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in delight. I can't believe we came to witness such a spectacle and were rewarded with this fortune. They exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry inside and feast to our heart's content." Chapter 045. The heart of the Qin king stirred upon hearing of the complimentary meal. Everyone rushed in without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, every table in the first-floor hall of the fragrant pavilion was occupied. Su Qianrou glanced at the Qin king, Chao Jinfeng, and her uncle, gracefully extending her right hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, Qianrou invites you all to dine. Please, let us ascend to the upper floor." Without hesitation, Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu made their way upstairs. However, Chao Jinfeng remained still. "Miss Su, I appreciate your kind offer. I have official duties to attend to, so I must take my leave." He then inclined his hand towards Sheng Xuanji. "Your Highness, I take my leave." Sheng Xuanji turned back to cast a glance, his heart bubbling with delight. "I was just hoping you wouldn't come. With you as a burden by my side, how could I converse freely with Miss Su? Thankfully, you are perceptive enough to recognize your own weight. Why not depart swiftly? Since Lord Chao had official matters to tend to, it was only proper to let him go. Lord Chao, you may return." Indeed, Chao Jinfeng exchanged pleasantries with Mu Xiuyu before turning to exit the fragrant pavilion. Once outside, he let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness, being in the company of the Qin king, General Mu, and Miss Su was an overwhelming pressure, almost suffocating. Why must I subject myself to such discomfort? Isn't it far more pleasurable to dine comfortably at home? On the second floor of the fragrant pavilion, in the largest private room, Sheng Xuanji, Mu Xiuyu, and Su Qianrou gathered around the table. Yi Lingfeng, Chun Zhe, Kyle Yin, and Xiao Nantian stood guard at the door. The staff bustled in and out, swiftly arranging a feast of exquisite delicacies. Su Qianrou smiled gently at Sheng Xuanji and her uncle. "Your Highness, Uncle, these are the signature dishes of the fragrant pavilion. Please, indulge yourselves and let me know your thoughts on the flavors." Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu did not hold back, eagerly picking up their chopsticks to sample each dish. As they tasted, they nodded in approval. Indeed, these dishes live up to the reputation of the fragrant pavilion. Not only do they please the eye, but their flavors are simply divine, leaving one yearning for more after the first bite. Absolutely. These dishes surpass the fare at the general's residence by leaps and bounds. Qianrou, should your uncle find himself tempted, he may very well pay us a visit. Certainly. Uncle is always welcome to drop by, and he may bring Aunt and the others as well. I will inform the proprietor that whenever Uncle comes, he may enjoy himself without concern for anything else. Though Su Qianrou did not articulate it explicitly, the implication was clear. Meals for Mu Xiuyu and his family would be complimentary. Mu Xiuyu felt a warm surge of affection. His niece truly was worth every ounce of his care. Yet, with such generosity from his niece, how could this uncle allow himself to take advantage? To dine freely without compensation would be a disgrace. He must contribute, and generously at that. While Su Qianrou was engrossed in conversation with her uncle, Sheng Xuanji grew somewhat displeased. "Miss Su, I must confess my fondness for the culinary offerings of the fragrant pavilion. I shall undoubtedly be a frequent visitor, so do not find my presence bothersome." Su Qianrou smiled gently. "How could that be? The prince is benevolent and has shown considerable kindness to me. I am overjoyed. How could I possibly harbor any disdain for him? If the prince were to come, I would certainly have the shopkeeper waive his bill." Sheng Xuanji laughed heartily. "Miss Su, there is no need for such gestures. I am, after all, a legitimate son of the late emperor. How could I possibly be unable to afford a meal? If this were to get out, I would surely become the subject of ridicule. The prince jested. It is not that you cannot afford it, but rather that it is only proper for me to extend such courtesy, given your care for me. No, no, no. I am not like Lu Xiuqing. I am a dignified man of stature. I have no shame in the heavens above nor the earth below, and I would never partake in a free meal. Then in that case, let us arrange for a discount for you, so you need not feel uncomfortable. Ah, that is a splendid idea. How about a 10% discount? 10% is too little. Let us say 50%. 50% is excessive. How about 80%? That will not do. The minimum should be 60%. Let us compromise at 70%. Su Qianrou could not help but rub her forehead. Oh, Prince, why must you be so obstinate with me? Very well, Miss Su. If you insist, 70% it is. The two engaged in spirited negotiation, leaving Mu Xiuyu beside them utterly astonished. He had witnessed many absurd situations, but never one quite like this, where the payer feared underpaying and the receiver worried about overcharging. What a peculiar inversion of expectations. One could not help but remark that the thoughts of the prince and Su Qianrou were as unfathomable as a needle lost in the depths of the sea. As the trio dined and conversed, they soon broached the main topic. Uncle, when you visited Granny Wang's house, was there no one there? Indeed, it was eerily quiet. Not a soul in sight. It was only after inquiring around that we learned Granny Wang's family had moved away overnight 2 days ago. Su Qianrou furrowed her brow. 2 days ago? That was the very day Kai Lian followed Granny Wang out, wasn't it? Yes. It seems that Kai Lian's pursuit may have alerted Granny Wang, or perhaps others behind her, prompting them to flee in haste. Did you manage to uncover any clues regarding Granny Wang's whereabouts? Mu Xiuyu shook his head. No, certainly not. Since they moved, they would have left no trace for anyone to follow. Sheng Xuanji observed Su Qianrou and Mu Xiuyu with an air of leisure. However, you two need not be overly anxious. Moving is no simple task. It requires some time to organize, does it not? Moreover, it grows late, and the city gates will soon close. I suspect Granny Wang's family is hiding somewhere in the city. If we investigate, we shall inevitably uncover their whereabouts. Indeed, the prince speaks wisely. Qianrou, leave this matter to your uncle. You may rest assured that he will handle it with utmost diligence. Thank you, uncle. Sheng Xuanji glanced at Su Qianrou seated across from him and was suddenly reminded of her fierce retort to Lu Ziyuan in court, causing a smile to tug at his lips. Miss Su, your words are remarkably sharp, akin to a finely honed blade. To be frank, I hold great admiration for your eloquence. Su Qianrou smiled, her lips curving in delight. Your Highness, is this not a matter without resolution? Qianrou possesses no other skills at present, save for her eloquence. If her tongue does not become more agile, how shall she survive? Upon hearing these words, Sheng Xianji nearly sputtered the tea he had just sipped. Meanwhile, Mu Xiuyu sprayed tea across the room. Alas, Qianrou, are you intentionally seeking to bring harm upon your uncle? Uncle, you unjustly accuse Qianrou. She would never dare such a thing. Sheng Xuanji's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed unabashedly at Su Qianrou, a torrent of affection swelling within him. Miss Su, how shall I articulate my sentiments towards you? I recall your return, boldly confronting the entirety of the Su family within Su Mansion. You were neither servile nor arrogant, exuding an icy elegance akin to a snow lotus blooming amidst frost. Now, your vivacious charm and radiant beauty resemble a rose unfurling its dew-kissed petals. You captivate the eye and delight the heart, growing ever more endearing with each glance. Miss Su, I find myself smitten. What shall I do? Chapter 046. The Qin Wang's disinterest in women observing Sheng Xianji's demeanor. Su Qianrou suddenly felt a flush rise to her cheeks. What does the prince's gaze upon me signify? I must swiftly change the subject. Your Highness, there is something I do not comprehend. Today at Shuntian Prefecture, why did Lu Ziyuan and Lu Xiulin feign ignorance and pretend not to see you? Sheng Xuanji's lips curled into a smirk. It is simply because I personally tore up the marriage contract between Lu Xiu and yourself. Their hearts are filled with indignation. It is of no consequence. Lu Ziyuan is merely arrogant, disregarding my presence. Su Qianrou's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Is that truly so? You are the illustrious Qin Wang, the son of the late empress, the legitimate offspring of the former emperor, and the brother of the current emperor. With such distinguished lineage, how could Lu Ziyuan possibly dismiss you? The credibility of her words seemed rather questionable. Upon recalling how the Qin Wang had personally aided her in tearing up the marriage contract, Su Qianrou suddenly grasped the situation. Your Highness, could it be that Lu Ziyuan harbors resentment towards you due to the annulment? Sheng Xuanji waved his hand dismissively. And what of it? Even if he bears resentment, he may petition the emperor, yet here I sit, perfectly unharmed. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, Su Qianrou replied, Your Highness, it is all because of me that you have encountered this trouble. I'm truly sorry. Sheng Xuanji laughed heartily. What of it? A mere Lu Ziyuan cannot threaten me. Miss Su, you need not concern yourself. Mu Xiuyu raised his cup towards Sheng Xuanji, declaring, Your Highness possesses a grand heart and an open spirit. I toast to you. He downed his drink in one gulp, and Sheng Xuanji followed suit, draining his cup with gusto. The food is exquisite, the wine delightful, and Miss Su, you are undeniably a splendid person. It is a pity that you reside amidst the mire of Su Manor. Su Qianrou retorted, Your Highness, Su Manor is my home. No matter how polluted, I must endure and reside here. Yet, a lotus emerges unsullied from the mud and stays pure amidst the rippling waters. Though I may be unremarkable, I shall strive to keep my heart untainted. Bravo! Sheng Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Su Qianrou. What a marvelous sentiment! Emerging unsullied from the muck and remaining pure amidst the waters. Your words have truly enlightened me. You flatter me, Your Highness. Nay, I speak nothing but the truth. To encounter Miss Su in this lifetime is a fortune beyond measure. Is it not indeed a stroke of luck? Had I not met you in Jiangnan and received your devoted care for half a month, I might have long since perished. Miss Su is my greatest benefactor in this life. Thus, is it not only natural that I cherish and protect her? Mu Xiuyu felt a wave of dizziness. When did the Qin Wang become so sentimental? In the Nanxia dynasty, who does not know of the Qin Wang's cold demeanor, resolute in speech? Yet, why does he speak so freely with Qianrou, resembling a gentle spring breeze, akin to a sunny day in March? It is utterly abnormal, profoundly so. Mu Xiuyu discreetly scrutinized Sheng Xuanji from head to toe. The king of Qin remains the same king of Qin, yet why does he seem transformed? As if he were an entirely different person? Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Xiuyu. My heavens! Could it be that the king has developed feelings for the young lady Qianrou? However, that cannot be right. The king has always shunned the company of women, remaining unmarried at the age of 25. Each time the emperor proposed a marriage for him, he would consistently rebuff the offer with the same reasoning. Your Majesty, I have no interest in women and do not wish to share chamber with them. Please retract your decree, lest it jeopardize a woman's entire life. With that singular statement, the king has steadfastly maintained his resolve for 25 years. None of the ministers were willing to part with their daughters to marry such a king. How could this king possibly harbor romantic feelings for Qianrou? I cannot believe it, even if my life depended on it. While Mu Xiuyu continued to eat and drink, he cast a cold gaze upon Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, although you are a commendable person, if you intend to pursue Qianrou, I shall be the first to oppose it. As Mu Xiuyu pondered this, he noticed Su Qianrou smiling gently. Your Highness, you overestimate Qianrou. She is but a fragile girl, having lost her mother and lacking a father's affection. Within the Su residence, she is akin to a rootless water plant. It is your benevolence that has granted her the courage to stand tall. Qianrou's progress is largely due to your support. Therefore, if gratitude is to be expressed, it is indeed Qianrou who must thank your Highness. To encounter a benefactor like you in this life is truly her fortune. Mu Xiuyu suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. It was one thing for the king to speak such sentimental words, but why was Qianrou echoing them? Are they in collusion? He turned his gaze toward Su Qianrou. Qianrou, it is the fault of your uncle. I failed to protect you and your mother, but that shall not be the case any longer. Rest assured, as long as your uncle is around, should that scoundrel Su Jing and dare to bully you again, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it. Suddenly, Mushu Igdakuchaked. Qianrou, has Su Jing'an been more subdued lately? Su Qianrou shook her head. Though I reside in the Su residence, I cannot bear the filth surrounding me, and often seclude myself in the orchid courtyard. Thus, I truly know little about my father's affairs. Know little? Allow your uncle to enlighten you. After the memorial for your mother, Inspector Zhou Zheng and Minister of Works Li Lianliang lodged a complaint against your father, accusing him of ingratitude and favoring his concubine over his wife. They claimed he failed to fulfill his duties as a husband and showed no paternal affection towards you. As a minister of rights, his conduct was indeed lamentable. Consequently, upon their petition, many ministers began to censure your father. The emperor, enraged, punished him by withholding his salary for 3 months as a reprimand. Su Qianrou listened, her eyes widening in realization. So that is the case. No wonder Su Xiao has been making an effort to please me, claiming it was my father's directive. It turns out he has been accused. Sheng Xuanji's gaze remained fixed on Su Qianrou. Mi Su, how do you perceive the matter of Su Jing and being impeached? Heaven's wrath can be borne, but one's own misdeeds are inexcusable. Though he is my father, he has been heartless and ungrateful to my mother and has failed to fulfill his duties as a father to Qianrou. Furthermore, he resorted to slandering the general's residence to coerce my mother. Such a person deserves nothing but contempt. A father like this is of no value to Qianrou. Excellent. Sheng Xuanji applauded. Miss Su, you embody righteousness. However, the matter of Su Jing'an forging letters remains unresolved. Should it later be discovered that he has engaged in nefarious conduct, what course of action will you take? As for what course to take, I shall do as necessary. Qianrou harbored no affection for the Su residents. There were merely 2 matters left unfinished. Once these matters were resolved, she would eagerly vacate the Su residence. Might I inquire about the 2 matters you refer to? Could you share them with this prince? Of course. The first matter is to reclaim the silver misappropriated by Zheng Peilon. Over the past 5 years, Zheng Peilon has seized 3 of my mother's shops, embezzling a total of 123,000 taels of silver. I must recover this money. The second matter is that I intend to assist my mother in obtaining a divorce from my father. Although my mother has passed, I know she harbored resentment towards him and wished never to see him again. Therefore, I seek to facilitate this divorce, granting her peace even in the afterlife. Chapter 047. Could it be him? Upon hearing the 2 matters mentioned by Su Qianrou, Mu Shiyu felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. She had previously broached the subject of separation, and now she intended to reclaim the substantial sum of over 100,000 taels. Accomplishing these 2 tasks seemed as daunting as reaching the heavens. Qianrou, these undertakings are exceedingly difficult. Do you believe we have a chance? Su Qianrou smiled faintly. Uncle, I am aware of the challenges, which is why I have been waiting for an opportunity. As for reclaiming the silver, that can wait until after my mother's memorial. Regarding the separation, it appears we are truly unable to pursue it at this moment. I must ask my mother to endure a bit longer in the Su family ancestral hall. Sheng Xuanji frowned. Miss Su, both matters are fraught with complications. Zheng Linglan is not a benevolent person. Having acquired such a fortune, how could she possibly part with it? As for the separation, that is even more complex, especially since your mother has passed. We must proceed with caution. Su Qianrou nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I'm not one to rush toward results. By the way, Your Highness, how goes the investigation into the counterfeit seals? Is there any progress? Not much, the prince replied. My men have found no leads thus far. There is no need for haste, Your Highness. My father must have devised a comprehensive plan when he arranged for the counterfeit seals. Moreover, 5 years have elapsed, and many circumstances have changed. Indeed, Miss Su speaks wisely. There is no rush. We shall investigate diligently. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall disturb the general's residence. Mu Shiyu felt deeply moved by this assurance and raised his cup once more. Your Highness, your noble intentions shall be etched in my heart. In gratitude, I can only toast you again. To Your Highness. With that, Mu Shiyu drank heartily, and Sheng Xuanji also indulged in a generous cup. General Mu, there is no need for such formality between us. Yes, I shall heed Your Highness's counsel. As they dined and conversed, They were unaware that half an hour had swiftly passed. Sheng Xuanji gazed at Su Qianrou, hesitating to speak. Curious, she inquired, "Your Highness, do you have something to instruct me?" He nodded. "Miss Su, in 2 days, we shall be receiving esteemed guests at my residence. I would like to invite you to join us to meet an old acquaintance." Su Qianrou was momentarily taken aback. "An old acquaintance? Your Highness, I have been away from the capital for 5 years, and when I left, I was still quite young. Now that I have returned, I have no old acquaintances left. But there's indeed someone," he reassured her. "You need not doubt. You will understand in due time." "Very well then. I shall come to seek your insight in 2 days." "Excellent. I shall prepare a warm welcome." Mu Xiuyu exchanged glances between Sheng Xuanji and Su Qianrou, a chill settling in his heart. What did this mean? From the undertones of their conversation, it seemed that the meeting in 2 days would not involve him at all. How could that be? If he were unaware, it would be one thing, but knowing now, how could he possibly not attend? After savoring their meal, the group descended from the 2nd floor, only to find the hall bustling with activity. The gathering of friends indulged in their meal with great delight. It must be said that the culinary offerings at Piaoshan Tower are truly exquisite. Not only are the dishes aesthetically pleasing, but the flavors are also remarkable, and the portions generous. Indeed, were it otherwise, Piaoshan Tower would not have maintained its thriving reputation for so many years. My friends, I must commend the proprietor of Piaoshan Tower for their commendable character. Despite the recent incident, they still generously invited everyone to enjoy complimentary food and drink. Such magnanimity is indeed rare. Who would not appreciate such a fine host? With such a commendable proprietor, one can be assured of excellent service. Henceforth, let us be steadfast in our patronage of Piaoshan Tower. As discussions flourished among the group, their enthusiasm grew. Lu Hanzhan approached with a look of joy. "Miss, today's events not only spared Piaoshan Tower from any tarnish to its reputation, but in fact attracted a considerable number of patrons. Although the food was complimentary, the joy with which they dined suggests they will return. Miss, today's business is certainly not a loss." "Of course not. Although the meals were free, the compensation of 10,000 taels from the Ho residence is ample. Furthermore, having clarified the situation and attracted new customers, how could business not prosper? Manager Lu, you need only to manage with care, and success will surely follow." At the entrance of Piaoshan Tower, Su Qianrou bid farewell to Sheng Xuanji and her uncle before boarding a carriage to return home. Before departing, she made it a point to bring along a food box filled with several signature dishes from Piaoshan Tower. Upon her return to Lanyuan, Granny Gao reported on Qiujuan's condition. Su Qianrou nodded, discreetly instructing Cilian, "Cilian, please take this food box to Aunt Zhou and the 3rd young lady in Lihua Courtyard." "Yes," Cilian responded, taking the food box and exiting the room, making her way directly to Lihua Courtyard. Upon her arrival, Qiujuan noticed her, her eyes flickering momentarily before she feigned indifference and walked away. A quarter of an hour later, Cilian returned to Lanyuan. "Miss, I delivered the dishes." Aunt Zhou and the 3rd young lady enjoyed them immensely, praising the food at Piaoshan Tower. "Well, that is good to hear. Cilian, I am weary. Please give me a head massage." "Yes, I shall obey." Cilian approached Su Qianrou, while Granny Gao stationed herself at the door. "What did Aunt Zhou say?" "Miss, Aunt Zhou mentioned that Qiujuan indeed sought Inchio for embroidery patterns today. However, she did not linger long. The entire visit lasted no more than a quarter of an hour." A cold glint flashed in Su Qianrou's eyes. Qiujuan had been out for just over half an hour, yet she had only spent a mere quarter of that time with Inchio. What had she been doing with the rest of her time? More importantly, why had Qiujuan lied? Why claim that Inchio was not busy and that they conversed for a while longer? It seems that Qiujuan is the insider. But who is behind her? Is it Steward Gao, Zheng Linglan, or perhaps someone else entirely? Regardless of who it may be, Qiujuan must be watched closely. I shall wait for an appropriate opportunity to send her away. Cilian, you and Granny Gao must be vigilant. Pay closer attention to Qiujuan in the days to come. Should any anomalies arise, do not hesitate to inform me swiftly. Indeed, that evening, Su Qianrou lay awake in bed, her mind restless as the image of Sheng Xuanji, with a smile gracing his lips and his gaze fervently fixed upon her, involuntarily surfaced. What did the king of Qin mean by this? Why did he regard her in such a manner? Furthermore, who was the esteemed guest he mentioned? And who was the old acquaintance? Sheng Xuanji's intense gaze loomed ever larger in Su Qianrou's mind, causing her to startle abruptly. Good heavens, could it be him? Within the confines of the king of Qin's residence, Sheng Xuanji sat behind his writing desk, lost in thought as his eyes fixated upon a jade hairpin. This hairpin had originally belonged to her. He had surreptitiously retrieved it and tucked it away in his bosom. He had intended to keep it as a memento, perhaps to return it to its rightful owner upon their future encounter. Little did he expect that he would indeed cross paths with her. Not only had he encountered her, but he had also found himself unexpectedly captivated. Sheng Xuanji felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own folly. What was he thinking? He had always prided himself on being indifferent to women, yet this time he had succumbed to his feelings. The slap of reality was resounding indeed. Chapter 048. Something amiss with the king of Qin. Sheng Xuanji placed the jade hairpin into the brocade box, then turned and set it on the shelf. He stood up and began to pace around the room. Suddenly, he halted. Yi Lingfeng, accompany this king to the Su residence. At the Su residence, within the orchid courtyard, the night was shrouded in mist, and the courtyard lay in profound silence. The servant-esque quarters in the west wing had its doors slightly ajar, gradually widening. Qianrou cautiously peered out, surveying her surroundings before she quietly stepped outside. Standing at the doorway, she confirmed once more that the courtyard was empty, then stealthily made her way towards the gate. Upon opening the gate, Qianrou hastened in a westward direction, unaware that at that very moment, Salian had been secretly observing her from the opposite room. As soon as Qianrou exited the courtyard, Salian wasted no time and stealthily followed her. Thus, Qianrou led the way while Salian trailed behind, the two young maids embarking on a game of hide and seek beneath the night sky. Hidden in the shadows, Sheng Xuanji couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Miss Su is quite resourceful. It seems she has already set someone to follow. It appears she is genuinely intent on undertaking a significant endeavor. Su Jing'an, oh Su Jing'an, should the day come when you find yourself in disarray, you might never suspect that it was your own daughter who orchestrated your downfall. Yet this fate is well-deserved. You have brought it upon yourself. Sheng Xuanji exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Lingfeng, who immediately understood and began to shadow Salian through the night. Salian was in the employ of Miss Su, and he could not allow her to come to harm. He understood the principle of loving the house and its crows. Under the moonlight, Qianrou arrived at a modest courtyard and gently knocked twice on the door. The door opened shortly after, and Qianrou slipped inside. Salian, concealed behind a clump of bamboo, was just about to move forward when suddenly someone covered her mouth from behind. Turning around, she recognized the familiar face of Yi Lingfeng, the king's guard. In a hushed tone, Yi Lingfeng instructed, "Do not enter. Quickly return. I will follow." Releasing his grip on Salian, he approached the courtyard door, hesitated momentarily, then gracefully entered the courtyard. Salian was left astonished. My goodness, a mere guard possesses such prowess. Could it be that the king of Qin's skills are unmatched in the realm? With Yi Lingfeng present, she felt assured of her safety. Thus she turned back and quickly returned to the orchid courtyard. Upon reaching her mistress's room, she recounted the events to Su Qianrou, who was equally astonished. What does this mean? Yi Lingfeng is here? If he is here, does that mean the king of Qin is as well? What would they be planning? Surely, this is too extravagant a gesture, even for assistance. A dignified prince intruding upon a minister's residence, regardless of the intent, is bound to be scandalous. So Qianrou felt overwhelmed. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Let whatever will be. A quarter of an hour later, the courtyard door swung open, and Qianrou returned. Noticing the silence that enveloped the courtyard, she tiptoed back into the room. Salian approached Su Qianrou's side. Mistress, Qianrou has returned. Indeed, you and Granny Gao must keep a close watch on her. Remember, do not reveal any signs. Indeed, Kai Lian has comprehended. Kai Lian, being of the same age as Su Qianrou, has been by her side since they were both 7, exhibiting unwavering loyalty towards her. Although their relationship is publicly defined as that of a servant and mistress, privately, they share a bond akin to that of sisters. Thus, It is only in the presence of outsiders that Su Qianrou permits Kai Lian to refer to herself as a servant. Outside the orchid courtyard, Yiling Feng returned to the side of Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, shall we inform Miss Su? No need. Once she arrives at the Wangfu, I shall disclose it to her then. Gazing at the tranquil orchid courtyard, a smile graced Sheng Xuanji's lips. Ling Feng, let us depart. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two figures soared into the air, vanishing in an instant. 2 days later, Su Qianrou, accompanied by Kai Lian, arrived at the Qin Wangfu as promised, having traveled in a carriage. Granny Gao was not present, as she had been intentionally left behind at the residence. Upon disembarking from the carriage at the Qin Wangfu, Su Qianrou noticed Chun Zhe waiting outside. Approaching her quickly, Chun Zhe greeted. I have the honor of meeting Miss Su. The prince is already awaiting you inside. Please follow me. Very well, Captain Chun, please lead the way. As Su Qianrou and Kai Lian followed Chun Zhe through the grand halls of the Qin Wangfu, they soon realized the estate's immense and exquisite nature. After winding through the corridors, they ultimately arrived at the entrance of Chongming Hall. However, before they could enter, Yiling Feng approached from the side. Miss Su, the prince is currently in the garden and has specifically sent me to invite you. Please follow me. Thank you for your efforts, Captain Yi. As Su Qianrou walked alongside Yiling Feng towards the garden, she pondered the significance of this meeting. What could the Qin Wang mean by requesting a rendezvous in the garden? It felt less like a formal reception and more akin to a clandestine meeting. A flush of embarrassment suddenly colored Su Qianrou's cheeks. Goodness, why was her mind wandering to such thoughts? How utterly mortifying! As they turned another corner, the scenery before them opened up magnificently. It was the garden. Upon its sight, Su Qianrou found herself momentarily entranced. The garden of the Qin Wangfu was extraordinarily vast and beautiful. As her gaze swept across the landscape, she beheld pavilions and towers surrounded by lush greenery. A plethora of flowering trees and vibrant blossoms enlivened the garden, rendering it a breathtaking spectacle. Within the garden, a river had been excavated, spanned by a bridge leading to an octagonal pavilion. At that very moment, a figure stood within the pavilion, none other than Prince Sheng Xuanji himself. Yiling Feng extended his right hand in a gesture of utmost respect. Miss Su, my lord awaits you in the pavilion. Please proceed at your leisure. Su Qianrou cast a glance at Yiling Feng. Captain Yi, what does the prince intend? Yiling Feng bowed slightly. Miss Su, the prince has conveyed that upon your arrival, you shall encounter an old acquaintance. However, you need not worry. My lord harbors no ill intentions. Su Qianrou gazed toward the pavilion. I am well aware that the prince means no harm. In fact, he has shown me considerable kindness. Very well, I shall go. With that, Su Qianrou stepped forward, with Kai Lian closely trailing her. Yet, Yiling Feng swiftly interposed himself, blocking Kai Lian's path. The lotus-picking maiden said, My lord has only invited Miss Su to go over. You should wait here. However, Kai Lian felt a twinge of unease. Why should Miss be allowed to go alone? What if she were to be mistreated? Su Qianrou turned her head back. Kai Lian, you need not accompany me. Just stay here. Understood. Kai Lian had that. Silently reassuring herself. Indeed, the prince has always treated Miss so well. How could he possibly allow her to be wronged? Moreover, did he not have Yi Lingfeng assist her just last night? Everything will be fine. Waiting is all that is required. Kai Lian and Yi Lingfeng lingered by the lakeside, while Su Qianrou stepped onto the small bridge. In July, the weather was quite warm. Yet, as she walked upon the bridge, a refreshing breeze occasionally swept by, bestowing an inexplicable coolness. Su Qianrou advanced step by step toward the pavilion. To her surprise, Sheng Xuanji remained turned away from her, never once glancing in her direction. A flicker of doubt arose within Su Qianrou. What is amiss with the prince today? Chapter 049. The discovery of the ninth prince at long last. Su Qianrou arrived at the pavilion. The structure was modest in size, featuring a stone table at its center, surrounded by several stone stools. Upon the table lay an assortment of fruits and pastries, with a beautifully crafted brocade box positioned prominently in the middle. Su Qianrou cast a glance at Sheng Xuanji, who stood with his back to her, clad in a blue brocade robe. Exuding an air of elegance as he gazed out over the river, his hands clasped behind him. Confusion enveloped Su Qianrou. Despite being summoned by the king, he refused to face her. Could it be that this man was not the king at all? If he were indeed not the king, then who was he? And where had the true Qin Wang gone? Steadying her turbulent thoughts, Su Qianrou bowed respectfully to the man. Your Highness summoned Qianrou, yet upon my arrival, you choose to present your back to me. Is it that you disdain to see me? As soon as the words left her lips, the man slowly turned to face her. The moment her eyes met his, they widened in astonishment. Good heavens, how could it be him? He wore a delicate golden mask, exquisitely crafted and as light as gossamer, covering much of his face, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and mouth exposed. His voice was hoarse, yet his expression radiated excitement. Miss Su, it has been many days since we last met. I trust you have been well? Su Qianrou gazed at him, astonished. You are the 9th prince who was gravely injured? He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am the 9th prince. Do you still remember me, Miss Su? Of course I remember. But how is it that you find yourself here? Because this is my residence. With that, he removed the mask, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face that could ensnare hearts with its charm. As Su Qianrou beheld him, clarity washed over her. The 9th prince she had rescued was none other than Qin Wang, Sheng Xuanji. No wonder he had shown her such kindness. He had recognized her from the very beginning. She, on the other hand, had been unable to discern his true identity due to the mask that concealed his features. Is fate not wondrously intricate? In her previous life, 5 months prior to her mother's passing, she and Kyle Yin had ventured to a temple to pray for her mother's well-being when they stumbled upon the 9th prince. Unconscious in the grass, he had been gravely injured, and with the help of the coachman, they managed to lift him onto a cart and take him home. She had tended to him in the courtyard, enlisting the same doctor who had treated her mother. Due to his injuries and poisoning, he only regained consciousness 2 days later. Concerned for his safety, she had cared for him personally throughout his convalescence. Yet, upon bringing him a meal half a month later, she discovered his absence, with only a translucent jade pendant left upon the table. In her previous life, that had marked the end of her connection with the 9th prince, unaware that he was, in fact, the Qin Wang. To her astonishment, in this rebirth, she had already established a series of encounters with the king. Such fateful connections are indeed remarkable. Sheng Xuanji gazed at the astonished Su Qianrou, first inviting her to take a seat, then offering an apologetic smile. Miss Su, on that day, you extended your hand to assist me. Due to various circumstances, I dared not reveal my true identity. I hope you can forgive me. In such extraordinary times, it is understandable for a prince to act thus, she replied. Am I correct in assuming that you're the 9th prince due to your rank? Indeed, I am the 9th prince, the youngest son of the emperor. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Miss Su, and your call for a physician to attend to my injuries, I might have long since perished. To speak frankly, it is you who are my greatest benefactor in this life. Nay, your highness, you exaggerate. Though I tended to you for half a month, it is ultimately your robust constitution that prevailed. Even the healthiest of bodies, when confronted with poisoning and grave injury, cannot endure without aid. A profound sorrow welled up within Su Qianrou. In her previous life, the king of Qin had suffered from the emperor's machinations. Despite his illustrious military achievements, he had faced relentless oppression. That incident of poisoning and injury was likely orchestrated by the emperor. Fate had led Qianrou to meet the prince, indicating that his life was not meant to end prematurely. Yet, she could not comprehend why he had vanished so suddenly. It was my shadow guard who located me and discreetly facilitated my departure. Before leaving, I left a jade pendant on the table as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou unfastened the sachet at her waist and retrieved a jade pendant from within. Your Highness, is this it? Sheng Xuanji took it, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, that is it. Then it shall be returned to its rightful owner. Please accept it back, Your Highness. Su Qianrou extended the pendant with both hands, but Sheng Xuanji promptly pushed it back. Miss Su, this was intentionally left for you as a token of my gratitude. I implore you to keep it. I cannot accept it. But, Your Highness, there are no buts. Miss Su, please do not hesitate to accept it, or my conscience shall remain troubled. Seeing Sheng Xuanji's stubbornness, Su Qianrou reluctantly placed the pendant back into the sachet and reattached it to her waist. In her previous life, she had taken great care of this pendant. It had remained with her until that day at the fragrant house, when the king of Qin had mentioned introducing her to an old acquaintance. It was only then, reflecting on his eyes, that she realized he resembled the 9th prince she had once saved. Thus, she had brought the pendant along today, never anticipating the certainty of her recognition. Yet she pondered how the pendant had come to her and how it could be returned. As soon as Su Qianrou reclaimed the pendant, Sheng Xuanji felt a secret sense of joy. However, Su Qianrou was somewhat apprehensive. "Your Highness, I am quite curious. As the god of war of the southern Xia, how could you sustain such grievous injuries and be poisoned?" Upon hearing this, Sheng Xuanji's expression turned cold. "Mi Su, do you remember advising me that one should harbor no malice yet remain vigilant against others? Even those closest to us should be approached with caution. Indeed, I have said such words." Thus, the prince opined that the grievous injuries sustained that time were. Su Qianrou gestured towards the heavens, her meaning unmistakably clear. Sheng Xuanji's gaze darkened, and an aura of coldness enveloped him. Indeed, what intentions does the prince harbor? Shall he simply allow himself to be at the mercy of others? Naturally not. However, even should this matter reach the Golden Lawn Hall, without sufficient evidence, he would categorically deny any wrongdoing. Hence, this prince bides his time, awaiting the opportunity that would enable him to decisively bring down his adversary. Does the prince deem this feasible? How can one know without trying? Much like Miss Su, who, despite the daunting challenge of extracting funds from Zheng Peilon and the formidable task of facilitating her mother's divorce, is nonetheless determined to proceed. Su Qianrou smiled gracefully upon hearing this. "Herein, I wish the prince swift success. Miss Su, do you not question this prince? Why should I? For what the prince seeks is merely to reclaim his own justice. In a world devoid of justice, where grievances abound and the populace suffers, what worth is there in existence? Therefore, both Qianrou and the prince are merely acting in accordance with their hearts, striving earnestly for what is right." Chapter 050. The early bird catches the worm. Upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, Sheng Xuanji couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Excellent. I never expected that Miss Su, being a lady, would possess such audacity. Truly, you understand me well, Miss Su." As he spoke, he took the exquisite brocade box from the center of the table and opened it with a swift motion. "Miss Su, do you recognize the item within?" Su Qianrou glanced over and was momentarily taken aback. Inside the ornate box lay a jade hairpin of a vibrant green hue. She reached out to take the hairpin, examining it closely. "Your Highness, where did this jade hairpin come from? It appears to be the one I lost previously." "Indeed, it is the very hairpin you misplaced," Sheng Xuanji replied. "But how did it end up in your Highness's possession? You're unaware, I presume?" he said with a sly smile. "On either the 8th or 9th day of my convalescence at your residence, you inadvertently dropped this hairpin while leaving. I picked it up upon noticing and have preserved it ever since." "Oh, so that is the case. I wondered why I could not find it after searching high and low. So, Your Highness, are you planning to return it to its rightful owner today?" "Return it?" Sheng Xuanji mused. "Miss Su, allow me to take another look." As Su Qianrou handed the hairpin to him, he immediately cradled it protectively in his arms. "Miss Su, consider this. I have already gifted you the jade pendant. Is it not fair to exchange it for this hairpin? A simple trade, is it not?" Su Qianrou was utterly bewildered. "What? It can be done this way? You are a prince. How can you be so unreasonable? Furthermore, what would a man do with a hairpin meant for a woman? Who says it is inappropriate? I find it quite suitable," he countered playfully. "But this hairpin belongs to me," she insisted. Sheng Xuanji's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Su Qianrou, his smile almost overflowing. "Of course, I am aware it is yours. I am merely keeping it safe for you, and in the future, it shall be yours to wear. Surely, you understand the principle of seizing the initiative, do you not?" "Ha ha, Miss Su, do not be anxious. I simply wish to keep a memento, a reminder of your life-saving grace." Seeing that the prince would not return the hairpin regardless, Su Qianrou resigned herself to the situation. "Your Highness, I have indeed met the old acquaintance you mentioned. But may I inquire, who is your esteemed guest?" "Do not fret, Miss Su. He should be arriving shortly. Please enjoy some fruit while you wait a moment longer. Very well. As soon as she uttered her agreement, a figure hurriedly approached across the small bridge. Sheng Xuanji's eyes brightened. Miss Su, he has arrived. Su Qianrou turned her gaze to see a young gentleman, around 20 years of age, crossing the bridge in a flowing white attire, exuding elegance and charm. A strikingly handsome young man indeed. Su Qianrou cast a glance at Sheng Xuanji. Sheng Xuanji inquired immediately, Miss Su, what are you observing? Qianrou pondered, what kind of auspicious land is the Qin Wangfu? Why do you all appear as if you are all refined and extraordinary, exuding an air of elegance? Sheng Xuanji erupted in hearty laughter. Miss Su truly possesses discerning eyes. However, compared to this prince, they still fall slightly short. If Miss Su wishes to behold a dashing and suave gentleman, then you might as well indulge in casting your gaze upon me a little longer. Su Qianrou couldn't help but smile. She had always perceived the Qin Wang as aloof and noble, radiating an imposing aura. Yet, she never anticipated he could also possess such a humorous and endearing side. The prince is a dragon among men, with a commanding presence and remarkable grace, undeniably incomparable to others. You flatter me, Miss Su. Amidst their banter, the visitor had already approached. Qing Chun had greeted the prince and Miss Su. Enough, please take a seat. Su Qianrou felt a surge of curiosity. This young gentleman, do you recognize me? Gu Qing Chun replied with a slight smile. Though I do not know you, I have come today specifically for Miss Su. For me? Your Highness, what does this mean? Sheng Xuanji's expression turned serious. Miss Su, this gentleman Gu Qing Chun is a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Chen Kong, possessing remarkable medical skills and having inherited the true teachings of Chen Kong. Miss Su, do you recall the handkerchief I requested from you? I have entrusted it to Mr. Gu, wishing for him to investigate whether there were any issues surrounding your mother's demise. Mr. Gu is here before you now, Miss Su. Feel free to pose any inquiries directly to him. Sheng Xuanji's words filled Su Qianrou with warmth. No wonder that day the Qin Wang had taken the handkerchief used to wipe her mother's blood. It all made sense now. Qianrou expressed her gratitude to the prince. Mr. Gu, might I inquire if you have uncovered any revelations? Gu Qing Chun retrieved a silk pouch from his bosom and unwrapped the handkerchief carefully encased in oiled paper. Miss Su, after the prince entrusted the handkerchief to me, I examined it meticulously, yet found no clues. Subsequently, I took the handkerchief back to Sonyang to seek my master's guidance. The result was, Sheng Xuanji and Su Qianrou spoke in unison. What did he say? My master revealed that Miss Su's mother indeed succumbed to poison, a lethal concoction known as the heart-corroding death pill. This poison acts as a chronic toxin, a secret formula of the toxicologist Shang Jiang. Once ingested, it gradually invades the heart's meridians, ultimately leading to palpitations, discomfort, and a slow depletion of life. The timeline from ingestion to demise typically spans 3 years. Due to the prolonged nature of the affliction, the victim often attributes their condition to other physical ailments. Before death, those afflicted will exhibit dark yellow stains at the corners of their mouths, accompanied by a faint, foul odor. I trust Miss Su has already confirmed this aspect. Tears welled in Su Qianrou's eyes, though she fought to keep them at bay. Indeed, I am aware of this. However, Mr. Gu, why did my mother fall ill 5 years later? I have posed this question to my master as well. He mentioned that if a patient enjoys brewing tea with roses, it can indeed prolong their life. This is due to a unique substance within the rose that counteracts the poison. Although it is not an antidote, it can delay the onset of toxicity. Su Qianrou nodded in understanding. She realized that her mother had a fondness for brewing tea with rose petals. Little did she know that this preference had inadvertently granted her mother an extra 2 years of life. Regrettably, Qianrou had come to this realization too late. Tears brimmed in Su Qianrou's eyes, and Sheng Xuanji felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Miss Su, please accept my condolences. The pressing matter at hand is to uncover the identity of the poisoner. Qing Chun, do you have any knowledge of this individual? Gu Qing Chun shook her head. She was unaware. The poison master had passed away over 6 years ago, and his disciples had long since scattered. Among these disciples, it remains uncertain who possesses such poison. Even if we were to identify them, what grievances could they possibly have with Miss Shin's mother? How could they have administered the poison? Chapter 051. The deadly heart-eating pill. Upon hearing Gu Qingshan's words, Su Qianrou exclaimed, "The one who poisoned my mother, if not my father, must be Zheng Linglan." Sheng Xuanji nodded in agreement. Indeed, it must be them. But how did this poison come into their possession? Gu Qingshan also found the situation rather perplexing. The disciple of the poison master rarely interacted with families of officials. This heart-eating pill was a secret concoction of the poison master, typically guarded with utmost vigilance. Thus, this matter truly posed a conundrum. Su Lianro furuit herburais. Young Master Gu, if that is the case, does it imply that my father or Zheng Linglan shares a close connection with this disciple of the poison sect? Or perhaps there exists some other relationship? Yes, that seems to be the case. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not have access to such a poison. Su Qianrou's heart ached, her hands clenching tightly. These two truly possess hearts of stone. To poison my mother, they have gone to such great lengths. If one day I uncover the truth, I shall not let them escape unscathed. Regrettably, it was only today that Su Qianrou learned of her mother's poisoning. Young Master Gu, I thank you. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. Gu Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Miss Su need not be so courteous. Qingshan is entrusted by the prince. How could I not exert my utmost effort? Otherwise, I fear the prince would not let the matter rest. Is that so? Qingshan, do you believe I am an unreasonable person? Whether one is unreasonable or not, the prince knows best. However, I am merely fulfilling my duty as entrusted. This principle is understood by me. That is good to hear. Qingshan, as long as this matter remains unsolved, you must bear the responsibility. Miss Su, do you have any objections? Your Highness, I have no objections. Neither do I. Then it is settled. Very well, it is a promise. Sheng Xuanji and Su Qianrou exchanged affirmations, while Gu Qingshan stared at them in disbelief. Wait, how can you both act this way? You are both being unreasonable. Are you not allowing me to live? Of course we are. Why would we not let you live? Not only will I allow you to live, but I shall also ensure you live comfortably. How about you reside in my Prince Qing's mansion from this day forth? You can indulge in all the luxuries as you please. No, am I the sort of person who seeks to take advantage of others? Moreover, one who eats from another's hand cannot bite the hand that feeds. Would I be so foolish? All right. You do not seek advantage, nor do you make foolish mistakes. Then consider it a request from me, will you? Your Highness, you are requesting me? That is more like it. I, Gu Qingshan, am magnanimous and will agree to your request. Excellent. A decisive agreement. Sheng Xuanji extended his right hand, and Gu Qingshan mirrored the action. Their hands met with a crisp clap. No backing out. It is settled. As she watched the two men clasp hands, a warm current flowed through Su Qianrou's heart. To retain Gu Qingshan, the Prince Qing even resorted to the word request. His phrase, "How about you consider it a request from me?" subtly underscored the significance he placed on this matter. In this lifetime, how fortunate I am to encounter him. The three individuals began to converse about the deadly heart-eating pill. As their discussion unfolded, Su Qianrou suddenly noticed her uncle hastily approaching from a bridge. A smile involuntarily crept onto her face. Her uncle certainly had a penchant for mingling. It was evident that he had heard of the prince's 2-day appointment at the fragrant pavilion and was eager to join. Su Qianrou rose to greet her uncle. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "Ah, Qianrou, you are here too," he exclaimed. "I happened to pass by the Qin Wangfu and suddenly felt an unbearable thirst, so I hurried over." Suppressing a laugh, Su Qianrou thought, "Oh, uncle, if you wish to come, could you not concoct a more believable excuse? Even a 3-year-old would find this implausible." As expected, Sheng Xianxiu had already begun to mock him. "General Mu, do you take my Qin Wangfu for a tea house or a tavern? Who would believe such a flimsy excuse?" General Mu Xiuyu, unfazed, seated himself. Whether the prince believes it or not is irrelevant. After all, I have already arrived. Can the prince truly expel me? Naturally not. Given your relation to Miss Su, I shall allow it. Is that not so? I am indeed fortunate to have the favor of my dear Qianrou. "Ah, young Master Gu, what brings you here as well?" Sheng Xianxiu responded. "Your family? I shall eventually make Qianrou a member of my household." Gu Qingshan smiled faintly. "Since General Mu is welcome here, I too am entitled to be present." "General Mu, do you have any objections?" What objections could I possibly have? Yet upon seeing young Master Gu, I am reminded of those afflicted by illness. Indeed, I have come today for the sake of the patients. Oh, patients? General Mu Xiaoyu glanced at Sheng Xuanji and then at his niece, a cloud of suspicion forming in his mind. Young Master Gu, where are these patients you speak of? General Mu, do not look so. The patients are not they, but your sister. Mu Xiaoyu sprang to his feet. What? Are you referring to Peilon? Indeed, but she has already passed away. In just a few days, it will be her memorial. Why discuss this now? General, what if I were to say that your sister did not die of illness, but rather from poisoning? Mu Xiaoyu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Previously, Su Qianrou had hinted that her sister's death was suspicious, yet he dared not entertain the thought. Now, with these words from Gu Qingchen, he could not dismiss it. He turned to Su Qianrou, his disbelief evident. Qianrou, is what young Master Gu says true? Su Qianrou nadiv. Uncle, please take a seat so we may discuss this. Once General Mu was seated, Su Qianrou recounted the information she had just learned in detail. After listening to her account, Mu Xiaoyu's right hand clenched into a fist, the veins on his hand standing out prominently. Previously, Qianrou had suspected foul play, and now it seemed her words had indeed come to pass. However, who could be so malicious as to wish Peilon dead? Was it Su Jing'an, Zheng Peilon, or perhaps someone else entirely? Uncle, considering the 6 letters, I believe that the likelihood of Zheng Linglong being involved is quite substantial. Sheng Xuanji concurred. Indeed, Su Jing'an forged the letters to drive Su Madam away. Thus there was no need for further harm against her. Moreover, with Su Madam's passing, the greatest beneficiary is Zheng Yang, which naturally renders her both the most motivated and the most suspicious. The prince's observation holds merit. However, if Zheng Linglong is indeed the mastermind, how could a mere woman establish contact with a disciple of the poison master? Furthermore, how did she acquire the deadly heart erosion pill? This aspect eludes Qin Chen's comprehension. If you find it perplexing, how could I possibly grasp it? Yet today, we have unveiled the cause behind Su Madam's demise. The remaining task is to meticulously unravel the threads and gradually expose the hidden perpetrator. Suddenly, Su Qianrou experienced an epiphany. Young Master Gu, did you not just question how Zheng Linglong, as a woman, could connect with a disciple of the poison master, and how she obtained the heart erosion pill? Now, I seem to have an idea. Chapter 052. The guard's subtle fragrance. Upon hearing Su Qianrou mention an idea, the 3 men immediately turned their eager gazes towards her. In truth, Qianrou was merely speculating. Your Highness, Uncle, you have both encountered Zheng Linglong. Honestly, what do you think of her beauty? At this, Sheng Xuanji quickly grasped her implication. Miss Su, are you suggesting that Zheng Linglong uses her looks to entice? Indeed, although Zheng Linglong has entered her middle years, her charm remains intact, and she is still quite attractive. With a little effort in her appearance, she could certainly captivate. Mu Xiaoyu felt fury rising within him, his eyes ablaze. That vixen Zheng Linglong seduced your father with her beauty back in the day. She may very well employ the same tactics to harm your mother. Damn it. If it turns out to be her, I shall be the first to end her. Uncle, please refrain from anger. We must verify whether it is indeed her. However, Qianrou suspects it is highly likely. If we confirm that the 6 letters are also in her possession, we can ascertain her guilt. Yes, I have instructed my men to investigate old Lady Wang. However, without just cause, I cannot conduct a blatant search and must proceed discreetly. This has slowed our progress somewhat. That is of no consequence. As long as we are diligent in our inquiry, the truth shall inevitably be uncovered. Everyone engaged in conversation, except for Gu Qingchen, who remained silent. Sheng Xuanji, puzzled, asked, Qingchen, why are you not speaking? Qingchen was deep in thought about the possibility suggested by Miss Su. Suddenly, she smacked her thigh. Oh right, I just remembered that the 3rd disciple of the poison doctor, Xiao Zheng, is quite the libertine, known for frequenting establishments of ill repute. He is dubbed the flower boy of the poison sect. Flower boy of the poison sect, flower boy of the poison sect, Sheng Xuanji repeated twice. Interesting. That name suits him rather well. Qingchen, do you have any information on this Xiao Zheng? Yes. Xiao Zheng is 36 years old and hails from Jiangnan. He possesses an appealing appearance, one that could certainly earn him a living through his looks. However, he is filled with ulterior motives, which is a shame given his handsome face. Orphaned at a young age, he was taken in and trained by the poison doctor, Shang Jiang. Among Shang's disciples, he was not the most skilled in medicine, but when it comes to poison and schemes, he is undoubtedly the best. While Shang Jiang was alive, he often cautioned him. At that time, Xiao Zheng showed some restraint, but after Shang's death, he became reckless and indulged his desires without hesitation. Qingchen, do you know where Xiao Zheng is now? Gu Qingchen spread her hands, her expression one of helplessness. Your Highness, I am neither a spy nor a member of the Six Doors. How would I know such details? However, ever since Shang Jiang's passing, Xiao Zheng has left his sect. As for his current whereabouts, I am unaware. Su Qianrou tilted her head in contemplation. Young Master Gu, have you encountered this Xiao Zheng? I have met him twice. Do you remember what he looks like? I do. That is splendid. Your Highness, may I request some paper and ink? I wish to attempt a sketch of Xiao Zheng. Sheng Xuanji, intrigued, inquired, Miss Su, are you skilled in painting? It is hardly worth mentioning, merely a modest understanding. Very well, my esteemed guests. Please accompany me to the study for a discussion. The four of them departed from the garden and proceeded to the study. Shang Xianxi's study was both spacious and grand, particularly the imposing writing desk, which was notably expansive. Upon the desk lay paper and ink, and in the corner rested a stack of books. Shang Xianxi extended his right hand. Miss Su, please. Su Qianrou nodded, walking gracefully to the rear of the desk. Young Master Gu, could you describe the facial features of Xiao Zheng? Of course. Gu Qingchen pondered momentarily before beginning his account. Once he concluded, Shang Xianxi had also prepared the ink. Mu Xiaoyu was taken aback, astonished. Is it possible? The king actually grinds ink for Qianrou himself? This is utterly absurd. Su Qianrou smiled gratefully at Shang Xianxi, dipped her brush into the ink, and began to paint. As she rendered line after line, the figure on the paper took on increasing clarity. When Su Qianrou paused, the character was vividly brought to life. Young Master Gu, what do you think? Does it resemble him? Gu Qingchen, now utterly amazed, nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, it resembles him perfectly, almost indistinguishably. He gave Su Qianrou a thumbs up. Miss Su is truly a master of the brush. I'm deeply impressed. Not at all. Young Master Gu, you flatter me. Flatter you? My niece, Mu Xiaoyu's daughter, is exceptionally talented, with unparalleled gifts, just like her mother, a true prodigy. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness? Indeed, without question. This was a point that required no debate. Su Qianrou glanced at her proud uncle and then at the animated Shang Xianxi, pondering their unexpected synchronicity. Unfazed by her scrutiny, Shang Xianxi turned to Yi Lingfeng. Go, summon the painter Yi from the palace. Yes. Yi Lingfeng exited, and Gu Qingchen, puzzled, inquired, Your Highness, what are your intentions? I intend for painter Yi to create several replicas of this portrait, enabling us to locate the individual. However, Your Highness, are you not concerned about alarming the prey? Rest assured, painter Yi is loyal to me. As they resumed their seats, Shang Xianxi fixed his intense gaze upon Su Qianrou. Miss Su, the waters surrounding the Su residence are quite deep. As a gentlewoman, you are ill-equipped to navigate these challenges. Perhaps I should provide you with a bodyguard? Su Qianrou was taken aback. A bodyguard? Indeed. Shang Xianxi clapped his hands twice, and shortly thereafter, a young woman of 18 or 19 entered. She was tall and possessed an elegant countenance, dressed in neat and tidy attire, her hair styled into a high ponytail that lent her an invigorating presence. In her hand, she held a sword, though it remained sheathed, concealing its sharpness. Without a doubt, this was the bodyguard that Shang Xianxi had bestowed upon Su Qianrou. And Xiang, at your service, Your Highness. That will suffice. From now on, you shall accompany Miss Su, ensuring her safety at all times. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to inform me immediately. Understood? Yes. An Xiang responded affirmatively, turning to position herself behind Su Qianrou, seamlessly transforming into her personal bodyguard. At that moment, Su Qianrou still found it hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, An Xiang had become her devoted protector. It appears that the prince has indeed exerted considerable effort on himself. Qianrou expresses her gratitude to the prince. No need for thanks. Miss Su is my savior, and I shall naturally ensure your safety. The mention of a savior left Mu Xiuyu utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? How did Qianrou become the savior of the prince? Each day brings a continuous stream of fresh excitement. My lord, what is the meaning of this? I humbly wish to hear further details. General Mu, previously, this prince encountered an assassination attempt in the Jiangnan region, suffering grave injuries and falling unconscious amidst the grass by the roadside. It was Miss Su who rescued this prince and arranged for medical treatment, thereby preserving his life. Tell me, is Miss Su not the savior of this prince? Chapter 053. A dual approach. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiuyu was filled with joy. No wonder the prince showed so much concern for Qianrou. It turns out there was a reason. As long as it is not a matter of romantic feelings, I can rest assured. Ha ha! This feeling is truly delightful. Yes, indeed, a veritable savior. Hence, I bestowed the dark fragrance upon her. At all times, it is imperative to ensure Miss Su's safety. Sheng Xuanji stated, it is essential to protect her well. I am still awaiting the day to wed Qianqian as my princess. If anything were to happen to her, who would I turn to for solace? Observing Sheng Xuanji's earnest expression, Su Qianrou felt a ripple of emotion stir within her. The prince gifted her the dark fragrance. So did he send Yi Lingfeng to the Su residence at night for her safety as well? The prince is indeed thoughtful. My lord, a few days ago, I encountered Yi the guard at the estate during the lotus picking, and I have been perplexed ever since. Is it true that Yi the guard's visit to the Su residence was also for my protection? What did he witness that night? Sheng Xuanji's gaze flickered. Naturally otherwise. Why would I be wandering to your residence at such an hour? However, there is another reason I cannot disclose. Miss Su, I wish to meet you. But from your tone, it seems you are unaware of my presence that night, so I shall not reveal it. You are correct, my lord. That is indeed my thought. That evening, Yi Lingfeng had scaled the wall into the courtyard and discovered that the young lady had already entered her room. He leaned against the window and listened intently, hearing her report that Miss Su might harbor suspicions about her. A man's voice then advised her to exercise caution and not to reveal any clues. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she should avoid visiting his courtyard. Su Qianrou scoffed coldly. Indeed, it is him, my lord, Master Gu uncle. That courtyard belongs to the high steward of the Su residence, and the maid in question is Qiujiu from my courtyard. After Kai Lian followed the old woman, her family vanished without a trace. I suspected an insider, and it appears that this insider is the maid, Qiujiu, with the high steward pulling the strings behind her. Sheng Xuanji nodded. Precisely. This high steward is very likely the one who orchestrated the relocation of the old woman's family. Yet, there must be someone else behind him. Is it not obvious? It must be the shameless Zheng Linglan. She cannot tolerate Pei Lan and has sought to drive her away by any means necessary, even resorting to poisoning Pei Lan to eliminate future threats. As for intercepting those 6 letters, was it not to sever Pei Lan's connection to the Su residence? Uncle is correct. With the evidence obtained by the prince from the postal station, proving that the high steward received the 6 letters should not pose much difficulty. The challenge lies in the fact that if he is willing to heed others, there must be a compelling reason behind it. If he remains tight-lipped, we will be a loss. The key figure who can pry the truth from the high steward is the old woman. With her involvement, we may finally uncover the cause of Chui's demise. At that point, the high steward shall have no room for deceit. As for determining whether Zheng Linglan was responsible for poisoning my mother, it may require considerable effort. After all, the identity of Xiao Zheng is merely our conjecture, lacking any substantial evidence or proof, thus we cannot be certain. Su Qianrou's words prompted the 3 men to nod in agreement. Sheng Xuanji surveyed the room and spoke gradually. Miss Su makes a valid point. General Mu, intensify your efforts to locate Wang Pozi. I shall send men to search for Xiao Zheng, as well as those who counterfeit seals. Let us work in tandem to clarify the matter at the earliest opportunity. Understood. I shall dispatch additional personnel upon my return, replied the subordinate. Qianrou, do not be anxious. Uncle, Qianrou is not in a hurry. Su Qianrou glanced at Gu Qingshan before shifting her gaze back to Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, today I have met an old acquaintance and a distinguished guest. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave. Very well, Miss Su, travel safely. Su Qianrou rose, offered a respectful bow to everyone, and then cast a glance at Mu Xiaoyu. "Uncle, shall we depart together?" Mu Xiaoyu stood. Yes, let's go together." Just as Su Qianrou and Mu Xiaoyu were about to exit, she suddenly turned back. "Your Highness, the Jade." Before she could finish her sentence, Sheng Xuanji interrupted. "Haste makes waste. Miss Su, I comprehend your intention. Rest assured, we shall proceed steadily, step by step." Su Qianrou felt a pang in her heart. "Your Highness, is that truly what I meant to convey? What I wished to express was whether the jade hairpin could be returned to me. Never mind. Since your Highness is so insistent, we shall discuss it another time." Seeing Su Qianrou refrain from revealing his misunderstanding, Sheng Xuanji felt a surge of delight. "Return the jade hairpin to you? That is utterly impossible. However, while the item may not be returned, my concern for you shall remain unwavering. Miss Su, the 20th of July marks the 5th and 7th memorial of Madame Su. I shall pay my respects then. Your Highness, given your national duties, it would be best if you did not attend. Those state affairs are significant. Your matters are equally so. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I'm grateful." At the entrance of the Qinwang residence, Su Qianrou bid farewell to everyone before departing with Kyle Yin and Xiang. Just as their carriage left, Yi Lingfeng returned with Yi Huashi. At Su Manor, in the orchid courtyard, upon seeing a young woman with a sword by Su Qianrou's side, old Granny Gao's eyes nearly bulged. "Miss, who is this young lady?" "Granny Gao. This is Xiang, a member of the Qinwang residence. She shall be accompanying me from now on." Old Granny Gao quickly understood. "So, Xiang is a guard sent by the Qinwang for you. This is splendid. Now I need not worry about you being bullied." As Su Qianrou settled down and accepted the tea offered by Kyle Yin, Xiaohe entered. "Miss, the master requests your presence at Qingfeng Courtyard." "All right, I understand." Su Qianrou took a delicate sip of tea before placing the cup on the table. "Gai Lian, come with me to Qingfeng Courtyard." "Understood." And Xiang stepped forward. "Miss Su, I shall accompany you." Su Qianrou frowned slightly. It was evident that Xiang was one of the prince's secret guards, referring to herself as a subordinate in his presence. "The relationship between myself and Xiang is neither that of master and servant nor that of family, which presents a certain awkwardness in our mode of address. Xiang, if anyone inquires, may I say you hail from the general's residence?" Upon hearing this, Xiang immediately comprehended the implication. Miss Su wishes to avoid placing the prince in the forefront and instead seeks to utilize the general's household as a shield for herself. This arrangement is indeed preferable. Visitors from the prince's manor would undoubtedly cause discomfort, but the general's estate is Miss Su's maternal family, lending it legitimacy. Xiang dutifully acquiesced to her lady's instructions. Miss Su then cast her gaze upon the sword in Xiang's possession. "Xiang, wielding a sword within the confines of our own household is rather conspicuous. It will be prudent for you to set it aside." "Very well." Xiang relinquished the sword and gestured to her waist. "My lady, I possess a soft whip at my side. In lieu of a sword, it can equally serve to protect you." Miss Su felt a warmth spread through her heart. "Oh, Prince, you have truly bestowed upon me a treasure of a guardian. With Xiang by my side, what I have to fear." Miss Su, accompanied by Tsalian and Xiang, exited the courtyard, making their way directly to Qingfeng Courtyard. "Father, what new scheme do you intend to concoct this time?" Chapter 054. It's all over. Su Qianrou left with Kyle Yin and Xiang. Qiujuan gazed at Xiang's retreating figure, a chill running down her spine. Who is this girl? So cold and aloof, brandishing a sword, definitely not someone to be trifled with. It seems I must tread carefully in the future. While Qiujuan was secretly lamenting in her heart, Su Qianrou, accompanied by Kyle Yin and Xiang, arrived at Qingfeng Courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed Su Jing'an sitting in a chair with a stern expression. Su Qianrou's heart sank. "I haven't provoked you. Why the long face?" "Father, what business do you have with Qianrou?" Su Jing'an snorted coldly. "What business? Just look at the mess you've made." Su Qianrou raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting like stars. "Father, what do you mean by that? I came to ask you if you offended the Duke of Angwa today." Hearing this, Su Qianrou felt a chill in her heart. So, her father was not concerned about the troubles faced by Piaoxiang Tower. He was only worried about whether they had angered the powerful Duke of Angwa. Such a father is better left alone. "Father, Qianrou did not offend the Duke of Anghua. It was Lu Xiuqing who conspired to frame my Piaoxiang Tower. This matter has already been judged by the Shuntian Prefecture. Why do you not care about Qianrou, but instead concern yourself with the Duke of Anghua? Isn't the judgment of the Shuntian Prefecture only because of Prince Qin's backing? Qianrou, you have offended the Duke of Anghua. How can my Su family live in peace? Can I still feel secure in my position at court? Father, your reasoning is flawed. You accuse me without understanding the situation. Does this align with the teachings of the sages you have studied? Lu Xiuqing instigated others to slander and tarnish the reputation of my Piaoxiang Tower. Qianrou merely reported to the authorities to seek justice. How is that wrong? Or is it that you have never truly cared for Qianrou, nor for the shop left to me by my mother? Your only concern has always been your own future? Su Jing'an trembled with anger. You are being outrageous. Have you considered that if one day the Duke looks unfavorably upon me, my position could be at risk? If I lose my future, how will the Su family survive? Life will go on as it should. Everyone in the Su household has hands and feet. Can they truly starve? Furthermore, if your position is indeed at risk, it only reflects your poor governance and lack of virtue. Moreover, this matter has been brewing for 2 or 3 days. Why do you only bring it up now? Is someone whispering in your ear? Qianrou, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? No, Qianrou speaks only the truth. Father, you have disappointed me greatly. As a third-rank minister and the minister of rights, you cannot secure the nation, maintain harmony at home, or embody filial piety. Do you not see your failure? In your eyes, there's only power, status, and wealth. You are disloyal to my mother and unkind to me. You are unworthy to be a husband or a father. The Su family is like a murky pond, with some fishing within, some playing with dogs, and others scheming against each other, reaping the rewards. Father, as the master of the Su residence, you appear blind to the hearts of men and incapable of distinguishing between virtue and vice. I believe it will not be long before the Su household meets its downfall under your stewardship. Father, how did my mother perish? Are you truly unaware of the circumstances? To whom did my 6 letters find their way? Have you never pondered this? The demise of the esteemed wife of the Minister of Rights went unnoticed by anyone in the household. Do you think anyone would believe such a tale if it were to be told? A mere illegitimate daughter dares to occupy the quarters of the rightful matron. Father, is there truly no tacit approval from you in this matter? What of Aunt Zheng's theft of 35 pieces of my mother's jewelry? Are you really oblivious to that? Do you not have even the slightest awareness of the silver she misappropriated from a shop? One incident after another, and you choose to feign ignorance? Human hearts are tender. Father, has yours been devoured by dogs? Today, you unleashed a torrent of reproaches upon Qianrou. What gives you the right? Is it truly for the sake of your own advancement, or merely to vent your frustrations regarding Su Qianyi? Enough! Su Jing'an trembled with fury. Why must Su Qianyi be dragged into this? Su Qianrou could not suppress her cold laughter. Ah, has the truth pricked your conscience? I, Su Qianrou, am the legitimate daughter of the Su family, yet I find myself overshadowed by Su Qianyi, an illegitimate child. Father, enlighten me as to the reasoning behind this. You say nothing of Su Qianyi's flirtations with Lu Xiuqing, nor her public displays of affection, and yet you consistently marginalize me, the legitimate daughter. If you genuinely hold affection for Zhongling Lan and wish to elevate her to the position of primary wife, might I offer you some counsel? Su Jing'an's face contorted with disbelief. You would assist your father? Can you truly harbor such goodwill? No need for that. Perhaps one day I shall elevate your Aunt Zheng myself. A fire ignited in Su Qianrou's eyes. You dare. Why should I not? It is because you wrong my mother. If you hasten to elevate Zhongling Lan, while my mother's remains are yet to cool, I shall be the first to oppose you. You, a mere daughter, think you can dictate terms to your father? If Qianrou desires it, then she shall surely achieve it. You, Su Jing'an's complexion faded, resembling a defeated rooster. This girl, Qianrou, even dares to reject a marriage proposal from the Duke's residence. What is there that she cannot accomplish? Qianrou, it is not that I am eager to elevate Aunt Zheng. The crux of the matter is that the Su household cannot be without a matron following your mother's departure. And what of my mother's 5 years in Jiangnan? Was she not present then? She is still here, conversing daily with the ancestors of the Su family. Su Jing'an's fury was palpable. Qianrou, standing tall and resolute, Qianrou gazed at her father with piercing eyes. Father, I shall state this clearly. Should you wish to elevate Aunt Zheng, you must wait 3 years. Furthermore, I am the sole legitimate daughter of the Su family. Su Qianyi is not. If you continue to prioritize Su Qianyi above me, I shall respond in kind, ensuring that Su Qianyi faces disgrace. Today, Qianrou expressed a multitude of thoughts. I believe that many matters are indeed known to Father, who feigns ignorance with deliberate intent. Nevertheless, it matters not, for Qianrou shall investigate. Father, await the day when the truth is unveiled. I shall restore dignity to my mother. With these words, Qianrou turned and strode out, not casting a single glance at Su Jing'an. Enraged, Su Jing'an seized a teacup from the table and hurled it to the ground with ferocity. Su Qianrou, you rebellious daughter, do you intend to defy me? Since your return, the Su residence has become intolerable. After a considerable time, Su Jing'an entered the study and approached the shelf, unveiling a concealed compartment. Yet, upon its opening, he was struck with terror, his soul seemingly departing from his body. In a flurry, he examined the brocade box again and again, but the letter was gone, and the seal had vanished as well. Su Jing'an sat down in a daze, overwhelmed by despair. It's over, it's all over now. Chapter 055. He is not my brother. Upon returning to the orchid courtyard, Su Qianrou found Anxiang waiting at the door, while Cailian followed her inside. Miss, have you truly agreed to help Madame Zheng become the legitimate wife? What choice do I have? With my mother gone, the Su residence must have a matriarch. But miss, if Madame Zheng becomes the legitimate wife, then Su Qianyi will become the legitimate daughter. Su Qianrou smiled fondly. Enough, Cailian. Do not fret. That day will never come. 3 years is sufficient. Indeed, 3 years would provide her ample time to uncover the truth behind her mother's death and the contents of her father's letter. She would reclaim everything that the Su residents owed them. She would seek justice for her mother and ensure that her father and mother were separated. Such a separation would serve as her final tribute to her mother-esque dignity. That night, Su Qianrou slept soundly, feeling rejuvenated. Su Jing'an, however, was not as fortunate. He felt like an ant on a hot stove, restlessly pacing in his study. Ultimately, he made his way to Zheng Linglan's Haitang courtyard. Upon hearing from the maid that Su Jing'an had arrived, Zheng Linglan was initially elated. Yet, the moment she beheld the charcoal-like pallor of his face, a wave of panic washed over her. Master, what has happened? You truly remain unaware of your own misdeeds? Su Jing'an huffed, taking a seat and dismissing all the servants from the room. I ask you, do you genuinely know nothing about Peilon's death? Have the 6 letters sent back by Qianrou reached your hands? Zheng Linglan shook her head repeatedly. Master, I do not, I truly do not. You had better not. Otherwise, once this is discovered, I will not be able to protect you. Exhausted, Su Jing'an closed his eyes momentarily before opening them slowly. Linglan, have you visited my study in the past few days? No. Is that so? 2 very important items have gone missing from my study. Perhaps you could assist me in determining who might have taken them? How would I know? Master, are you suspecting me? I do not merely suspect you. I harbor doubts about everyone in the Su residence. These items are of utmost importance to me. Master, could you disclose what these items are to Linglan? Perhaps she could assist you. No need. I shall investigate myself. With that, Su Jing'an rose and left without a backward glance. Zheng Linglan, in a fit of rage, twisted her handkerchief, her fury nearly overwhelming her. Su Jing'an, what gives you the right to suspect me? When you brought me into your home, you vowed to elevate my status. Yet now, with Zheng Peilon dead, you show no intention of doing so, although I hold the title of a legitimate wife. According to our laws, a legitimate wife holds but a slight advantage over a concubine. What are your true intentions, Su Jing'an? That night, while Su Qianrou enjoyed a restful slumber, Su Jing'an tossed and turned in distress, and Zheng Linglan's fury kept her awake until the early hours. The next day, Su Qianrou awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. After breakfast, Su Qianrou, accompanied by Cailian and Anxiang, left the Su residence once more. Today, they ventured to the Dingxiang tea house. Observing the bustling activity within the establishment, Su Qianrou felt her spirits lift. At noon, they followed their usual routine and dined at the Piaoxiang building. After enjoying their meal, they strolled leisurely along the streets before boarding a carriage to return home. On the third day, the trio visited the Hongfu silk store. They inspected both the interior and exterior of the shop, assessing its condition and accounts, before returning to the Piaoxiang building. After having lunch, they had just entered the landing when the shopkeeper, Lu Han, knocked and entered. "Miss, there are two individuals outside claiming to seek employment at the Piaoxiang building." Qianrou smiled fondly. "Lu shopkeeper, you may handle this matter as you see fit without needing my input. But miss, these two are none other than Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu, whom you mentioned last time." "Oh, is it truly them? What do they say?" "They mentioned that they were saved by a young lady a few days ago, who offered assistance should they encounter difficulties. Hence, they thought to come to the Piaoxiang building in search of work." "Very well, please invite them in." "Understood." Lu Han left, and soon after, there was another knock at the door. Anxiang opened it, allowing Lu Han to usher in Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu. "Miss, they have arrived." "Good. You may return to your tasks." "Yes." Lu Han departed, and Qi Wenhua gazed at Su Qianrou with delight. "Miss, what a surprise to see you." Su Qianrou nodded. "Indeed, it is I. How is little Shurtu faring?" "Much improved. He has taken his medicine and is no longer in serious condition." "That is good to hear. I heard from Lu's shopkeeper that you are seeking work at the Piaoxiang building." "Yes." Qi Wenhua lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. "It is my fault for lacking the ability to earn, causing little Shurtu to suffer alongside me." "No, that is not true." Little Shitu's eyes glistened with tears. "Brother Wenhua is a kind soul. It is not that you are incapable of earning, but rather that you have devoted all your resources to me. Little Shurtu, you are my brother. Who else would care for you if not I? But Brother Wenhua, my sister is gone. Why do you still take care of a burden like me?" Little Shurtu looked at Su Qianrou with red-rimmed eyes. "Miss, are you the mistress of this Piaoxiang building? Could you perhaps offer little Shurtu a job? He is quite capable and wishes to earn his own living. I cannot be a burden to Brother Wenhua any longer." "Little Shurtu, why do you say such things?" "Miss, actually Brother Wenhua is not my brother. He is my brother-in-law. Sadly, my sister has passed, and he allows me to call him brother, always caring for me, tending to my ailments, until he has spent all his savings." Qi Wenhua attempted to silence little Shurtu. "Little Shurtu, please refrain from speaking." "No, I must speak. Miss, I implore you, grant little Shurtu a job. He is unafraid of hardship or toil. He only wishes to support himself." "Miss, Brother Wenhua has suffered greatly. If little Stone could earn a living for himself, then Wenhua would no longer need to concern himself with me. This way, he could save money to marry a wife." Qi Wenhua could no longer contain himself. "Little Stone, do not speak nonsense. I will not marry anyone else. I will remain here to care for you and look after your sister. All right? That is not enough, Wenhua. Little Stone knows you have strong feelings for my sister, but she has been gone for 2 years now. You cannot continue to live alone. I still have you. That is different." Listening to the quarrel between Qi Wenhua and Little Stone, Su Qianrou suddenly felt an ominous premonition, sensing that their conversation seemed to be related to Chui'er. "Little Stone, please tell me, who is your sister? How did she pass? Did she suffer from a heart ailment like you?" "Miss, Little Stone's sister is named Chui'er, and she was exceedingly beautiful. She did not have a heart ailment. Rather, before the rest could escape his lips, Qi Wenhua swiftly covered his mouth. "Miss, do not take Little Stone's words to heart. He is just a child. Some things should not be taken seriously." Su Qianrou shook her head. "Young Master Qi, perhaps what Little Stone has said holds some truth." Chapter 056. The clandestine Gao Lin. Upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, Qi Wenhua's gaze darkened. "Miss, the individual is no longer among us. Further discourse serves no purpose. Henceforth, my sole intention is to care for little Shurtu, fulfilling my duty as an elder brother. Should Piaoxiang Tower offer me employment, that would be splendid. If not, I shall not intrude." Su Qianrou, hearing this, silently commended Qi Wenhua for his loyalty and righteousness. What a noble young man! However, the Chui'er spoken of by little Shurtu could not possibly be the same as the one from the kitchen of the mansion. After all, one was spurned in marriage, while the other had such devotion from her husband. How could they be the same? "Master Qi, it is indeed a blessing for little Shitu's sister to encounter someone like you. Unlike Chui'er from the Su household, who was rejected by her betrothed and, in her despair, took her own life by throwing herself into a well. What? What did you say? Qi Wenhua's eyes reddened as he gazed at Su Qianrou in disbelief. Miss, you are from the Su family? Indeed. Qi Wenhua staggered back a couple of steps. No, Chui'er was not spurned. She fell into the well by accident. How could it be a suicide? Little Shurtu grew anxious. You speak falsely. My sister was not rejected. You must be mistaken. A pang of bitterness surged within Su Qianrou. This probing had unexpectedly revealed the truth. Qi Wenhua was indeed Chui'er's future husband, and little Shurtu was her brother. Master Qi, little Shurtu, please do not rush. Allow me to explain. There is no need for further explanation. Qi Wenhua's eyes brimmed with sorrow. You noble families cannot fathom the suffering of the impoverished. With but a casual reason, a life can be extinguished. Little Shurtu, we cannot afford to provoke them. Let's depart. Upon finishing his words, Qi Wenhua grasped little Shidu's hand and began to exit. Anxiang reached out to stop him, but Qi Wenhua glared fiercely. You highborn families, we cannot contend with. We are leaving. Is that not acceptable? Anxiang withdrew her hand, and Qi Wenhua, with little Shurtu, held their heads high as they walked away. After taking a few steps, he turned back, retrieving a pouch from his bosom. That day, Miss Su bestowed 100 taels of silver notes for little Shurtu's treatment. This is what remains. I return it now, and the rest I shall repay once I earn it. As for Chui'er, my love for her is profound. How could I bear to renounce her? She has been gone for 2 years now, and the truth has faded. I can only hope that we disturb her no longer, allowing her to rest peacefully beneath the earth. Qi Wenhua placed the pouch on the ground and, without looking back, led little Shurtu away. A sudden ache gripped Su Qianrou's heart, as if pierced by an unseen force. Chui'er, there are still those who love you dearly in the afterlife. You may find your peace. Anxiang approached. Miss, should we follow them? There is no need. You have just met. It could expose us. Silian, go inform Lu Hanshan to send a reliable companion to track them, ensuring we uncover their whereabouts. Understood. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Qianrou felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Silian, please summon Aunt Zhou for me. Yes. In a brief moment, Zhou Sujin and Su Qianyan arrived. After exchanging simple pleasantries, everyone settled down to converse freely. Aunt Zhou, how has Chengji been faring in his studies lately? Not too bad, although the child is not particularly bright. He is diligent and has consistently maintained satisfactory academic performance. That is reassuring. Once Chengji achieves success, Aunt Zhou will surely be blessed. Thank you for your kind words, Mississippi. I hope Chengji can indeed make something of himself in the future. Miss, did you summon us for a specific purpose today? Nothing in particular, just a casual chat. Aunt Zhou, I recall you mentioning that Chui'er from the kitchen tragically took her own life by drowning 2 years ago. It is quite unfortunate. Is there anything more you know about Chui'er? Although Zhou Sujin felt a flicker of doubt at Su Qianrou's mention of Chui'er's suicide, she wisely refrained from probing further. Miss, to be honest, I do not know much about Chui'er. It was the old matriarch's birthday, and Aunt Zheng was in charge of overseeing the arrangements while I was assigned to supervise the kitchen. Although it was bustling, everyone was working diligently. After all the dishes were prepared, I returned to the parlor. During that time, I noticed Gao Lin, the stewardess' son, lurking suspiciously by the door. I thought nothing of it, assuming he had some business to attend to. However, just as the banquet was concluding, I received the distressing news of Chui'er's tragic fate. Gao Lin? Are you referring to the stewardess' son? Gao Lin? Indeed, it was he. But what he was up to remains a mystery to me. I did not investigate further at the time, and after the incident, I felt a deep sense of guilt. Yet now that she is gone, it is too late for regrets. When you were present, how was Chui'er behaving? And who informed everyone about her broken engagement? Without hesitation, Aunt Zhou responded. While I was in the kitchen, Chui'er appeared to be quite normal, just as she always was. As for the news of her broken engagement, it was revealed by old Wang, who was in a fluster. Everyone assumed she had been frightened. Oh, I see. Who handled the situation at that time? The master instructed Aunt Zheng to take care of it. However, prior to that, Aunt Zheng had stepped out once, and upon her return, she seemed rather unwell. I understand. The reason I inquired about all this is that I heard a profoundly touching love story in town today. which stirred my heart and prompted these questions. Please do not think too much of it, Aunt Zhou. How could I? Miss, feel free to ask anything. I will certainly provide an honest account of what I know. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Su Qianrou then reached for several packages of preserved fruits from the nearby table, opening them one by one. Qianyan, I specially bought these for you during my outing today. Come, do have a taste. Upon seeing the array of preserved fruits, Su Qianyan's eyes sparkled with delight. Préservés fruits. They are my favorite. Thank you, big sister. No need for thanks. Aunt Zhou, let's all enjoy them together. Very well. I shall partake in the delight brought by the Mississippi. Zhou Sujin did not hesitate. She reached out and took a candied fruit, savoring its delightful taste. Miss, is this from Jiwei Zhai? Su Qianrou nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed, it is from Jiwei Zhai. In her childhood, Qianrou had a fondness for the candied fruits from Jiwei Zhai. Whenever her mother went out, she would always bring back a few packets for her. However, as time passed, Qianrou could no longer enjoy them. As she spoke of this, her voice grew softer and her expression visibly darkened. Zhou Sujin's eyes reddened, tears nearly spilling over. This child, how much sorrow must she bear in her heart? Miss, the hardships one endures are but temporary. They will eventually pass. You are so intelligent and capable. I believe anything you desire is within your reach. Su Qianrou quickly adjusted her mindset. Indeed, without enduring the trials of life, how can one appreciate the fragrance of plum blossoms? The bitterness of the past shall transform into sweetness in the future. Those who wrong me shall be repaid in kind. Aunt Zhou, Qianyun, within this Su residence, you are the only ones who treat me sincerely. In the days to come, I shall ensure that I repay your kindness. Chapter 057. A battle of wits 2 days hence marks the 5th anniversary of Mu Peilon's passing. This time, the Su residents refrained from extravagant displays, opting instead for a quiet commemoration within the ancestral hall. Nevertheless, notable figures such as General Mu, Prince Sheng Xuanji, Gu Qingchen, and the Liu and Zhou families were in attendance. The presence of the general's household was expected, while Sheng Xuanji's visit hinted at ulterior motives. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, simply wished to witness Zheng Linglan in person, eager to ascertain whether she possessed alluring charms. Liu Yugu and Zhou Ming graced the occasion out of long-standing camaraderie. After the rituals, they were invited by Su Jing'an into the parlor. On this day of remembrance for Peilon, I am profoundly grateful for your presence, Su Jing'an expressed. Mushu scoffed. The general's household shall remember Peilon's memorial without your concern. Lord Su, indeed, I am aware of the deep bond between the general and Peilon, Su Jing'an replied. Lord Su, with Peilon gone, only Qianrou remains. I hope you will extend your kindness to her. Should anyone from the Su household dare to mistreat her, I, Mu Xiuyu, will not be lenient. Rest assured, General Mu, no one in the Su residence would dare to harm Qianrou. Is that so? Sheng Xuanji interjected with a sardonic smile. Lord Su, I find it hard to believe your words. Am I to assume that what I witnessed during Miss Su's return to the capital was merely an illusion? Your Highness, there were indeed past grievances towards Qianrou, but ever since your admonition, such behavior has ceased. Now, all in the household treat her with utmost respect. That is reassuring. If anyone disrespects Miss Su, I shall not hesitate to act. Sheng Xuanji declared. As the master of the Su residence, you too must bear the consequences. Should you fail to manage your household properly, even your esteemed position may be at risk. Sweat began to bead on Su Jing'an's brow. Why the hostility? Do you care for Qianrou more than her own father does? Seeing her husband in distress, Zheng Linglan quickly intervened. Your Highness, General Mu, rest assured that no one in the Su residence would dare to bully Qianrou. Moreover, my husband is indeed affectionate toward his children and would never let Qianrou suffer. Affectionate? Liu Yuru scoffed, her expression frosted with disdain. Did I just hear the greatest joke? If Lord Su truly cared for Qianrou, how could she be left waiting outside in the blazing July sun, unable to enter her own home? Indeed, it seems the love you speak of is perhaps directed towards your own children. Jing'an, she continued, in this capital, who does not know that Lord Su favors his concubines over his legitimate wife? He treats his lawful spouse and legitimate daughter with disdain while cherishing a scheming concubine and her illegitimate offspring. It appears the accusations against Lord Su are not without merit. And you, Zheng Andi, play a significant role in this narrative. Lu Yuru's biting sarcasm left Zheng Linglan utterly humiliated, as if she would have gladly slipped into a crevice in the ground had one been available. Yet, she remained unwilling to yield, pitifully seeking refuge from Su Jing'an. My lord, look at this. Enough. Who gave you permission to speak? It was all for your sake, after all. Gu Qingshun suddenly retched, nearly losing her composure. My goodness, Zheng Ani's pretentious display of feigned innocence and charm is truly repulsive. How did Su Jing'an end up marrying such a wretched creature? It seems quite likely that Zheng Ani has already brought shame upon him. What a disgrace. After reprimanding Zheng Linglan, Su Jing'an turned his gaze towards Lu Yuru, his expression somewhat strained. Madame Zhou, Linglan spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense. Rest assured, Su Darren, I would never lower myself to her level. Otherwise, would I not be diminishing my own worth? Upon hearing Lu Yuru's words, Zheng Linglan's complexion drained of color. The implication that she was of a different caliber was unmistakable. Lu Yuru was truly ruthless. Madame Zhou, regardless of Linglan's status as the daughter of a duke, she is still merely a concubine's illegitimate offspring. Much like Su Qianni, a concubine's daughter can never compare to the legitimate daughter, Qianrou. You are being excessively cruel. The real cruelty lies with you and your daughter. Before Lu Yuru could respond, Zhoumin interjected coldly. You both know full well how you've bullied Qianrou. Zheng Linglan, one must maintain a sense of dignity. If you disregard that, then what worth is your humanity? How could you force someone as virtuous as Peilon out of the capital? In the end, she died away from home? If you claim you had no hand in this, I would never believe it. Let me tell you, Peilon has passed away. If you dare to bully Qianrou again, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Zheng Linglan was on the verge of madness. What a wretched day this was. First, Mu Xiuyu and the Prince of Qin pressured her lord, and now Lu Yuru and Zhou Min had allied against her. Were they all in collusion? Or had they all consumed some explosive concoction? The atmosphere was thick with hostility, as if they longed to annihilate her. Yet, they seemed oblivious to the fact that Su Qianrou was now a thorny presence, and who in the Su household dared to provoke her? Their actions were pushing her to the brink of insanity. Zheng Linglan's cheeks ached with anger, and Su Jing'an's temper was nearing its breaking point. However, faced with a room full of displeased faces, he could only endure in silence. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Su Qianrou rose gracefully and bowed to everyone. Your Highness, Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhou, Uncle, thank you for your unwavering support and for speaking on my behalf. Rest assured, though I may not match Su Qianni in my father's affections, having reclaimed my mother's courtyard and shop, I will not succumb to starvation or freezing. With your presence, Qianrou has finally felt a long-lost warmth. I believe my mother, resting in the underworld, can now find peace. Today, in front of everyone, I, Su Qianrou, shall make my heartfelt intentions clear. Within 3 years, I, Su Qianrou, shall be the sole legitimate daughter of the Su family. After 3 years, that will be a different matter. During these 3 years, should anyone show disrespect toward my mother or me, Su Qianrou, I will repay them in kind, an eye for an eye. Those who dare to wrong me shall face my wrath. Such a bold declaration, Miss Su, commands my utmost respect. Sheng Xuanji, his expression fervent, gazed intently at Su Qianrou. Miss Su, just now General Mu mentioned to me that he is feeling a bit parched. Coincidentally, I too find myself in need of refreshment. Might Miss Su consider graciously inviting General Mu and myself to your residence for a cup of fine tea? Mu Xiuyu was taken aback. Your Highness, you are not adhering to the principles of martial ethics. When did I ever claim to be thirsty? Chapter 058. The doubts surrounding Cui Heir's death upon hearing Sheng Xuanji express his thirst and his desire to accompany Mu Xiuyu to Su Qianrou's residence for tea. Su Jing'an could no longer maintain his composure. Your Highness, is there not tea upon your table? Is it to your disliking? I shall have someone bring you a different blend. To his surprise, Sheng Xuanji offered no courtesy. No need. Lord Su, your tea carries a rather unpleasant aroma that I find unpalatable, and neither does General Mu enjoy it. Miss Su, might you grant us the favor of your hospitality? A gentle smile graced Su Qianrou's lips. I am honored by your regard, Your Highness. If you do not mind the rustic quality of the tea from Lan Yuan, I will be delighted to host you. Excellent. General Mu, let us hasten. I feel I might perish from thirst. Qingchun, you shall join us as well. Rising, Sheng Xuanji strode forth with Mu Xiuyu and Gu Qingchun, closely followed by the military household. Observing this, Lu Yugu and Zhou Min also took their daughters and departed. As the assembly dispersed, none offered farewell to Su Jing'an and Zheng Linglan, inciting their ire to the point of flushed faces and labored breaths. Zheng Linglan's eyes brimmed with tears. My lord, look at them, each one openly supporting Qianrou. Is it not evident that she now holds sway over the Su residents? Furious, Su Jing'an slammed his palm upon the table. My dear daughter, she truly dares to disregard my authority as her father. My lord, what does it signify that Qianrou declares herself the sole legitimate daughter of the Su family for the next 3 years? It naturally means that for 3 years, I cannot elevate you to your rightful position. What? How can this be? My lord, did you acquiesce to her demands? Is there room for refusal? Su Jing'an's cold gaze met Zheng Linglan's, revealing a flicker of helplessness intertwined with disappointment. Linglan, I have indulged you too much in the past, allowing you to act without restraint. It appears Qianrou has sensed something amiss, hence her stipulation regarding the 3 years. Times are difficult for the Su family. Refrain from harboring any ulterior motives and treat Qianrou with respect. Do not provoke further troubles. Do you understand? The weight of his final words struck Zheng Linglan, causing her to tremble. Yes, Linglan understands. At the entrance of Lan Yuan, Lu Yugu and Zhou Min sensibly paused. Qianrou, my friend, and I shall not intrude. We have matters to attend to. Let us gather another day. Indeed, dear child, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My friend, and I shall be at your service. Listening to Lu Yugu and Zhou Min's kind sentiments warmed Su Qianrou's heart. It is truly a treasure to have such devoted friends. Thank you, Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhou. Rest assured, if I require aid, I shall not hesitate to reach out. Precisely as it should be. Qianrou, we shall take our leave now. With that, Lu Yugu and Zhou Min turned to depart, while Lu Yuru's daughter, Zhou Huixin, flashed a smile at Su Qianrou. Qianrou, in future gatherings of the noble women in the capital, Yanran and I shall ensure your protection. Zhou Min's daughter, Li Yanran, nodded vigorously. Yes, with us by your side, no one shall dare to mistreat you. A swell of emotion threatened to bring tears to Su Qianrou's eyes. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you both. The mothers and daughters of Lu Yugu and Zhou Min departed, leaving behind a throng of individuals who entered Lawn Garden in a bustling manner. Su Qianrou, Sheng Xuanji, Mu Xiuyu, and Gu Qingchun remained in the main residence, while others from the general's manor adjourned next door. Outside, Anxiang, Yi Lingfeng, and Chun Zhe stood guard, ensuring that not even a fly could penetrate their defenses. Anxiang served tea to everyone and then quietly stood to the side. Mu Xiuyu cast a discontented glance at Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, if you wish to enjoy tea in Qianrou's courtyard, you need not use me as an excuse. After all, you're Miss Su's uncle. It would be a waste not to capitalize on that connection. Never mind. I cannot argue with your Highness. Is your visit to Lawn Garden truly solely for the purpose of drinking tea? Sheng Xuanji replied, of course not. I simply wish to sit in Qianrou's courtyard and keep her company. General Mu, you are being rather superficial. I am the god of war of Nansha. How could I be here merely to sip tea? Then what is the purpose of your visit? Naturally, it is to comprehend the hardships faced by the common folk. However, for now, I shall begin with Miss Su. Very well, I express my gratitude for your Highness's kindness. No need for thanks, we are akin to family. Sheng Xuanji looked at Su Qianrou with concern. Miss Su, it has been some time since we last met. How have you been? Gu Qingchun rolled her eyes. Your Highness, it seems it has been only a few days since our last encounter. Sheng Xuanji shot her a frosty glance. Qingchun, if you do not wish to speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Indeed, Qingchun has spoken out of turn, Su Qianrou remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon their first meeting, she found the prince to be cold and aloof. However, As she interacted with him more, she discovered that he was not only warm-hearted but also quite endearing. Yet instinctively, she felt that the prince's visit to Lawn Garden was not of great consequence. Thus, she decided to be perceptive and initiate a conversation for him. "Your Highness, I am well. However, in recent days, I have made a new discovery." Upon hearing that Su Qianrou had a new revelation, the three gentlemen instantly perked up and chorused. "What discovery?" "It pertains to the death of Cui in the kitchen." Earlier, Aunt Zhou had informed Qianrou that Cui had been heartbroken after being rejected by her fiancé and had tragically taken her own life by jumping into a well. Yet, a few days ago, Qianrou had assisted a young boy named Xiao Shurtu, who was being cared for by a man in his 20s. At that time, she had advised them to seek help at the Piaoxiang building if they faced difficulties. Recently, when Qianrou visited the Piaoxiang building, she coincidentally encountered them looking for work. In their conversation, she learned that Xiao Shurtu was actually Cui's younger brother and that Cui had not been rejected at all. The man in his 20s, named Qi Wenhua, was in fact Cui's fiancé. He loved Cui deeply and cared for Xiao Shurtu. In his efforts to treat Xiao Shida's heart condition, he had depleted all his savings. Thus, Qianrou found Cui's death to be quite suspicious. Aunt Zhou had mentioned that after Cui's death, Steward Gao had become exceedingly compliant with Aunt Zheng. A few days prior, Aunt Zhou had also remarked that on the day of Cui's death, Steward Gao's son, Gao Lin, had been seen stealthily watching the kitchen from outside. Initially, this had not raised any concerns, but in light of recent events, it now appeared rather dubious. She also mentioned that it was Wang Posey who informed everyone that Cui had been jilted and, in her despair, had jumped into the well. At that moment, Wang Posey appeared quite pale, and everyone assumed she had been frightened. Sheng Xuanji nodded in acknowledgement. Undoubtedly, Cui's demise was far from simple. "Miss Su, did Aunt Zhou mention who was responsible for handling this matter?" "She did. It was my father who instructed Aunt Zheng to take care of it." However, Aunt Zheng stepped out for a while and returned looking rather unwell. Gu Qingchen shook her head in disdain upon hearing this. "Aunt Zheng is undoubtedly a nefarious character. I feel repulsed just by seeing her. If this matter is entrusted to her, she is likely to muddle things up, creating a chaotic mess and then manipulating the situation to her advantage." Indeed, Qianrou concurred. She told Cui's family it was an unfortunate accident, while to the servants in the household, she claimed it was a result of heartbreak following the broken engagement. However, if this incident is linked to Gao Lin, she may have found a way to manipulate the steward, turning him into her pawn. Aunt Zheng is truly malicious. Chapter 059. The involved are bewildered. While the observers are clear in response to Su Qianrou's words, Sheng Xuanji wholeheartedly agreed. Miss Su's assertions were indeed accurate. To unravel the mystery surrounding Cui's demise, the key lay within Cui's family, Wang Posey and Gao Lin. However, Your Highness, Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shurtu harbor a deep-seated prejudice against the Su family. Upon discovering that Qianrou is a member of the Su clan, they immediately departed in a fit of anger. Nonetheless, Qianrou instructed manager Liu to send someone to follow them. Perhaps there will be fruitful outcomes when they arrive at Piaoxiang Tower tomorrow. "Very well. Miss Su, would you like this prince to assist you?" "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness. However, with Anxiang by my side, I believe we will manage." Indeed, Anxiang possesses commendable skills and should be capable under normal circumstances. However, Miss Su, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon this prince. Mu Xiuyu, upon hearing this, felt displeased. "Your Highness, have you forgotten about the general's residence? Let us not forget that the general's residence is Qianrou's maternal family, and I, Mu Xiuyu, am her uncle." "Quite right. In terms of familial ties, the general's residence is indeed the closest to Miss Su. However, may I inquire, General Mu, can you decisively overpower Su Jing'an? No. Can you tear up the marriage contract and help Miss Su annul her engagement with Liu Xiuqing? No. Then that settles it. Although the general's residence is Miss Su's maternal family, some matters cannot simply be resolved by blood relations. My status often proves more advantageous than your role as an uncle. Moreover, the more hands we have, the greater the strength. General Mu, do you not wish for Miss Su to have even greater support?" "Certainly not. I naturally wish for Qianrou to receive assistance from as many as possible. If she thrives, then I shall find joy in that. Thus, we are aligned in our intentions. Why then, General Mu, do you contest with this prince? Mu Shiyu could not help but rub his forehead. It seems I have been foolish. What am I even contesting with your highness for? Is it not all for Qianrou's sake? If your highness possesses such capabilities, then please lend a hand. Sheng Xuanji struggled to suppress a laugh. General Mu, have I overwhelmed you? To keep you in check, my tongue is near caught fire. You speak truthfully, General. From this point onward, this prince shall take charge of matters concerning Miss Su. Do not contest with me then. Mu Shiyu replied, what is there to contest? You have made your stance abundantly clear. If I were to argue further, would I not appear foolish? Rest assured, your highness, I shall not contest with you. Very well. It is settled. It is settled. The group chatted amicably over tea, the atmosphere lively and warm. Half an hour later, they departed from Lanyuan. Su Qianrou accompanied Salian and An Xiang to the entrance. Upon hearing this, Zheng Linglan felt her blood boil. What was so special about this wretched girl, Su Qianrou? Why did everyone revolve around her? With her presence in the Su residence, would there still be good days for the three of us? The memory of several days prior, when Su Qianrou returned in tears to tell her that Lu Xiuqing had been punished with 50 strokes, nearly made Zheng Linglan spit blood. Lu Xiuqing, after all, was a legitimate second son of the Duke of Anghua. If Qianrou could marry him as a concubine, wouldn't that lead to a life of comfort and happiness? However, upon Su Qianrou's return, all plans were thrown into disarray. She was now filled with trepidation, fearing that the Duke of Anghua's residence would unjustly direct its ire towards Su Qianrou. If that were to happen, she would truly be left with nothing. Zheng Linglan clenched her silver teeth in frustration, her eyes wide with fury. No, she must resolutely prevent Su Qianrou from gaining the upper hand over herself and Qianrou. After all, certain matters, whether undertaken once or twice, are still pursued. What harm is there in engaging in them an additional time? Within the orchid courtyard, Su Qianrou, having bathed, donned a set of comfortable attire and reclined upon the imperial concubine's couch. Salian approached with a plate of grapes. Miss, what do you think is the reason for the prince's visit to the orchid courtyard today? To partake in tea. To partake in tea? Madam, do you truly believe such a feeble excuse? If not, then what alternative do you propose? Kailian narrowed her eyes slightly. Miss, if I am not mistaken, the prince is likely here to see you, isn't he? Su Qianrou raised her gaze and looked over. Salian, do you dare to slander the young lady of your family? Gathering lotus flowers is daunting. However, the prince's affection for the young lady is conspicuously evident. Even a fool could discern it. Gai Liang, are you implying that your young lady is foolish? Certainly not. How could the maid dare to call the young lady a fool when she is so intelligent? However, those involved may be perplexed, while the onlookers possess clarity. This statement holds no flaws whatsoever. Do you still convey this sentiment? Oh dear, my good lady. Would you kindly spare Kailian? How bold of Kailian to speak so audaciously to you. Su Qianrou, with a hint of fatigue, gently closed her eyes. Never mind. I understand you did not mean it that way. I am a bit weary and wish to take a moment to rest. Miss, are you experiencing another headache? Indeed, there's a hint of truth in that. Kailian began to massage Su Qianrou, who found herself enveloped in a wave of comfort, her mind drifting into a realm of uncontrolled reverie. In this hazy state, her thoughts meandered back to Jiangnan, back to the day she rescued Sheng Xuanji in her previous life. On that fateful day, Sheng Xuanji was covered in blood, his face a ghastly shade of dark blue, and his lips a terrifying black. The gravity of life and death weighed heavily upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, she and the coachman, Kailian, lifted Sheng Xuanji into the carriage. Upon returning to the estate, she promptly informed her mother. To maintain discretion, she concealed Sheng Xuanji in the backyard, personally tending to him alongside Kailian. During that period, her mother's health was precarious, prompting Mr. Lin to procure a reliable physician for her care. Thus, this physician also became the doctor for Sheng Xuanji, treating not only his external wounds, but also alleviating his poisoning. Later on, Sheng Xuanji revealed his name to her, Jiu Gongzi. To her astonishment, half a month later, he vanished without a trace. leaving behind a jade pendant of exquisite quality. Subsequently, she embarked on a long journey back to the capital. On that day, Sheng Xuanji protectively shielded her, even risking the ire of the Anghuo residents by personally tearing up the marriage contract with Lu Xiuqing. Time and again, he stood resolutely by her side. Just a few days ago, I ventured to the Qin Wangfu to meet an old acquaintance, only to discover that he was none other than the elusive ninth prince, who had departed without a word. This ninth prince, it seems, had clandestinely kept my jade hairpin and exchanged it for a jade pendant, refusing to return it. Upon recalling the pendant, Qianrou instinctively reached for the pouch at her waist, only to find it empty. Opening her eyes, she realized, as her thoughts coalesced, that she had already secured the pendant upon her return. "My lady, what are you searching for?" Kai Lian's voice brought Qianrou back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing. Just looking for my pouch." Kai Lian's eyes sparkled. "The one containing the jade pendant?" Qianrou was at a loss for words. "Kai Lian, must you be so astute? Do you not consider preserving your mistress's dignity?" Seeing Qianrou remain silent, Kai Lian understood she had guessed correctly. "My lady, are you quite anxious about that jade pendant? Who gifted it to you? Was it the prince?" Qianrou could no longer contain her irritation. "Kai Lian, if you do not cease your chatter, no one will mistake you for a mute." Chapter 60. Discovery of the old woman. Upon noticing Qianrou's displeasure, Kai Lian hastily admitted her mistake. "Miss," Kai Lian acknowledges her fault. "It is good that you understand your error. Some matters are best kept within one's heart and need not be voiced." "Yes, I shall remember that." The following morning, after breakfast, Qianrou set off with Kai Lian and Xiang directly towards the fragrant pavilion. With thoughts of Qi Wenhua and Little Stone occupying her mind, she felt an urgency to act without delay. Indeed, upon arriving at the fragrant pavilion, Lu Hantan delivered some auspicious news. "Miss, that day the attendant Lu Fu followed Qi Wenhua and Little Stone and has discovered their residence." "Is that so?" "Splendid. Quickly summon Lu Fu. I have inquiries for him." "Yes." Lu Hantan exited and soon returned with a sharp-looking young man, approximately 20 years of age. Lu Fu has met the young lady. "Lu Fu, allow me to ask, while you were tracking Little Stone and his companions, were you detected?" Replying to the young lady, "I concealed myself quite well and was not discovered." "That is reassuring. Where do they reside? What is the surrounding situation like?" "They dwell in Qingyi Alley, a well-known slum in the capital. The area is filled with impoverished families, both locals and those from afar. In short, the environment is quite dire." "Very well. You shall lead me there. I wish to visit Qingyi Alley personally." Lu Hantan expressed his concern. "Miss, Qingyi Alley is a slum, and I doubt the security there is adequate. Would it be safe for you to venture there?" Qianrou glanced at Xiang, who was equipped with a sword and a soft whip. "Manager Lu, with Xiang by my side, I shall be safe." "All right, but do exercise caution." "Rest assured, I shall." A quarter of an hour later, Qianrou and her companions departed from the fragrant pavilion. The trio, Qianrou, Kai Lian, and Xiang, settled into the carriage, while Lu Fu took the reins, guiding them straight to Qingyi Alley. After half an hour, the carriage came to a halt. The driver reported, "Miss, ahead lies Qingyi Alley. The path is narrow and winding, making it difficult for the carriage to navigate. Then let us stop here. You stay and keep watch over the carriage. We shall proceed on foot." "Understood." The three disembarked from the carriage, stepping carefully onto the ground with the aid of a stool. Lu Fu led the way as they ventured deeper into Qingyi Alley. The alley was long, deep, and narrow, winding in various directions and branching into numerous paths. A newcomer unfamiliar with the area would undoubtedly find themselves lost within its twists and turns. As they walked, Lu Fu kept a vigilant eye on the marks he had left on the walls. "Miss, this Qingyi Alley is indeed difficult to navigate. Fortunately, I marked the walls that day. Otherwise, we would have been unable to find our way. Indeed, it is quite challenging." "Lu Fu, are we close?" "Almost there. I marked a total of 13 signs. This is the 11th, so we should arrive shortly." After traversing Qingyi Alley for another quarter of an hour, the four finally stood before a dilapidated courtyard. Through the fence, they could see that the courtyard was small, containing only 3 crumbling old houses. Although the interior of the house remained unseen, the yard was immaculate, devoid of any signs of disorder. At this moment, the tranquility enveloping the yard was profound. With not a whisper to be heard, at Su Qianrou's gesture, Lu Fu approached and knocked on the door. Is anyone inside? However, after a prolonged period of knocking, no one emerged. Miss, there appears to be no one home. Lu Fu, please enter and take a look. Yes. Lu Fu pushed open the slightly ajar gate and soon returned. Miss, there truly is no one inside. No one? Where could they have gone? As Su Qianrou pondered this in silence, the door across the way creaked open, revealing a white-haired old woman. Su Qianrou stepped forward. Excuse me, dear lady. Does this household have a young Master Qi and a child named Little Stone? Indeed they do. Who might you be? The old woman scrutinized Su Qianrou from head to toe. Miss, it's clear you hail from a prominent family. This humble abode in Qingyi Lane is hardly a place for someone like you. At this, Salian grew indignant. Dear lady, while it is true our miss comes from a wealthy family, she possesses a kind heart. The last time Little Stone fell ill on the streets, our miss was the one who summoned a doctor and gifted them 100 taels of silver. Today she has come specifically to inquire about Little Stone's well-being, only to find no one here. The old woman's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Oh dear, so you are a benefactor. My old eyes are not sharp. Please forgive me. Su Qianrou oferta yentelis mai. Your intentions are good, dear lady. How could I possibly hold it against you? However, do you know where young Master Qi and Little Stone have gone? I do. They left early this morning. Left? Where to? Oh, they mentioned returning to their hometown. They arrived 2 months ago to seek treatment for Little Stone, and now that he is nearly recovered, they are considering going back. After all, living in the capital is quite costly, and they would save a bit by returning. The old woman spoke wisely. Did they mention where their hometown is? They did, but my memory fails me at this moment. The old woman furrowed her brow, tapping her forehead with her right hand. It was something like, duh. Ah yes, Daliu Village. Daliu Village. Thank you, dear lady. No need for thanks. It's only right to inform a kind-hearted person like yourself. After bidding farewell to the old woman, the group moved onward. Turning around a couple of corners, Salian suddenly noticed an individual ahead and quickly pulled Su Qianrou aside. Anxiang instantly became alert, placing her right hand on the hilt of her sword. Lu Fu felt the atmosphere shift, growing cold in an instant. He glanced at Anxiang, feeling an unbidden sense of trepidation. The aura of the young lady's guard was rather intimidating indeed. Su Qianrou, pulled aside by Salian, sensed something amiss. Without needing to ask, she understood there was trouble brewing. Lowering her voice, she inquired, "What is the matter?" The scene of picking lotus flowers appeared to be both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Wang Pozi, the old woman, had eluded Su Qianrou's uncle for an extended period, and to her astonishment, she had inadvertently discovered her today. She resolved that it was imperative to capture her without fail. Su Qianrou glanced at her companions, Anxiang, Salian, and Lu Fu, and instructed them to follow her. They must ensure Wang Pozi was brought back. Understood, came a unified response as they stealthily trailed Wang Pozi. After navigating 3 winding turns, they spotted her entering a courtyard. Anxiang, taking the lead, rushed to the entrance. Miss, shall we proceed inside? Hold on a moment. Let's first assess the situation within. If there are few individuals, we will apprehend them all. If the crowd is substantial, we shall capture Wang Pozi first. Very well. The group pressed against the fence, peering inside when suddenly, footsteps echoed from the alley ahead. Moments later, several figures emerged from the shadows of the passageway. Upon recognizing the foremost individual, Su Qianrou's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Chapter 61. The capture of the old woman. As footsteps echoed, several figures emerged from the alleyway. Their attire clearly indicated they were members of the Imperial Guard, tasked with safeguarding the capital. Among them was Mu Xiuyu, the highest commander of the Imperial Guard, holding the esteemed title of general. Su Qianrou's gaze fell upon the tall, imposing figure leading the group, whose cold, piercing eyes conveyed an air of authority despite his casual clothing. Her eyes sparkled with recognition. This was none other than her uncle's personal bodyguard, Xiannan. Upon noticing Su Qianrou, Xiannan quickened his pace. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" he inquired. Su Qianrou gestured toward the courtyard. "Guard Xia, we have located the old woman." "What? You found her?" Xiao Nanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you manage to do that? We came today in search of Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shurtu, and by chance, we stumbled upon the old woman, she explained. Xiao Nantian was taken aback, overwhelmed with astonishment. They had endured great difficulty in their search for her. It was Su Qianrou who inadvertently uncovered her whereabouts. Miss Su, is she in this courtyard? He asked eagerly. Indeed. We witnessed her entering, she confirmed. Then there is no cause for concern. Miss Su, leave the rest to us. Xiao Nantian waved to the other guards, then pushed open the gate. Where are you? Come out quickly. The officers are here to search for you. He called out. After a prolonged moment, an elderly man shuffled out from the house. Officer, what brings you here? We are on official duty to investigate. Is anyone else inside? Hurry and let us see them. Officer, it is merely my aged wife and our 7-year-old grandson. Surely they need not come out? What does it matter if they are old or young? We must see them at once. Do not make us enter to apprehend them. Yes, please wait a moment. The old man retreated into the house, and shortly thereafter, an old woman emerged, accompanied by a child. Salian, upon seeing her, confirmed, indeed, it is the old woman. Guard Xia, it is she. Xiao Nanshan's heart soared with joy. It was as if he had found a treasure effortlessly after a long search. Old woman, he exclaimed suddenly, causing her to tremble in fear. Someone has reported you. You must come with us now. The old woman's face turned pale, panic washing over her. Officer, you have mistaken me. I'm not the old woman. I assure you. Who claims you are not? Salian approached, her gaze fixed intently on the old woman. Do you recognize me? The old woman shook her head in denial. I do not know you. You do not know me? Salian retorted incredulously. I worked at the Su Manor's orchid garden, and you assisted in the kitchen there. How could you possibly not recognize me? Old woman, I know that someone fears you will divulge secrets, which is why you were brought here under cover of night. Do not presume that you can evade the authorities unnoticed. Remember, the government does not tolerate such deceit. With that, Salian nodded towards Xiao Nantian. The guard, Xia, confirmed that Kai Lian is indeed the genuine Wang Pozi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanshan's heart ignited with anger. To acknowledge one's errors and strive for improvement is commendable. However, to refuse acknowledgement only compounds the faults. Xiao Nantian waved his hand. Search inside and see if there are any others. 2 imperial guards entered the room and soon emerged. Sir, there is no one else. Very well, take Wang Pozi, the old man, and this child into custody. Understood, the guards replied, promptly advancing to apprehend them. Wang Pozi and the old man struggled and pleaded for mercy, while the frightened child cried out in terror. Before long, Wang Pozi and the old man were captured along with the child, ready to be taken back for interrogation. Xiao Nantian inclined his head to Su Qianrou. Miss Su, I shall escort them back now. May I inquire where you intend to go? To Daliu village. Are you searching for Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu? Indeed. Would you like me to send someone to protect you? No need. Within Xiang here, everything will be fine. By the way, Guard Xia, where do you plan to take Wang Pozi? First, we shall escort her back to the general's residence and await the general's orders. Su Qianrou nodded in agreement. This is a private investigation. It is only right to escort them back to the general's residence. Thank you, Guard Xia. Miss Su, you are too kind. We take our leave now, Xiao Nantian said, and with that he and several guards departed, escorting Wang Pozi and her family away. At the entrance of Qingyi Alley, Su Qianrou, Kai Lian, and Xiang boarded a carriage, while Lu Fu took the reins, and they set off towards Daliu village. Daliu village lies to the northeast of the capital, approximately 20 li away. It is named for the 2 particularly stout willow trees at the entrance. Once outside the capital, the number of travelers noticeably diminished. The carriage moved swiftly, and within half an hour, they arrived at Shangliu village. Upon entering the village, they indeed spotted the 2 remarkably thick willow trees. The trunks were about as wide as 2 adults could embrace, with tall, upright branches and graceful willow fronds, creating a visually pleasing sight. Lu Fu dismounted from the carriage and inquired among those seated beneath the willow trees about Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu. After gathering the necessary information, Lu Fu returned to the carriage and directed it towards the northwest of the village. Eventually, the carriage halted before a courtyard. To his dismay, the gate was locked. Lu Fu's heart raced with anxiety. I hope we haven't come in vain. He wandered nearby, and suddenly, a woman in her 30s emerged from a neighboring house. Lu Fu hurried over, smiling amiably. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu?" "Yes, it is their home." "Ah, but the door is locked. Do you know where they have gone?" "They just returned a short while ago, set down their belongings, and headed north. It seems they are likely visiting the grave of Chui'er." "Chui'er's grave? Is it directly north from here?" "Yes. Follow this alley north until you reach the woods, then turn east." "Understood. Thank you very much." Lu Fu returned to relay the information to Su Qianrou. Without hesitation, Su Qianrou resolutely decided to visit the grave of Chui'er, having pursued them all the way from the capital to Daliu village. It would be a farce if they were to escape now. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage came to a halt beside the cemetery. As she lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, Su Qianrou immediately spotted Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shirtu seated before Chui'er's grave. Although they were too distant to hear their conversation, it was evident that their spirits were low. Indeed, they had long believed that Chui'er had met her demise by accident, falling into a well. However, the sudden revelation that she had taken her own life in despair after being jilted must have stirred suspicions within them. Yet, 2 years had passed, and all traces had vanished. Even if they wished to seek justice for Chui'er, they would likely find themselves powerless. Moreover, the Su family held a prestigious position as a third-rank official household, while they were mere commoners. How could they possibly contend with the Su family? Qi Wenhua was consumed by grief, his eyes reddened with sorrow. "Chui'er, your death remains a mystery, and I am powerless to help. How can I accept this? How can I accept this?" Suddenly, a voice pierced through his despair. "Young Master Qi, I will assist you." Chapter 062, Reminiscence upon hearing a voice. Qi Wenhua turned his head and discovered a group of people standing behind him. The one who had just spoken was none other than the Miss Su, who had shown kindness to the little stone. In contrast, the little stone and I were mere commoners, worlds apart from Miss Su. She had saved the little stone's life. Yet Chui'er had met her demise at the Su residence. Although one cannot equate kindness with enmity, I earnestly wish that Miss Su would grant both the little stone and me a semblance of peace. Su Qianrou smiled faintly upon hearing this. "Young Master Qi, your words are misguided. My assistance to the little stone was purely from the heart. Chui'er's death at the Su residence is not my concern in the slightest. If you were to inquire, you would learn that I spent 5 years in Jiangnan and returned to the capital only a little over a month ago. Therefore, Chui'er's demise cannot be laid at my feet. Not only can I not be blamed, but you and the little stone should also express gratitude towards me. My visit here is, in fact, to seek justice for Chui'er." Qi Wenhua found it hard to believe. "Seek justice for Chui'er? How could that be? You are a miss of the Su residence. How could you possibly turn against your own family to assist us?" "Believe it or not," she replied, "I have inquired within the household, and indeed, Chui'er's death is shrouded in mystery. Just before arriving here, I apprehended the old woman from the kitchen, who is likely a witness to the incident." "What? You have captured a witness? Miss, are you truly here to assist us? If not, why would I travel such a distance from the capital?" Qi Wenhua suddenly turned pale. "Miss, ever since you told me that Chui'er perished after being heartbroken over a broken engagement, I found it hard to accept and spoke some harsh words. However, upon reflection, I realized that you are so kind-hearted, generously aiding the little stone whom you barely know and even summoning a physician for him. I should not have placed the blame upon you. Now that the little stone has nearly recovered, we shall return home. This is where our family lies, among familiar faces and kin. More importantly, Chui'er is here." At this point, Qi Wenhua's eyes grew misty once more, while the little stone, having just managed to stifle his tears, found them surging forth again. "Sister, I have come to see you with Wenhua. Sister, little stone misses you. Can you please stop sleeping underground? Can you wake up?" "Sister, sister." The little stone sobbed uncontrollably, and Qi Wenhua embraced him tightly. "Little stone, do not cry. Be good, no more tears. Your sister is watching over us from below. She would not wish to see us weep. Wenhua, I know, but I simply cannot help it. Father is gone, sister is gone, and mother has also departed. They have all forsaken little stone. They may not want you, but I do. Little stone, you will always be my brother, and I will forever cherish you. Wenhua, little stone." In the desolate graveyard, Qi Wenhua held the weeping little stone close, oblivious to the fact that the child had stained his clothes with tears. Su Qianrou and her companions watched on, each feeling a pang of sorrow in their hearts. Especially Su Qianrou, who has just endured the anguish of losing her mother. The piercing pain resurfaces within her, evoking a profound sense of empathy. Master Qi, little Shurtu, please cease your weeping. Your sorrow weighs heavily upon my heart. Just over a month ago, I too faced the unbearable loss of my mother. The departed have gone, yet those of us who remain must continue to live. Therefore, we must all confront our trials with courage. As I have vowed, I shall exert every effort to seek justice for Chui'er. Master Qi, do you trust me? Qi Wenhua gazes intently at Su Qianrou, admiring this seemingly frail yet remarkably resilient woman, and he feels a warmth spread within him. Miss Su, I believe in you. Then please accompany me back to the capital, so we may uncover the truth for Chui'er. Very well, little Shurtu, and I shall follow you. Qi Wenhua's eyes brim with tears as he gazes at Chui'er's grave. Kuya, wait for us. I will return to the capital with little Shurtu and Miss Su to seek justice for you. Little Shurtu, with reddened eyes and a quivering voice, adds, Sister, Miss Su is a good person. She will surely help us. Indeed, I will, Su Qianrou asserts, standing before Chui'er's grave. Chui'er, when you encountered your misfortune, I was in Jiangnan. Although I am unaware of the specifics, I am certain there lies a hidden truth within. Kuya, ihe apprehended vang pusi. Perhaps soon we shall unveil the reality of the situation. Rest assured, I shall reveal the truth and restore justice for you. I, Su Qianrou, am a woman of my word. As Su Qianrou's resolute promise resonates in the air, a flicker of hope begins to emerge in the once despondent hearts of Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu. In Daliu village, at the home of Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu, Su Qianrou gazes upon their dilapidated abode and the desolate interiors, her heart aching and her eyes involuntarily reddening. The affluent revel in their opulence, oblivious to the suffering around them. How many impoverished souls endure the harshness of life without adequate clothing or nourishment? If only a benevolent ruler could empathize with the common folk, fostering prosperity and stability for the nation, it would be a true blessing for Nansha. Master Qi, little Shurtu, have you always resided here? Qi Wenhua shakes his head. No, this is little Shidu's home. And what of your own, Master Qi? Since my parents' demise, what home do I have left? Qi Wenhua's eyes redden, his face a mask of sorrow. Once my parents were exceedingly loving. My father was a scholar, though not wealthy. We never lacked for the essentials. However, one fateful day, a band of thieves invaded our home, murdering my parents and stealing all our valuables. I had ventured out at that moment, and thus I narrowly escaped with my life. I buried my parents and sought justice at the magistrate's office. Yet, after 2 years of fruitless petitions, the criminals remain at large. Frustrated, I resolved to pursue them myself. 3 years ago, I found the bandits. Though I injured 2 of them, I was outnumbered and they left me gravely wounded in the thickets. It was Chui'er and her father who rescued me. I have spent more than half a month here, nursing my wounds back to health. Out of compassion for my plight, Chui'er's parents took me in. Kuya, with her kind heart, captured my affection, and I found that she reciprocated my feelings. The village chief played the role of a matchmaker, uniting us in our bond. However, soon after, Chui'er's father fell ill, prompting her to seek work in the Su household's kitchen. To my dismay, merely 6 months later, Chui'er was gone. Overwhelmed by grief, her parents subsequently passed away, leaving only me and Little Stone to rely on one another in this world. Qi Wenhua's words stirred a profound sense of sorrow among the listeners. Su Qianrou, suppressing her own pain, glanced at Qi Wenhua and Little Stone. Gentlemen, it may be best for you to remain in the capital. Once this matter is resolved, you could find work at the fragrant pavilion, ensuring a more secure livelihood. Just as Su Qianrou finished speaking, the sound of neighing horses echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a tall man. Chapter 63. Fury against the old woman. Su Qianrou was engaged in conversation with Qi Wenhua when a tall man entered the room. To her astonishment, it was none other than Prince Sheng Xuanji. Following closely behind him were Yiling Feng and Chunzhe. Your Highness, what brings you here? I happened to encounter Xia Nantian on the street. and he informed me of your arrival in Daliu village. I was concerned, so I hurried over, he replied. A warmth spread through Su Qianrou's heart. The prince's concern for her was truly touching. Your Highness, is it not a fine day? With the sun shining brightly. What could possibly happen? Indeed, it is best when nothing occurs. However, this serves as an excellent excuse for me to venture out and enjoy the fresh air, he remarked. Your Highness speaks wisely. Su Qianrou gestured towards Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu. This is Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu. I plan to take them back and thoroughly interrogate the old woman to swiftly clarify the matter regarding Shui'er. Very well, I shall follow Miss Su's arrangements. Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu bowed to Sheng Xuanji, gathered their belongings, and prepared to accompany Su Qianrou back to the capital. At the entrance, Sheng Xuanji took the initiative to make arrangements. After all, he had yet to share a carriage with Miss Su, and he certainly could not allow another man to share her company. That would surely incite his jealousy. My carriage is spacious. Qi Gongzi and little Shirtu, you shall ride with me, he offered. Yes, we shall heed your Highness's arrangements. As the wheels rolled, the two carriages made their way toward the capital, with Chen Zhe and Yi Lingfeng riding on horseback behind them. Upon returning to the capital, Su Qianrou did not head to the Su residence. Instead, the group proceeded directly to the general's residence. Upon arrival, they learned that Mu Xiuyu was in the back interrogating the old woman. In the rear courtyard of the general's residence, there was a place known as the punishment hall, specifically designated for dealing with wrongdoers. At that moment, the old woman and her family were confined within its walls. Despite being a formidable general, Mu Xiuyu was quite adept at manipulating human emotions. Rather than imprisoning the old woman and her family together, he separated them into different locations. The old woman was confined in one area, while the elderly man and child were placed elsewhere, ensuring they could not see each other and were left in a state of uncertainty. As their anxiety grew and their sense of security dwindled, Mu Xiuyu began his interrogation. He chose to question the old woman's husband, Old Shui, first. During the interrogation, Old Shui feigned ignorance, responding with vague and evasive answers. Mu Xiuyu remained unperturbed, observing Old Shui with a smirk. Old Shui, you may choose not to speak. I have no expectations of you. However, your silence will only bring hardship upon the old woman. Upon hearing this, Old Shui grew agitated. General, you cannot do this. We are but ordinary commoners. It would be as easy for someone to crush us as it would be to squash an ant. What recourse do we have? Who is this someone you speak of? Mu Xiuyu inquired. It is the chief steward of the Su residence, Old Shui stammered. The chief steward? Had he threatened you? It is not merely a matter of inconvenience. It is about being compelled to relocate overnight. This very place was arranged for us by him. Why does he act in such a manner? And why do you comply with his wishes? Old Shui shook his head. I do not know. However, he is the steward of the Su residence, and my wife is merely a servant there. Whatever he commands, how can we refuse? Preposterous. Mu Xiuyu slammed his palm on the table. Even if he is the steward of the Su estate, does that grant him the authority to meddle in your familial affairs? Speak, what is truly at play here? Old Shui's complexion turned ashen. General, I genuinely do not know. My wife always says that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Do not speak what should remain unsaid. Just obey and act accordingly. Thus, when Steward Gao ordered our move, we departed under the cover of night. Do you truly remain oblivious to the implications of this situation? The old man genuinely did not know. Seeing that no further information could be extracted, Mu Xiuyu waved his hand, signaling for someone to escort Old Shui away. Soon after, Wang Posey was brought in. Mu Xiuyu sat behind the desk, glaring fiercely at her. Wang Posey, are you aware of why I have summoned you? The old woman shook her head in ignorance. Unaware? I caution you. Speak honestly and do not feign ignorance. Old Shui has already confessed everything. Ah, he has confessed everything? General, we are innocent. There is nothing to confess. Is that so? What truly transpired regarding Shui's death? A cold female voice resonated. And Mu Xiuyu did not need to look to know that his niece, Su Qianrou, had entered. Indeed, he was correct. Not only had Su Qianrou arrived, but also Prince Sheng Xuanji, followed by Qi Wenhua and little Qianrou, along with a throng of others. Upon seeing Su Qianrou and Kai Lian, Wang Pozi realized that there was no escaping this ordeal today. Mu Xiaoyu promptly rose and performed a respectful salute to Sheng Xuanji. This humble general pays his respects to His Highness. No need for formalities, General Mu. Continue with the interrogation. I shall merely observe from the side. Yes, Your Highness. Please take a seat. As soon as Sheng Xuanji settled down, Mu Xiaoyu turned his puzzled gaze towards Qi Wenhua and little Qianrou. Qianrou, who are they? Uncle. They are Cui Er's family. This is Qi Wenhua, Cui Er's fiancé, the very one who, according to Wang Pozi, called off the engagement. And this is Cui Er's younger brother, little Qianrou. Both Qi Wenhua and little Qianrou bowed in respect. We greet General Mu. That will suffice. You may remain and listen. Yes. Su Qianrou sat down and coldly regarded Wang Pozi. Wang Pozi, on the day of Cui Er's incident, you informed everyone that Cui Er was rejected by her fiancé, and in her sorrow, she took her own life by jumping into a well. Did you not? Wang Pozi trembled in fear. Yes, I heard Cui Er say this with my own ears. She was crying as she spoke, and then suddenly leapt into the well. In my panic, I rushed to save her, but alas, I was too late. Such utter nonsense. Qi Wenhua's face was filled with indignation. His fury directed at Wang Pozi. The intensity of his rage seemed as though it could incinerate her. I am deeply enamored with Cui Er, wishing fervently to cradle her in the palm of my hand and shower her with affection. The mere thought of her completing 2 years and leaving the estate fills me with anticipation, as it would grant me the opportunity to marry her, enabling us to share our lives together, never to part again. Each day, I eagerly await the moment she departs, my eyes nearly weary from longing. Now you tell me that Cui Er has been jilted. Pray, what is your true intention? Xiaoshitu's cheeks flushed with indignation. Your words are nothing but vile slander. We all witness the kindness Wenhua bestows upon my sister. How dare you besmirch his character? After my sister's passing, Wenhua treated me as his own beloved brother, even exhausting his wealth to procure my medical treatment. Has your conscience truly deteriorated to such an extent that you would propagate such rumors? Wang Pozi, you are the villain here, and I shall confront you. As Xiaoshita's fury escalated, he leaped forth like a small leopard, charging at Wang Pozi. He struck with fists and feet, even sinking his teeth into her arm. Sheng Xuanji observed the scene with a glint of delight in his eyes, his heart swelling with joy as he hummed a cheerful tune. Well done, Xiaoshitu. Chapter 064. Unveiling the truth, observing the behavior of the young boy. Su Qianrou chose to disregard it entirely. Let him strike if he wishes. How much harm can a child truly inflict? I merely hope he does not exhaust himself. Noticing the boy appearing somewhat fatigued, Su Qianrou let out a cold snort. Old woman, will you not speak the truth? Enduring her pain, the old woman fell to her knees with a thud. My lady, I shall tell all, I promise. Very well, speak only the truth without a hint of deceit. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The old woman felt tears welling up. Just moments ago, the boy had bitten and struck her, leaving her in agony. If she remained silent, she feared that even if she escaped death, she would lose her skin. Yes, I shall speak the truth. I would never dare to deceive. My lady, 2 years ago, on my mistress's birthday, the kitchen was bustling with activity. I was running about, hardly touching the ground. After much effort, the meals were finally served, allowing the kitchen to settle down, and everyone began to take a breather. I had intended to rest as well, but suddenly felt a pang of thirst and decided to fetch some water from the kitchen. But the old woman faltered, and Su Qianrou's gaze turned icy. But what? Speak swiftly. Yes, my lady. As I approached the kitchen, I heard a rather unusual sound, as if someone was crying. Initially, I thought it best to avoid trouble, but my curiosity compelled me to venture closer. Upon doing so, I discovered that the noise emanated from a room where people typically rested. From a sound, it was evident that a man and a woman were inside. The man spoke incoherently, while the woman begged and wept. I stealthily listened by the window and realized that the woman was none other than Cui Er. Upon hearing Cui Er's name, everyone's attention sharpened, particularly Qi Wenhua and the young boy, whose eyes widened and fists clenched tightly. At first, Cui Er pleaded for mercy, but soon her tone shifted to curses, condemning the man for tarnishing her purity, vowing he would be childless and doomed to a miserable fate. Eventually, her voice became choked with sobs, and I perceived that the man must have covered her mouth. Wenhua's eyes turned red, his hands visibly trembling. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the old woman feared for her safety and attempted to discreetly leave. However, just as she stepped away from the window, Chui burst out of the room, her hair disheveled, and leaped into the well with a splash. The old woman was utterly startled, her legs quaking so violently she could hardly move. After Chui jumped, the man rushed out of the room as well. Qianrou demanded sharply, "Who is he?" "The son of the steward, Gao Lin," the old woman replied, wiping away her tears. Gao Lin caught sight of me, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. We exchanged stunned glances, momentarily speechless. Initially, we believed this incident was known only to us, but unexpectedly, Zheng Yinyang's maid, Ling Lan, arrived to fetch something and stumbled upon the scene. Lily, frightened, turned and fled, while Gao Lin admonished my wife to keep silent, threatening to kill me if she spoke out. In a state of panic, he too hurried away. My wife leaned over the well and called out several times, but received no response from Chui. She understood that Chui must have perished. Just as she turned to leave, Zheng, the steward Gao Lin, and Lily arrived. They prevented my wife from departing and conspired to inform the household that Chui had been jilted and, in her sorrow, had taken her own life by jumping into the well. They dispatched someone to retrieve Chui's body, compelling my wife to wash her and change her clothes. Subsequently, the steward Gao threatened my wife, declaring that if I divulged the truth of Chui being defiled by Gao Lin, he would annihilate my entire family. For the sake of her family's safety, my wife had no choice but to remain silent. "Miss, today I have spoken the truth. I implore you to be merciful and spare my family," the old woman pleaded. Upon hearing Wang Posey's words, Qianrou felt as though 1,000 steel blades were piercing her heart. Since ancient times, a woman's chastity has been of utmost importance. Chui had been sullied by Gao Lin and tragically chose to end her life in such a manner. It was truly lamentable. Wenhua's tears brimmed in his eyes. He had never anticipated that the truth could be so unbearable. "Chui, you were too foolish. It is not your fault. The blame lies with Gao Lin and the steward. That vile pair. You were the victim. Why must you punish yourself with death?" Little Stone cried out in despair. "Sister, how could you abandon Little Stone? Do you not know how much he longs for you?" Qianrou, with reddened eyes, glared at Wang Posey with a mix of anger and hatred. "Wang Posey, you think only of your own family, but have you considered that Chui had a family too?" Wang Posey wept profusely. "Miss, I recognize my error. However, I secretly harbored hope that perhaps one day Chui's injustice could be rectified." Wang Posey produced a scented pouch from her bosom and handed it over. "Miss, this pouch was discovered in Chui's possession when I changed her clothes. I believed it must have been torn from her by Gao Lin, so I kept it hidden." Kai Lian took it and presented it to Qianrou. "Miss, look." Qianrou accepted it and noticed the pouch was finely made, adorned with an embroidered orchid on the front. Upon seeing the orchid, her eyes sparkled with realization. Beside, it was the conspicuous character for Lin. Undoubtedly, this pouch belonged to Gao Lin. "Wang Posey, does anyone know that you concealed this pouch?" "No, miss," she replied. "Are you certain?" "Indeed. At the time of changing Chui's clothes, I was the only one in the room." "Wang Posey, if Zheng and the steward Gao have fabricated the tale that Chui jumped into the well due to being jilted, why did they tell her family it was an accident?" "Miss, I overheard the steward say that the story of the jilt could be shared within the household, but they could not tell Chui's family the truth, as it was a false pretense. Hence, they claimed it was an accidental fall." Wenhua could no longer contain his tears, which streamed down his cheeks. How cruel they are! Chui, a fragile woman, was sullied and, in a desperate bid to preserve her honor, met her demise in a well. How can they continue to tarnish her name? Do they possess any semblance of compassion or humanity? Wenhua fell to his knees with a thud, closely followed by Little Stone, who also knelt down. "Your Highness, General Mu, Miss Su, Chui was wronged to the point of death, and it is truly a matter that stirs the wrath of both heaven and humanity. I beseech you to seek justice for Chui." Wenhua bowed fervently, his forehead swiftly becoming swollen and bruised. Little Stone wiped away her tears, sobbing as she bowed in earnest. I implore your highness, General Mu, and Miss Su to avenge my sister. I implore you. The scene was heart-wrenching, bringing tears to the eyes of all present. Sheng Xuanji raised his hand slightly, and Yi Lingfeng and Chen Zhe hurried to assist Qi Wenhua and Little Stone to their feet. Rest assured, the three of us shall undoubtedly bring justice to Chuyer. Chapter 065. Capturing People. Su Qianrou turned to look at Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Me Su, how about we set up a stage at Su Mansion tomorrow and invite Inspector Zhou and the governor of Shuntian to enjoy a performance? Astute as Su Qianrou was, she immediately understood. All right, it's settled then. However, I fear there may be a performance at Su Mansion tonight as well. Miss Su is correct. I shall not miss this show, Sheng Xuanji replied. Mu Xiuyu, overhearing, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Your Highness, are you and Qianrou playing a game of charades? Why can't you speak plainly? Is it because I am a robust man, lacking in wit? Your Highness, Qianrou, what performance are you watching? May I join you? Absolutely not. Sheng Xuanji rejected him without a moment's hesitation. General Mu, you may attend the performance tomorrow, but tonight it would be best if you stayed away. Too many people can complicate matters. Mu Xiuyu was taken aback. Am I really the only one? Moreover, do you think I'm a mere child of 3? What trouble could I possibly cause? He attempted to advocate for himself, but then he caught Su Qianrou smiling gently at him. Uncle, tonight's performance does not require too many attendees. Furthermore, with more people at the general's residence, you would need to manage things accordingly. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiuyu felt inexplicably dejected. His own niece was clearly turning her back on him. After all, the only extra guests were the Wang family and Qi Wenhua with his Little Stone. Was that truly a concern? Did the general need to remain behind to oversee everything? It was utterly absurd. Yet, both the prince and Qianrou had declined his presence. If he insisted on going, it would appear rather inconsiderate. Such behavior was unbecoming. Qianrou is right. Uncle should remain at home tonight. Sheng Xuanji laughed heartily. General Mu is indeed a man of great principle. Mu Xiuyu felt a bitterness he could not voice. Great principle? What nonsense! I'm merely being forced to comply. At Su Mansion, in the Orchid Pavilion, Su Qianrou reclined on the imperial concubine couch, eyes closed in repose. Salian quietly inquired, Miss, will there truly be a performance tonight? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, there should be. Will His Highness be attending? He should, after all. How could he resist a performance? Salian rolled her eyes discreetly. Even when there was no performance, His Highness sent Yi Lingfeng. Now that there is a performance, how could he possibly not come? Su Qianrou frowned slightly and softly murmured, It is different now. Different? In what way, miss? Su Qianrou glanced at Salian, smiled softly, and remained silent. Indeed, it was different. In this lifetime, it was not the same as the last. In her previous life, she returned holding her mother's memorial tablet, and shortly after, her father had insisted she marry while still in mourning. He said she could marry during the mourning period or wait 3 years. However, Lu Gongzi clearly did not wish to wait 3 years. On that day, she wed Lu Xiuqing. Yet, on their wedding night, Lu Xiuqing did not consummate their union with her, but instead engaged in an affair with Su Qianni. Subsequently, the two conspired against her, entangling her in a web of schemes. 6 months later, Su Qianni wed Lu Xiucheng, and the two found themselves enveloped in a sweet embrace of bliss. Yet, due to a hairpin gifted by Lu Xiucheng, she remained stagnant in her endeavors. Soon after, Su Qianni gave birth to a son, in a bid to ensure this child could rightfully be acknowledged as the legitimate heir. The couple conspired to plunge themselves into the lake to drown. Although the Qin Wang rescued him, there was no true connection between them, and thus they did not recognize one another. Tragically, the Qin Wang later met his demise at the hands of the royal family, leaving the world devoid of his presence. As for Chuier's death, it was but a mere drop in the river, creating not even the smallest ripple. Now, this lifetime is indeed different from the last. It appears that fate is not immutable. The crux lies in one's desire for change and the effort one is willing to exert, rather than succumbing to complacency. As night descended, a man and a woman appeared at the entrance of the Su residence. After much hesitation, The man stepped forward to knock on the door. Upon its opening, he exchanged a few words with the doorman before entering. Inside, the two made their way directly to the courtyard of the esteemed steward, guided by the doorman's directions. As they approached a cluster of bamboo, a chill ran down their necks as sharp swords were placed upon them. Cooperate with us, or forfeit your lives. Fear gripped them, their hearts racing in their throats. They had stealthily come to alert the steward, yet fate had dealt them a cruel hand. The two were escorted to the orchid courtyard, where they encountered a tall man shrouded in shadows. His imposing stature exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect even in silence. There was no need for inquiry. This was Sheng Xuanji, the very man who had apprehended the couple, aided by Yi Lingfeng and Chen Zhe. Yi Lingfeng relinquished the sword to Chen Zhe and approached to report, "My lord, we have captured them. Proceed to knock," Sheng Xuanji replied. "Yes." Yi Lingfeng approached and gently rapped on the door. After just 2 knocks, the door swung open, revealing An Xiang. "I have seen the lord. Where is Miss Su?" "Awaiting in the chamber." "Very well, bring them in." With a command from Sheng Xuanji, Yi Lingfeng and Chen Zhe ushered the man and woman into the orchid courtyard. Within a main hall, Su Qianrou, accompanied by Granny Gao, was busy gathering lotus flowers. Upon the entrance of Sheng Xuanji, she promptly rose to greet him. "I have the honor to meet the lord." "No need for formalities, Miss Su. I come uninvited." They both took their seats, while Yi Lingfeng and Chen Zhe exerted pressure, causing the couple to kneel with a thud. "We are but commoners. What crime have we committed? On what grounds do you seize us?" "Seize you?" Su Qianrou scoffed. "You trespass under the cover of night into the Su residence, either with ill intent or to steal. What is wrong with detaining you?" The man lifted his head. "We are not villains." "Not villains? Then why the secrecy in seeking the steward? Are you here to inform him of your missing parents and child?" The man, taken aback, pondered, "How does she know?" "Miss, we're the rural relatives of the steward. We seek his assistance in finding work. You refuse to speak the truth, do you? Yet, do you think I am unaware? You hail from Qingyi Lane, being the son and daughter-in-law of Wang Posey. Today, Wang Posey is missing, so you have come this evening to inform the steward, have you not?" Upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, the man and woman were taken aback, their faces pale, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. I confess, the woman exclaimed, her eyes reddening in an instant. "Miss, we are indeed kin to Wang Posey. My husband is Cui Chi, and I am Sunday. We have come to seek the steward's help in locating my parents-in-law and our child. Son, if someone is missing, it is proper to report to the authorities." "Why come to the steward?" "Because." The woman lowered her head, hesitant to speak. Su Qianrou cast a glance at Cui Chi and coldly said, "Cui Chi, will you not speak up either?" Realizing that denial was futile, Cui Chi steeled himself and chose to divulge everything he knew. Chapter 66. The fish is hooked. Realizing that denial was futile in the face of Su Qianrou's relentless questioning, Cui Chi resigned himself to the truth. "Miss, the reason we sought out Steward Gao is that I am certain he would not neglect my mother." "Why are you so sure? What connection does Steward Gao have with your mother?" "Miss, there is no direct relation between my mother and Steward Gao. Yet, for reasons unknown, he suddenly came to our home some time ago and insisted that we move to Qingyi Lane overnight. He also instructed us that if anything were to happen, we must remember to inform him." Su Qianrou immediately grasped the implication. That incident must have been when Kai Lian followed Wang Posey. "Cui Chi, why did Steward Gao insist on your immediate relocation?" "I do not know. I only heard him telling my mother that it was unsafe to remain there." "Has your mother ever mentioned anything about the Su residence to you?" Cui Chi shook his head. "No, she always says that it is better to avoid unnecessary matters. Do not ask what you should not, and do not listen to what you should not." A cold, mocking smile crossed Su Qianrou's mind. "Wang Posey, you must be regretting your excessive curiosity, having inadvertently boarded a treacherous ship from which you cannot escape. Truly, curiosity has killed the cat." Cui Chi, "Son Sure, you need not concern yourselves with Steward Gao any longer. As long as you speak the truth, you will see your parents and your son by tomorrow." Even Cui Chi, despite his simplicity, understood the implication. "Miss, do you know where they are now?" "Of course. If you wish to see them, do not entertain any tricks." "I wouldn't dare. As long as I can see my father, mother, and son, I will surely heed your words." Good. Your Highness. Please have guards Yi and Chen escort them to the room at the far west. Sheng Xuanji nodded. Yes, Yi Lingfeng, Chun Zhe, proceed as Miss Su instructed. Understood. Yi Lingfeng and Chun Zhe acknowledged and took Cui Qi and Sun Shi to the farthest room. After a few deft movements, both fell unconscious to the ground. Returning, Yi Lingfeng reported, Your Highness, Miss Su, Cui Qi, and Sun Shi have been subdued. We only need to lock the door now. Su Qianrou glanced at Granny Gao. Granny Gao, please secure the door. Yes. As Granny Gao exited, Sheng Xuanji lowered his voice. Miss Su, I suspect there will soon be commotion in your courtyard. In the west wing of the orchid courtyard, Qiu could not find sleep. She had poked a hole in the paper window to witness Xiang opening the door for Sheng Xuanji and his entourage, who were escorting two individuals. An unsettling feeling gripped her heart, sensing that something was amiss. Driven by intense anxiety, she stealthily cracked open a door, straining her ears to listen intently. She believed herself to be discreet, yet Xiang, who had been secretly observing her, saw her every move clearly. With a sneer in her heart, Xiang stepped into the room. Undeterred, Qiu boldly approached outside the main room, concealing herself in the shadows. Listening to the conversation between Su Qianrou and Cui Qi, a wave of dread washed over her. Heavens! Cui Qi and Sun Shi initially intended to inform Steward Gao, but unexpectedly, they were captured. This could lead to dire consequences. Qiu stealthily returned to her room, growing increasingly anxious. She decided to approach the window once more. Adjusting her angle, she observed Cui Qi and Sun Shi being confined in the westernmost chamber by Yi Lingfeng and Chun Zhe, intensifying her trepidation. It was over. Cui Qi and Sun Shi had been detained. Should she send a message to Steward Gao? At this moment, it was evidently too perilous to do so. Yet, failing to act might result in complete disaster. As she wavered, the main door suddenly swung open, and a group emerged. Sheng Xuanji bid farewell to Su Qianrou. I apologize for the disturbance, Miss Su. Farewell. The prince had been assisting Qianrou. How could she harbor any resentment? Please, Your Highness, take care. Sheng Xuanji, Yi Lingfeng, and Chun Zhe departed, while Xiang securely closed the door and returned to her room. Soon, the lights extinguished, enveloping the lawn courtyard in silence. Qiu felt a surge of relief. An opportunity had presented itself. After a quarter of an hour, the courtyard remained tranquil. Qiu, now at ease, cautiously exited her room and stealthily approached the courtyard gate. With utmost care, she opened the door and slipped outside. Within the main room, Xiang turned to inform Su Qianrou, Miss, Qiu has left. Su Qianrou smiled slightly. Excellent, the fish has taken a bait. Outside the lawn courtyard, Qiu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily making her way to Steward Gao's residence. Just as she departed, three figures emerged from behind a low wall. It was King Qin Sheng Xuanji, Yi Lingfeng, and Chun Zhe. Sheng Xuanji waved his hand, and Yi Lingfeng and Chun Zhe promptly followed suit. Qiu, concealing herself, managed to reach Steward Gao's quarters and knocked on the door. When no one responded, she knocked again, her urgency mounting. Finally, the door opened, and she slipped inside. What brings you here? Qiu had pressing matters to relay to Steward Gao. What is it? Speak quickly. Moments later, the main room's lights illuminated as Qiu entered alongside the man who had opened the door. In the warm glow, Steward Gao, clad in a tunic and outer robe, sat in a chair. Upon seeing Qiu, his expression darkened. Did I not instruct you to refrain from coming unless it was urgent? Steward Gao, Qiu has not forgotten. However, today is of utmost importance, and I dare not delay. What is it? Speak. Steward Gao, the son and daughter-in-law of Wang Posey are locked in the young lady's courtyard. What? Steward Gao sprang to his feet. How could they be confined by the young lady? What is the matter? They were, in fact, captured by the subordinates of King Qin. Moreover, I overheard that Wang Posey has gone missing today. Qiu recounted everything she had seen and heard in detail. As Steward Gao listened, a chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head. It was over. This was truly the end. In more than a month since Su Qianrou's return to the residence, he had witnessed her fierceness, decisiveness, in an unprecedented air of authority time and time again. Today, Cui Qi and Sun have fallen into her hands, and without a doubt, it can be surmised that the matter concerning Cui heir is likely to resurface. The steward cast a fierce glance at Gao Lin, who stood beside Qiu, his heart swelling with indignation. It is all this ungrateful child's doing. Had it not been for his covetous desire for Cui heir's beauty, leading to her defilement, how could she have succumbed to despair and taken her own life by jumping into the well 2 years ago? Had it not been for Cui heir's unfortunate leap into the well, which was fortuitously witnessed by Wang Pozi, he would have had no reason to intimidate her, nor to compel her to relocate. Moreover, due to this matter, I have found myself ensnared by Aunt Zheng, compelled to serve as her pawn, obediently adhering to her every command. Consequently, I have made one blunder after another, becoming increasingly entangled in this predicament. Upon returning to the manor, I unwittingly placed Qiu, who shares a mutual affection with my son, into the orchid courtyard. I informed Qiu that as long as she promptly reported the happenings in the orchid courtyard to me, I would facilitate her marriage to my son. In retrospect, it appears that this game may very well culminate in a total defeat. Yet, even a cornered beast retains the instinct for a final struggle, until the very last moment. How could I possibly relinquish my fight and submit without resistance? Chapter 67. The discovery of 6 letters. The steward glared at his ineffectual son, wishing he could dismantle him piece by piece. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for delay. Qiu returned swiftly. Be cautious on your way. Ensure you remain undetected. Understood. Qiu bowed slightly and made her way out, with Gao Lin escorting her to the door. Take care, Qiu. Once this matter is resolved, I shall implore father to arrange our marriage. I understand, Qiu replied, reluctantly parting from him and heading directly to Lan Yuan. As she passed a thicket of flowers, 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind, touching her lightly before pulling her into the shadows. A quarter of an hour later, the door opened once more, and the steward hurriedly exited. Concealed among the blossoms, Yi Lingfeng and Chunzhe exchanged glances, prompting Yi Lingfeng to follow closely. After another quarter of an hour, Chunzhe placed a pill into Qiu's mouth, then hoisted her over his shoulder and leaped over the wall into the steward's courtyard. Before long, Chunzhe re-emerged from the wall, yet this time, Qiu was nowhere to be seen on his shoulder. Upon leaving the steward's premises, Chunzhe emitted a bird call. Shortly thereafter, 2 calls echoed back from the southeast. Identifying the direction, he pursued it immediately. Outside Lan Yuan, Sheng Xuanji, upon hearing the bird call, scaled the wall with agility. Within the yard of Lan Yuan, An Xiang awaited. Su Qianrou had just exited her chamber when Sheng Xuanji approached her with a smile. Miss Su, I shall take you to witness a splendid spectacle. As he spoke, Sheng Xuanji swept Su Qianrou into his arms and leapt onto the rooftop. Miss Su, whose courtyard is in the southeast? That would be Zhang Yinyang's Haidang courtyard. Very well. I shall take you to witness the excitement at Haidang courtyard. With that, Sheng Xuanji soared into the air, his burden seeming effortless despite the presence of a living person in his arms. Under the cover of night, Sheng Xuanji agilely maneuvered across the rooftops with Su Qianrou. Below, Chunzhe continued to follow in the shadows for protection. Before long, they arrived at Haidang courtyard. Bathed in moonlight, Yi Lingfeng could be seen lurking in a corner outside. Sheng Xuanji gently set Su Qianrou down, then leaned closer to listen intently. Subsequently, he carefully lifted a tile, and they both peered down. Inside the room, Zheng Linglan, clad in a pink undergarment topped with a matching long robe, lounged languidly in a chair. Steward, what brings you here in such a fluster at this late hour? The steward dared not meet Zheng Yinyang's gaze. His head bowed in deference. Zheng Yinyang, old Wang has vanished. Vanished? Perhaps she has gone to visit relatives and will return in a few days. That is not the case. Old Wang must have been taken by someone. Qiu from Lan Yuan has just reported that old Wang's son and daughter-in-law sought to warn her, but were captured by the forces of Prince Sheng and are currently detained in Lan Yuan. Zheng Linglan's demeanor shifted entirely. Are you implying that Prince Sheng is involved in this matter? Indeed. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Wang Pozi's son and daughter-in-law have been detained, and the younger one suspects that Wang Pozi has also been captured. Is this not a dire predicament? All the blame falls upon your son, Gao Lin. How could he be so foolish as to tarnish the reputation of the fiery Chuyer? Zheng Yinyang, I too understand that the fault lies with that ungrateful child. However, at this juncture, even if we were to strike him down, it would serve no purpose. Why then have you come here in the dead of night? Gao, the housekeeper, lowered his head further. I am at a loss and seek your guidance to discern if there is any way to salvage this situation. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yinyang's anger flared. Why should your son's misdeeds be attributed to me? Furthermore, what remedy could I possibly offer? Can I contend with King Qin? Or that wretched girl, Su Qianrou? If you think to drag me into this quagmire, you are sorely mistaken. Gao, as a mere woman, what recourse do I possess? Initially, I extended my hand to assist you due to your diligence. Yet, having offered my aid, you cannot hold me accountable. If the truth is unveiled, let Gao Lin assert that Chuyer seduced him, and that he rebuffed her and scolded her, leading to Chuyer's shameful leap into the well. Zheng Yinyang, is this truly feasible? Of course it is. Do you not comprehend the principle that a death without witnesses bears no testimony? Zheng Yinyang suddenly adjusted her outer garment, revealing her delicate shoulder. Gao, raise your head. He complied, only to find Zheng Yinyang gazing at him with a flirtatious smile. Jin Zhong, as a fragile woman navigating the challenges of this household, you, as a man, must not take advantage of Linglan. The housekeeper's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. I would not dare. I will heed your words without fail. Under no circumstances will I implicate you. Observing this, Sheng Xuanji covered Su Qianrou's eyes with his hand and leaned close to her ear, whispering, Do not listen or look. This is not suitable for the young. His warm breath brushed against her ear, and Su Qianrou felt her cheeks flush. The prince certainly possesses a knack for seduction. Having just been held in his embrace, she felt no fear, but rather a comforting sense of security. Indeed, the prince's chest is broad and warm. Being held by him instilled in her a profound sense of stability, as if he were her unwavering anchor, inexplicably bolstering her confidence. Although Su Qianrou kept her eyes closed, she could still hear the sounds within the room. Thus, Gao, you may take your leave. It would be unwise to be discovered at this late hour. Very well. As Gao departed, Zheng Linglan called out, Baoxia. Baoxia did not enter. Instead, it was Linglan who appeared. Why are you here? Where is Baoxia? Zheng Yinyang. Did Baoxia not have matters to attend to at home today? Linglan has come to serve you. Zheng Linglan sighed and said, Yes, Baoxia has returned home. You shall suffice. Rising, she approached the cabinet and retrieved a brocade box. Unlocking it, she took out a stack of letters. You're to burn these 6 missives. Remember, burn everything. Not a single letter should remain. Indeed, Linglan exited with the letter, while Zheng Linglan exhaled a long sigh of relief. I have incinerated all these letters. Let us see what you can use to threaten me now. Above, Shang Xianchu carefully replaced the roof tiles, then leaned close to Su Qianrou's ear. Misu, I shall retrieve the letters. As his words faded, Shang Xianchu descended like a great bird into the shadows of the courtyard, making his way to the nearby room aglow with light. It was evident that this was Linglan's chamber. Shang Xianchu gently pushed the door ajar, poised to enter and seize the letters. He beheld Linglan standing before the candlelight, holding a letter close. His heart leapt into his throat, and he instinctively prepared to rush inside. Suddenly, Linglan sighed and placed the letter upon the table. This old hag, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, threatens me with this matter. Why should I not use these letters for my own protection? Sheng Xuanji's heart sank back into his chest, and the foot he had just moved forward retreated. Chapter 68. Su Jing'an's fury Lily carefully secured the letter, wrapping it in a piece of cloth, and then bundled it with her garments. Having completed this task, she stepped outside. Sheng Xuanji quickly rose and concealed himself behind a flower wall. As Lily entered Zheng Linglan's main chamber, Sheng Xuanji swiftly slipped into Lily's room. He rummaged through her clothing and discovered the cloth package containing the letter, which he tucked into his bosom. Leaping out of the room, he ascended to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Su Qianrou awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Sheng Xuanji, she moved to approach him, but he halted her. Miss Su, you mustn't, Sheng Xuanji implored. It is nighttime, Qianrou. What What if he were to fall? It would break my heart. He urged her to remain still until he reached her. Sheng Xuanji darted over, standing before Su Qianrou, and reassuringly patted his chest. "Miss, I have found the letters. They're all here." "Thank you, Your Highness," she replied gratefully. "Miss Su, between us, there is no need for such formality. It grows late. Allow me to carry you home." His warm breath brushed against Su Qianrou's cheek, causing her to blush anew. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and Sheng Xuanji could not discern her embarrassment. Yet, he sensed a change in her demeanor, causing his heart to race. Could it be that Miss Su harbors feelings for me? He mused. Had I known, I would have sought an excuse to sweep her away long ago. How foolish I have been to waste these days. I regret it deeply. Lost in thought, he stared at Su Qianrou, momentarily forgetting to return. "Your Highness, we should be on our way," she gently reminded him. "Ah, yes, we should." Thus, with his heart pounding, Sheng Xuanji carried the blushing Su Qianrou home, though their return was noticeably slower than their departure. Whether it was due to his fatigue or distraction, he could not tell. Upon their return to Lanyuan, Yi Lingfeng and Chunze had also arrived. Inside the main chamber, Sheng Xuanji retrieved the cloth package from his bosom and opened it, revealing 6 letters. "Miss, do these 6 letters belong to you?" Su Qianrou took them, and her eyes ignited with fierce anger. "Indeed, it is as I suspected. That venomous Zheng has audaciously withheld my correspondence. She must be held accountable," Sheng Xuanji noted. "However, Your Highness, we cannot convict her solely on this evidence. What are your thoughts? While the authorities may not condemn her for this, she must still face appropriate retribution. Furthermore, I intend to demand the substantial sum of over 100,000 taels she has extracted from my 3 establishments over these past 5 years. I fear she may not be able to produce such an amount. Regardless, she must. Su Qianrou declared resolutely. If she refuses, Su Qianrou, will not relent. Very well, I shall support you in this endeavor." The following day, after breakfast, Su Qianrou was resting in her room when Kai Lian came to report, "Miss, Inspector Zhou and Lord Chao from Shuntian Prefecture have arrived. Moreover, Lord Chao has brought 4 attendants, and they have already been welcomed into the reception hall by Master." "Very well. Let us await the unfolding of the spectacle," she replied with a hint of anticipation. A quarter of an hour later, Kai Lian returned. "Miss, General Mu and Prince Sheng have also arrived. They have proceeded to the reception hall. Furthermore, there are quite a number of them." Su Qianrou smiled gently. "Indeed, there are many. Besides my uncle, the prince, and their guards, we also have Wang Bozi, along with Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shitu. It is indeed quite a throng. I imagine my father, that notorious libertine, must be feeling rather overwhelmed at the moment. Yes, I suspect someone will soon come to fetch us. Let us wait patiently." After another quarter of an hour, Kai Lian entered once more. "Miss, Master requests your presence in the reception hall." "Understood. Kai Lian, accompany me. And Xiang, please keep an eye on Shui Qi in Sunday." "Yes." Kai Lian and Xiang spoke in unison, after which Xiang remained behind, while Kai Lian followed Su Qianrou out of the orchid courtyard. As Su Qianrou had anticipated, Su Jing'an was currently beset by confusion and distress. He had not foreseen that on this day of rest, he would be interrupted so early by Inspector Zhou Zhengyan and Lord Chao Zhenfeng. Su Jing'an was perplexed. Why would they choose to visit on a day meant for leisure? Just as he began to ponder this, his heart sank upon noticing the 4 attendants following Lord Chao. Their presence indicated that this visit was anything but trivial. He welcomed Zhou Zhengyan and Chao Zhenfeng into the reception hall, where they took their seats and instructed the servants to serve tea. "I wonder what brings you to my humble abode, Lord Zhou and Chao?" he inquired. Zhou Jing'an glanced at Chao Zhenfeng and replied, "I happened to be strolling without purpose when I chanced upon Lord Chao, and thus we decided to visit together. Do not mind me, I'm merely passing through." Su Jing'an felt a surge of irritation. "Passing through? Why choose to pass by my residence? If you must pass through, why enter at all? You visit during the Paolon and Qi festival, only to return and report against me. Do you think I hold you in high regard?" Suppressing his discontent, he forced a chuckle at Zhou Zhengyan. "It is an honor to have you, Lord Zhou, grace the Su residence. Lord Chao, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting?" "Lord Su, I am also without business. I merely found myself parched while strolling, and upon passing by your estate, thought to request a cup of tea. Surely, you would not begrudge me a few cups? Su Jing'an laughed heartily at this. Lord Xiao, Yuyist, a mere few cups of tea? Even if the Su residents were impoverished, we could still afford such hospitality. However, do forgive us if our tea lacks the richness you are accustomed to. Not at all. The fragrance of Lord Su's tea is delightful enough. It surely surpasses that of my own estate, Lord Chao replied. Since you enjoy it, please indulge in several cups. No need for you to trouble yourself, Lord Su. I shall not be courteous in this matter. Su Jing'an was nearly driven to madness. You might as well exhibit some courtesy. It would be best if you finished this cup and took your leave, bringing 4 constables to my residence for tea. To those aware, it may seem you were merely thirsty, yet to the uninformed, it would appear as though some misdeed had befallen the Su household. What is this absurdity? 2 harbingers of misfortune arriving so early in the day. As Su Jing'an simmered in his frustrations, a report from outside interrupted him. My lord, the king of Qin and General Mu have arrived. What? Another 2? An unnameable fury surged from his feet, ascending rapidly and igniting a blaze within him. It burned fiercely, reddening his eyes and causing a dull roar in his ears, as if his very hair might catch fire. Through gritted teeth, he managed to utter, quickly, show them in. Rising, Su Jing'an strode toward the door, and as he stepped out of the reception hall, he was met by a throng of individuals approaching. Upon seeing them, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What ill-fated day is this? Are they intent on dismantling my Su residence? Chapter 069. A frustrating encounter upon seeing the throng of individuals approaching. Su Jing'an felt a surge of madness. Goodness, why are there so many people? With the addition of Inspector Zhou and Lord Chao, the unease within Su Jing'an intensified. It was evident that they were all in cahoots, suppressing the ire bubbling within. He managed to force a smile. Your Highness, General Mu, what brings you all here? Please come in. Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiaoyu led the procession, followed by the others who filed in. Upon reaching the reception hall, Sheng Xuanji took the seat of honor, with Su Jing'an beside him. Mu Xiaoyu occupied the lower right seat, while Inspector Zhou and Lord Chao sat on the lower left, with the remaining guests flanking them. As Su Jing'an surveyed the crowded room, a sense of dread washed over him. Your Highness, General Mu, who are all these people? Why have they accompanied you? Sheng Xuanji smiled faintly. Lord Su, I had some idle time and happened to encounter General Mu, so I decided to accompany him. You need not concern yourself with me. Simply inquire with General Mu. Realizing the importance of Mu Xiaoyu's presence, Su Jing'an promptly summoned Su Qianrou. After all, Mu Xiaoyu was Su Qianrou's uncle, and she might prove useful in this critical moment. Mustering a semblance of a smile, he turned to Mu Xiaoyu. General Mu, since these individuals are in your company, I shall defer to you to explain. Very well, I shall speak, Mu Xiaoyu replied. With His Highness, Lord Chao, and Lord Zhou present, it seems appropriate for us to deliberate. His opening statement sent a chill through Su Jing'an. The mere mention of deliberation hinted at impending trouble. In essence, the Su residence was on the verge of scandal. General Mu, please proceed. I am all ears. Indeed, esteemed lords, please lend me your attention. A few days ago, I happened upon 2 individuals weeping at a street corner. Intrigued, I brought them back to my residence. Mu Xiaoyu gestured towards Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu. These 2 are they. This is Master Qi Wenhua, the betrothed of Chui'er from the Su residence, and this is little Shirtu, her younger brother. When I inquired about their sorrow, they revealed that Chui'er, while working at the Su residence, tragically fell into a well 2 years ago. In their grief, Chui'er's parents succumbed to despair, and little Shirtu has since developed a heart condition. To fund little Shidu's treatment, Qi Wenhua has exhausted his savings and even sought help in the capital. That day marked Chui'er's birthday, and they were inconsolable, hence their embrace in tears. My heart ached upon hearing their plight, and I intended to offer them some silver to aid their return home. However, they fell to their knees, beseeching me to advocate on their behalf. They claimed that when Su residents informed them of Chui'er's demise, it was stated she had fallen into the well. Yet, while seeking treatment in the capital, they heard whispers suggesting that Chui'er had been jilted, leading to her tragic leap into the well. Master Qi has professed his profound love for Cui and was awaiting the day when she could leave the Su residence after 2 years to marry him. He is baffled by the rumors of a broken engagement and suspects foul play in Cui's death. Coincidentally, while my men were conducting their usual duties in Qingyi Alley, they uncovered a suspicious character whom I have brought here. Mu Xiaoyu pointed towards Wang Pozi. Lord Su, do you recognize her? Su Jing'an glanced at Wang Pozi and then shook his head. I do not recognize her. Not recognizing her? That is to be expected. With so many people in the Su residence, how could a mere kitchen helper be known to Lord Su? Just then, Su Qianrou entered with Kai Lian. A kitchen helper? Kai Lian, go take a look. Yes. Kai Lian approached and circled around Wang Pozi twice. Miss, is this not the kitchen's Wang Pozi? Indeed, I believe it is. Suyano Sitid Husilabisao Mu Yu. Your Highness, Lord Chao, Lord Zhou, Uncle, good morning. Good morning indeed, Chao Jinfeng replied. However, since His Highness instructed me, what courage do I have to arrive late? Zhou Jing'an added, as long as it concerns you, Qianrou, it matters not how early it is. It is not late, the Qin Wang remarked. This prince was eager to see you as soon as possible. Mu Xiaoyu interjected, today is a grand performance. Should we not arrive early? Besides, delays may cause unforeseen changes, so it is best to be prompt. Su Jing'an chided, you troublesome girl, you greeted them all, but neglected to inquire about your own father. Truly an unfilial daughter. Just after Su Jing'an finished his jest, he noticed Su Qianrou glance his way. Father, you are also up early on this day of leisure. Originally, Qianrou had intended to wait a while longer before greeting her father. I thank you for that. To be fair, have you ever come to pay me respect in all this time? Today, you deliberately mentioned it in front of so many people, and I cannot expose your pretense. It is as if you seek to provoke me. Indeed, I wish to vex you, for vexing you bears no consequence. Su Jing'an smiled wryly. Qianrou, it matters not. If you are happy, that is sufficient. Yes, thank you, father. By the way, what is the purpose of gathering so many here? Su Qianrou seemed to suddenly notice Qi, Wenhua, and little Shirtu. Ah, are you not the child who fell the other day? And this young man, are you not his elder brother? Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu instantly assumed a dramatic demeanor. Miss Su, I am Qi Wenhua, and this child is little Shirtu. I'm not his brother, but rather the fiancé of his sister. Oh, then you are indeed a commendable brother-in-law. You have spared no expense in seeking treatment for little Shirtu. By the way, have you come to the Su residence for a specific matter? Indeed, we have a matter at hand. Miss Su, we have come to seek justice for Cui. Su Qianrou furrowed her brow. Cui? Who is Cui? Cui was a worker in the Su residence's kitchen, who tragically fell into a well and perished 2 years ago. Oh, I see. I have been away from the estate for 5 years and know nothing of these events. Su Qianrou turned to her father. Father, Qi Gongzi and little Shirtu have come. What truly happened regarding Cui's death? You ought to provide them with an explanation. Su Jing'an felt his teeth grind in frustration. You troublesome girl, whose side are you on? Why do I feel as though you are pushing me toward the edge of a cliff? Father, this matter has transpired for 2 years. I recall it was said that Cui was heartbroken over a broken engagement and jumped into the well. At that time, the Su residents notified her family and even generously offered some silver. You speak falsely. My sister was never rejected. She was harmed by someone. Little Stone shouted in anger, completely disregarding the multitude seated in the hall. Su Qianrou gazed at him with a heart full of compassion. Little Stone, do not be anxious. Behold, this esteemed gentleman is the renowned Qin Wang of Nansha. This one is Lord Chao, the magistrate of Shuntian Prefecture, who champions justice for the common folk. This gentleman is Lord Zhou, known for his unwavering stance against the corrupt practices of officials. This stalwart is General Wei, protector of the capital. And this dignitary holds the esteemed position of Minister of Rights, 3rd rank in the court. Each of them is a significant minister of the court, possessing keen insight. They will neither wrong an innocent nor let a villain escape. Speak boldly, both you and your brother-in-law. They shall surely exonerate you. Understanding her words, Little Stone felt reassured. However, Wang Pozi felt a chill creep in her heart. Initially, Mu Xiaoyu and Su Qianrou's remarks had left her befuddled. She wondered, had they not just met yesterday? Moreover, all necessary inquiries have been made. What performance were they staging today? Upon hearing Su Qianrou's statement, the realization dawned upon her. A grand spectacle was undoubtedly unfolding today, and it seemed that Miss Su was delivering a subtle warning to her. It appeared that she ought to remain honest and divulge everything that needed to be revealed. Chapter 070. The testimony of Granny Wang as events reached this juncture. And with Su Qianrou clarifying her role as the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, advocating for the common people, Chao Jinfeng felt compelled to step forward. Otherwise, he would risk incurring the ire of Miss Su, who would chastise him for neglecting his duties as an official and failing to represent the interests of the populace. He might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. Chao Jinfeng cleared his throat. Qi Wenhua, do you possess evidence to substantiate that Shui'er was a victim of persecution leading to her demise? I do not, replied the commoner. Then how do you deduce that Shui'er's death was suspicious? Because I held deep affections for Shui'er and was eagerly awaiting our marriage, I never withdrew my proposal. So the notion of a broken engagement is unfounded. However, this alone cannot serve as proof that Shui'er was persecuted to her death. Mu Shuya, having listened intently, interjected, Chao Darren, I have a witness who personally observed Shui'er being harmed. Oh, where is this individual? Bring them forth at once. Chao Darren, this person is present. She is Granny Wang, a helper in the Su household's kitchen. Upon hearing the name Granny Wang, Su Jing'an felt a surge of anxiety at his temples. Curse it, this group has come to my Su residence early in the morning, turning my home into a courtroom. This is utterly outrageous. Yet, despite his grievances, he dared not utter a word of opposition. However, he harbored profound skepticism regarding Granny Wang's testimony. Granny Wang, did you not report at the old lady's birthday celebration that Shui'er had committed suicide by jumping into a well? You claim she did so out of sorrow after being rejected. How is it that now you present yourself as a witness to her murder? Granny Wang trembled as she gazed at Su Jing'an. My lord, at that time, I was forced by circumstances to speak a falsehood. For the past 2 years, I have been plagued by guilt, feeling I betrayed Shui'er. Today, I am willing to reveal the truth. Su Jing'an's heart sank abruptly, his right hand instinctively resting upon his chest. If that is the case, then please share your account with Chao Darren. Yes. Chao Jinfeng observed her with a cold gaze. Granny Wang, recount the events as you witnessed them in their entirety. Remember, there must be no falsehoods. Yes. Granny Wang knelt upon the ground, casting a glance at Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu before she began to speak slowly. On the day of Shui'er's death, it coincided with the old lady's birthday. The kitchen was bustling with activity, and once all the dishes were prepared, the guests briefly retreated to rest. I had intended to rest as well, but feeling parched, I went to the kitchen. As I approached the small room where people often rested, I heard voices and the sound of a woman weeping. Unable to quell my curiosity, I peered through the window and discovered that Gao Lin, the son of the steward, was violating Shui'er. Terrified, I turned to flee. Just a few steps away, Shui'er burst out of the room, her hair disheveled, and in tears, she jumped into the well. Gao Lin spotted me and threatened me not to speak of this, or he would kill me. Later, Zheng Yinyang and the steward also arrived. They conspired and declared that Shui'er had committed suicide over a broken engagement. At that time, the steward once again threatened me, declaring that if I dared to speak out, he would annihilate my entire family. Fearing for their safety, I remained silent. Recently, the steward approached my home, compelling us to hastily relocate to Qingyi Alley. Yesterday, I was escorted by officials to General Mu's residence, where I encountered Shui'er's family. Witnessing their sorrow proved too much for me, and I eventually divulged everything. Old Wang, with tear-stained eyes, gazed at Chao Jinfeng. My lord, every word I utter today is the unvarnished truth. I beseech you, have mercy and spare my family. Let the blame rest solely upon this old woman. Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu fell to their knees before Chao Jinfeng with a thud. My lord, the evidence is before you. I implore you to render justice for Shui'er. My lord, my sister met a tragic end. I ask you to vindicate her. Chao Jinfeng looked at the tearful faces of Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu, feeling a tumult of empathy and anger within him. He was pained for Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu, enraged by the steward and his son, and infuriated by the complicity of Aunt Zheng. Yet, as the head of the family, did Su Jing'an not bear any responsibility? Master Su, do you harbor any dissent regarding this matter? At this moment, Su Jing'an could no longer afford the luxury of anger. He was utterly astounded by the words of the old woman. To think that Shuai had been sullied by Gao Lin. Furthermore, there were implications involving Steward Gao and Ling Lan. If this were indeed the case, I would find it difficult to absolve myself of any blame. Lord Chao, it seems that we cannot reach a conclusion based solely on the old woman's testimony. Naturally, that is not sufficient. Summon Steward Gao and Gao Lin. Indeed, at the command of Chao Jinfeng, two constables swiftly sprang into action. In no time, the Steward Gao and Gao Lin were brought forth. Upon entering the reception hall and witnessing the formidable scene, Gao Lin's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. It was over. It was truly over. The scheme had been exposed. Chao Jinfeng's voice thundered. Gao Lin, are you aware of your transgressions? Gao Lin trembled in fear. Sir, I am but a foolish individual, unaware of what crime I have committed. Unaware? I wonder how much longer you intend to feign ignorance. I inquire of you, what were you engaged in 2 years ago in the small chamber by the stove, where you typically provided rest for others? On the occasion of the birthday of the venerable matron of the Su household? Dear sir, the subordinate is assisting in the front. They have neither approached the stove nor gone to any small dwelling. Gao Lin, are you still unwilling to acknowledge this? Now, Wang Pa has already accused you, claiming that it was you who defiled Shuai, leading her to tragically take her own life by jumping into the well. What do you say? Is it true or not? Gao Lin fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, My lord, I am wronged, utterly wronged. Wronged? Inquired the steward. Pray, enlighten us on the matter. The steward's face turned pale, his heart racing uncontrollably, seemingly on the verge of leaping from his throat. Sir, please do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of that old woman. Shuai was heartbroken after being jilted by her fiancé, leading her to tragically take her own life by jumping into a well, and it has nothing to do with Gao Lin. Qi Wenhua glared furiously, pointing an accusing finger at the steward as he rebuked him. You speak nonsense. What do you mean she was jilted by her fiancé? I am deeply enamored with Shuai and eagerly await our union. What manner of annulment have I enacted? Moreover, you clearly informed us that Shuai fell into the well by accident. How can the same incident give rise to 2 different accounts? If this is not suspicious, then what is? Even Wang Pa herself has just stated that it was you two, father and son, who initially threatened her. In a bid for self-preservation, Wang Pa had no choice but to resort to deceit. You two are truly a pair of beasts donning the guise of humanity. Can you still not acknowledge it? The steward, Gao, was evidently flustered, yet he continued to struggle in vain. I'm not speaking in jest. Furthermore, Wang Po's accusations are mere fabrications. I did not threaten her, nor did Gao Lin. Did you? Very well, then I shall arrange for you to meet someone. Upon finishing her words, Su Qianrou turned her gaze to Sheng Xuanji. Your Highness, I kindly request that you send someone to accompany Silian in bringing these two. Certainly. Yi Lingfeng, you shall go with Silian. Understood. As Yi Lingfeng departed with Silian, the reception room fell into a profound silence. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, quietly awaiting the arrival of the 2 individuals. The steward Gao and Gao Lin felt a sense of trepidation in their hearts. Last night, Wang Po's son and daughter-in-law were captured by the subordinates of King Qin and confined within the lawn garden. Would the 2 who are to arrive shortly be them? Chapter 071. Watching the play, breaking the deadlock, capturing the mole amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Yi Lingfeng and Kai Lian approached. Accompanying them were Xiang and a downcast man and woman. While the others may not have recognized these 2, Wang Po's family immediately identified them. Had it not been for the restraint of old man Shuai, Shuai Hai would have rushed over, seeing her son and daughter-in-law approaching. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within Wang Pozi. Cheer, son Shi, what has happened to you? Shui Qi raised his head. Mother, upon discovering that you, father, and Haier had vanished, we went to the Su residence to seek out Steward Gao. However, we were inexplicably captured and imprisoned. Wang Pozi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It is all my fault. I have brought misfortune upon you. She turned to the official. My son and daughter-in-law are innocent. They were entirely unaware of matters concerning Shui'er. I beseech you, please spare them. Chao Jinfeng regarded them coldly. Who are you two? Esteemed sir, I am Cui Qi, and this is my wife, Sun Shi. Why did you visit the Su residence to find Steward Gao last night? Honorable sir, a few days prior, Steward Gao visited our home, insisting that we move to Qingyi Lane overnight. Before leaving, he instructed us to inform him should anything occur. Upon returning home yesterday, we discovered that father, mother, and little Hai were missing. Fearing the worst, we went to the Su residence to alert Steward Gao, but before long, we were threatened with swords and taken away. Oh, who took you? And where were you taken? Cui Qi pointed at Yi Lingfeng. It was him, and his gaze roamed to Chen Zhe, who stood beside Shang Xianqi. And him. Chao Jinfeng's head throbbed. Your Highness, your men have apprehended Wang Posi's son and daughter-in-law, yet summoned me to interrogate them. What is the meaning of this? Cui Qi, are you certain it was those two who captured you? Cui Qi nodded. Indeed, I can confirm it. They took us to a courtyard where your Highness was present, and this young lady as well. Upon hearing this, everyone, with the exception of Mu Xiaoyu, was taken aback. Even Mu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of discomfort. Your Highness, are you not aware of the need to avoid suspicion between men and women, especially at night? While I understand your intentions in uncovering the truth behind Shui'er's case, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Su Jing'an's face turned almost purple with anger. Your Highness, what were you doing sneaking into Miss Qianrou's chamber at such an hour? Are you unaware of the importance of a woman's reputation? Shang Xianqi smiled slightly. Of course I am aware. However, besides myself and Miss Su, there are also my two guards, along with Miss Su's two maids and Aunt Gao. Our conduct has been above reproach. Why should we fear the whispers of others? Moreover, the gravity of the situation warrants extraordinary measures. We have undertaken this course of action to uncover the mastermind behind these events. In such turbulent times, one must employ unconventional tactics. Su Darren, what error have I committed? Moreover, Lord Su, I implore you to be mindful of your choice of words. This prince did not stealthily infiltrate Miss Su's chamber, but rather knocked upon the door and entered with utmost propriety. Should you continue to defame this prince, be wary, for I shall hold you accountable for your disrespect. You. Su Jing'an found himself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless. Su Qianrou offered a cold smile. Father, why do you feign innocence, judging this prince with the narrow-mindedness of a petty person? The prince is a paragon among men, possessing a magnanimous heart, as radiant as the moon in the night sky. How could he tarnish Qianrou's reputation? Furthermore, Qianrou's chamber is not devoid of company. The connection between Qianrou and the prince is not of romantic indulgence, but rather a collaboration to observe the unfolding drama, unravel the plot, and capture the traitor. Having successfully dismantled this scheme, the prince's contributions are undeniably significant. Excellent. Mu Xiaoyu, brimming with vigor, exclaimed. Truly, my niece speaks with such eloquence and clarity. The prince is correct. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. I, Mu Xiaoyu, find no fault in the actions of the prince and Qianrou. Lord Xiao and Zhou, what are your thoughts? Lords Chao Jinfeng and Zhou Zhengyan averted their gaze. What is there to say? We shall perceive this matter as you wish us to. However, upon reflection, it is evident that the prince and Miss Su have acted without reproach. General Mu, the prince's integrity shines brightly, and he bears no blame. Miss Su possesses a heart of virtue, thus there is nothing amiss. Hence, this matter warrants no further scrutiny. Lord Chao is correct. A gentleman stands tall and unburdened, while a petty person is ever anxious. The prince and Miss Su are figures of admiration for us. To critique them would be a sacrilege. Upon hearing this, Su Jing'an's nostrils flared in indignation. What is this? Have I become a petty person? Am I to be accused of disrespecting the Qin Wang and Qianrou? Truly, this is absurd. Yet, as Qianrou is my own daughter, what right do I have to speak against them? It is merely the prince's actions that infuriate me. Yet I cannot confront him. It is indeed infuriating, as if the very source of my ire has taken residence within my home. Chao Jinfeng observed this and chuckled inwardly. hastily redirecting the conversation. Miss Su, you mentioned collaborating with the prince to observe the unfolding drama, dismantle the plot, and capture the traitor. Pray tell, what drama are you referring to? What plot has been unraveled? What traitor has been captured? Su Qianrou smiled gently. Lord Chao, the performance I shared with the prince encompasses more than just the affair between Shui Qi and the Xie family. There are 3 acts in total. The plots we have unraveled are not limited to the matter concerning Shui'er, but also the whereabouts of the 6 letters I sent back. As for the traitor, the truth shall soon be revealed to all. Upon hearing about the 6 letters, Su Jing'an's mind cleared in an instant. Qianrou, was last night's affair orchestrated by you? Father, is this truly how you perceive me? However, last night's scheme was not devised by Qianrou. She merely observed the unfolding events. As for the rest, it was indeed orchestrated by her. Seeing Su Qianrou boldly acknowledge her involvement left Su Jing'an bewildered. When has one ever witnessed their own scheme being admitted to so openly? Qianrou, I fail to comprehend why you would act in such a manner. What purpose does all of this serve? Do you not understand? Father, do you truly not grasp it? Su Qianrou could not suppress a cold laugh, a hint of derision dancing upon her features. Father, your heart is indeed frigid. On the day of Qianrou's return to the capital, she was even denied entry at the gates of our residence. It seems that no one within the household was aware of Mother S passing. Father, do you recall your promise to locate the 6 letters that Qianrou had sent back? Have you inquired? Searched? No, you have not, for you possess no heart. How could you undertake such matters for Mother or seek justice for Qianrou? Thus, Qianrou must act on her own. Fortunately, the noble prince, with his magnanimity, assisted her in retrieving the delivery receipts for those 6 letters from the postal station. The records indicate that all 6 letters were delivered to the residence, addressed solely to Steward Gao. As soon as Su Qianrou voiced this, Steward Gao's countenance shifted dramatically, resembling a leaf caught in a tempest, aimlessly tossed about. Miss, I assure you, I did not. Su Qianrou waved her hand dismissively at the steward. Do not rush to deny it. Rest assured, I shall ensure you are thoroughly convinced. Chapter 072. The housekeeper's false accusation. Su Qianrou extracted a bulging letter from her sleeve and raised it towards the assembly. Esteemed guests, this is the evidence obtained by the prince from the postal station. She turned to Minister Chao. Why not verify it yourself? Chao Zhenfeng nodded, and a constable promptly approached, taking the letter from Su Qianrou and handing it over to him. Chao Zhenfeng opened it and examined the contents closely. Indeed, it displayed 6 letters, all under the custody of the housekeeper. There was no mistake. However, since the housekeeper had taken pains to conceal these 6 letters, he would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge their existence. Thus, this matter could either be left unspoken or approached with precision. Therefore, I shall temporarily set aside these 6 letters and instead search for vulnerabilities in the housekeeper's dealings, as well as those hidden behind him. This investigation led to Shui'er. It was from that moment that the housekeeper began to heed Aunt Zheng's every word. In other words, from that point onward, the housekeeper became Aunt Zheng's lackey. Su Qianrou's words sent a chill down the housekeeper's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that such a young girl could possess such depth of insight. This was it. He was truly finished today. Su Jing'an was equally bewildered. He had remained oblivious within the estate. Yet Su Qianrou had uncovered all this in just over a month since her return. Qianrou, was this where you began your inquiry? Indeed. I instructed Granny Gao to deliberately broach the subject of Shui'er at the kitchen, only to find that the individuals there were evasive, unwilling to divulge even a word. The only one who stood out was Wang Posey, who twice gazed vacantly at the well. Su Qianrou realized that Wang Posey must be privy to the truth, so she sent Kai Lian to follow her. Unexpectedly, that very night, Wang Posey's family moved away under the cover of darkness. Later, Su Qianrou encountered Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shitu on the street and fortuitously stumbled upon Wang Posey's family, which led her to unveil the truth surrounding Shui'er's fall into the well. Chao Zhenfeng cast a glance at Wang Posey. Wang Posey, why did you move away in such haste? Sir, that night, the housekeeper came to my home claiming that someone was following me and urged us to relocate to Qingyi Alley. Chao Jinfeng's gaze sharpened, his eyes piercing the housekeeper like blades. Housekeeper, do you still refuse to confess? The housekeeper was in a state of panic. Confess? Wouldn't that be the end of him? Sir, Wang Posey is framing me. I have committed no such acts. Su Qianrou scoffed coldly. Committed no such acts? Then why did you arrange for Qiu Ju to act as an informant in my courtyard? It was Kyle Yin who followed Wang Posey, and it was she who reported back to you. Cui Qi and Sun Shi are confined in my courtyard, and it was also she who relayed messages to you. Housekeeper, if your conscience is clear, why then did you orchestrate such arrangements in my courtyard? If you arrange for someone, why do you not dare to admit it? The housekeeper's head spun in confusion. Miss, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. I swear I have done nothing. Humph. Housekeeper, you truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Your Highness, please instruct your men to bring Qiu in here. Sheng Xuanji chuckled softly. Very well. Qinzhe, you may go. Yes. Qinzhe, accompanied by a constable, proceeded to the residence of the steward, who at this moment wore a visage of despair, his spirit nearly crushed. Goodness, how could the young lady be so formidable? She stealthily uncovered all my secrets. This is a matter of life and death. In no time, Qinzhe and the constable escorted Qiu into the room. Qiu appeared dazed and bewildered. Chao Jinfeng rapped the table with his hand. Qiu, are you aware of your crimes? With that single question, Qiu snapped to attention. Just the night before, she had found herself confined in the woodshed of the steward's residence, having no recollection of the events that transpired. My lord, I am unaware of any wrongdoing on my part. Your crime is that of being an accomplice of eavesdropping and spying. I ask you, why did you go to the steward's residence last night? Qiu contemplated a defense, but upon observing the dejected steward and the kneeling Gao Lin, she understood the futility of denial. There was no point in resisting. The truth had already surfaced. My lord, I did indeed visit the steward's residence last night. I went to relay information to him. Oh, what information? I informed him that Wang Posey's son and daughter-in-law had been captured by the Prince of Qin and were detained in Lanyuan. Why do you so readily heed the steward's commands? What benefits did he promise you? Qiu lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Because Gao Lin and I share mutual affection, the steward coerced me, promising that if I acted as an informant for him, he would consent to my marriage with Gao Lin in the future. What a cunning scheme. Steward, at this point, will you still refuse to admit your involvement? Do you require me to take you to Shantian Prefecture to truly understand the consequences of your actions? At this, the steward felt a chill. The thought of being taken to court and facing corporal punishment was daunting. Yet, if he did not confess, it seemed he would not escape this predicament. His legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. My lord, I have acted foolishly. I concealed the truth. Cui was indeed not jilted, but her death by jumping into the well was a consequence of her own misconduct. Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shi too, upon hearing this, were alarmed. You lie. Cui is not that kind of person. Yes, my sister is a virtuous woman. You are unjustly accusing her. Chao Jinfeng furrowed his brow. I must say, today's proceedings have become quite chaotic. Steward, you claim that Cui acted immorally. What is the basis for this assertion? My lord, on that day, my son Gao Lin went to fetch something from the stove, and Cui brazenly tried to entice him. My son refused her advances and reprimanded her. In her shame, she then took her own life by jumping into the well. You lie. This is nothing but slander. Qi Wenhua, in a fit of rage, seized the steward by the collar. Sir, Cui has already passed away. How can you continue to slander her? Does your conscience not ache? Of course it does not, for he possesses no heart. Su Qianrou uttered these words with a measured calmness. Young Master Qi, release him. Do not tarnish your own hands. Is he not unwilling to confess? Then let us present him with a certain object. With that, Su Qianrou reached into her sleeve and retrieved a fragrant pouch, strolling leisurely toward Gao Lin. Gao Lin, do you recognize this pouch? Upon sighting the pouch, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Gao Lin's forehead. My heavens! This pouch vanished after Cui fell into the well. I initially thought it had been lost outside, yet it has unexpectedly appeared in Su Qianrou's possession. Has it not been caught red-handed? Reply to the young lady. I do not recognize this pouch. Do you truly not recognize it? Wang Posey, Please enlighten him as to the origins of this pouch. Yes. Wang Pozi cast a glance at Gao Lin before turning to Qiao Zhenfeng. My lord, this pouch belongs to Gao Lin. Chapter 073. Gao Lin's beating. Upon hearing Wang Pozi assert that the fragrant pouch belonged to Gao Lin, Qiao Zhenfeng promptly inquired, Wang Pozi, what leads you to deduce that it is indeed Gao Lin's? Your Excellency, she replied, I discovered this pouch while assisting Shui'er in changing her attire that day. It must have been torn from Gao Lin during her struggle. I thought perhaps it could serve to exonerate her in the future, hence I discreetly kept it. Just yesterday, I entrusted this pouch to the young lady. Su Qianrou lifted the pouch and declared, Your Excellency, this pouch bears the character Lin and was found in Shui'er's possession. It undoubtedly belongs to Gao Lin. Qiao Zhenfeng nodded in understanding. Quickly present it to me. Yes, sir. A nearby constable promptly approached, taking the pouch from Su Qianrou and handing it to Qiao Zhenfeng. Your Excellency, please observe. Qiao Zhenfeng examined the character inscribed on the pouch, his comprehension deepening. Gao Lin, do you still refuse to acknowledge the truth? Gao Lin, drenched in cold sweat, was paralyzed with fear. To exacerbate his terror, Wang Pozi added, Your Excellency, that day I was concealed by the window and overheard Shui'er first pleading for mercy, only to later curse Gao Lin for tarnishing her purity, proclaiming that he would surely lead her to a life of despair. Gao Lin, with both witness and evidence at hand, do you still remain silent? Do you wish for this official to resort to extreme measures? At the mention of severe punishment, Gao Lin was instantly engulfed in panic. Your Excellency, I will confess everything. I will reveal all. Then why not come clean at once? Seeing his son on the verge of confession, the steward attempted to intervene. Just as he called out for Gao Lin, he was met with a furious rebuke from Qiao Zhenfeng. Steward, do you wish to compound your crimes? The steward recoiled. Silenced by fear, his heart filled with regret. The reception room fell into a heavy silence, with Gao Lin recounting events from 2 years prior. Your Excellency, indeed sulit kuyar. On that day, she was alone in the kitchen, and I could no longer suppress my wicked intentions. Shui'er, being exceptionally beautiful, had always captured my secret admiration. That day, emboldened by lust, I disregarded her pleas and ultimately took advantage of her. Tragically, Shui'er, possessing a fierce spirit, leaped into the well after the act. This pouch is mine, and it must have been wrenched from me during her desperate struggle. Later, Zheng Yinyang and my father conspired to claim that Shui'er had been jilted and, in her sorrow, had taken her own life. My father even threatened Wang Pozi, warning that if she spoke of it, he would annihilate her entire family. As for Qiujiu, she was indeed placed in Lanyuan by my father. Last night, she came to inform my father of matters concerning me. Before Gao Lin could finish, Qi Wenhua, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed forward, seizing his collar and delivering a resounding slap across his face, leaving a vivid imprint. You scoundrel, I shall end your life. You have defiled Shui'er, unworthy of being called a man. As Wenhua spoke, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Following that, a third, a fourth, and a fifth slap. Soon, Gao Lin's face had swollen to the size of a pig's head. Not only was Wenhua seething with rage, but even little Shurtu was consumed by fury. He rushed over to Gao Lin's side and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Amidst the assault, he wept, exclaiming, Despicable scoundrel, you are less than human. Return my sister to me, return my sister. Gao Lin wailed and pleaded for mercy, his cries echoing through the hall. Steward, Gao hesitated, torn between the desire to intervene and the fear that held him back from pulling apart Qi, Wenhua, and little Shurtu. Among the assembled guests, aside from Su Jing'an and the Wang family, who watched in trepidation, others reveled in the spectacle, their spirits soaring with delight at the unfolding drama. As the altercation between Qi, Wenhua, and little Shurtu reached its peak, Qiao Zhenfeng leisurely called for a halt. Young Master Qi, little Shurtu, Gao Lin has transgressed the law and shall naturally face the consequences. You may cease your actions. Upon hearing Qiao Zhenfeng's words, Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu cast Gao Lin a pair of venomous glares before reluctantly withdrawing to the sidelines. Su Qianrou observed Qiao Zhenfeng with a calm composure, her gaze steady as she witnessed the scene of Qi Wenhua and little Shurtu mercilessly thrashing Gao Lin. Lord Chao, she inquired, how do you intend to adjudicate the matter concerning Chuyer? Chao Zhenfeng discreetly rolled his eyes. Miss Su, this is the Su residence, not the Shuntian prefecture. How could one simply declare a judgment at will? Miss Su, the defilement of Chuyer by Gao Lin is utterly unforgivable. In a bid to obscure the truth for the sake of his son, Steward Gao has fabricated lies and even resorted to threatening Wang Posey. His transgressions are equally inexcusable. The crimes committed by both father and son must be brought back to Shuntian Prefecture for further judgment. As for Wang Posey, a shiver ran through her. She was intimidated by Steward Gao and dared not reveal the truth. However, considering her contribution of the sachet that led to the exposure of Gao Lin and the unearthing of the facts, I shall not pursue charges against her and hereby release her on the spot. Wang Posey, in disbelief, lifted her head. My lord, are you saying you have set me free? Indeed, the matter is resolved at last. However, Wang Posey, one must never act foolishly again. In the face of malevolence, one must resolutely refuse to show leniency. Thank you, my lord, for your grace. Cui Chi and Sun Shi stepped forward to assist Wang Posey, and the 5 members of the family gathered, their faces adorned with smiles of relief. How wonderful it is from now on to live without the burden of guilt. Su Qianrou glanced at Wang Posey's family and felt a considerable lightness in her heart. Yet, the situation is not entirely settled. She must act promptly. Lord Chao, while the matter concerning Chuyer has been resolved, the case regarding the 6 letters sent by Qianrou remains outstanding. Lord Chao, let us address this today as well. Very well. Miss Su, I shall seek justice for you today. Just now, I uncovered evidence from the postal station indicating that all 6 letters were received by Steward Gao. Steward Gao, confess honestly, where have you hidden the letters? What was your motive for such actions? At this very moment, the executive had calmed down. Since there was no escaping the situation today, he decided to shoulder all the blame himself. By taking the fall, perhaps Aunt Zheng could devise a plan for him. At the very least, his wife would have someone to look after her in the Su residence. My lord, it is indeed true that I have received those 6 letters, which I have hidden away. Su Qianrou let out a cold, mocking laugh. You wish to take the blame for Lady Zheng? Not a chance. Chao Zhenfeng scoffed. Steward Gao, as a mere steward, how dare you privately conceal the letters of a legitimate young lady? If this were to be revealed, would you even believe it yourself? My lord, I have indeed suffered the lady's punishment in the past, and harboring resentment led me to commit such an act. Is that not incorrect? Steward Gao, do you not fear your own heart rotting with such twisted words? Su Qianrou continued to sneer. Lord Chao, as I mentioned earlier, there were 3 acts last night at the Su residence. The first act involved the Cui couple alerting Steward Gao. The second act featured Qiu informing Steward Gao. And the third act was Steward Gao discreetly notifying Lady Zheng. Your Highness, why not elucidate the third act yourself? Upon hearing this, Sheng Xuanji burst into hearty laughter. Very well, it is finally my turn. This third act is far more captivating than the previous 2. Everyone, lend me your ears and listen closely. Chapter 074. Zheng Linglan's panic upon hearing Su Qianrou request that he present the third act. Sheng Xianqiu erupted in a hearty laughter. After a lengthy wait, the moment had finally arrived for him to take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this third act promises to be exceptionally captivating. However, before I regale you with the tale, I must first summon Concubine Zheng and her maid, Linglan. Chao Zhenfeng promptly complied with the order. Come forth, summon Concubine Zheng and Linglan. As the officer departed, Su Jing'an found himself rendered almost incapable of thought. The gathering of everyone here was clearly intended to showcase his misfortune. What drama was being performed today? Given the circumstances, it appeared he would not escape unscathed. What have I done to deserve this? A glance at Sheng Xianqiu filled Su Jing'an with a sense of suffocation, as if a ball of cotton were lodged in his chest. Your Highness, what sins have I committed in a past life to incur your wrath? Why must you stir the Su residence into chaos? And what of this third act? The first 2 were already explosive. Would this third act not drive one to madness? As it turned out, Su Jing'an's predictions were astoundingly accurate. When Sheng Xianqiu announced the third act, Su Jing'an felt as if struck by lightning, utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. Under the gaze of all present, Concubine Zheng entered, accompanied by Linglan. Adorned with finely drawn brows and exquisite jewels, she wore a flowing lake blue gown, matched by an elegant outer robe that swayed gracefully with her movements. Su Jing'an's eyes sparkled, while Su Qianrou scoffed and Sheng Xuanji shook his head, inwardly cursing her presence. Truly, she was a hideous seductress, an abomination of the highest order. Zheng Linglan cast her eyes around the room before offering a slight smile to Su Jing'an. Master, may I inquire the purpose of summoning Linglan? Just moments ago, Su Jing'an had been captivated by her beauty, but her words darkened his countenance. She possessed a lovely face yet lacked any semblance of wit, truly a fool. Did she not notice it was the officer who brought her here? Should she not promptly pay her respects to Lord Chao and inquire why her master had called for her? Linglan, it is not I who called you, but His Highness and Lord Chao of Shuntian Prefecture. A chill ran through Zheng Linglan's heart. The summons from Qin Wang and Lord Chao could only signify trouble. Recalling the message delivered by Steward Gao the previous night and glancing at the old woman standing nearby, Zheng Linglan realized that the matter concerning Chui'er had undoubtedly resurfaced. If it must be brought to light, so be it. It was not her doing, so why should she be concerned? Zheng Linglan bowed to Sheng Xuanji and Chao Zhenfeng. This servant greets His Highness and Lord Chao. Chao Zhenfeng wisely refrained from responding. With the prince present, he must not overshadow the royal voice or steal His Highness's thunder. Sheng Xuanji let out a cold snort directed at Zheng Linglan. Concubine Zheng, did you sleep well last night? At those words, Su Jing'an's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Your Highness, Linglan is my wife. Such inquiries are most inappropriate. Inappropriate? Su Darren, I ask you, was it not appropriate for Concubine Zheng to meet Steward Gao in the dead of night? At this moment, aside from a few informed individuals, everyone else was taken aback. Mu Xiuyu exclaimed, Goodness, it seems the prince was here last night to witness this drama? How could such an explosive scene unfold without my presence? Truly, the prince is lacking in loyalty. Zhou Jing'an remarked, Look at this aside from the orchid courtyard. There is hardly a decent person in the Su residence. The back courtyard is indeed quite lively. Chao Zhenfeng added, Lord Su wears this green hat quite well. I never expected that my visit to the Su residence today would reveal such a hidden affair. It is truly astonishing. The onlookers murmured, Housekeeper Gao and Concubine Zheng? This situation appears rather unsightly. The crowd's disdainful glances towards Housekeeper Gao and Zheng Linglan were unmistakable. Upon sensing trouble, Zheng Linglan's eyes reddened with tears. My lord, Linglan was merely sleeping peacefully in her chamber. I do not know how I have offended the prince to provoke such humiliation. Su Jing'an was infuriated, his hair almost standing on end. Your Highness, although I am but a humble official, my wife should not be so carelessly disparaged. Disparaged? Su Jing'an, do you hold Concubine Zheng in such high esteem? Last night, Housekeeper Gao hurried to Haidang Courtyard to inform Concubine Zheng about Wang Paozi and her family. How could you, a third-rank minister and a dignified minister of rights, remain so blind and ignorant? I speak the truth, and instead of gratitude, you dare to question me. What sort of reasoning is this? With these words, Sheng Xuanji rendered Su Jing'an speechless. Linglan, is this true? Zheng Linglan, at a loss, decided to feign innocence. My lord, you entrusted Linglan with this matter long ago. Thus, when Housekeeper Gao sought Linglan's counsel last night, he wished for her to provide some guidance. My lord, Linglan is innocent. Please believe her. Su Jing'an scrutinized Zheng Linglan's face, as if searching for clues. After a prolonged silence, he finally turned his gaze to Housekeeper Gao. Housekeeper Gao, please explain the situation. Housekeeper Gao's expression darkened. My lord, I merely approached Concubine Zheng for advice. She suggested I figure out on my own, and then I returned. Suddenly, Sheng Xuanji clapped his hands thrice. Concubine Zheng, Housekeeper Gao, you both are truly remarkable actors. Concubine Zheng, I ask you, who advised Housekeeper Gao to let Gao Lin believe that Chui'er had seduced him? Housekeeper Gao remained unperturbed. Your Highness, I do not understand what you are saying. Do not understand? Then let me inquire of Concubine Zheng once more. I ask you, who was it that adjusted her outer garment and gazed at Housekeeper Gao with affectionate eyes, lamenting that as a weak woman in the residence, she must not be bullied by a man. Zheng Linglan, terrified, turned pale and shook her head repeatedly. Your Highness, I am wronged. I am wronged. Wronged? Am I one to speak nonsensically and invert the truth? Do I have the leisure to wrong you? Sheng Xuanji sneered as he regarded housekeeper Gao. His gaze seemed to be encased in ice, chilling the very air around him. Steward Gao, the prince inquired, who was it that gazed at Concubine Zheng with such fixation, vowing with unwavering conviction to heed her every command, no matter the cost, and would never betray her? Steward Gao's heart plummeted, sinking deeper and darker, as if descending into an unfathomable abyss. Your Highness, I assure you, it was not me. Even if I possessed the audacity, I would never dare to show disrespect towards Concubine Zheng. Su Jing'an was on the verge of madness, like a provoked beast cornered. He strode up to Steward Gao and delivered a fierce kick. You insolent wretch! I elevated you to the position of steward so you could usurp my authority and engage in wrongdoing. Steward Gao fell to the ground, yet dared not show the slightest sign of disrespect. Instead, he rose and knelt properly once more. My lord, I would never presume to disrespect you. I am but a victim of false accusations. Chapter 075. The anger against Zheng Linglan. The steward knelt before Su Jing'an, trembling with fear as he attempted to explain himself. My lord, I truly sought advice from Aunt Zheng. Even if you granted me 8 times the courage, I would not dare to act in such a manner. Furious, Su Jing'an raised his foot and kicked the steward again, seething with rage. I doubt you would dare, but if you possess even the slightest base intention, I shall flay your skin. Observing her father's exasperation, Su Qianrou felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This was instant retribution. He deserved it. Father, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Although the steward oversees the Su residence, he remains merely a servant who visits Aunt Zheng's quarters at night, seeking her counsel. Do you not find their relationship suspicious? Moreover, Aunt Zheng's behavior was so scandalous, her tone so flirtatious, and the steward so obedient to her whims. Father, should you not inquire further? Before Su Jing'an could respond, Chao Zhenfeng interjected. Miss Su has a valid point. I shall ensure that the truth is uncovered for Lord Su. Su Jing'an replied with a frown. I appreciate your intention, but your aim is not to clarify, but rather to witness my humiliation and the disgrace of the Su household. Despite Su Jing'an's displeasure, Chao Zhenfeng was resolute in his pursuit of the truth. It was evident that the third act of this play had the direct attention of the prince, highlighting the significance of the matter. How foolish of me to feign ignorance in such a situation. Chao Zhenfeng slammed his hand on the table, silently lamenting the pain in his right hand for not bringing a gavel. Steward, the facts are undeniable. Do not evade the truth any longer. The steward continued to feign ignorance. My lord, I am unaware. What do you wish for me to confess? Fool! Clearly, I require you to reveal your connection with Aunt Zheng. Why did you visit her at night? My lord, there is nothing untoward between me and Aunt Zheng. I have nothing to confess. Preposterous! Do you take me for a fool? Even at this hour, you dare to deceive me? I warn you, though this is not the judicial court, I can still punish you here. Will you dare to test me? At the mention of punishment, the steward felt an uncharacteristic wave of anxiety. Being beaten before so many was hardly a desirable fate. Remembering Aunt Zheng's words from the previous night, I have aided you. You cannot hold me accountable. The steward finally relented. Very well, since she has acted without virtue, I shall not hold back my own integrity. My lord, I confess everything. Good, then speak the truth swiftly. 2 years ago, after Chui'er fell into the well, Aunt Zheng's maid, Linglan, witnessed it. She returned to inform Aunt Zheng, who discreetly assisted me in handling the matter. Since then, Aunt Zheng has used this incident to coerce me into servitude. If I defy her, she threatens to reveal the disgrace of my son concerning Chui'er. In the past 2 years, the villainous individuals around her have obediently followed her commands, secretly carrying out numerous tasks on her behalf. Among these was the withholding of 6 letters sent from Jiangnan by the young lady. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou abruptly stood up. Housekeeper Gao, you are truly a despicable wretch, she exclaimed. Aunt Zheng, you are no better. How can you be so heartless, devoid of humanity? You have hidden my letters, severing the last connection between my mother and me. With resolute steps, Su Qianrou approached Zheng Linglan. Aunt Zheng, how can your heart be so dark? Are you truly incapable of tolerating my mother? She was the legitimate matriarch that my father married with great ceremony. What are you? In comparison? How audacious of you to privately conceal my 6 letters and cut off my ties to the household. Aunt Zheng, do you have any idea of the hatred my mother harbored when she passed away? Do you understand the sorrow I felt as I handled her affairs alone? No, you do not, for you possess no heart. You are not even human. At best, you are a beast clad in human skin. As she spoke, Su Qianrou raised her arm and struck Zheng Linglan soundly across the face. Instantly, a vivid red mark appeared on Zheng Linglan's cheek, and she covered her face. A mixture of shame and anger reflected in her eyes. You hit me? How dare you strike me? Su Qianrou let out a cold laugh. What is there to fear? I strike at you, the vile and corrupt wretch. With that, she delivered another resounding slap. Then came the third, the fourth, and the fifth. With each strike, she hurled a curse. This slap is for my mother, who died with unfulfilled grievances. This slap is for myself, who has endured endless torment. This slap is for the Su family's ancestors, shamed by your actions. This slap is for the daughters of the Mu family, who have suffered injustices. This slap is for the honor of the Su household. This slap is for your failure to uphold the virtues of a wife. This slap is for your shamelessness, which has bewildered my father. With each curse, her anger found release, and with each strike, her flesh ached. Su Jing'an watched, feeling a pang of concern, yet found himself unable to intervene, particularly stung by the mention of his father's folly. Meanwhile, Sheng Xuanji was thoroughly entertained, his eyes sparkling with delight as he observed Su Qianrou. Miss Su, your invective is truly exhilarating. It is music to my ears. But I must ask, might you allow me to strike in your stead? Your delicate hands should not bear such punishment. Mu Xiuyu was equally overjoyed. Ha ha! My niece is truly remarkable, so bold. The sounds of cursing and slapping were utterly satisfying to him. Chao Xinfeng was left astounded. During the trial of Lu Xiuqing at Shuntian Prefecture, he had witnessed Miss Su's verbal prowess for the first time. He had to admit, her tongue was sharper than any blade. Zhou Zhengyan, initially taken aback, soon found himself unable to suppress his laughter. Goodness, this child, Qianrou, is exceptional. She is but a woman. Otherwise, should I follow in the footsteps of an inspector, I would assuredly expose those corrupt officials to a state of utter disgrace. Each person harbored their own thoughts, quietly pondering their circumstances. Meanwhile, Su Qianrou had already delivered a dozen slaps to Zheng Yinyang. At last, wearied from her exertion, Su Qianrou was compelled to lower her hands. Zheng Yinyang, I am fatigued today, so I shall spare you for the time being. However, should you err again in the future, I, Su Qianrou, shall not hesitate to strike once more. Zheng Linglan's cheeks were now crimson and swollen, rendering her unrecognizable from her former self. Miss, I acknowledge my faults. I shall not dare to err again. You had better not, or you shall face dire consequences. Now, return to me those 6 letters I sent you. Upon hearing Su Qianrou demand the 6 letters, Zheng Linglan wished fervently to slap her own face in despair. What ill fate had befallen me? Those 6 letters had remained unclaimed for so long, and just last night I had instructed Linglan to burn them, only for Su Qianrou to now demand their return. Heaven above, what am I to give back? Chapter 76. Delayed concern is worse than grass. Upon witnessing Zheng Linglan's silence, Su Qianrou could not suppress a cold laugh. Zheng Linglan, are you at a loss for words? It is understandable, as the 6 letters have already been entrusted to me by the prince. How could you possibly retrieve them now? What do you mean, Aunt Zheng? Not only have you unlawfully concealed the 6 letters I sent back, but you also wish to keep them for yourself. Was my previous admonition too gentle? Zheng Linglan instinctively covered her face upon hearing this. No, Mississippi. I truly cannot produce those 6 letters. Nonsense. These are not my mother's jewelry that you pilfered and stashed away in your private vault. They are merely 6 letters. What is there to hide? As Su Qianrou's words fell, the onlookers exchanged glances, wide-eyed in astonishment. Goodness, it seems Aunt Zheng is indeed a thief. One cannot help but admire her audacity. Su Jing'an felt utterly embarrassed, wishing to disappear into the ground. Mu Xiaoyu, however, was displeased. Aunt Zheng, you have hidden Qianrou's letters and inflicted great harm upon both Peilon and her. I'm still seething with anger. If you refuse to return the letters, do you believe I will not crush your head? Su Jing'an, torn between anger and helplessness, found himself in a quandary. Zheng Linglan was utterly dumbfounded. What did she do? Refusing to return them was not an option, yet the letters had already been burned. General Mu, Miss, it is not that I am unwilling to comply. The issue is, the 6 letters have been burned. What? Mu Xiaoyu sprang to his feet, striding over to Zheng Linglan with resolve. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his powerful arms and fists, he demanded, Aunt Zheng, you must be jesting. Do you wish to experience the sensation of my iron fist? No. Zheng Linglan turned pale with fright. The thought of Mu Xiaoyu's iron fist striking her head was terrifying. General Mu, last night, Steward Gao visited me. Fearing he might use those 6 letters to blackmail me, I ordered Linglan to burn them all. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Linglan. Mu Xiaoyu turned to Linglan. Linglan, did you truly burn those 6 letters? I did not burn them. I have kept them safe. Linglan's response filled Zheng Linglan with both shock and delight. Elation surged through her at the thought of avoiding Mu Xiaoyu's wrath, while astonishment gripped her at Linglan's audacity to secretly harbor such correspondence. Qianrou smiled fondly. Aunt Zheng, did you not see this coming? Your maid has betrayed you. However, she has also accomplished a significant task. Linglan, tell me, why did you retain those 6 letters without permission? Linglan knelt before Su Qianrou with a thud. Miss, 2 years ago, I witnessed Chui'er jump into the well while at the kitchen. Afterwards, Aunt Zheng threatened me, forbidding me from disclosing the matter, or she would have my entire family killed. Though Linglan remained cautious, fear lingered in her heart, dreading the day Zheng Linglan might take her displeasure out on her family. Yesterday, Aunt Zheng ordered Linglan to incinerate these 6 letters. Linglan, however, believed that these letters could potentially safeguard her family. Thus, she audaciously concealed them. Upon hearing this, Zheng Linglan was infuriated, her teeth clenched in rage, her brows furrowed in anger. You wretched girl, how dare you plot against me? I shall not hesitate to punish you. Zheng Linglan raised her hand, intending to strike, but was unexpectedly restrained by Su Qianrou, who seized her wrist. Aunt Zheng, such a temper. Is this sufficient reason to punish Linglan? Should I not then strip you of your skin? You. Zheng Linglan was exasperated, yet powerless against Su Qianrou. Wretched girl, go fetch the letters. Yes. Linglan turned to leave, but was halted by Su Qianrou's voice. Do not go. The letters are no longer in your possession. Linglan turned back in astonishment, gazing at Su Qianrou. Miss, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. I merely wish to inform you that I have already acquired those 6 letters. Su Qianrou reached into her bosom, retrieving a cloth bag and unveiling the 6 letters within. She raised them high, her icy gaze fixed upon Su Jing'an. Father, these 6 letters have been retrieved by Qianrou. However, as for my mother, you shall never see her again. Though Su Jing'an had been beguiled by Zheng Linglan, he still harbored a measure of affection for Mu Peilon. In that moment, his heart ached with a profound sorrow, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Qianrou, I was wrong. I have wronged you and your mother. From now on, I shall cherish you dearly. Su Qianrou scoffed. There is no need for that. Your belated concern is worth less than weeds. I do not desire your affection. All I seek is for my mother to be separated from you. Henceforth, my mother and I shall have no ties with you or the Su family. Zheng Linglan stood in a daze, suddenly struck with a realization of the underlying discord. Master, I have a question. How is it that both the prince and Qianrou are so well informed about the events at Haidang courtyard last night? Could it be that they stealthily entered my courtyard? The audacity of a dignified prince and a young lady engaging in such behavior is indeed disgraceful. Prompted by Zheng Linglan's words, Su Jing'an quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, if not witnessed firsthand, how could the prince possess such detailed knowledge? To infiltrate the Su family's inner quarters at midnight is hardly the act of a gentleman. Your Highness, I must request an explanation. Sheng Xuanji responded with a cold smile. Minister Su, are you demanding an explanation from me? Very well, I shall clarify yesterday's events. But in return, you must also provide me with an account. Indeed, I was at Haidang courtyard last night, having followed Steward Gao. However, I did not enter the courtyard. I merely crouched on the roof and peered through the tiles. As for what I previously mentioned regarding Steward Gao and Aunt Zheng, I witnessed it all with my own eyes and ears. Concerning the 6 letters, I feared their destruction, so after Linglan departed, I retrieved them and entrusted them to Miss Su. I have now recounted everything regarding yesterday's events. Next, Master Su, should you not provide an explanation to this prince? Su Jing'an was taken aback upon hearing this. Your Highness, this humble official is rather dull and does not comprehend what explanation you seek. Sheng Xuanji cast a cold glance in his direction. Do you truly not understand, Master Su? Gao Lin's defilement of Chui'er led to her demise. And yet Steward Gao not only fabricated reasons to deceive Chui'er's family, but also threatened them regarding their safety. That is point 1. Secondly, Concubine Zheng colluded with Steward Gao to withhold the 6 letters sent back by Miss Su, causing distress to Madame Su and harm to Miss Su. Lastly, Master Su's indulgence of his concubine has led to an anarchic situation wherein Concubine Zheng seizes Madame Su's quarters and dowry, while also relentlessly bullying Miss Su. Furthermore, Su Qianrou harbors ulterior motives, having lured Miss Su's betrothed, resulting in Miss Su's heartbreak and her subsequent dissolution of the engagement with young Master Lu. When these points are considered collectively, Master Su, as the head of the Su household, should you not provide an explanation to this prince? Chapter 077. Aunt Zheng sentenced to imprisonment upon hearing Sheng Xuanji's words. Su Jing'an felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Your Highness, I have indeed erred. Where there is fault, there must be correction. Where there is wrongdoing, there must be punishment. Lord Chao, what are your thoughts regarding the first, second, and third offenses? Or rather, how should we adjudicate these lawbreakers? Upon listening to this, Chao Jinfeng responded, Your Highness, you are passing a conundrum to me. The transgressions of the Gao family must, of course, be met with the severe penalties dictated by the laws of Nansha. However, while Aunt Zheng's actions are undeniably vile and reprehensible, they cannot be strictly punished by law. As for the Gao father and son, I shall take them back to Shuntian Prefecture and apply the law accordingly. Regarding Aunt Zheng, although her intentions are malicious and her heart unwholesome, a heavy sentence is unwarranted. Yet, she should be confined for 3 months as a deterrent to others. Su Jing'an, upon hearing this, became agitated. Lord Chao, although Linglan's intentions are questionable, she has not committed any grievous offense. How can she be imprisoned for 3 months? Chao Zhenfeng rolled his eyes. Lord Su, does she not conspire with Steward Gao regarding Chui'er? Is that not a crime? She has concealed 6 letters from Miss Su, causing Madame Su to fall gravely ill and even pass away without ever seeing her family. Were you, Lord Su? Does she not bear guilt for this? Su Jing'an was rendered speechless. These 2 accusations struck at his very core, leaving him unable to advocate for Zheng Linglan. Zheng Linglan herself was in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she would spend 3 months in prison. If word got out, how could Qianrou take a wife? How could Qianrou marry? No, she must find a way to prevent this. Lord Chao, I acknowledge my mistakes and promise never to repeat them. I implore you to show me mercy. To his surprise, before Chao Jinfeng could respond, Su Qianrou interjected. Aunt Zheng, why the haste? Do you think your transgressions can be resolved with merely 3 months of confinement? Ah, miss, what more do you desire? I do not seek anything more. Su Qianrou turned to face Chao Jinfeng. Lord Chao, according to our laws, to whom should a woman's dowry and the shops associated with it belong? Naturally, they belong to the woman herself. Upon her demise, they are to be inherited by her offspring. Yet, Lord Chao, I have spent 5 years in Jiangnan with my mother. Aunt Zheng not only usurped my mother's dowry and residence, but also seized 3 shops that belonged to her dowry. Upon my return to the capital, I intend to reclaim my mother's residence and dowry along with the 35 pieces of jewelry that Aunt Zheng has stolen. However, for 5 years, Aunt Zheng has repeatedly taken silver from the 3 dowry shops without consent. Specifically, from Hongfu Silk Shop, 38,000 taels, from Dingxiang Tea Shop, 30,000 taels, and from Piaoxiang Building, 55,000 taels, totaling 123,000 taels of silver. I once inquired of Aunt Zheng whether her shops were public property, to which she carelessly replied, "No, Lord Chow, I fail to understand why Aunt Zheng, with her shops in her possession, feels entitled to occupy my mother's shops and claim them as public property. Lord Chow, you are the magistrate of Shuntian Prefecture, tasked with upholding justice for the common people. Today, in front of everyone, I ask you, should Aunt Zheng be permitted to continue her usurpation of my mother's dowry shops?" Chow Zhenfeng proclaimed with conviction, "Indeed, she should not. Should the silver she took be returned? It must be returned." "Very well." Su Qianrou coldly regarded Zheng Linglan. "Aunt Zheng, please return the 123,000 taels of silver you took from my mother's shop over the past 5 years. If you refuse, I shall accuse you of embezzling another's property." Su Qianrou's words struck Zheng Linglan like a thunderclap. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. 123,000 taels of silver. A portion of it had been used to support the household, another part squandered, and yet some had been tucked away in her private treasury. Over the years, bolstered by Zheng Peilon's shops, she and her son had lived in extravagant luxury. She had believed that with these 3 shops, her future was secure and bright. Little did she know that upon Su Qianrou's return, not only would she claim Zheng Peilon's dowry, but she would also reclaim those very shops. Now, where could she possibly procure the 123,000 taels of silver? Seeing Zheng Linglan's state, Su Jing'an was filled with indignation. "How could you, Zheng Linglan, have taken such a large sum from Peilon's shops? What a treacherous heart you possess! How was I blind to the fact that you are such a cunning woman?" Noticing that Zheng Linglan remained silent, Su Qianrou nodded to Chow Zhenfeng. "Lord Chow, it appears that Aunt Zheng is unwilling to return the silver. Salian, please fetch the account books and have Lord Chow take them back to Shuntian Prefecture. The case of Aunt Zheng seizing the dowry and shops of the head matriarch shall be entrusted to Lord Chow for judicial proceedings." Salian turned and left, preparing to retrieve the faux account books kept for show. Zheng Linglan, seeing this, became frantic. She had already been sentenced to 3 months of confinement. If this case were added, who knew what the outcome would be? She would have to repay regardless. Why not adopt a conciliatory attitude and return the silver promptly to avoid a harsher sentence? "Lord Chow, miss, I will return it. However, I cannot produce such a large sum immediately. Could you grant me a few days' grace?" Chow Zhenfeng frowned upon hearing this. "But Aunt Zheng, you are already serving 3 months of confinement. How can I grant you an extension?" Zheng Linglan was desperate. "But I truly cannot gather such a sum at once. I must find a way." "Very well, I shall give you 3 days. After 3 days, either you voluntarily present yourself at Shuntian Prefecture, or I shall send someone to fetch you." "Yes, thank you, Lord Chow." Chow Zhenfeng surveyed the room before finally resting his gaze on Su Jing'an. "Lord Su, do you require any assistance from this official?" "Su Jing'an Ketlidi Blade. No. Since there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Guards, take Steward Gao and Gao Lin away for trial. Your Highness, General Mu, Lord Zhou, Miss Su, I shall take my leave first." With that, Chow Zhenfeng departed, followed by 2 officials. The remaining guards advanced to seize Steward Gao and Gao Lin, escorting them away as well. Qi Wenhua and Little Stone approached. "Miss, thank you for restoring Chui's honor. Young Master Qi, no need for such formality. I have vowed to restore justice to Chui, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise. Now that the matter has been resolved, you and Xiao Shurtu may head to the fragrant pavilion." Su Qianrou pondered for a moment. "How about this? Why don't you accompany me there shortly?" Respect is better shown through obedience, and Wenhua complied with Miss Su's arrangement. Upon hearing about the fragrant pavilion, Sheng Xuanji's expression brightened with enthusiasm. "General Mu, Lord Zhou, the cuisine at the fragrant pavilion is truly exceptional. Shall we dine together?" "Very well. Let's enjoy a meal together." Su Qianrou smiled gently. "Indeed, let us all go. I shall treat you." With that, Su Qianrou and her companions departed, while Wang Pozi's family took their leave, and Xiuju was also sent home. Su Jing'an watched Sheng Xuanji's retreating figure with a sense of foreboding. The Qin king stealthily pilfered 6 letters. Did he also steal the correspondence and seals I hid in the study? Fortunately, the engraver of the seal was silenced long ago. Otherwise, it would have spelled great trouble. Chapter 078. The acceptance of Lily within the confines of Haitang courtyard. Zheng Linglan, disregarding her anger, hastily opened her private treasury and began to tally her assets. Upon emerging, her countenance reflected deep distress. Alas, she could not gather the required sum of 123,000 taels of silver. What was she to do? As Zheng Linglan fretted, Su Jing'an approached, hands clasped behind his back. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Master, Linglan is unable to procure such a vast amount of silver. Could you lend me a hand? Assist you? How so? Shall I sell off the Su residence? Or perhaps offer myself up for sale? Zheng Linglan's heart sank at his words. Master, it is not as you think. I merely seek your assistance. Su Jing'an scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Now you choose to be fearful? It is too late. I warned you when you seized Peilon's dowry in her courtyard, yet you chose to ignore me. Not only that, you have also appropriated Peilon's 3 shops. I never imagined that over these 5 years, you would extract such a fortune from her businesses. Pray tell, where has that 123,000 taels of silver gone? Did you embezzle it, or squander it away? Zheng Linglan's anxiety intensified. Master, I am wronged. All that silver has gone towards the expenses of the household. How preposterous! Do you think I lack a salary or businesses of my own? When Peilon was in charge, from whence did the household's expenditures derive? Was it solely from your shops? Moreover, I am astounded that you could so heartlessly conceal the 6 letters sent back by Qianrou. Peilon was the rightful matriarch. How could you treat her so? Fury ignited within Zheng Linglan. But master, were you not once disdainful of Mu Peilon? Why do you now show her such pity? Enraged, Su Jing'an struck Zheng Linglan across her already bruised face. Wretched woman, how dare you compare yourself to Peilon? I was once blinded by your deceit, but now I see that she surpasses you 100-fold. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Zheng Linglan in disarray. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she twisted the handkerchief in her grasp. Su Jing'an, your heart is indeed ruthless. At that moment, Lu Momo approached. Madame Zheng, the funds are insufficient. What shall we do now? Zheng Linglan gritted her teeth. Lu Momo, sell those 2 shops. Understood. No, it cannot be done. Sukiani Barstin. Her voice urgent. Mother, those shops are meant for your future. How can you speak of selling them so casually? Chinny, I do not wish to sell them either. But if I do not, how shall I gather such a sum? Gather funds? For what purpose? Zheng Linglan sighed deeply. Today, that wretched Su Qianrou has plotted against me. I am to be confined for 3 months and must compensate her 123,000 taels of silver. What? Such a thing has occurred? This is utterly outrageous. Is it not a complete reversal of her situation? What did father say? That scoundrel of a father. Not only did he strike mother, but he also declared that mother was inferior to that wretched Mu Peilon. Su Qianrou was momentarily stunned. How could this be? Previously, father had treated both mother and herself with great kindness. How could everything change upon Su Qianrou's return? Anger gnawed at Su Qianrou, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Qianrou, just wait. I, Su Qianrou, shall ensure you face the consequences. While Zheng Linglan and her daughter seethed with rage, Su Qianrou and her companions had already arrived at the Aroma Pavilion. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they occupied the largest private room and ordered every signature dish the establishment had to offer. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere brimmed with enthusiasm. Mushuyu, thoroughly satisfied with the meal, was in exceptionally high spirits. Qianrou, today your uncle is exceedingly joyful. Not only have we cleared Chui'er of her grievances, but we have also secured compensation of 123,000 taels of silver from Zheng Linglan. What a delightful experience. Zhou Jing'an nodded in agreement. Indeed, as I left home today, Yuru continually urged me to stand up for Qianrou, insisting that she must not suffer any injustice. Upon seeing her today, I can attest to her grace and intelligence. She conducts herself with such propriety that we need not worry at all. Sheng Xuanji laughed heartily. General Mu, Lord Zhou, you both speak truly. However, what brought me the greatest joy today was witnessing Miss Su deliver those numerous slaps to Zheng Linglan. Each insult was so satisfying, and those strikes were utterly exhilarating. I am in utmost admiration. The 3 gentlemen exchanged banter, causing Su Qianrou to feel a bit bashful. "Your Highness, Lord Zhou, uncle, you are too complimentary towards me. I'm hardly as commendable as you suggest. Who says otherwise? My niece Su Qianrou is undoubtedly remarkable. Anyone who disagrees will have to contend with me first." "Quite right. As the prince, I am splendid, and naturally, my benefactor is even more so. Anyone who contests this will have me as their first opponent." Zhou Jing'an, observing Mu Xiuyu and Sheng Xuanji, could not help but chuckle inwardly. "With both of you showering her with such affection, who would dare provoke Qianrou? Yet, she truly is a fine child, and I hold her in high regard." As laughter filled the air, Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shitu stood by, unable to interject but brimming with gratitude towards Su Qianrou. Although they knew that the investigation into those 6 letters had inadvertently led to Chui's plight, had it not been for her, Chui's injustices would have likely vanished without a trace. The two of them might never have discovered the truth, once they had indulged in their feast. The group bid farewell at the entrance of Aroma Pavilion and returned to their respective homes. Su Qianrou, however, made her way back to the 2nd floor of the Orchid Pavilion. After summoning Lu Han and attending to Qi Wenhua and Xiao Shitu, she boarded a carriage to return home. Upon reaching Lanyuan, just as Su Qianrou settled down to rest, Xiaohe entered to report, "Miss, Linglan has arrived." "Yes, invite her in." Moments later, Linglan entered the room and immediately knelt before Su Qianrou with a thud. "Miss, I beseech you to accept Linglan." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qianrou replied, "Very well, I accept you. However, in my orchid courtyard, one must adhere to the rules and never emulate Qiuju. It is essential to understand that I can tolerate no insubordination." Linglan, being aware of this, will certainly conduct herself with utmost propriety, ensuring that the reputation of the young lady remains untarnished. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall work alongside Xiaohe." Upon Linglan's departure, Kailian, filled with concern, inquired, "My lady, Linglan is indeed under the patronage of Aunt Zheng. Are you truly comfortable allowing her to work in the orchid courtyard? What is there to worry about? If she betrayed Aunt Zheng, would Aunt Zheng permit her to remain? The fact that I have chosen to keep her is already an act of benevolence on my part. Moreover, with Qiuju as a cautionary example, how could she possibly act foolishly? Indeed, you are right. It is the young lady's foresight that reassures me. Foresight aside, there is another reason, namely, the adage that an enemy's adversary can often be a friend. Perhaps one day, Linglan may prove to be invaluable." Chapter 079, the same breed Su Qianrou was conversing with Salian in her chamber when a furious shout from outside interrupted them. "Stop! By what right do you strike her?" Su Qianrou raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. "Who had the audacity to harm someone in her orchid courtyard?" "Salian, go and see." "Yes." Salian promptly exited, returning shortly thereafter. "Miss, it was the 2nd miss who attempted to strike Linglan, but Anxiang has seized her wrist." A cold smile crept across Su Qianrou's lips. Her mother had just been reprimanded, and yet she dared to provoke. What a foolish creature, utterly unaware of her own peril. Dare to strike anyone in my courtyard. "Salian, bring her in." "Yes." Just as Salian was about to leave, Su Qianni entered. "No need to go, I have come myself." "Su Qianrou is native." "Su Qianni, you possess great audacity. You enter my orchid courtyard without announcement and dare to strike my people?" Typically, Su Qianni would not have the gall to confront Su Qianrou directly. However, today, having learned that her mother faced 3 months of confinement and was to pay a hefty sum of 123,000 taels of silver, she was utterly incensed. Moreover, she had a date with Lu Xiuqing, who had promised to propose officially on an auspicious day, marrying her as a legitimate wife. At that moment, she envisioned herself as the cherished wife of a noble heir, far above the status of Su Qianrou, the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Fueled by rage, she stormed in, but as she attempted to strike Linglan, Anxiang had caught her wrist, leaving her frustration boiling over. Now, faced with Su Qianrou's inquiry, she defiantly raised her head, which was far from noble. "I come and go as I please in this orchid courtyard. What harm is there in striking a servant? Is that so? Suianois gaze sharpant." "Salian, at your service." The 2nd miss speaks too rudely. Teach her a lesson on behalf of your young mistress. Yes, without hesitation, Salian rolled up her sleeves and delivered a resounding slap to Su Qian's face. Instantly, her cheek turned crimson. Su Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. Su Qianrou, how dare you strike me? Before she could finish, Salian slapped her again. Daring to disrespect the young lady, strike again. Su Qianrou watched with delight, her smile broadening. Indeed, Su Qian, I have struck you. If I had not already tired my hand from disciplining your mother, I would have taken matters into my own hands much sooner. Listen well, Su Qian. The orchid courtyard belongs to the lady of the house. With my mother absent, it is now my domain as the legitimate daughter. In the Su family, aside from grandmother's den hall and father's Qingfeng courtyard, my orchid courtyard is the most esteemed. Henceforth, anyone wishing to enter my courtyard must announce themselves, and only with my consent may they enter. Furthermore, my servants are under my protection. No one may cast aspersions upon them, least of all you, Su Qian. Today, I am weary and will not engage with you further. So be gone at once. Su Qian's nose was nearly crooked from anger. She had come today with the intention of seeking justice for her mother. Little did she know that her attempts would backfire, resulting in a loss rather than a victory. How could she possibly swallow such indignation? Su Qianrou, do not overstep your bounds. Am I the one overstepping? Clearly, it is you two, the heartless mother and daughter. Su Qian, will you leave or not? If you do not leave soon, I shall be compelled to eject you from this place. You. Su Qian was seething with anger, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, a wise person refrains from succumbing to immediate provocation. She could only choose to endure. Very well, I shall take my leave. Su Qian turned her head to leave, only to find that her younger brother had unexpectedly appeared behind her. Qing Yuan, when did you come over? Sheng Yuan strolled past the entrance of Lan Yuan, having heard about his sister being bullied by the young lady. He approached without hesitation, and Xiang chuckled coldly within her heart. Su Cheng Yuan, if it weren't for the young lady's silence, I would have already cast you out. Look at you, as thin as a chick, should I choose to act. It would undoubtedly be an abuse of power, and I would feel quite remiss to do so. However, if you dare to act shamelessly, then do not blame me for being ungracious. Gazing at her younger brother, Su Qian suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Qing Yuan is indeed her son. He is destined to be the future head of the Su family. Is he not superior to you, a legitimate daughter who will ultimately marry away? Su Qianrou. So what if you are the legitimate daughter? Ultimately, you will have to marry. As for the Su residence, it will ultimately belong to Qing Yuan. Those who are perceptive should acknowledge their mistakes to my mother and treat us with greater kindness. Once you are married, should you encounter any grievances in your husband's home, the Su residence will serve as your support. Is that not so? Su Qianrou was so exasperated that she couldn't help but laugh. Is the Su residence to be inherited by Su Qing Yuan in the future? Did your father inform you of this? Or is it merely a fabrication of your own making? Su Qian, are you not afraid that this is merely a fantastical dream? When the dream shatters, the pain will be profound. Su Qing Yuan listened, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Miss, why must you belittle Qing Yuan in front of your sister? Sister is indeed correct. Although you are the legitimate daughter, you must ultimately marry. This Su residence rightfully belongs to me, Su Qing Yuan. Su Qianrou let out a long sigh. It is true that the character of a mother reflects upon her offspring. Your mother, a mere concubine, constantly dreams of becoming the matriarch of the Su household. You, an illegitimate son, also aspire to be the master of the Su residence. You and your mother are indeed two of kind. Unfortunately, in this Su household, your words hold no weight. Su Qing Yuan raised an eyebrow, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. My dear young lady, our words hold no weight in the Su residence. Then who possesses the authority? Su Qianrou's expression darkened as she coldly met Su Qing Yuan's gaze. Su Qing Yuan, you mere 14-year-old child, how dare you look at me with such audacity? Do you believe that if you provoke me, I shall have you searching for your teeth on the ground? Nature is governed by my will, as I am Su Qianrou, the esteemed daughter of the Su residence. Su Qing Yuan laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. You? Dream on. 3 years later, My father established my mother in her rightful position, and I became the legitimate son of the Su family. This Su family rightfully belongs to me as the legitimate heir, and it has no connection whatsoever with you as the legitimate daughter. Is that not so? Let us wait and see whose possession this Su residence truly is. If we are to wait, then let us do so. Who is afraid of whom? Su Qingyuan cast a glance at Su Qianni. Sister, let us depart. One day, I shall ensure that no one dares to provoke you within this Su residence. Very well, sister will eagerly await that day. Su Qianni smiled brightly, following Su Qingyuan with an air of triumph. Su Qianrou scoffed softly. You too should be cautious. Do not venture out and risk straining your backs or breaking bones, for that would be unfortunate. I am keen to see who ultimately prevails. 3 years. I truly wonder if the Su residence can withstand such a duration. Su Qingyuan turned his head back. No need to fret. Rest assured, I, Su Qingyuan, shall undoubtedly triumph over you. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a swift kick from Xiang came forth. Unprepared, Su Qingyuan fell to the ground with a resounding thud, landing in a most undignified manner. Su Qianrou burst into laughter, clapping her hands. I told you that you would fall, and fall you did. You are remarkably obedient. What a pity, but I have no need for such a compliant dog. Get up and scram. Chapter 080. Zheng Linglan in despair, Su Qingyuan clumsily rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his attire, and with a huff, he departed in a dejected manner. Observing this, Su Qianni hastily followed in his wake. The sight of Su Qingyuan and Su Qianni retreating elicited a chuckle from Anxiang. To think he would behave so recklessly in Lanyuan, without even a moment's reflection on his own character. He truly deserved it. Silian was beaming with delight. Indeed, Lanyuan was the domain of the eldest young lady. It was absurd for anyone, be it a cat or a dog, to wish to intrude for mere attention. Su Qianrou regarded Anxiang and Silian with a concealed sense of joy. Well done. This is precisely how those of Lanyuan ought to conduct themselves. Once all had gathered, she announced, I have a few words to share with you all. With that, Su Qianrou stepped into the room, settling comfortably into a chair. Gao Mama, Kaidian, Angxian, Xiahe, and Linglan all entered the chamber. Su Qianrou's gaze swept across the assembly, and she spoke in a calm and measured tone. Everyone here belongs to Lanyuan, and naturally, I will protect you. However, I can safeguard you for a time, but not for eternity. Therefore, if anyone dares to bully you, you must first ensure your own safety. Then stand your ground and retaliate in kind. Remember, at all times, we must uphold our principles. Even if you strike back, do not allow them to find fault with you. Linglan, had it not been for Anxiang today, you would have unjustly endured Su Qianni's assault. Though you are a servant, you are now part of Lanyuan. She has no right to lay a hand on you. Should such an incident recur, seize her wrist firmly. While you may not be able to strike her, there are other means at your disposal. Even if you were to throw her down, I shall stand by you. Linglan's eyes shimmered with tears of excitement, for the first time feeling the warmth of being protected. Eldest young lady, I understand now. I shall know how to act henceforth. That is good to hear. Furthermore, there is another matter I wish to discuss. Starting tomorrow, Lanyuan will be self-sufficient. All expenditures will be borne by me, and we shall no longer draw a single coin from the Su residence. Gao Mama, filled with doubt, inquired, Young lady, what is the reason for this? You are the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Surely, they must provide for you. With a slight smile, Su Qianrou replied, Gao Mama, I wish to sever all ties with the Su family as finances. Zheng Linglan is to be confined at Shuntian Prefecture for 3 months, and I have no desire to become embroiled in the family's troubles. Gao Mama quickly grasped her intent. So, the young lady sought to distance herself from the Su family's turmoil, wishing to remain uninvolved. But, young lady, should Zhongyanzi be imprisoned, someone must manage the household. If you do not intervene, the authority may very well fall into the hands of Aunt Zhou. Who it falls to is of no consequence to me. However, should it indeed fall into Aunt Zhou's hands, the 3 months will be ample time to discern her true nature. Indeed, young lady speaks wisely. Let's close our doors and live our lives in peace. Precisely. Once we receive the 12,000 taels of silver from Zhongyanzi, I shall seek an opportunity for my mother to divorce father, allowing me to depart from the Su residence unburdened. By that time, the sky would truly be high enough for birds to soar and the sea wide enough for fish to leap. To take on the responsibilities of the steward for the sake of my heartless father. How troubled must she be to seek out such burdens for herself. Fear not, everyone. Although Lan Yuan does not draw a single coin from the manor, I assure you, I shall not neglect your needs. However, there is one condition. We must support one another, unite as one, and direct our hearts toward the common goal. From tomorrow onward, everyone's monthly allowances will double, and during festivals, there will be additional rewards. Grandma Gao, you shall oversee the procurement for the small kitchen in Lan Yuan. Though our numbers are few, our meals must be exquisite, diverse, and nutritious. After all, food is of paramount importance, and good health is essential. When you go out to shop, you may take Xia He or Ling Lan with you. Given your age, it is only fitting to have someone by your side to assist you. Furthermore, you will be responsible for all matters, large and small, concerning Lan Yuan, including daily expenses. Salian, Xia He, and Ling Lan will also fall under your management. Grandma Gao, do you accept this responsibility? Will you? Of course I shall. Whatever the young lady commands. There is no room for dissent. Since the young lady holds me in such high regard, I shall diligently fulfill my duties and ensure she has no worries. Very well. Xia He, Ling Lan, aside from taking turns accompanying Grandma Gao for shopping, you are tasked with cleaning the yard and managing the small kitchen. As for Xiang and Silian, you shall stay by my side. Though our numbers in Lan Yuan are few, with collective effort, we shall not fall short of any other courtyard. Su Qianrou's words brought clarity and joy to everyone's hearts. How wonderful it is to have such a master. It would be difficult not to feel content. While Su Qianrou addressed matters in Lan Yuan, Su Qianyi and Su Qingyuan arrived at Haitang Courtyard. Upon seeing Su Qianyi's swollen lips, Zheng Linglan's heart sank instantly. Qianyi, what happened to your mouth? As her mother inquired, Su Qianyi's pent-up grievances erupted. Mother, it was that wretched Su Qianrou who had Salian hit me. What? Salian struck you? Qianyi, where did you encounter them? In Lan Yuan. Lan Yuan? You went to Lan Yuan? Yes. Not only Qianyi went, but Qingyuan did as well. Zheng Linglan became frantic. Qianyi, why would you go to Lan Yuan? Isn't that courting disaster? That wretched Su Qianrou is now emboldened by the support of Prince Qin and Mu Xiuyu, making her exceedingly arrogant. Why provoke her? Mother, I saw how she bullied you so mercilessly, and I just wanted to seek justice for you. I never expected Su Qianrou to act so unpredictably. Instead of striking Ling Lan, she had Salian hit me. Mother, is Su Qianrou truly so lawless? Is there no one in the Su residence who can rein her in? Rein her in? Qianyi, spare yourself the trouble. Zheng Linglan instinctively touched her swollen face, speaking with lingering fear. Qianyi, Qingyuan, regardless of the circumstances. Su Qianrou is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. We cannot afford to provoke her. Best to keep our distance, especially during these 3 months without our mother. You two siblings must focus your hearts and minds. You must be well aware of what is appropriate and what is not. Remember, under no circumstances should you provoke Su Qianrou. Any matters can await our mother's return for discussion. Su Qianyi lowered her head in silence. But Su Qingyuan could no longer contain himself. Mother, must we, the 3 of us, endure being oppressed by Su Qianrou at every turn? She has already forced you into confinement for 3 months. Must we continue to tolerate this? Qingyuan, what choice do we have? In some instances, our mother has indeed erred, and accepting punishment is warranted. However, you two are the very essence of my life. You must not come harm. Do you understand? Mother, Qingyuan understands. Rest assured, I will protect my sister well. Yet, to simply let Su Qianrou go unscathed is something I cannot accept. Zheng Linglan let out a cold smile, her eyes veiled with a layer of frost. Let her go. Impossible. Once the 3 months of confinement are over, I shall ensure she joins her mother in the netherworld. Chapter 081. The enchantment of the Qin king. The following day, the verdict rendered by the steward in Gaolin was made public. In order to inform everyone of the outcome, Chao Zhenfeng specifically sent a messenger to the Su residence. Upon learning that Steward Gao had received 30 strokes and was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, and that Gao Lin was to be executed after the autumn, Su Jing'an was utterly devastated. He had never anticipated that such a disgraceful affair would occur within the esteemed residence of the Minister of Rights. Moreover, it was revealed that Zheng Linglan was intricately involved in this scandal. Filled with both anger and resentment, Su Jing'an felt a deep sense of betrayal, as if he had been duped by Zheng Linglan. Just the day before, he believed that her 3-month confinement was unwarranted, and that a mere reprimand followed by house arrest in Haitang courtyard would suffice. Now, however, he thought that allowing her to experience the hardships of a prison cell might indeed serve her right. How foolish he had been to be enchanted by that vicious and cunning woman. With Peilon gone and Qianrou utterly disappointed in him, she refused to even acknowledge his presence. It was indeed a case of reaping what one sows. He was left to savor the bitter fruit of his own actions. Contrary to Su Jing'an's feelings of regret and self-blame, Su Qianrou felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Justice had been served, and it was truly gratifying. Without a moment's hesitation, she took Kai Lian and Xiang and hurried to the fragrant pavilion. She was eager to share this delightful news with Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu. Inside the fragrant pavilion, upon hearing of Gao Lin's impending execution, Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu were moved to tears, and they fell to their knees. "Miss, thank you for vindicating Chui'er and restoring justice. From now on, Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu shall serve you with unwavering loyalty." Su Qianrou gestured for them to rise. "Qi Gongzi, little Shirtu, please stand. I do not require anything of you. Simply continue to perform your duties well here at the fragrant pavilion. From this day forward, this will be your home. Thank you, Mississippi. Please, do not refer to me as Qi Gongzi. Just call me to Qi." "Very well. To Qi, little Shirtu. I have no further matters to attend to, so you may resume your duties." "Understood, Mississippi. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for us." After Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu departed, Su Qianrou ascended to the second floor, to the orchid pavilion. Sitting in the chair once occupied by her mother, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Mother, can you see me? Yesterday, I dealt with Zheng Linglan. Not only did I punish her, but I also demanded the return of the silver she had taken from the 3 shops over the past 5 years. Mother, just wait and see. I will reclaim what belongs to you, and I will ensure your spirit is separated from father, removing your tablet from the ancestral hall of the Su family. From henceforth, there shall be no connection between us and the Su family or father." While Su Qianrou silently conversed with her mother, and Xiang entered to announce, "Miss, the prince has arrived." Su Qianrou was taken aback. They had only seen each other yesterday. What could he possibly want today? "And Xiang, please invite the prince in." "Yes." Mississippi moments later, Sheng Xuanji entered, his face beaming with joy. "Miss Su, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Indeed, your highness. Please take a seat. May I inquire the reason for your visit today?" Sheng Xuanji did not conceal the joy that radiated from his countenance. "Miss Su, upon learning of the news regarding the Gao family and their son, I made a special trip to inform Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu. However, upon arriving at the Piaoxiang building, Manager Liu informed me that Miss Su had already departed ahead of me. Contemplating the situation, I deemed it rather inappropriate to leave without at least a brief meeting with you. Thus, I have come to Lanting. Miss Su, have I interrupted you in any way?" Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou felt a clarity within her heart. "Your Highness, what a web of deceit you weave. Do you truly believe that I would be unaware of your intentions to notify Qi Wenhua and little Shirtu? Moreover, if you wish to convey such news, you could have easily sent Yi Lingfeng or Chunze. Was it truly necessary for you to come in person? It is evident that you are merely seeking a stroke of luck, hoping to catch a glimpse of me. Yet, this cannot be spoken aloud. Your Highness is jesting. I am merely resting here for a moment. How could I possibly be disturbed? That is satisfactory. Miss Su, did anyone from the Su residence trouble you yesterday?" A faint smile graced Su Qianrou's lips. "They are but insignificant figures, hardly worthy of concern." Sheng Xuanji's brow furrowed at her words. "What transpired yesterday, Miss Su? Perhaps you could share?" "There was nothing of great consequence. Merely, Su Qianyi and Su Qingyuan sought to avenge Zheng Linglan, foolishly attempting to wreak havoc in my courtyard. However, their efforts were in vain, and they ended up humiliated." Sheng Xuanji's expression visibly brightened. "Ha ha! These two fools truly brought misfortune upon themselves. Yet I am curious. After facing repeated setbacks, what audacity do they possess to stir trouble in your courtyard? Heh, Su Qingyuan, relying on his male lineage, naively presumes that he will one day become the master of the Su residence. Little does he know, I, Su Qianrou, hold no affection for the Su family. Thus, his words are of no consequence to me. Oh, Miss Su, what exactly did Su Qingyuan say? Suddenly, Su Qianrou's cheeks flushed. This, Your Highness, perhaps it would be best not to inquire. Why? Is it something I cannot hear? Of course not. With a firm resolve, Su Qianrou bit her lip and spoke candidly. What pearls of wisdom could one expect from such a wretched tongue? He merely asserted that should I marry in the future and be ill-treated by my husband's family, the Su family, as my maternal kin, would come to my aid. Sheng Xuanji's anger surged, his hands clenched tightly, veins protruding, knuckles starkly defined. How could the Qin Wangfu ever mistreat Miss Su? How could I, Sheng Xuanji, ever treat you poorly? Such notions are utterly absurd. What pure nonsense! Su Qingyuan's intentions are clearly malicious. Miss Su, with your exceptional qualities and virtuous nature, any family would be honored to have you. How could they possibly treat you poorly? Truly ridiculous. Indeed, it is nothing but sheer folly, which is why I pay it no mind. Miss Su, regarding the 12,300 taels owed to you by Zhongling Lan, I doubt she would dare to default. May I inquire what your plans are upon receiving the silver? Su Qianrou pouted slightly. To be honest, I wish to leave the Su residence immediately. Had my aspirations not remained unfulfilled, I would have departed long ago. Upon acquiring these silver coins, Qianrou contemplated purchasing a residence in the capital, intending to renovate it in advance while she was not yet residing there. Once her aspirations were fulfilled, she would promptly relocate, severing all ties with the Su residence. Sheng Xuanji's gaze was piercing. Miss Su, having just returned to the capital, you must be unfamiliar with the city. Why not entrust this matter to me? Su Qianrou's expression brightened. That would indeed be splendid. I feel rather guilty for troubling your highness so often. Oh, there is no need for such modesty. It is merely a trifling task, he replied. Might I inquire if you have any specific requirements for the residence? Please feel free to share. Nothing particularly special. It is merely a place to dwell, she responded. Since she had entrusted the matter to his highness, she naturally had complete faith in him. You need only oversee the arrangements, she added. Shang Xianxie, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight. Look at that. Miss Su places such trust in me. This feeling is simply exquisite. Chapter 082. The king's intent beyond the wine. At the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, Su Qianrou bid farewell to Sheng Xuanji. After watching her carriage gradually disappear from sight, Sheng Xuanji finally mounted his own carriage to return to the manor. As he rode, he pondered in his heart. Why not select one of his own courtyards to gift to Miss Su instead of merely assisting her in purchasing one? However, which property would be most suitable? No, if he were to present it directly, Miss Su would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, he resolved to create an excuse and offer it to her at the most minimal price. With this thought in mind, Sheng Xuanji instructed the coachman to turn around and head towards the villa in the eastern part of the city. Yi Lingfeng and Qian Zhe exchanged baffled glances, completely unaware of what schemes their lord was concocting. That day, Sheng Xuanji visited several of his residences throughout the capital. After much deliberation, he ultimately settled upon the courtyard on Tianmen Street. The reasoning was quite simple. Firstly, the size of that courtyard was just right. It was neither excessively large and empty, nor too small and confining. Secondly, although it was not the most spacious, it possessed the finest layout and exquisite decor. A remarkable person like Qianrou residing there would be a perfect match. Most importantly, this courtyard was in close proximity to the Qin Wangfu, merely 300 meters apart, making future interactions exceedingly convenient. Together, these considerations rendered that courtyard the most fitting choice for Su Qianrou. Delighted with his decision, Sheng Xuanji could not resist humming a cheerful tune. Observing their lord's buoyant demeanor, Yi Lingfeng and Qian Zhe exchanged knowing looks. Yi Lingfeng remarked, "Goodness, our lord seems rather unorthodox today. It appears he may have someone special in his heart." Chen Shi concurred, "Indeed. But I wonder who possesses the remarkable ability to make our lord, a seemingly unyielding figure, bloom with affection? Yi Lingfeng responded, "Who else could it be but Miss Su?" Shinzei nodded, "That's true. We must be more perceptive when we encounter Miss Su in the future." Yi Lingfeng added, "Is that even necessary to mention? If we can win over Miss Su, it would be tantamount to securing our Lord's favor." Meanwhile, in the Su manor within the orchid courtyard, Su Qianrou reclined on a concubine's couch, resting. Salian approached and placed her hands on Su Qianrou's head to provide massage. Over the years, this had become a habitual gesture. Whenever the opportunity arose, she would assist Su Qianrou in this manner. As she massaged, Salian spoke, "Miss, today the Lord personally sent a message from the fragrant pavilion, which truly shows his thoughtfulness. However, I sense that his true intentions lie beyond mere pleasantries." "What do you think, miss?" Su Qianrou averted her gaze. "You perceive that?" "Surely, I am not oblivious to it as well. But how dare you speak so freely about your mistress?" Salian pressed. "What have you discerned? I seem to be in the dark." Salian's eyes widened in surprise. "What? How could that be? You are so astute, yet I have noticed it. How could you not?" "You noticed? Very well. Enlighten me on what you have perceived." Su Qianrou challenged. Salian giggled, "Of course. It is evident that the Lord harbors feelings for you. He used the excuse of delivering a letter, but in truth, he merely wished to see the young lady once more. The prince's intentions are indeed thoughtful. I concur with your assessment." Anxiang nodded in agreement. Having served as the prince's hidden guard for 3 years, Anxiang possessed a certain understanding of him. Over the years, the prince had shunned romantic entanglements and refused to take a wife. However, it was evident that he held a special regard for the young lady. The fact that he entrusted Anxiang to her signifies his deep concern for her well-being. The prince, without a doubt, harbors feelings for her. Seeing Salian and Anxiang speak in favor of the Qin prince, Su Qianrou could not contain her laughter. "Why are you both defending the prince? Have you both been won over by him? Oh, but wait, Anxiang is already in his service. As for you, Salian, you have always been by my side. Have you been swayed as well? Speak up. What benefits has the prince bestowed upon you?" Salian's eyes widened in surprise. Miss Salian is wronged. I have not been won over by the prince. I merely speak the truth." "All right, I understand. Salian is indeed wronged. But Anxiang, you cannot say the same, can you?" "Who says I cannot?" "Young lady, you have unjustly accused Anxiang. Though Anxiang serves the prince, she is currently devoted to the young lady and thus is naturally inclined to support her." Su Qianrou finally burst into laughter. All right, you are all wronged. Let's drop this matter. We shall not speak of it further today. I am weary and shall rest for a while." With that, Su Qianrou closed her eyes. Salian continued to work diligently, muttering to herself, "If we don't speak of it, the truth will still speak for itself." Anxiang chimed in, "Indeed. The prince's feelings for the young lady are evident to anyone with discernment. Anxiang has faith in the prince." Salian shared her sentiments, and the two exchanged knowing glances before stifled laughter escaped them. "Miss, you may pretend to sleep, but we do not believe for a moment that you cannot hear us." Indeed, as they claimed, Su Qianrou was far from asleep. She heard their words clearly. How could someone as astute as she be oblivious to the prince's affections, especially when he had held her on the rooftop of Haidang courtyard, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, causing her heart to race wildly, and her cheeks to flush with warmth. Yet, with a multitude of matters weighing upon her and the constraints of filial piety looming large, she had no inclination to indulge in romantic musings. Why did these two girls concern themselves so much with idle matters? As the days passed, the second day slipped away. The third day marked the final day for Zheng Linglan to return the silver. In the morning, there was no sign of her. Su Qianrou remained unperturbed, knowing she was scrounging for silver and attempting to sell her property. After all, the sum of 123,000 taels had already passed through the Shuntian prefecture's scrutiny, leaving no room for her to renege. Waiting a bit longer was inconsequential. In the afternoon, the head maid, Basia, along with Lu Mama, arrived at Haitang courtyard. Behind them followed 4 attendants, 2 by 2, each bearing a heavy chest. Lu Mama stepped forward respectfully, producing a stack of silver notes from her bosom. "Miss, here are 80,000 taels in banknotes. In those 2 boxes, there are a total of 43,000 taels of silver. Miss, please verify the amount." Salian handed the banknotes to Su Qianrou. "Miss, take a look." Su Qianrou glanced over the banknotes in her hand. There were precisely 80,000 taels, neither more nor less. Salian, please count the silver. Yes. Salian stepped forward, opened the boxes, and meticulously counted the contents twice. Miss, indeed, there are a total of 43,000 taels of silver. Su Qianrou nodded. It seemed that Zheng Linglan truly dared not default on this debt. This sum of 123,000 taels of silver would undoubtedly cause her considerable distress. How satisfying! Once the silver was confirmed, Baoxia bowed respectfully to Su Qianrou. Miss, Madame Zheng requested that upon receiving the funds, you provide a receipt for Baoxia to take back. Very well, just wait a moment. Su Qianrou entered the room, approached the desk, and with a brush in hand, elegantly penned a receipt. Baoxia took the receipt and, accompanied by Lu Mama and others, departed from Lanyuan. Chapter 083. Su Jing'an's frustration after Baoxia and Lu Mama departed. Su Qianrou carefully stored the banknotes, and the group collaboratively placed the silver into the western storeroom. Gazing upon the glistening silver before her, Su Qianrou was acutely aware that this life was markedly different from her previous one. In her past existence, upon marrying Lu Xiuqing, her father had only prepared 20 bridal sedan chairs as her dowry. Yet now, as Su Qianni weds Lu Xiuqing, her father has generously provided 50 sedan chairs. The esteemed legitimate daughter found herself overshadowed by a mere concubine, unable to hold her head high within the Duke of An's residence, enduring ridicule until her untimely drowning. In this life, however, she has not only reclaimed her mother's dowry and shop, but has also recovered the substantial sum of 123,000 taels of silver that Zheng Linglan had misappropriated. Coupled with the silver left by her mother and the 100,000 taels from the 3 shops, she now possesses nearly 300,000 taels of silver, wealth that eluded her in her previous life. It appears that fate is not immutable, but lies within one's own grasp. Should one desire change and be willing to exert effort, destiny indeed can be transformed. Thanks to her diligence, many aspects of her life are subtly shifting for the better. Among these changes, Prince Sheng emerges as the most significant variable. In her past life, he had been schemed against to his demise, and they had remained unacquainted. Yet in this life, not only do they recognize each other, but the prince also extends his assistance at every turn. It is evident that he has developed feelings for her, and, as Su Qianrou placed her hand upon her chest, a smile graced her lips. It seems she too has begun to harbor feelings for him. Therefore, in this life, she must ensure the prince's safety. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after breakfast, Zheng Linglan donned a modest outfit and boarded a carriage bound for Shuntian Prefecture. It was not that she was eager to endure confinement. Rather, she feared delaying and inciting Chao Jinfeng to dispatch officials, a scenario she wished to avoid at all costs. Accompanying Zheng Mama were the siblings Su Qianni and Su Qingyuan. The 3 of them shared a carriage, swaying as they made their way toward Shuntian Prefecture. Upon arriving and meeting Chao Jinfeng, they were led by the officials straight to the prison. The dim and damp confines evoked tears in the eyes of Su Qianni and Su Qingyuan. Mother, it is all Su Qianrou's fault that you suffer here. Please hold on. In 3 months, Qingyuan will come to retrieve you. Zheng Linglan gently caressed Su Qianni and then Su Qingyuan. Qingyuan, you must remember this. Conceal your brilliance, live peacefully, and never provoke Su Qianrou. We shall discuss matters upon my return. Yes. With Zheng Linglan's departure, Su Qianni and Su Qingyuan withdrew their ambitions, and an eerie calm descended upon the Su residence. Yet Su Qianrou understood that this tranquility was merely a superficial fade. Behind the scenes, turmoil brewed, and the siblings were merely biding their time, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. However, she was unperturbed. If the enemy does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But should they dare to attack, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. Remaining, she only needed to pursue the thing she desired, then leave the Su residence to live the life she envisioned. Su Qianrou leaned against the imperial concubine couch, her eyes closed, quietly contemplating her thoughts, when Linglan entered to report. Miss, the master requests your presence. Su Qianrou opened her eyes. All right, I understand. Accompanied by Salian and Anxiang, Su Qianrou arrived at the Qingfeng courtyard. Observing Anxiang beside his daughter, Su Jing'an couldn't help but smirk. His daughter had somehow found such a capable individual, even bringing her along to his Qingfeng courtyard. Did he believe this place was a den of dragons and tigers? Could he possibly harm her? Just the thought made him uneasy. However, remembering the topic of their discussion, Su Jing'an managed to force a smile. Qianrou, Aunt Zheng has gone to Shuntian Prefecture today. The vast Su residence cannot be without someone in charge for a single day. Therefore, I wish to entrust you with the stewardship of the Su residence. Su Qianrou scoffed internally. Indeed, her father wanted her to take over this mess of the Su residence. Did she have the leisure or capability for such burdens? Father, Qianrou is still young and lacks the ability. Moreover, with you in charge, it is best that you handle everything. Qianrou, although I am the head of the family, I'm occupied with state affairs daily. How could I possibly manage the household? Besides, matters of the inner court and domestic affairs are not suited for a head of the family like me to oversee. Yet, Father, Qianrou truly does not wish to assume this stewardship. Furthermore, since yesterday, Lan Yuan has ceased to expend a single coin from the household. All expenditures are now my responsibility. Su Jing'an was momentarily stunned. This girl clearly wished to sever ties with the Su residents. How could that be? If word got out, wouldn't it invite ridicule upon him? Qianrou, how can you act in such a manner? You are my daughter, the legitimate young lady of the Su residence. How can you isolate yourself from Lan Yuan? If this spreads, it will only bring shame. Su Qianrou responded with a cold smile. Shame? Is there a lack of mockery regarding the Su residence? It seems that in my father's heart, he has never cared for Qianrou's feelings, but rather only for the reputation of the Su residents. Indeed, Su Qiangyi and Su Qingyuan have both stated that I, as the legitimate daughter, hold no significance. In the future, Su Qingyuan shall be the master of the Su residents. The entire estate belongs to him. They even urged Qianrou to be sensible and apologize to Aunt Zheng. If in the future my in-laws treat me poorly, they, as my maternal family, can still support me. Father, since Qianrou counts for nothing in the Su residence, why must I toil over such thankless tasks? It would be better for you to consider who is most suitable to take over this burden. Father, Lan Yuan has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After speaking, Su Qianrou gave a slight bow and turned to leave with Salian and Anxiang. Qianrou. Su Jing'an attempted to call her back, but as he uttered her name, he noticed Anxiang turning back, her expression cold as she caressed the soft whip coiled at her waist. Su Jing'an's face fell, and he slumped into his chair in despair. Who exactly was this Anxiang? The icy glare emanating from her eyes could undoubtedly slay. A cold sweat broke out within Su Jing'an as he realized that he was increasingly unable to comprehend his daughter. Yet, he distinctly sensed that ever since Su Qianrou's return, the dynamics within the Su residence had transformed entirely. What was once under his meticulous control now lay beyond his grasp, with the situation clearly spiraling away from him. Zheng Linglan and her daughter faced reprimands. The engagement with Lu Xiuqing was called off, and the matter concerning Chui'er was reopened for investigation. Now, not only was Zheng Linglan imprisoned, but she had also returned the dowry of Peilon, along with the shop and a staggering sum of 123,000 taels of silver. None of these developments were what he had wished to witness. Yet, he observed each event unfold with clarity, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. This left him in a state of frustration and profound sorrow, all of which stemmed from his daughter's actions. Slamming his palm upon the table, he exclaimed, Qianrou, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Do you truly intend to turn the Su residence upside down? Chapter 084. The prince is ensnared by the enchanting spring breeze in the Su residence, within the orchid courtyard. Su Qianrou accepted the bowl of lotus seed and silver ear soup that Salian had handed her, savoring its warmth with each spoonful. My lady, the daily affairs are truly overwhelming. It is sincerely exhausting, Salian lamented. When will we finally see the light at the end of the tunnel? Su Qianrou chuckled lightly. What? You cannot withstand such trifles? It is not that I cannot endure it, but rather that seeing you burdened with worry pains my heart, Salian replied. Do you truly pity your young mistress? Then keep your eyes wide open and your ears attuned. Watch over me diligently. Indeed. However, my lady, The dowry in the shop are to be returned, and the silver misappropriated by Aunt Zheng will also be retrieved. What do you intend to do next? What am I to do? Naturally, I shall resolve all that I wish to accomplish. In an instant, Su Qianrou's expression turned frosty. 5 years have passed, yet the slander against my maternal family remains uninvestigated. Although the letter and the forged seal are in the prince's possession, until this matter is fully clarified, my heart shall remain restless. Once the truth is unveiled, it shall expose my father's vulnerability. At that moment, I will be able to compel him to part ways with my mother. If I find myself in a foul mood, I might even sever our father-daughter bond. Only then will I be completely disentangled from the Su residence. Yet, the forger of that seal has seemingly vanished without a trace, making it exceedingly difficult to locate him. Then there's the matter of my mother's poisoning. That day, Gu Qingxun revealed that she had been afflicted by the deadly heart-devouring pill, casting suspicion upon Shang Jiang's third disciple, the poison master Xiao Zheng. Moreover, the individual who liaised with Xiao Zheng was Zheng Linglan. In other words, it was Zheng Linglan who approached Xiao Zheng, employing the heart-devouring pill to poison my mother. However, all of this remains mere conjecture, as I possess no concrete evidence. To unravel this mystery, I must locate Xiao Zheng. The name of the poison master echoes in my mind, and I furrow my brow, repeating it softly. Anxiang, taken aback, inquired, "My lady, why do you speak of the poison master?" I ponder the whereabouts of this poison master and how I might find him. "My lady, is he someone you seek?" "Indeed. If I can find him, perhaps the truth behind my mother's poisoning can be unveiled." Anxiang furrowed her brow, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Su Qianrou remained silent, observing her intently, for she suspected that Anxiang might possess information regarding Xiao Zheng. As expected, Anxiang suddenly lifted her head. "My lady, over 6 months ago, during an outing, I happened upon this poison master by mere chance. At the time, I did not recognize him until he introduced himself." Su Qianrou's focus sharpened. "Anxiang, where did you encounter him? Who was he with? What did they discuss?" "My lady, I was attending to matters for the prince at that time. On the way, passing through the dense forest outside Jinzhou City, a man dressed in fine garments was seen threatening a 30-something man with a sword. The man boasted of his identity as the esteemed Hua Lang of the Poison Gate, asserting that surrendering the poison would not be so simple. The swordsman struck his arm, compelling him to yield the poison. Their conversation revealed the venom was known as drunken spring breeze. The masked swordsman remained unrecognized by Xiang, who was preoccupied with her own mission and followed them discreetly after they departed. Initially, Xiang perceived this as a mere transaction and paid no mind to it. However, upon hearing the name of Hua Lang from the eldest young lady today, the memory resurfaced. Su Qianrou was taken aback. "Xiang, are you suggesting that the poison given by Hua Lang Xiao Zheng to the masked man is called drunken spring breeze?" Xiang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was drunken spring breeze. The masked man had initially sought a more potent poison, but Xiao Zheng claimed he only had drunken spring breeze left, which the swordsman reluctantly accepted. "Then, where is Jianzhou located?" Su Qianrou inquired. "It lies 500 miles south of the capital, a crucial passage to Jiangnan," came the reply. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Su Qianrou. Reckoning the timeline, she recalled that the prince had been in Jiangnan over half a year ago, 6 months prior to her mother's passing. She had rescued him from the brush. The poison he had suffered from was indeed drunken spring breeze, as the physician had diagnosed. It was an unusual aphrodisiac. Those afflicted would feel intense heat and insatiable desire, only relieved through intimate acts, if one attempted to suppress it through force. The consequences could range from disordered meridians to severe injury and even death. At that moment, the prince bore numerous sword wounds. It appeared he had been attacked by others after succumbing to the effects of drunken spring breeze, ultimately leading to his grievous state. Su Qianrou felt a sharp pang of anguish. The noble prince, radiant like a clear sky and a refined jade tree. What fortitude had he mustered to endure the poison while fiercely battling those who sought his life? How had he managed to escape with his last breath, collapsing in the underbrush? Fortuitously, it was drunken spring breeze. Had it been a more lethal poison, he might have already descended into the netherworld. and she would have been deprived of the chance to meet him. Her eyes suddenly glistened with tears. The masked man was likely an assassin dispatched by the emperor. Who could he be? If she were to capture him in the future, she would ensure he met a fate most cruel to alleviate her heart's torment. Observing Su Qianrou's turmoil, and Xiang began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Miss, could it be that the drunken spring breeze the masked man sought from Shaozhong was intended to poison the prince? It is a possibility. After I rescued the prince, the physician confirmed that the poison he had encountered was indeed drunken spring breeze. Upon hearing Su Qianrou's words, and Xiang nearly broke into tears. It was all her oversight. Had she informed the prince sooner, perhaps he would have avoided this peril. No, and Xiang, you mustn't blame yourself. If someone harbored intentions to poison the prince, it would have been drunken spring breeze or some other toxin. Moreover, even if one manages to evade the initial trials, one cannot escape the inevitable reckoning. Anxiang understands this all too well. However, she bears an irrefutable responsibility for the events that transpired. Thankfully, the young lady intervened to save the prince. Otherwise, no amount of suffering would suffice to atone for her errors. Anxiang, this matter is now in the past, and there is no need for you to bear such heavy remorse. Not quite. Although the incident has passed, the lessons it imparts upon Anxiang will linger indefinitely. Observing Anxiang's profound self-reproach, Su Qianrou sighed inwardly. This is the essence of a loyal servant, an unwavering fidelity. Anxiang, there is no need for excessive guilt. Moving forward, we shall focus our efforts on Shaozhong, striving to restore justice for the prince and for my mother. Indeed, that night, Su Qianrou retired early, while Anxiang tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The following morning, after finishing her breakfast, Su Qianrou was informed by Xia he of an unexpected visit. Miss, Aunt Zhou and the third miss have arrived. Su Qianrou frowned at this news. What could they possibly want? Surely, it cannot be related to the matter of household management. Chapter 085. The last warmth of the Su mansion, Su Qianrou gently rubbed her forehead. Xiahe, please invite Aunt Zhou and the third miss in. Yes. Soon, Zhou Sujin and her daughter, Su Qianyun, entered. Greetings, Mississippi, greetings, elder sister. Su Qianrou quickly extended her hand to assist them. Aunt Zhou, please take a seat, and Qianyun, come sit beside your sister. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you, elder sister. Zhou Sujin settled into a chair, while Su Qianyun obediently sat beside Su Qianrou. Elder sister, I heard about that day when a large group of people came to the mansion. I didn't expect you to be so remarkable, defending Chui'er and punishing Aunt Zheng. I admire you greatly. Is that so? But I'm not that impressive, really just average. Average? You're far too humble, elder sister. I wish to be like you when I grow up, so I can protect my brother and mother. Unfortunately, I know nothing and feel too weak. Su Qianrou couldn't help but smile. Weak? You're still young. Besides, your brother is a man. Does he need your protection? And your mother is perfectly fine. You need not worry about her. Su Yun's cheeks flushed. Still, I think you're incredible, and I want to learn from you. Seeing this, Su Qianrou realized she was stuck. The little cotton candy had latched on and was not letting go. All right, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask your elder sister. I promise to answer anything thoroughly. Okay, elder sister, let's make a pact. Su Qianyun extended her pinky finger. Elder sister, let's seal it with a pinky promise. A pinky promise lasts for 100 years without change. Su Qianrou, seeing this, extended her own pinky. All right, pinky promise. The two linked their pinkies, and Su Qianyun immediately beamed, saying, Elder sister, since we've made the promise, it must not change. Agreed, it shall not change. Zhou Sujin gazed at the affectionate sisters, her eyes shimmering with a tender light, and she felt tears welling up. Madam, if you were still alive, how delighted you would be to witness this scene. Alas, you cannot see it. Miss, upon hearing about that incident, my daughter and I were overjoyed. We never imagined that after 2 years, you would clear Chui'er's name, let alone confine Aunt Zheng. Previously, we wouldn't have dared to hope for such outcomes. Aunt Zhou, every situation can lead to different conclusions. The outcome, whether good or bad, entirely depends on people's attitudes and efforts. As long as one is willing to strive and invest effort, a favorable result is inevitable. Even if it is not perfect, it will far surpass the outcome of giving up. Zhou Suji nodded. You are absolutely right, Mississippi. During this time, I have witnessed your resilience, strength, and diligence. Everything you have achieved is through your own efforts. Qianrou, remember what your elder sister just said. Mother, this is my first lesson from elder sister, and I will remember it well. As Su Qianrun's words escaped her lips, laughter erupted from everyone present. However, Su Qianrou was acutely aware that neither Aunt Zhou nor Su Qianrun had come merely to exchange pleasantries. Aunt Zhou, have you come today for a particular reason? Not much. Really, it's just that after Aunt Zheng's departure, the master has temporarily entrusted me with the responsibilities of the steward. Yet, I do not comprehend why the eldest young lady has chosen to isolate herself from Lan Yuan, allowing it to be self-sufficient. Young lady, you are the legitimate daughter of the Su family. What, pray tell, is the reason behind this decision? Qianrou smiled fondly. Aunt Zhou, it is quite simple. I merely wish to avoid the murky waters of the Su residence. I long for a life that is clean and free. But young lady, this is your home, the Su residence, and the master is your father. Here, aside from the old madam and the master, you possess the most qualifications and authority. How can you so readily abandon it? Abandon? Yes, I have indeed relinquished it. 5 years ago, when my father cast my mother and me out to Jiangnan, when no one from the household came to visit during my mother's illness until her passing. When I returned to the capital carrying my mother's memorial tablet, yet was unable to enter the gates for an extended period, I had already given up. This may be the Su residence, but it is not mine. It belongs to my father, to Zhongling Lan, and to you, Aunt Zhou. But it is not my mother's or mine. The only reason I remain in the Su residence is that I have unfinished business. Once I resolve these matters, I shall depart and pursue a life of purity outside these walls. Thus, when my father proposed to hand over the stewardship to me yesterday, I declined without hesitation. For this Su residence is, to me, devoid of flesh, warmth, and life, merely a hollow shell. Yet you are different. Aunt Zhou, you have Qianrun, and you have Chengji, who is the eldest son of the Su family. Therefore, you must cherish your lives here. Perhaps one day, this residence will belong to you. Zhou Sujin stared in astonishment, her eyes wide as she absorbed every word and syllable from Su Qianrou. Although Su Qianrou's voice was soft and her pace unhurried, Zhou Sujin discerned the sorrow, disappointment, hatred, and resoluteness woven through her words. It was evident that the Su residence had irrevocably wounded Su Qianrou's heart, a wound so deep and profound that it could never heal. One cannot urge others towards goodness without having endured their suffering. She found herself at a loss for comforting words. With reddened eyes, Zhou Sujin grasped Su Qianrou's hand, her eyes overflowing with unrestrained compassion and tenderness. Young lady, I understand your sentiments. From now on, whatever you wish to pursue, my son and I will wholeheartedly support you. However, if you encounter difficulties, please do not hesitate to confide in me. Though I may lack abilities, I shall do my utmost to assist you in any way you need. Suyanjun nadid vigorously. Yes, big sister, I will help you too. Let us not forget that we are family. As she observed the heartfelt emotions of Aunt Zhou and Su Qianrun, a warmth blossomed within Su Qianrou's heart. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Aunt Zhou, Qianrun, thank you both. In this residence of Su, you are my last source of warmth. For the remainder of my life, you shall be my family. A quarter of an hour later, Aunt Zhou and Su Qianrun departed. Kai Lian approached. Miss, Aunt Zhou and the third miss are truly kind-hearted. Indeed, within the Su residence. They're the only ones who have grown close to us in Lan Yuan. Miss, do you think that when Aunt Zhou returns in 3 months, will father entrust her with the authority to manage the household once more? No. Zheng Linglan has been under confinement, bearing a stain upon her reputation. How could father possibly restore the management rights to her? But Miss Zheng Linglan is quite shameless. What if she employs some beguiling tactics to persuade father to relinquish the authority back to her? And Xiang suddenly chimed in. That will not happen. Why not? Because the eldest miss would never consent. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou smiled gracefully. And Xiang is correct. Since the management rights have already been entrusted to Aunt Zhou, should Zheng Linglan attempt to reclaim them, I shall be the first to oppose. Chapter 086. Your Highness, can you have some decorum? On this particular day, Su Qianrou chose to remain at Lanyuan, taking a day to herself. It was not out of laziness, but rather a reflection of her melancholic mood. In merely 2 days, it would be the 7th day of mourning for Mu Peilon, much like the 5th day of mourning. The day would see the household gather in the ancestral hall to pay their respects. However, Mu Xiuyu, Sheng Xuanji, Gu Qingshun, Lu Yuru, and Zhou Min were all present. After the memorial service, they encircled Su Qianrou and proceeded to Lanyuan together. Su Jing'an observed from the side, his teeth gnashing in irritation. He could not fathom why this girl was so endearing, attracting the attention of everyone around her. Upon arriving at Lanyuan, they settled down together, while Kai Yin and Xiang busied themselves serving tea. Su Qianrou greeted Lu Yugu and Zhou Min before glancing at Gu Qingshun. Mr. Gu, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while. I have been occupied of late, hence my absence from the royal residence. However, I am free now and can fulfill our agreement. Then I am most grateful, Mr. Gu. It is but a small matter. You need not be so courteous, Miss Su. Sheng Xuanji nudged Gu Qingshun aside. Such a lack of decorum. You chatter too much and are wasting this prince's time. Miss Su, regarding the matter you entrusted to me last time, I have taken care of it. If you are available tomorrow, perhaps you would accompany me to take a look? Certainly. I thank you, Your Highness. Mu Xiuyu interjected, displeased. Qianrou, why did you not mention your matters to your uncle? The prince is burdened with state affairs. How can you trouble him? Sheng Xuanji immediately countered, General Mu, your words are misguided. Though I am indeed busy, Miss Su is my savior. It is my duty to ensure her wishes are fulfilled. Mu Xiuyu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Your Highness, can you not exhibit some modesty? As a prince, how can you behave in such a manner? You do nothing but pursue our Qianrou relentlessly. Those in the know would say it is a matter of repaying a life debt. Those unaware might mistakenly believe you have affections for her. If you were an ordinary man, I might overlook this, but everyone knows you are as indifferent to women as an ancient tree that blooms not. Qianrou, why not share your concerns with your uncle? After all, we are family, and it does not seem appropriate to continually trouble His Highness. Sheng Xuanji's gaze sharpened. Well, Mu Xiuyu, you have grown bolder, daring to confront me so openly. Miss Su, I'm more than willing to assist you. After all, without your life-saving grace, I might have long since departed this world. Thus, it is only natural that I do whatever you request. Mu Xiuyu remained steadfast. As Qianrou's uncle, it is my duty to alleviate her troubles. Observing the two men bickering like children, Su Qianrou felt overwhelmed. How could these grown men squabble so openly? Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhou, why don't we retreat to the next room and leave this space for His Highness and General Mu to continue their quarrel? Upon hearing these words, Sheng Xianqi and Mu Xiuyu immediately understood and closed their mouths. Should they make way for Qianrou? That is not permissible. Miss Su, do not be vexed. I shall not contend with General Mu. Indeed, my uncle shall not vie with the prince either. Have we truly ceased all contention? Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu nodded in a flurry, conceding their rivalry. Very well, since we are all in agreement, allow me to share a few thoughts. Su Qianrou stated with a composed demeanor. Sheng Xuanji and Mu Xiuyu sat upright, attentively listening. Gu Qingshun glanced at Su Qianrou, then at Sheng Xuanji, and with a contemplative nod, she smiled. Lu Yugu and Zhou Min were utterly astonished. Goodness, this child, Qianrou, is truly remarkable. It is truly remarkable how effortlessly one can bring both King Qin and General Mu to submission with just a few words. The ability to command such authority over them is simply astounding. As the room fell into silence, Su Qianrou glanced at Sheng Xuanji and then at Mu Xiuyu. Before speaking softly, Your Highness, Uncle, I understand that your dispute today stems from a place of concern for my well-being. However, do you truly realize? In Qianrou's heart, each of you is an indispensable presence. For Qianrou, not a single one of you can be absent. Indeed, how could any of you be absent? Recalling the tragic demise of Sheng Xuanji in her previous life, Su Qianrou felt a sharp pang in her heart. Uncle, we are family, bound by an indissoluble bond of kinship that endures through all trials. Qianrou firmly believes that whenever she is in need, her uncle would unhesitatingly brave any peril for her sake. My lord, you often proclaim that Qianrou is your savior. Yet, do you not realize that, to Qianrou, your presence is equally a profound blessing and a rebirth? On that day, Qianrou returned to the Su residence, feeling utterly isolated and unsupported. It was you, the prince, who sheltered her beneath your protective wings, personally tearing apart her marriage contract with Lu Xiucheng and assisting her in withdrawing from the engagement. Had the marriage not been annulled, Qianrou would have surely languished in the Lu household, ultimately facing a tragic demise. Thus, the prince's intervention can be seen as a life-saving grace for Qianrou. Subsequently, the prince extended his aid on several occasions, for which Qianrou felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. A few days ago, at the fragrant pavilion, Qianrou encountered the prince. During their casual conversation, the prince learned of her desire to purchase a residence. Recognizing her lack of knowledge regarding market conditions, he took it upon himself to handle the matter. Now that a suitable property has been secured, the prince wishes for Qianrou to visit it. However, unexpectedly, before the matter could be fully addressed, her uncle began to quarrel with the prince. To Qianrou, the prince represents a figure who is not just a friend, but a kin-like presence, while her uncle is her true relative. For Qianrou's sake, could you both refrain from further disputes in the future? Su Qianrou's words left Mu Xiuyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could he possibly contend with the king of Qin? Even if he were endowed with twofold courage, he would still hesitate. His sole concern was for Su Qianrou, fearful that the king of Qin might harbor inappropriate feelings for her, ultimately shirking responsibility. Consequently, he resorted to a facade of bravado, confronting the situation head-on. Meanwhile, he discerned the underlying sentiment in Su Qianrou's words. His beloved niece held a deep gratitude towards the king of Qin, praising him at every turn. How foolish of him to consider plunging a knife into his niece's heart. Moreover, the king of Qin possesses a genuinely amiable disposition. He is unlikely to act in a manner that would betray his niece. What then is there to worry about? Qianrou, I acknowledge my mistake, and I shall henceforth refrain from contesting with the prince. Upon witnessing Mu Xiuyu's declaration, Sheng Xuanji, naturally, was not to be outdone. Miss Su is cherished dearly in my heart, and her kin are, of course, my kin as well. What is there to begrudge? Furthermore, what malice could Mu Xiuyu possibly harbor? Is it merely a touch of jealousy, coupled with a hint of unease? In the future, I shall ensure your peace of mind. As for the matter of jealousy, that is beyond my control. Should you wish to indulge in it, you may wallow in it as you please. Miss Su, I regret that my previous lack of clarity caused General Mu displeasure. Rest assured, I shall not repeat such an error again. General Mu, if you're free tomorrow, perhaps we could visit together, which would also assist Miss Su in making a decision. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiuyu erupted in hearty laughter. Very well, it is settled then. Chapter 087. The King Qin is a great fool the following day. After breakfast, Su Qianrou accompanied Caoyan and Anxiang to the fragrant pavilion. Upon arrival, they found Sheng Xuanji already waiting there with Gu Qingchen. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Xiuyu also arrived. The group exited the fragrant pavilion and made their way to the courtyard selected by Sheng Xuanji. As they reached Tianmen Street and stood before the Vermilion Gate, Mu Xiuyu glanced around. This courtyard was so close to the Prince Qin's residence. Was it truly unintentional? However, just by looking at the grand entrance, it was evident that this was not a place for the ordinary. If that were the case, why was it for sale? Mu Xiuyu was perplexed, filled with questions as he followed them inside. Upon entering the gate, he discovered that the courtyard was quite expansive. The buildings were well ordered, and the pathways were meticulously paved. The materials used in the construction were exquisite, clearly belonging to a family of considerable wealth. Further inside, they found it to be a three-courtyard layout. Pushing open the door revealed a fully furnished interior, each piece crafted from superior wood with exceptional workmanship. That was not all. The most delightful aspect was the presence of a back garden. Sheng Xuanji led everyone towards the garden, introducing it as if he were presenting his own home. Upon reaching the back garden, they were greeted by a profusion of blooming flowers and exotic plants, interspersed with rockeries and pavilions, creating a scene that captivated all. They settled in a pavilion, and Sheng Xuanji looked at Su Qianrou with a smile. Miss Su, what do you think of this courtyard? Su Qianrou's heart was filled with joy, her eyes sparkling. Your Highness, I am utterly enamored with this courtyard, especially this garden. It resonates deeply with my heart. Is that so? If that is the case, let us purchase this courtyard. To be honest, I too find it truly remarkable. General Mu, what is your opinion? Mu Shuyu nodded. Your Highness's judgment is invariably correct. This courtyard is indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Su Qianrou readily agreed. Very well, I shall purchase this courtyard. However, I wonder how much it will cost. Rest assured, Miss Su, the seller is eager to return to their hometown. Thus the price is significantly reduced. This courtyard can be acquired for merely 10,000 taels of silver. Su Qianrou furrowed her brow at this. 10,000 taels? How is that possible? Sheng Xuanji's heart raced at her reaction. Miss Su, this price is already exceptionally low. You cannot deem it too expensive, else my plans will be thwarted. Miss Su, do you feel it is too costly? If so, I can negotiate further with the seller. It is not that it is expensive. Rather, it is far too cheap. This is in the capital, in such a prime location, with such ample space, exquisite buildings and furnishings, and a splendid back garden. How could it possibly be sold for just 10,000 taels? Sheng Xuanji let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I was nearly frightened to death. Miss Su, did I not mention that the seller is hastening to leave the capital to return home and is not in need of funds? That is why I managed to negotiate the price down to 10,000 taels. Hearing this, Su Qianrou felt reassured. That is more reasonable. Otherwise, 10,000 taels would indeed be an astonishingly low price. Su Qianrou retrieved a bundle of silver notes from her bosom and handed over 10,000 taels. Your Highness, I implore you to purchase this courtyard. Rest assured, Miss Su, I shall expedite the matter, replied Sheng Xuanji, accepting the silver with a heart brimming with delight. Gu Qingshun, observing from the side, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Your Highness, this courtyard was originally acquired by you for 30,000 taels. Considering the subsequent renovations and restorations, it must have cost at least another 10,000 taels. Altogether, that amounts to 40,000 taels, and yet you are selling it for a mere 10,000. The most astonishing part is your evident joy, as though you were grinning from ear to ear. What does one call this situation? I have seen foolishness, but never such profound folly. Mu Xiaoyu was equally taken aback, pondering who might be the gullible fool to part with such a splendid residence for a mere 10,000 taels. It seemed his own niece was merely benefiting from this folly, and who the true simpleton was mattered little. After a brief sojourn in the garden, they departed. Upon exiting, Sheng Xuanji extended an invitation to Su Qianrou and Mu Xiaoyu. Miss Su, General Mu, just ahead lies my royal residence. Since you're here, I invite you to come and enjoy some hospitality. As the words left his mouth, Su Qianrou suddenly recalled the proximity of the Qin Wangfu. It would be remiss of me to decline such an invitation. I shall intrude. If Miss Qianrou is to go, I, Mu Xiaoyu, shall also accompany her. Sheng Xuanji smiled broadly, his delight evident. Excellent, excellent. Miss Su, General Mu, please do follow me. At the Qin Wangfu, within the Chongming Hall, they settled into their respective seats. No sooner had they sat down than Su Qianrou broached the subject. Your Highness, do you recall the poison encountered in Jiangnan? Indeed, I remember. The physician mentioned that I was afflicted by Zui Chunfeng. Yes, precisely Zui Chunfeng. Upon hearing the name, Gu Qingshun shivered slightly. Zui Chunfeng was a poison concocted by Xiao Zheng of the poison sect. However, how could the prince have come into contact with Xiao Zheng? It was not the prince who engaged with Xiao Zheng, but rather someone who procured Zui Chunfeng from him and subsequently used it against the prince. Anxiang was well aware of this. Anxiang, please elaborate for everyone. Certainly. Anxiang stepped forward and recounted the events uncovered in the dense forests of Jianzhou. After Anxiang's account, a thick silence enveloped the hall as each pondered the identity of the brocade-clad man who had seized Zui Chunfeng from Xiao Zheng. Moments later, Sheng Xuanji broke the stillness. There is no need for speculation. I know who this person is. Su Qianrou's eyes brightened. Your Highness, who is he? Liang Wang, Shang Jinghuai. Mu Xiaoyu was immediately taken aback. Your Highness, Liang Wang is the Emperor's eldest son, your nephew. Surely, he would not harm you, his royal uncle? Sheng Xuanji snorted coldly. Would he not? It was he who deliberately diverted Yi Lingfeng and Chen Zhe, then slipped Zui Chunfeng into the tea. I, in my naivety, welcomed him with familial affection, allowing my guard to drop, thus falling into his trap. After I was poisoned, he commanded my return. I had believed that he acted out of goodwill, unaware that he had ambushed assassins along the way. At that moment, I found myself isolated and defenseless, struggling with every ounce of strength to fend him off. While combating the effects of the intoxicating spring breeze, I fought desperately. Perhaps it was the life and death situation that awakened my latent potential. Under the influence of the poison, I carved a bloody path to escape, eventually following a narrow route southward before succumbing to unconsciousness. Fortunately, I encountered Miss Su, who graciously brought me back to her home. Under Miss Su's attentive care, I gradually regained my strength. Later, Yi Lingfeng and his companions found me and, under the cover of night, brought me back to the capital. Upon my return, Shang Jinghuai not only showed no remorse, but also vehemently denied his villainous actions, insisting that he had sent people to search for me afterward. Yet they found nothing. General Mu, do you believe a man like Shang Jinghuai is trustworthy? Mu Xiaoyu's chest heaved with indignation. I had thought well of Shang Jinghuai. Little did I know he was such a shameless and despicable scoundrel. Chapter 088. A meeting of minds upon witnessing her uncle's fiery temper. Su Qianrou gently interjected, "Uncle, there is no need to be so enraged. Have you not considered that this matter may be more intricate than it appears?" Mu Xiaoya was taken aback. "Qianrou, what do you imply? Are you suggesting that there is someone orchestrating behind Shang Jinghuai?" Silently, Su Qianrou nodded. In a previous life, the emperor had repeatedly dispatched individuals to covertly harm the Prince of Qin. The assassination attempt in Jiangnan was one such incident, but she had intervened just in time to save him. Since then, numerous plots had ensued, yet the prince had managed to thwart them all. Ultimately, during a disaster relief mission, he had met his demise due to another covert attack. In her past existence, she had felt powerless. In this life, she was resolute to protect the prince with every ounce of her strength. Upon realizing that someone was indeed manipulating matters from the shadows, even a fool could discern that it was none other than Emperor Sheng Xuanji. Mu Xiaoya's eyes blazed with fury. Is he truly so ruthless? Otherwise, do you believe he is merely toying with the prince, indulging in a game of mutual destruction? Of course not. However, as the legitimate son of the central palace, how could he show such ingratitude towards a mere illegitimate son born of a concubine who has usurped your throne? Is this not a matter of humanity? Isn't that precisely what he has done? But, my lord, will you simply sit idly by? Certainly not. I am biding my time, awaiting the opportunity to bring him down from his lofty position. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly intensify his oppression under various pretenses. However, General Mu need not worry excessively. Though he schemes against me in secret, he dares not act openly. As you rightly pointed out, I am the legitimate son of the central palace. His usurpation of my throne is inherently unjust. Should he openly attack me, the ministers would surely rebel against him. Yet, while open threats are easier to evade, hidden dangers are far more formidable. My lord, you must remain vigilant. Rest assured, General Mu, I am well aware of my circumstances. Sheng Xuanji turned his gaze towards Su Qianrou. Miss Su, were you frightened? Su Qianrou smiled gently. Not at all, though I am somewhat vexed. However, the prince is a true dragon, naturally shielded by auspicious energy. I believe that one day, the prince will embrace his destiny and fulfill his ambitions. Indeed, your words resonate profoundly with me, Miss Su. Shang Xuanji's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon her. Those who understand me are indeed rare, and today, I feel a sense of relief. Would you all honor me with your presence for lunch at my residence, the Prince of Qin's Manor? Without hesitation, Mu Xiaoya agreed. The chefs at the Prince of Qin's Manor are unparalleled in their skills. I cannot bear to decline such a splendid opportunity. Sheng Xuanji then turned to Su Qianrou. And what of you, Miss Su? Since my uncle has extended such a delightful invitation, I too wish to remain and savor the exquisite delicacies of the Prince of Qin's Manor. Excellent. Let's indulge. Yi Lingfeng hurried to the kitchen, urging them to exert their utmost effort and prepare the finest dishes they had mastered, for the prince was to host a banquet. Yes, Yiling Feng responded, swiftly departing like a gust of wind. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Oh, Prince, are you not being a tad too impatient? Please do not say that you are inviting General Mu. Though I may be foolish, I am aware that General Mu is merely a facade. In truth, it is Miss Su that you wish to entertain the most. I never anticipated that upon meeting Miss Su, this ancient iron tree of yours would finally blossom. Truly a rare occurrence." And Xiang observed Sheng Xuanji's joyous demeanor, and a sudden wave of sorrow washed over her. If only she had offered a word of caution that day, perhaps the prince would not have fallen victim to Sheng Jinghuai's schemes. Fortunately, he encountered Miss Su. Otherwise, who knows what fate might have befallen him. The more Xiang pondered, the more despondent she became, her eyes reddening as she knelt before Sheng Xuanji. "Your Highness, I have erred. Please punish me." Sheng Xuanji understood her guilt, recognizing that Xiang was blaming herself for his poisoning. However, had it not been for that incident, he would not have met Miss Su. Missing out on such a gentle and charming lady was indeed his greatest loss. In truth, Xiang had committed no offense. Rather, she had rendered him a tremendous service. "Xiang, what fault do you bear?" "Your Highness, I was careless and failed to advise you. Had I cautioned you, perhaps you could have evaded this calamity. Nay, Xiang, you are not to blame. If someone were intent on poisoning me, it would not have been merely the intoxicating spring breeze, but some other poison. Moreover, even if one were to evade the initial attempt, they could not escape the subsequent ones." Upon hearing Sheng Xuanji's words, Xiang was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Su Qianrou and then back at Sheng Xuanji, confirming that these words indeed originated from him, sparking her curiosity. How strange. The prince's words mirror those of the eldest lady. Aside from substituting this prince for I, they are identical. Could it be that they conspire beforehand? Noticing the perplexed expression on Xiang's face, Sheng Xuanji felt a twinge of suspicion. "Xiang, what troubles you?" "Your Highness, I find it curious why your words align so perfectly with those of the eldest lady." "What do you mean? Has Miss Su spoken similar words to you?" Xiang nodded. "Indeed." Sheng Xuanji burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! It seems that Miss Su and I share a remarkable telepathic connection." Mu Xiaoyu interjected, "Your Highness, that is quite enough. Is this not an overt attempt to align with Qianrou?" Gu Qingchun added, "Your Highness, remain composed. Even if you harbor such thoughts, it is unwise to express them so openly. Could you not be a touch more discreet?" And Xiang chimed in, "The prince's statement holds truth. He and Miss Su are indeed on the same wavelength." Observing Sheng Xuanji's extreme delight, Su Qianrou felt a mix of joy and sorrow. She rejoiced in the prince's regard for her, yet lamented that both she and the prince were but pawns in other schemes. In their previous lives, both had been ensnared by treachery to their demise. In this lifetime, having the opportunity to relive it, one must find a way to turn the tide of circumstances. "Then, I shall live alongside the prince with grace and ease. The prince is a dragon among men, while I am but a solitary and forlorn woman. To encounter such a noble figure in this life is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The prince finds himself ensnared, and I, too, face adversity. Although the path ahead may be fraught with challenges, I shall not allow others to trample upon us. I am willing to join forces with the prince to break through the impasse, not only for my sake, but for his as well, ushering in a new realm of possibilities." "Excellent!" Sheng Xianxie exclaimed, rising with fervor as his eyes sparkled while gazing at Su Qianrou. Though Miss Su is a lady of the inner chamber, her vast heart and spirit rival that of any valiant man among us. From henceforth, through mountains high and waters deep, I am willing to stand alongside Miss Su to navigate treacherous shoals and brave tumultuous waves. We shall eradicate the wicked and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. My prince, I place my trust in you. I shall not betray Miss Su's faith." Gu Qingchun, observing from the side, could not help but click his tongue in admiration. "My prince, are you not pledging your aspirations with Miss Su? Or perhaps you are engaging in a solemn vow of lifelong commitment?" Chapter 89. Shallow. Thank you. As the lunch hour arrived, the servants busily moved about, quickly setting the table with an array of delectable dishes. Sheng Xuanji invited everyone to take their seats, and without hesitation, he settled beside Su Qianrou, wholeheartedly assuming the role of her protector, occasionally serving her food. This unexpected behavior left Mu Xiuyu utterly perplexed. What kind of peculiar maneuver was this? Was the prince actually serving dishes to Qianrou? It was well known that a prince typically had others attend to his meals. Such actions today were decidedly out of the ordinary. Was it possible that the prince felt indebted to Qianrou to this extent, unable to conceal his thoughts? Mu Xiuyu could not help but glance at Sheng Xuanji a couple of extra times. The prince, keenly aware of Mu's gaze, remarked, "General Mu, what is it that captures your attention? Is there something unsightly upon my visage?" "Certainly not, Your Highness. Your countenance is as radiant as jade, and your demeanor as refined as a noble tree." I cannot help but steal a few glances. Sheng Xuanji stifled a laugh. "Indeed, I may bear the appearance of jade and grace, but as fellow men, is it truly warranted for you to gaze so intently? Perhaps you harbor some objections to my serving Miss Su? Miss Su is a lady of the inner chambers, and it is only natural for her to feel some restraint while dining in another's residence. As the host, it is my duty to attend to her needs. If you feel uncomfortable, should I not assist you as well?" Mu Xiuyu's face flushed with embarrassment. "Do not be absurd. If you were to serve me, I would be pursued by Yi Lingfeng and Chunzhe. That would only invite my own misery." Noticing her uncle's discomfort, Su Qianrou swiftly intervened. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. I truly appreciate it. Uncle, the dishes in the royal residence are indeed exceptional. You should indulge in them." With Su Qianrou's words, Sheng Xuanji ceased serving her, and Mu Xiuyu regained his composure, focusing intently on his meal. Once they had dined to their satisfaction, the group wandered into the garden, engaging in light conversation until they arrived at a pavilion situated in the heart of the lake. They gathered around a table, enjoying dried fruits and tea in the utmost comfort. Suddenly, Jiangnan approached with news. "General, there are guests visiting the residence. The old matriarch requests your return." "Understood," Mu Xiuyu replied, rising to bid farewell before departing. As soon as he left, Gu Qingqian felt restless. "Oh dear, with General Mu gone, it feels rather inappropriate for me to linger here as a third wheel. I must take my leave swiftly, lest I incur the prince's ire later." After making an excuse to slip away, Gu Qingqian departed. The moment he left, Sheng Xuanji's expression brightened. "That lad possesses a keen sense. I shall reward him with an extra chicken leg this evening." As he helped Su Qianrou peel dried fruits, he spoke gently. "Miss Su, over this period, I have witnessed your gradual resurgence in the Su residence, reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you. To be candid, I am both pained and impressed. I often ponder what kind of woman possesses the strength, courage, and tenacity to rise above suffering and adversity, establishing herself in an unassailable position. In this world, there are few individuals whom I admire. General Mu is one, and Miss Su, you are another. Each time I witness your struggle against the currents within the murky waters of the Su residence, I am filled with both solace and heartache, truly a profound sorrow. A woman of your caliber, Miss Su, deserves to be cherished and protected, rather than having to rely solely on herself for support. If it pleases you, may I offer my protection in the future?" Hearing the heartfelt words of Lord Sheng Xianji, Su Qianrou's eyes brimmed with tears, and her heart felt warm. "Your Highness, since my return to the capital, you have already rendered me immense assistance. I often reflect on what merits I must have accrued in my past life to encounter a person as kind and wise as you. Although I am but a sheltered lady, I will never yield when it comes to what belongs to my mother. A step back leads to a retreat in all things. Only by facing the winds head-on can one reclaim what is rightfully theirs. During this time, Your Highness has been a tremendous help to me. Without your support, many endeavors would have proven insurmountable. Encountering you has been a fortuitous blessing in my life." As she spoke, a veil of mist clouded Su Qianrou's eyes, recalling the incident involving the assassination of the Prince of Jiangnan, which filled her with sudden anguish. This feeling mirrored the heartache she experienced upon first hearing the mention of it from Anxiang. Instinctively, she placed a hand over her heart. Startled, Sheng Xianji hurried to her side. "Miss Su, what troubles you?" Should I summon Gu Qingchen? Su Qianrou shook her head. Your Highness, it is unnecessary. I am quite well. But Miss Su, your current state truly worries me. Do not fret, Your Highness. I assure you I am fine. And yet, at that moment, Su Qianrou's tears could no longer be restrained. Your Highness, I am merely overwhelmed by sorrow and pain. How can one so noble and virtuous as yourself be subjected to such malice, with intentions to bring you to your demise? Is there not a shred of brotherly affection left in their hearts? I cannot bear to imagine how you endured the poison of Zue Chunfeng while battling those who sought your life. How did you manage to escape with your last breath? Ultimately collapsing in the thicket? The very thought of it pierces my heart with unbearable intensity. You, who are like the luminous moon in the heavens, deserve veneration from all. Yet you have faced such tribulations. How unjust the heavens are. Yet, I find solace in the fact that you were poisoned by Zue Chunfeng. Had it been a more lethal toxin, you might have already departed from this world. I'm also grateful that I discovered you in the thicket that day and was able to rescue you. Perhaps it is the heaven's way of compensating for the trials you have endured. Since my return to the capital over a month ago, I have shared many experiences with you. Your Highness, to encounter you in this lifetime is truly a privilege I cherish deeply. I can only wish for the prince to be blessed by fate, to sail smoothly through life, and to find peace and prosperity henceforth. As Su Qianrou uttered these words, her face was already awash with tears. Sheng Xian gazed at the tear-streaked beauty before him, and in that instant, his heart was completely filled by her presence. Once he had been proud and aloof, his demeanor so frigid that it bordered on inhuman. Yet, ever since he encountered Su Qianrou, his icy heart began to thaw, bit by bit. Not only did it melt, but she became indelibly etched in his mind and securely nestled within his heart. He grew fearful of her tears, her pain, and her unhappiness. He longed to shield her from distress, to save her from wandering aimlessly, and to ensure she had a steadfast support. He would rather share the snow with her and grow old together, inquiring whether her garments were warm enough, whether her porridge was soothing. Now this woman, whom he held so dear, looked at him with tear-filled eyes, shedding tears not just for him, but also out of concern for him. How could such a woman not stir his heart? Sheng Xian's hands reached out again and again, until he could no longer restrain himself and bent down to enfold Su Qianrou in his embrace. Qianrou, thank you. Chapter 090. A lifetime together. Sheng Xuanji bent down, cradling Su Qianrou in his embrace, his eyes glistening with emotion as his voice grew husky. Qianrou, thank you. Thank you for valuing me so deeply. Do you know, ever since my mother passed away and my father left this world, I have not experienced such care and warmth. Qianrou, you are a beacon of light before me, a flickering flame within my heart. With you by my side, I see hope and feel warmth. Life is fleeting, and there are not many days left to squander. Therefore, in the days that remain, will you allow me to accompany you, to weather the snow together and grow old side by side? Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. As long as you are willing, I am devoted to you for a lifetime as one. Sheng Xuanji sat down, placing Su Qianrou's hands within his warm grasp, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. The ardor, concern, tenderness, and adoration in his eyes were laid bare before her. Su Qianrou felt her heart race, blood surging through her veins. A rosy hue blossomed upon her cheeks, the warmth so intense it seemed it could scorch her. Your Highness's affection overwhelms me. I am at a loss for how to repay it. I can only wish for a lifetime together with you. How wonderful! Sheng Xuanji rose, his hands firmly lifting Su Qianrou from her seat, and without warning, he enveloped her in his arms. Qianrou, with you here, I feel that everything holds promise. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself and protect you in every way. His warm breath lingered by her ear, causing Su Qianrou's cheeks to redden further. Your Highness, call me a Zhe. Your Highness. Qianrou, call me a Zhe. Ah. Zhe. That's right. Say it once more. A Zhe. Qianrou. Sheng Xuanji held Su Qianrou tightly, as if embracing a rare treasure. Qianrou, do you know? The moment you saved me, I thought to myself, you are my benefactor. If fate allows, I shall repay you. So when I departed, I left behind the jade pendant, hoping that one day I would encounter my benefactor again. Fortune smiled upon me. On your first day back in the capital, I met you. Thus, without hesitation, I took charge of your destiny and personally tore apart your marriage contract with Lu Xiuqing. In that moment, I felt an immense sense of relief. From then on, I eagerly awaited our meetings. Each encounter deepened my affection for you, Qianrou. People say I am indifferent to women, like a tree that blooms not for a millennium. Yet they do not know that I simply had not encountered someone who captured my heart. Qianrou, I cherish you, now and forever, in this life and the next. Qianrou. Sheng Xuanji's expression conveyed deep emotion, his voice enchanting as he spoke, stirring feelings within Su Qianrou that she could not comprehend. Your Highness, call me Aja. Aja, I too hold feelings for you. From the moment you stood up for me, I have harbored a fondness for you. After enduring a myriad of experiences, Qianrou's gratitude towards you deepened. However, upon the passing of her mother, she found herself unable to savor such emotions. It was only when Anxiang mentioned the peril you faced in Jiangnan that Qianrou felt a pang of heartache. In that moment, she realized clearly that you had unknowingly taken residence in her heart. She felt compassion for you and harbored affection for you, willing to brave challenges together and reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. Thus, they would be together for eternity. Qian, I promise you, I will agree to anything. I will take care of myself, and you must take care of yourself too. Yes, let's both be well. In the pavilion, Sheng Xuanji held Su Qianrou tightly in his embrace. She rested her head against his chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an extraordinary sense of security. By the lakeside, beneath the trees, Anxiang and Silian were exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Wow, the prince and the young lady. It seems they share an affection, doesn't it? How enviable. Yi Lingfeng and Chen Zhe exchanged knowing glances. Brother, our prince has indeed found his way. It appears he has genuinely won Miss Su's heart. Yi Lingfeng remarked. Chen Zhe replied, indeed. You see, our prince, who is usually so proud, becomes utterly obedient in front of Miss Su, behaving like a docile young lord. Yi Lingfeng retorted, Chen Zhe, how dare you fabricate such